Tonight's stories come from two experienced truck drivers, men who had spent years learning how to stay safe on the road and believed they could recognize trouble before it reached them. In our first story, an owner-operator leaves a crowded truck stop in El Paso after a brief encounter with a stranger. But as he travels deeper into the empty West Texas desert, small details begin to feel wrong. Each one has a perfectly reasonable explanation, until he realizes that the greatest danger on the highway may be much closer than it appears. Then, in our second story, a veteran trucker spends the night in an isolated overflow lot outside Amarillo. During the night, he hears something near his tractor, but by morning, everything seems normal. However, one routine habit, a habit other drivers have mocked him for, prevents him from making a mistake he would have carried with him for the rest of his life. Both of these drivers had years of experience, both followed rules designed to keep them alive, and both discovered that sometimes the most terrifying threats are the ones waiting just outside your field of view. Before we begin, please take a moment to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you do not miss the next story. You can also follow the Just Creepy podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, leaving a rating or review is one of the best ways to help the show grow and reach more listeners. Now, turn down the lights, lock your doors, and settle in. My name doesn't matter much for this. What matters is that I've been an owner-operator for 11 years. I run a 2015 Kenworth with a 76-inch sleeper, and on the night this happened, I was hauling 44,000 pounds of aluminum coils out of El Paso, headed east on Interstate 10 toward a rolling mill outside of San Antonio. I want to say up front that I'm not the nervous type. You can't be, doing this job. I've had people bang on my door at 3 in the morning at rest areas outside of Gary, Indiana. I've had a guy try to climb my catwalk at a light in Memphis. I've been followed off an exit ramp in Louisiana by a car with no plates that turned around the second I pulled into a way station. 11 years of that teaches you a certain flatness. You lock your doors, you park under lights, you keep your head moving, and you don't make a story out of every strange thing you see, because if you did, you'd never sleep again. But I'm going to tell you about the night of October 9th, and I'm going to tell it in order, exactly the way it happened. Because the order matters. Every single thing I noticed that night, I explained away in the moment, every one. And I want you to hear how reasonable each of those explanations sounded, so you understand how a careful man with 11 years behind the wheel ended up doing 70 miles an hour through West Texas with another human being breathing quietly 6 feet behind his head. First, the truck. This part is important. My sleeper has an exterior luggage compartment on the passenger side, down low, beneath the bunk. It's a storage box, basically. Big enough for a couple of duffel bags, my tire chains, a case of oil. The door on it is about 2 feet wide and maybe 18 inches tall, hinged at the bottom with a key latch. Back in August, somebody had pried at that latch in a lot outside of Tucson. They didn't get in, but they bent the mechanism, and I had it repaired at a shop in Phoenix. The repair was fine except for one thing. The latch didn't always catch. If you closed the door soft, it would look shut. It would even feel shut if you gave it a light tug. But it wasn't locked. You had to slam it. I knew this. I'd been slamming it for 2 months. I had a note on my phone that said get luggage latch fixed right, and it had been sitting there since Labor Day because the door still technically closed, and I always have something more urgent to spend money on. Inside the sleeper, under the bunk, there's a panel between the mattress platform and that luggage compartment. It's a piece of pressed board with insulation behind it, held in with plastic push fasteners. It separates the storage box from the interior. In most trucks, you'd never think about it. In mine, 2 of the fasteners had gone missing years ago, and the panel sat loose in its frame. You could pull the bottom edge towards you and see daylight through to the luggage box. I knew that too. I'd stuffed a moving blanket back there once and watched it slump through the gap. So, a luggage door that didn't always latch, and a loose panel behind it. Keep both of those in your head. I delivered a load in El Paso on the afternoon of the 9th and picked up the coils at a yard off Zaragoza Road around 5 in the evening. My appointment in San Antonio was for 10 the next morning, which gave me all night to run 550 miles. Easy. I planned to drive to Fort Stockton, sleep 6 or 7 hours, and roll in with time to spare. Before leaving town, I stopped at a big truck stop on the east side of El Paso to fuel, eat, and shower. If you've run Interstate 10 through there, you know the place. On a weeknight it's crowded, and that night it was worse than usual. Every fuel lane had a line. The lot was full and trucks were staged along the fence waiting for spots. Inside, the restaurant had a 20-minute wait and the shower list was 9 deep. Normal chaos. I fueled, moved the truck to a spot near the back of the lot, and walked in to put my name on the shower board. I was walking back out to wait in the truck when the woman in the pink sweatshirt came up to me. She was young, early 20s if I had to guess. Pink hooded sweatshirt, jeans, white sneakers that were clean, which I noticed because everything at a truck stop gets filthy and hers hadn't yet. She had a small backpack over one shoulder. No suitcase, no bags, no jacket even though the sun was down and the desert cools off fast in October. She stopped about 8 feet from me, which I remember thinking was polite spacing, and she asked if I was heading east. I said I was. She told me her boyfriend had left her there. She said they'd been driving to Van Horn. They got in a fight at the pumps, and he drove off with her phone still charging in the car. She said she'd been walking the lot for an hour asking drivers, and everybody kept saying no, and she just needed to get to Van Horn. It was only 2 hours. Her sister lived there, and she'd sit quiet and wouldn't touch anything. I want to describe how she said it, because this is the part I keep going back over. She wasn't crying. Her voice didn't shake. She told the whole thing in a smooth, even way, and when she got to the part about the boyfriend taking her phone, she looked off toward the interstate for a second, and then back at me. It was a good telling. It hit every point a true story would hit. And I remember a small, quiet flag going up in the back of my head. Not because anything was wrong with the story, but because nothing was. People who've actually been stranded tell it messy. They back up, they repeat things. They're angry at the wrong parts. Hers came out in order, front to back, and it landed on the ask at the end, clean and rehearsed. But honestly, that flag was faint, and it wasn't why I said no. I said no because I say no to everybody. My insurance doesn't cover passengers. My authority doesn't allow unauthorized riders, and 11 years has taught me that nothing good has ever once come from letting a stranger into my truck. It's the simplest rule I have. I told her I couldn't take riders, but that the store had security inside, and the manager could call the sheriff's office or a shelter service, and I'd walk in with her and get that going right then. I even took a step toward the building when I said it. And here's the second thing I keep going back over. The moment I said the word security, she was done with me. Not angry, not embarrassed, done. She said something under her breath, thanks anyway, or something in that shape, turned, and walked off between the fuel lanes at a pace that was faster than a stranded person walks. A stranded person with no phone and no ride has nowhere to be. She had somewhere to be. I stood there for a second, then went inside anyway and mentioned it to the guy at the fuel desk. Young woman, pink sweatshirt, asking drivers for rides, might need help, or might be working the lot. He nodded, and wrote nothing down, and that was about what I expected. Lot lizards, panhandlers, stranded people, runaways, they see all of it every night, and there's only so much a fuel clerk can do. I skipped the shower. The list was too long, and I wanted miles. I bought a sandwich and 2 coffees, one for now and one for the road, walked back to my truck, did my usual walk around, and this is the detail that will bother me for the rest of my life. I checked the luggage compartment door on the walk around. I always do. I put my hand on it and gave it a tug, and it held, and I moved on to thumping my tires. It held. That's all a tug ever told me. I knew the latch was bad. I knew it needed a slam. I'd slammed it that morning in El Paso, after getting my chains out to move them for the scale, and I could not tell you, then or now, whether I slammed it hard enough. The tug said it was closed. The The tug always said it was closed. I pulled out of the lot at 7:50 in the evening and got on Interstate 10 eastbound with about 550 miles between me and my delivery and a full dark coming down over the desert. East of El Paso, Interstate 10 empties out fast. You clear the city, you clear the outlet malls, and the last of the billboards, and then it's just you, the freight, and 80-some miles of nothing before Sierra Blanca, creosote flats, mountains sitting black against the last of the light, and a string of taillights ahead of you that thins out mile by mile until you can count them. I ran the first hour without incident, passed through the Border Patrol checkpoint east of town, got waved through, settled in at 67 with the cruise on. I had a talk radio station out of El Paso fading in and out, and when it finally dissolved into static somewhere around the Fort Hancock exits, I shut it off and rode quiet. I do a lot of my driving quiet. After enough years, the engine is the radio. Around 9 o'clock, I pulled into a little fuel station near Sierra Blanca. Not the big travel centers, one of the small independent places. I didn't need fuel. I needed the restroom, and my second coffee had gone cold, and there's a microwave in that store I've used before. In and out, 5 minutes. I was walking back across the lot with my coffee when I saw her. Pink sweatshirt, same backpack. She was standing at the edge of the lot near the air pumps, and she was talking to a man beside a white cargo van. I stopped walking. I'm not going to pretend I didn't. 88 miles from where she'd been stranded with no phone and no ride, and here she was, an hour and change later, standing in the dark at a fuel stop in Sierra Blanca. Somebody had given her that ride. Fine. Drivers say no all night until somebody says yes. But the man she was talking to didn't read as a good Samaritan dropping somebody off. He was older, 50s maybe, heavy set, and the two of them were standing close and talking low, and the van's engine was running, and nobody was saying goodbye. It read as two people having a work conversation. It read that way immediately, before I had any reason to think it. The van itself was nothing. White cargo van, the kind every plumber and parcel contractor in America drives. No lettering that I could see. Texas plates. I didn't get the number. Why would I? A woman I'd said no to had found a ride with somebody else, and none of it was my business. She never looked at me. I'm nearly sure of that. I was one more truck driver crossing one more lot, and she was turned mostly away, and I got in my cab and told myself the exact sentence I imagine you'd tell yourself. Small world on a big highway. There's one road out here. Everybody who left El Paso eastbound tonight is on it, and they're all stopping at the same 6 places. Of course I saw her again. That sentence is true, by the way. That's the poison in it. It's completely true. Interstate 10 funnels every soul in West Texas past the same handful of exits, and seeing the same car or the same person 2 or 3 times in a night is so common that drivers joke about it on the CB. The explanation was solid. I pulled out of Sierra Blanca, and I genuinely did not think about her again for 30 miles. I got to Van Horn a little after 10. Van Horn is the last real town for a long stretch, and every truck on Interstate 10 knows it, so the lots there stay busy deep into the night. The travel center I stopped at was slammed. Trucks doubled along the fence line, reefers droning, guys walking dogs in the fuel lights. I found a spot at the far edge of the lot, the dark end, backed against open desert, which at the time meant nothing to me except that it was the only hole left and I was only stopping for a few minutes anyway. Here is exactly what I did in Van Horn, as close as I've been able to reconstruct it, and believe me, I have reconstructed it. I've walked through these few minutes hundreds of times. I set the brakes at 10:09. I know that from my ELD. I shut the engine off, took my keys, locked the driver's door with the fob, and walked to the building. That's about 150 yards, because of where I was parked. I used the restroom. I stood in line behind 2 other drivers and bought a large coffee and a pack of peppermints, the soft kind, which matters later. I paid cash. I walked back out. My receipt says 10:19. Call the whole thing 10 or 11 minutes. Most of it spent more than a football field away from my truck with my back to it, in a lot loud enough that you couldn't have heard a luggage door open and close, or slam, or anything else. When I got back, I did what I always do. Fob, handle, Up the steps, quick look around the cab. Everything was where I'd left it. Doors had been locked. I'd felt the handle resist before the fob. My load was sealed and untouched. My tablet was on the dash, my cash envelope was in the door pocket, my jacket was on the passenger seat. Nothing stolen, nothing moved. I want to stop on that for 1 second. Nothing stolen. That's the whole checklist, isn't it? That's the entire security review a driver runs in his head at a truck stop. Did anybody take anything? Nobody had taken anything. It did not occur to me, standing in that lot in Van Horn, to run the other checklist. Did anybody leave anything? Did anybody add anything to this truck? There's no reason for that question to exist in your head. Trucks get robbed, trucks don't get donated to. I started the engine, let my air build, and pulled out of Van Horn at 10:26 in the evening, eastbound, with 118 miles of Interstate 10 between me and Fort Stockton, where I planned to shut down for the night. Say those two numbers to yourself. 10:26, 118 miles. The first thing I noticed was the passenger seat, and I noticed it almost immediately, within a mile or two of the on-ramp, and I explained it away in under 5 seconds. My passenger seat rides all the way back on its track. All the way. I keep my lunch cooler on the floor in front of it, and the seat has to be full rear for the cooler to fit, and that seat has not moved off full rear in years. Coming up through the gears out of Van Horn, I glanced over for my coffee, and the seat was wrong. Forward. Not a lot. 3-4 inches. Enough that the cooler was pinched at an angle against the seat base instead of sitting square. And my brain, without being asked, instantly said, the shop. I'd had the truck in for a service in El Paso 2 days before. Guys get in and out of your cab during a service. They slide seats to get at things. They never put anything back. That was my whole thought. Shop guys. I even felt a little flick of irritation at them, that specific mild annoyance you feel at somebody who moved your stuff, and then I let it go. What I did not do was think about whether that seat had been forward when I left El Paso that evening, whether it had been forward at Sierra Blanca. I couldn't tell you, because you don't look at things that are always the same. The seat had been invisible to me for years. I have no idea when it moved. I only know when I saw it. The second thing was the mint wrapper, and I found it maybe 20 miles out of Van Horn, in the dark, with my boot. I felt something crinkle under my heel on the floor by the pedals and reached down at a straightaway and picked it up. Cellophane wrapper, twisted at both ends, the kind that comes off a soft peppermint. Now, I had just bought a pack of soft peppermints in Van Horn. They were sitting unopened in my cup holder. Unopened. I turned that little wrapper over in my fingers at 70 miles an hour, and my brain served up the explanation smooth and instant, same as it had been doing all night. You buy those mints all the time. That's an old wrapper. It slid out from under the seat when the shop guys moved it. It's your own trash from 3 weeks ago. I dropped it in my trash bag and drove on, and that explanation held right up until much later, when I had time to sit with the fact that I keep a clean floor, that I vacuum my cab every Sunday at the house, that I'd vacuumed it 4 days before, and that there was no 3-week-old wrapper riding around under my seat. Somebody had eaten a mint in my truck. Somebody nervous, waiting in the dark of a parking lot inside a stranger's cab, and had eaten a mint, and the wrapper had gotten away from her. The third thing was the curtain. Between my seats and my sleeper, there's a heavy blackout curtain on a track. I keep it tied halfway open when I drive. Always. Half open, tied with a bungee, so I can reach back for my cooler bag or a sweatshirt without stopping. It is one of those arrangements that has been the same for so long that it isn't a choice anymore. It's just the shape of the truck. Somewhere around Michigan Flat, out in that long, dead flat dark west of the mountains, I reached back for my hoodie because the night was getting cold, and my hand hit fabric where there should have been open air. The curtain was closed, all the way, corner to corner, and the bungee that holds it half open was off its hook. I pulled my hand back and looked at it in the mirror light, the closed curtain, and I sat with it a second longer than I'd sat with the seat or the wrapper. This one was harder. Shop guys hadn't done that. I'd driven 2 days since the shop with that curtain tied open. And then Interstate 10 itself handed me the explanation, because right about then I crossed one of those stretches where the pavement goes bad, that broken concrete that hammers the whole cab, and I thought, there it is. Rough road. The bungee let go somewhere back there. Curtain slid shut on its track. It's a curtain on rollers. Things move. I want to be honest about my state of mind at this point, because I've heard people tell stories where the narrator claims he knew, deep down, the whole time. I didn't know. I promise you I didn't. What I had at around 11 o'clock at night, 40 miles east of Van Horn, was a low hum. 3 small wrong things inside an hour, each one explained, and underneath the explanations this hum, this faint tax on my attention, that kept my eyes going to the mirror on the curtain more than they needed to. If the hum had a voice, it wasn't saying someone is in the truck. Nobody's brain says that. It was saying something dumber and quieter. It was saying, "You're off tonight. Drink your coffee." So I drank my coffee. And I drove into the dark toward Balmorhea with the curtain closed behind my head. And behind that curtain, on my bunk, under my own blanket, a woman in a pink sweatshirt lay on her back with a stun gun on her chest, breathing through her mouth, listening to me sip. The exits for Balmorhea come up around 65 miles east of Van Horn. There's a state park down that way with a big spring-fed pool, and in the daytime, that stretch has a little traffic peeling off toward the mountains. At 11:40 at night, it has nothing. The interstate rides a long grade through open country. The median goes wide and black, and for minutes at a time the only lights in the world are your own headlights, the marker lights of a truck a mile ahead, and one set of headlights hanging back in your mirrors. I mention that last part now, but the truth is, I hadn't given those headlights a single thought yet. They were just a vehicle, back maybe a quarter mile, holding pace. Vehicles hold pace with trucks all night long. People set their crews off a big truck's taillights on lonely roads, because it's easier than watching the lane lines. I've had cars follow me for 200 miles that way, and I never once met the driver. So no, I hadn't clocked the headlights. Not yet. What I clocked, a few miles west of the Balmorhea exits, was a sound behind the curtain. It was fabric. That's the only way I can put it. A short, sliding, fabric-on-fabric sound, half a second long, from the bunk. The exact sound a duffel bag makes when it slumps over, or a jacket makes sliding off a pile, or a blanket makes when the road shakes it loose from where it's bunched. The exact sound. And also the exact sound a person's sleeve makes when they move an arm that's gone numb from holding still too long. I called out, reflex mostly. I said, "Settle down back there," the way you'd talk to a load, the way drivers mutter at their own trucks all day. And I said it because I assumed a box had come off the bunk shelf. I keep a plastic tote up there with paperwork and a printer in it, and my honest first thought was that the rough road had walked that tote to the edge, and it was about to come down and dump my registration all over the floor. Nothing answered, obviously. Nothing was going to answer either way. A tote doesn't talk, and neither does a person hiding behind a curtain. So the silence after I spoke proved nothing, confirmed nothing, and I settled back into the seat and put my eyes on the road and let the hum in the back of my head get a little louder, and several minutes went by. I've thought a lot about those several minutes, because of what they must have been on her side of the curtain. Me calling out had to have stopped her heart. She had to lie there, 3 feet from the back of my seat, wondering if settle down back there meant I knew, wondering if I was reaching for something, working out what she'd do if the curtain flew open at 70 miles an hour. She held still through all of that, held still for minutes. And when a person holds that still, holds their whole body rigid and clamps down on their own breathing, there comes a point where the body overrules them and demands air. That's what I heard next. That's the sound that ended the night's explanations. It was an exhale. One long, controlled exhale, pushed out slow through a small opening, the way you breathe out when you're trying to make no sound and your lungs are burning. It came from the bunk, from low on the bunk, and it lasted maybe 3 seconds. And there is no tote, no jacket, no blanket, no piece of cargo on this earth that makes that sound. Air came out of a person behind me. My body understood it before my mind finished the sentence. I felt my scalp move. I felt my hands change their grip on the wheel without me telling them to. There was a human being in my sleeper. I want to slow the story down here, because everything that mattered happened in the next 2 or 3 minutes, inside my skull, at 70 miles an hour. And from the outside, absolutely nothing happened at all. The truck never wavered in its lane. The cruise stayed set. If you'd been driving alongside me, you'd have seen a trucker sitting still, one hand on the wheel, staring down the road. That stillness was the hardest physical thing I have ever done, because every instinct you have is wrong in that moment, and I knew it, and I had to talk myself out of each one in turn. Instinct 1, turn around and rip the curtain open. Confront it. And then what? I'm doing 70 with 44,000 pounds of coiled aluminum behind me on a dark 2-lane each-way interstate. The second I turn in that seat, I'm not driving this truck. If whoever is back there has a knife, a gun, a bar, anything, I've just put my face a foot from it and taken my hands off the wheel. If they have nothing at all and they panic and grab me, we're off the road. And an off the road at that speed with coils is not an accident. It's an ending. Coils don't forgive. The load alone made fighting in the cab unthinkable. Instinct 2, slam on the brakes, bail out, run. Same problem in a different order. An emergency stop from 70 takes the better part of a football field even done right, and done panicked. With somebody coming over the seat at you, it doesn't get done right. And say I manage it. Say I get stopped on the shoulder and get out. Now I'm standing on the darkest stretch of Interstate 10 in Texas, alone, at midnight, with my truck, my load, and whoever this is, and I've just shown them their game is up, and I don't know what they do when the game is up. And there was something else, some early cold piece of my brain already asking a question I couldn't fully form yet. What if outside the truck is worse? What if outside the truck is exactly the point? Instinct 3, and this was the one that pulled at me hardest. Grab your phone and call 911. My phone was right there, mounted on the dash, big and bright, 4 feet from my hand, and angled the way I keep it, so I can see it from the driver's seat, which means it can be seen from behind the driver's seat. The curtain hung 18 inches behind my shoulder. If there was a gap in that curtain, if she was watching, then the moment that screen lit up with a dial pad, she'd know I knew. My one advantage, the only card I held, was that she believed I didn't know. Everything in her behavior said she was waiting. She'd been aboard for over an hour and done nothing. She was waiting for something, some place, some moment. And as long as she thought I was ignorant, she'd keep waiting. The phone would spend that advantage all at once and get me nothing for it for at least 20 minutes. Because I knew where I was, and where I was nowhere. The nearest deputy could be 40 miles from that stretch of road at midnight. I'd be alone with her from the moment she knew until the moment help arrived. And I'd be alone with her at whatever speed and in whatever ditch that knowledge produced. My tire thumper, for what it's worth, was behind the passenger seat. Might as well have been in Ohio. So I did nothing. I drove. And while I drove, I made an inventory, same as a walk-around, except this one was of the situation. What did I actually know? Someone was in my sleeper, on or under my bunk, behind a closed curtain. They'd been there since Van Horn at the latest, which meant they'd passed up an hour of chances to rob me or hurt me while I sat there oblivious, which meant robbery now, and hurt me now, were not the plan. They were quiet, and they were staying quiet. That's a person waiting for a location, not a moment. And the seat, the wrapper, the curtain, the latch I had to slam, the loose panel under the bunk that I'd known about for years. All of it snapped together at once, unforced, into one picture. The luggage door, the panel, the bunk. In through the box, push the panel, up under the blanket. 10 minutes in a dark corner of a busy lot, while I stood in line buying peppermints. My skin went cold in a new way when I got to the last piece, because the last piece was a pink sweatshirt in El Paso, asking me personally, by name of my truck, if not my body, for a ride east. She hadn't been working the lot. She'd been shopping it. And when I said no, I hadn't ended anything. I'd been selected anyway, which meant the white van at Sierra Blanca was not a coincidence and never had been. And that thought sent my eyes, finally properly, to my mirrors, to the headlights that had been hanging a quarter-mile back for I honestly did not know how long, sitting there, holding pace. 2 low headlights with a wide-set spacing, van-shaped if you wanted them to be van-shaped, and I very much did not want them to be. I needed to do 2 things, and I needed to do both without moving anything above my elbows in a way that would look wrong from behind. I needed to get word out, and I needed to test the headlights. The word out came first, and it came from the one screen in my cab that faces away from the sleeper. My ELD, the electronic log tablet, sits low on the dash to the right of the wheel, angled up at my face, its back to the curtain. It logs my hours, and it messages my dispatch service. I run my authority through a small dispatch outfit, and there's a woman on their night desk. And that little message window had never in my life mattered until it was the only private square of light in my world. I've typed on that screen 10,000 times. Fuel receipts, load numbers, detention times. Drivers peck at their ELDs constantly. It's the most natural gesture in a cab. And I made myself do it exactly that way, casual, one finger, glancing down and back up to the road, down and back up, while my heart worked at twice its normal speed. It took me most of a mile to type it. I remember deciding the words needed to be short and could not be misread by a tired dispatcher as anything routine. Person hiding in my sleeper right now, not a joke. Contact police. Interstate 10 east near Balmorhea, mile marker 209. Do not call my phone. Do not call the cab. Will signal by message only. I hit send, and I put my finger back on the wheel, and I looked at the dark road, and for the length of about 3 breaths, nothing in the universe happened. Then the little envelope icon blinked, and the reply came up in the corner of the screen, and I have never loved a human being I've never met the way I loved that night dispatcher. Received, calling now, stay in motion. Message me every 10 minutes or I escalate. You are not alone. Now the test. My CB hangs from the header above the windshield, and the mic cord swings by my right shoulder. I don't talk on it much anymore. Hardly anybody does. But the radio is on low the way it always is. Channel 19 hissing along under the engine. And a CB has one property that made it perfect for what I needed. Everyone can hear it. The woman behind my curtain could hear every word I said into that mic. And if the van behind me had a radio on 19, and working vans that shadow trucks tend to, then the van could hear me too. I had a channel that broadcast straight into the ears of both people hunting me, and they both believed I didn't know they existed. You can do a lot with a thing that everyone trusts. I keyed up and put on the voice. Bored, half mumbled, the voice of a man talking to the night because the night is long. I called out to anybody eastbound, got a driver somewhere ahead of me who came back, and we did the usual nothing. Smoky reports, road work at Fort Stockton, how dead the radio's gotten. My voice held. I listened to it hold from somewhere outside my own body. And then I laid the bait in, lazy, right in the middle of the nothing. I said my eyes were getting heavy, and I wasn't going to fight it. There was a rest area coming up in a few miles, and I was going to bag it there for the night, catch the parking while it was there. The other driver said take it easy. I said the same. I let the mic hang back on its clip. There is a rest area on that stretch, east of the Balmorhea exits. I knew it well. And here is what I knew about it that made it the perfect bait. At midnight on a Tuesday, it is a nearly empty concrete island in an ocean of black desert. A handful of trucks, no attendant, no lights past the pavilions. If I were 2 people planning to take a truck and its driver somewhere quiet, I could not design a better place. A rest area announcement was an invitation, and only guilty ears would RSVP. I watched the mirror. For about half a minute, nothing. The headlights hung where they'd hung for an hour, a quarter-mile back, steady. Long enough that I started building the relief in my chest, started drafting the thought that maybe the van was just a van. Then the left headlight swung out. The pair of them slid into the passing lane and began to grow. No hurry to it, no drama. A vehicle changing lanes and picking up speed, and 100 vehicles had done that all night. Except this one grew until it was 200 yards back, then 100. And as it came up level with my trailer, I looked down through my window, and there it was. White cargo van, Texas plates. A shape at the wheel, heavy set, and I did not turn my head. I watched it in the glass, and with the edge of my eye, and the van ran alongside my drives for 3 or 4 seconds, right in the blind spot a professional would choose, and then pulled ahead and eased right, and its blinker came on for the rest area exit, 1 mile ahead. It went down the ramp. I watched its taillights sink into the dark of the rest area, positioning itself where it could watch the entrance, waiting for a Kenworth that had just told the whole radio it was coming to bed. I drove past that exit at 67 miles an hour, and I did not so much as lift my foot, and passing it felt enormous. The rest area lights slid by on my right and were gone, and somewhere behind my curtain a woman lay in the dark, doing the same thing I was doing, waiting to find out what I'd do next. As far as she knew, I'd simply changed my mind, which tired drivers do all the time. As far as I knew, I'd just confirmed that there were 2 of them, that they were coordinated, and that the plan had a shape now. She rides, I stop somewhere dark, the van closes in, and a truck full of aluminum and a driver full of blood go wherever trucks and drivers go when the industry news says the driver abandoned his vehicle. I messaged dispatch. Van took the bait at the rest area at mile marker 214. White cargo van, Texas plates. 2 of them working together. I am not stopping. Fort Stockton Police or Pecos County Sheriff, I will bring it to them. The reply came back inside a minute. Sheriff notified. They are coordinating. Continue to Fort Stockton. Do not stop for anything. They will be ready. And then there was nothing left to do but the hour. I want to try to give you that hour, and I know before I start that I'm going to fail because nothing happened during it, and it was the longest span of time I have ever lived. 50-some miles of Interstate 10. The van reappeared in my mirrors within 10 minutes, hanging back at its quarter mile, and I understood that it would just keep doing that, patient, all night if it had to, because from their side, nothing had gone wrong yet. From their side, a tired driver had gotten a second wind. Fine. He'd stop eventually. Everybody stops eventually. Behind me the curtain stayed shut, and I drove with a passenger I could not see and could not forget for 1 second. Do you know what your own sleeper sounds like when you're listening to it? I do now. I know every tick my bunk frame makes over an expansion joint. I know the sound my blanket makes against the wall. Twice in that hour I heard her move, small settling sounds, weight shifting on the mattress, and both times every hair on my arm stood up and I had to run my eyes across my gauges one by one. Oil, pyro, air, fuel, naming them in my head, just to have somewhere to put my mind. Once, and only once, the curtain opened. It was maybe 40 minutes into the hour. I caught it in the edge of the mirror light, the left seam of the curtain easing back from the wall, less than an inch, a dark gap, and in the gap, low down, part of a hand, fingers curled around the curtain's edge, and above the fingers a strip of cuff, pink. She held it there for a while. I will never know how long, because time had stopped meaning anything, but call it a minute. She was looking at me, at the back of my head, at the mirrors, at my phone glowing on its mount with its map running and nothing else, at a driver slouched and steady with one wrist hung over the wheel, checking her work. I gave her a man with no idea. I let my head nod a little with the road. I reached over slow and turned the CB volume 1 notch without a flicker in my face, and some while later, when I looked again, the seam was closed and the hand was gone. A few minutes after that, my spare phone lit up inside the sleeper. I keep an old phone back there on a shelf by the bunk, plugged in as a backup. I'd forgotten it existed. What I saw was its glow, a soft square of light soaking through the curtain fabric low on the left side, on for half a minute, off, then on again a few minutes later. She'd found it. And she wasn't calling anybody, no voice ever came. So she was typing to the van, updating them. He's still driving, he's talking on the radio. He doesn't know anything. And the glow through the curtain, the light of my own phone being used to manage my own hunting, made me angrier than anything else in the whole night. Some cold, clean strip of anger that I was honestly glad to have, because it burned off the last of the shake in my hands. I used the CB one more time in that hour. I keyed up to nobody in particular and grumbled about my pyrometer running hot. Said I might have an exhaust leak. Said out loud to the empty channel that I'd have to get it looked at in Fort Stockton in the morning, and I guessed I'd limp it in and park at the truck stop there. Half of that was for her, so the destination made sense. Half was for the van, same reason. A truck stop in Fort Stockton was a fine place for their plan. Busy enough to enter, dark enough at the edges. Let them both spend the last 50 miles believing the night still belonged to them. Dispatch messaged at every interval, and I answered at every interval. And somewhere in the last 20 miles the messages changed tone. Deputies staged. When you reach town, proceed to the sheriff's complex on Highway 285. Do not slow before. They know your truck. Lay on your horn when you arrive and get out and walk. Do not look back at the cab. The lights of Fort Stockton came up out of the desert a few minutes after 1:30 in the morning. That low orange smear that towns make on the night sky out there. And I let the cruise off and came down through the gears on the long approach. And that's when she spoke to me. It was the first human voice from behind that curtain in 118 miles, and it was calm and unhurried and pitched the way you'd talk to a friend in the front seat. She said, "You missed your exit." The truck stop exit was sliding past on my right. She'd been following the signs through the gap in the curtain, or on my spare phone's map. She knew the plan I'd fed the radio, and I'd just driven past it, and she wanted to know why. And she decided the fastest way to find out was to stop being a stowaway and become a passenger. Easy as that, 3 feet behind my ear. I have been asked many times what I said back. I said nothing, not one word. I put my blinker on for the next exit, the business route into town, and took the ramp at a legal and reasonable speed. And in my mirrors, the white van came down the ramp after me with no quarter-mile left in it at all. Close now. Closing. Because a truck off its script had made them decide too, and everything everywhere was out of patience at the same time. The sheriff's complex sits off the highway on the south side, and I knew the building. I'd driven past it 100 times in 11 years and never once thought about it. And now it was the only place on the surface of the earth. She said something else behind me as I made the last turn. Sharper this time. My name off my own permit book maybe, or just hey, hey, hey. And I heard her weight come off the bunk, and I did not answer, and I did not turn around. I swung the truck into the complex lot wide and hard, right at the front of the building, right up over the painted lines, and I put my palm on the air horn, and I held it down. Held it. Set the parking brakes with the horn still roaring. Both valves bang and bang, grabbed my keys, opened my door, and went down the steps in one motion, and I walked away from my own truck across that parking lot, on legs I couldn't feel, toward the glass doors, and the figures already coming out of them. And I did exactly what dispatch said. I did not look back. What I know from after, deputies came around both sides of that Kenworth within seconds. Weapons out, lights up, and they took her out of my sleeper without anyone getting hurt. She'd been headed over the seats when the horn went off and the world filled with cops, and she'd gone back and down instead, under the bunk, into the space behind the loose panel, and that's where they found her, along with her backpack. In the backpack were plastic restraints, a roll of tape, a stun gun, and my spare phone, still logged into a message thread with one other number. The van never even made it to me. A second set of deputies had it stopped at a fuel station on the edge of town within minutes, and the heavy-set man from Sierra Blanca was in cuffs before I'd finished saying my own name to the officer taking my statement. Over the weeks after, investigators tied the two of them to a string of jobs across 3 states. Trucks that vanished with their loads. Drivers who, the reports all said, had apparently walked away from their rigs and their careers and their lives at remote stops, abandoned their vehicles, and never turned up. 4 of those drivers have never turned up. I got my truck back after 2 days of processing. First thing I did was drive it to a shop and pay full price, no complaints, to have the luggage latch replaced, and that panel behind the bunk screwed down with steel fasteners, and I stood there and watched them do it. I still run Interstate 10. I ran it last month, but there's a stretch now, between Van Horn and Fort Stockton, where the radio stays off and my eyes do a circuit they never used to do. Mirrors, curtain, mirrors, and I let myself remember it because I think I owe it that. 118 miles of desert, a man drinking his coffee, mumbling on his radio, nodding along with the road, keeping his voice flat and his hands still while his heart tried to break out of him. She had been 6 feet behind me for 118 miles. I have been driving tractor trailers for a little over 12 years, and I am one of those drivers who does the same walk around every single time I stop. I do not care if I have been parked for 10 hours or 10 minutes. Before I move the truck, I get out and look at it. I check the steer tires. I look beneath the engine for fresh leaks. I make sure nobody has pulled my 5th wheel release. I look at the airlines, the drive tires, the trailer tandems, the doors, and the seal. If it is dark, I do it with a flashlight. If it is raining, I do it in the rain. Other drivers have given me a hard time over it. I have been told I act like a driving school instructor. I have had guys laugh at me for checking a truck that had not moved since the night before. I never took it personally. Most of the drivers saying that had probably done the same thing when they were new. After enough years on the road, though, people start cutting corners. I understand why. You get tired. It is cold outside. Your appointment is already tight, and the truck beside you is parked so close that you can barely squeeze between the mirrors. Sometimes you just want to release the brakes and get moving. I am not going to pretend I never cut corners anywhere else. I have eaten things from truck stop hot cases that should probably have required a medical waiver. I have driven longer than I wanted because the next safe place to park was farther away than I expected. I have postponed showers, slept in dirty clothes, and convinced myself that a strange engine noise could wait until morning. The walk-around is the one thing I have always done. The reason goes back to something an instructor told me when I was getting my commercial license. He said a tractor trailer was too large for the driver to know what was around it without getting out and looking. That sounds obvious, but it stuck with me. From the driver's seat, you can see a lot. You have mirrors covering both sides. You sit high enough to look over most traffic. You have lights, cameras, alarms, and sensors. But there are places around a truck that are completely invisible from the cab. I found that out in Amarillo. This happened several winters ago. I was working for a medium-sized refrigerated carrier based in Arkansas, although I was pulling a dry van that week because the company had more dry freight than refrigerated loads. I had picked up mixed grocery freight from a warehouse on the west side of Albuquerque. It was going to a distribution center in Oklahoma City. The trailer was loaded fairly heavy, a little under 40,000 pounds, and the appointment was late the following morning. It should have been an easy run. I left Albuquerque in the afternoon, went east through the mountains, and crossed into Texas after dark. A cold front had moved through earlier that day. The roads were dry, but the temperature was dropping quickly, and the wind was strong enough to push at the side of the trailer. Anyone who has driven through the Texas Panhandle knows what that wind can be like. There is not much out there to slow it down. It comes across the open ground and catches the trailer like a sail. By the time I reached Amarillo, I had been correcting against it for hours. I was not falling asleep, but I was worn out in that way drivers understand. My shoulders hurt from holding the wheel. My eyes felt dry. I was hungry, and I had begun paying more attention to the clock on my electronic log than I was comfortable with. I had enough driving time left to continue beyond the city, but not enough to guarantee that I would find legal parking farther east. Every experienced driver has made that calculation. You can take the safe space you see now, or you can gamble on another one 50 miles down the road. I decided not to gamble. The first major truck stop I checked was full. Drivers were already parked along the entrance ramp and around the edges of the fuel island. The second place was not much better. I made one slow loop through the lot and saw 3 trucks waiting for one driver who appeared to be getting ready to leave. I kept going. On the east side of Amarillo, not far from the airport, I pulled into an older independent truck plaza on the frontage road beside Interstate 40. I am not going to name the place. What happened was not the truck stop's fault, and as far as I know, it has changed ownership since then anyway. The main lot was paved and fairly well lit. The overflow area behind it was another story. It was a broad section of cracked asphalt and packed dirt running behind the service building. A low-budget motel sat beyond a chain-link fence on one side. On the other side was an open field with dead winter grass and scattered trash caught along the fence. The overflow area had several light poles, but only about half of them worked. There were already close to 20 trucks back there. Some were lined up correctly. Others had made their own spaces wherever they could fit. A few bobtail tractors were parked along the motel fence, and there were several passenger vehicles mixed in with them. I found a pull-through space near the back. That mattered later. Instead of backing toward the fence, I was able to pull through between 2 rows and stop with my tractor facing east. When I left in the morning, I would only need to release the brakes and drive forward. There was a flatbed on my driver's side and an empty space on my passenger side. Beyond that space was a narrow lane leading toward the motel parking lot. I set the brakes, shut down the engine, and sat there for a minute listening to the wind push against the cab. It was a little after 1 in the morning. My company required a post-trip inspection at the end of the shift. Some drivers completed it from the seat and checked every box without looking at anything. I got out. The temperature was somewhere in the upper 20s, but the wind made it feel much colder. It cut through my sweatshirt before I had taken 3 steps. I walked around the front of the tractor and checked the passenger side steer tire. I looked beneath the engine with my flashlight. I checked the drive tires, the air lines, the 5th wheel, and the trailer. There was nobody beneath the truck. I want to make that clear. There was nothing beside the drive tires. There was nothing lying between the tractor and the trailer. I shined my flashlight directly through that area while looking at the airlines. I checked the trailer seal, entered the number into the company application, and took the required photograph. When I came back along the driver's side, a man was standing near my cab. I had not heard him approach because of the wind and the idling trucks around us. He looked to be in his mid-30s, although it was hard to tell in the poor lighting. He was thin and wore jeans, work boots, and a tan canvas jacket over a gray sweatshirt. He had no hat despite the cold. His hair was very short, and there was a dark mark near one side of his mouth. At first I thought it was a shadow. When he stepped closer to the light, I realized his lip was split. He asked if I was heading east. I said I was. He wanted to know how far. That is a question drivers hear all the time. Sometimes it is another driver asking about road conditions. Sometimes it is someone looking for a ride. Every company I have worked for has had strict rules against unauthorized passengers, and I would not have let a stranger into my truck regardless. I told him I was going to Oklahoma City, but could not take anyone with me. He said his brother had left him at the motel after an argument. According to him, his wallet and phone were both in his brother's pickup. He only needed to get as far as Oklahoma City, where he had family. I told him again that I could not help. He offered me $200. That was when I became uncomfortable. People who honestly need a ride usually do not lead with that much cash after claiming they have lost their wallet. I also noticed that he kept looking past me toward the motel. I followed his eyes. A dark pickup was parked near the far end of the motel building. Its headlights were off, but the engine appeared to be running. I could see exhaust moving through the cold air. The man said the money was in his jacket. He reached toward one of the pockets, but I stepped back and told him not to. I was not accusing him of having a weapon. I simply did not want him reaching into his clothing while standing that close to me in a dark parking lot. He stopped. For a second, neither of us said anything. Then he asked when I planned to leave. I should not have answered. I know that now. At the time, I assumed he was deciding whether it was worth waiting around in case I changed my mind. I told him I would be leaving after my break, sometime around sunrise. The man looked toward the motel again. The pickup had begun moving. It rolled slowly through the motel lot without turning on its headlights. When it reached the opening in the fence, it turned into the truck overflow area. The man immediately walked away from me. He did not run. He just lowered his head and moved between two parked trailers toward the service building. The pickup continued in the same direction. It was an older, dark-colored crew cab truck. I could not see the license plate from where I stood. There appeared to be two people inside, but the windows were tinted. It passed behind my trailer and followed the lane the man had taken. I waited beside my tractor for another minute, expecting to hear an argument or see someone chasing him. Nothing happened. The pickup disappeared between the parked trucks. I considered going inside and telling the clerk, but I did not know what I would have reported. A man had asked me for a ride. A pickup had driven through a parking lot. That was it. I climbed into my cab, locked both doors, and pulled the curtains closed. The whole interaction had bothered me, but not enough to make me leave. That is another question people have asked since then. Why did I stay? The answer is that strange encounters happen at truck stops. Drivers see people arguing, asking for money, selling things, looking for rides, and wandering around at all hours. If I abandoned every parking space because someone made me uncomfortable, I would never complete a break. I also had very little time left on my driving clock. Moving to another truck stop could have put me in violation, and there was no guarantee another space would be available. So I stayed. I went into the service building to use the restroom and buy food. The place was old but clean enough. There was one clerk behind the counter and a maintenance employee mopping near the coffee station. I looked for the man in the tan jacket. He was not inside. I bought a microwaved sandwich, a bottle of water, and a cup of coffee I did not need. On my way back to the truck, I noticed the dark pickup parked beside the motel again. This time the engine was off. I could not see anyone inside. Back in the cab, I ate while checking messages from dispatch. My delivery appointment had not changed. The weather east of Amarillo looked clear. I sent my wife a message saying I had stopped for the night and would call after the delivery. Then I set my alarm and moved into the sleeper. I run an auxiliary power unit at night rather than idling the main engine. It cycles on and off depending on the temperature and battery level. When it shuts down, the cab can become surprisingly quiet. I remember lying there and hearing the wind rattle something against the trailer beside me. At some point I fell asleep. I do not know exactly when I woke up the first time. The clock on the sleeper wall said a little after 3, but I cannot say whether I had been awake for a few seconds or several minutes before looking at it. Something had bumped the truck. It was not a hard impact. The cab rocked once on its suspension, followed by a faint scraping sound beneath the sleeper. I stayed still and listened. Nothing followed. My first thought was that the flatbed driver beside me had opened a storage box and struck my tractor. My second thought was that someone was trying to steal fuel. Fuel theft was not as common there as it was in some places, but it happened. The caps on that truck did not lock, and a person with a hose and a few containers could take quite a bit before a sleeping driver noticed. I got out of the bunk and looked through a narrow gap in the curtain. The driver's side mirror showed the flatbed beside me. Its lights were off. There was no movement around it. I checked the passenger side. The empty parking space was still empty. Beyond it, the motel lot was mostly dark. I could see the pickup, though. It was parked near the end of the motel building with its front pointed toward the truck lot. I watched for a while. Nobody moved around it. I thought about getting dressed and checking outside, but the temperature had dropped and the cab was still moving slightly in the wind. I decided the wind had shifted something beneath the trailer or pushed a piece of debris against the truck. I returned to the bunk. Several minutes later, the auxiliary power unit shut down. That was when I heard voices. They were low and close, somewhere behind the cab. I could not make out most of what was being said because of the wind and the insulation in the sleeper. Then one voice became clear. It said, "Get his arm in." There are certain sentences your brain tries to correct after you hear them. I told myself the man had said something about an alarm. Maybe the flatbed driver was helping another driver repair something. Maybe there were mechanics working between the trucks. I listened again. I heard a dragging sound, followed by a soft metallic knock beneath the floor. The truck moved on its suspension. I sat up and reached for my phone. There was no reason for anyone to be beneath my tractor at 3 in the morning. I considered calling 911, but I still did not know what was happening. I did not want to tell an emergency dispatcher that I had heard a noise under my truck and imagined a sentence through the wall. Instead, I turned on the exterior work lights. Those lights illuminated the back of the tractor and the area around the fifth wheel. From inside the cab, I watched the mirrors. For 1 second, I saw a shadow move across the passenger side light. Then it was gone. A vehicle door closed somewhere near the motel. The dark pickup's parking lights came on. It pulled away from the motel, crossed the overflow lot, and exited toward the frontage road. I never saw who got into it. The lot became quiet again. I waited with the lights on for close to 15 minutes. No one approached the truck. No one appeared in the mirrors. Eventually, I convinced myself that whoever had been outside was gone. I did not go back to sleep properly after that. I lay in the bunk with my phone beside me and listened to every noise. The wind pushed at the trailer. Air tanks discharged. Refrigeration units started and stopped. Drivers pulled out of spaces, their headlights moving through the curtains. Each sound seemed connected to the one beneath my cab. By around 5, the truck lot had begun waking up. Engines started in different rows. Drivers walked toward the service building carrying shower bags and coffee cups. The ordinary activity made me feel foolish. Whatever I had heard during the night seemed less threatening once other people were outside. My alarm went off shortly before 5:30. I got dressed, moved into the driver's seat, and checked the electronic log. I had completed my break. If I left within the next half hour, I would reach the receiver with enough time to fuel and still arrive early. I started the engine and let the air pressure build. This detail is important. I started the engine, but I did not release either brake. The yellow and red knobs remained pulled out. The tractor and trailer were still locked in place. While the engine warmed, I entered my route into the navigation system and completed the first part of the company's electronic inspection form. I remember being annoyed about having to get out. The cab was warm. Outside, the temperature was below freezing. The wind had not eased. I had already inspected the truck before going to sleep, and it had not moved. For maybe half a second, I considered checking the boxes from the seat. I had never done that before, but I considered it. Then I thought about the noise beneath the sleeper. I put on my coat, grabbed my flashlight, and climbed down. The sky was beginning to lighten, but the overflow lot was still mostly dark. A thin gray line sat along the eastern horizon. The light poles made the blowing dust and bits of trash look like they were moving through fog. I started at the front of the tractor. The hood was still latched. There were no fresh leaks beneath the engine. Both steer tires looked normal. I moved along the driver's side. The fuel cap was secure. Nothing appeared damaged around the steps or battery box. The flatbed beside me was still parked. Its curtains were closed, although the engine was idling. I walked between the back of my cab and the trailer, checking the airlines and fifth wheel. Everything was connected. When I reached the passenger side, my flashlight passed over something near the drive tires. At first, I thought it was an old work boot. Truck stop lots collect all kinds of trash. I have seen shoes, clothes, broken appliances, bottles, mattresses, and pieces of furniture abandoned beside parked trucks. The boot was lying on its side beneath the fuel tank. I moved the light farther inward. There was a leg attached to it. For a moment, I could not understand what I was seeing. A man was lying crosswise beneath the tractor. His legs extended under the frame toward the driver's side. His upper body was on the passenger side, directly in front of the first set of drive tires. One shoulder was pushed partly beneath the outer tire. The side of his head was less than a foot from the rubber. If the truck moved forward, the drive tires would pass over his upper body. The man was wearing jeans and a tan canvas jacket. It was the person who had asked me for a ride. His hands were secured behind his back with black plastic ties. Gray tape covered his mouth and wrapped around the back of his head. There was dried blood along one side of his face, much more than I had seen earlier. His eyes were closed. I stumbled backward and nearly dropped the flashlight. My first assumption was that he was dead. Then I saw his jacket move. It was a very small movement, but it matched the rhythm of breathing. I looked toward the motel. The dark pickup was gone. I looked around the truck lot. Several drivers were walking near the service building, but nobody was close enough to see what I had found. I crouched a few feet away from the man. I did not touch him. I was afraid his neck or back might be broken, and I did not know whether moving him would make things worse. I said that I was going to call for help. His eyelids moved, but he did not open them. I stood and dialed 911. The dispatcher asked for the address. I gave the name of the truck plaza and described the overflow lot. I explained that an injured man had been placed beneath my tractor and that the truck had not moved since the previous night. She asked whether the person was breathing. I said he was. She told me not to move him and not to move the truck. I remember looking through the gap between the drive tires and thinking there was no possibility of me moving it. The dispatcher asked whether anyone else was nearby. Before I could answer, I saw the dark pickup enter the motel driveway. It came from the frontage road with its headlights off. I told the dispatcher that the vehicle I had seen during the night had returned. She instructed me to get inside my cab, lock the doors, and remain on the phone. I climbed up the passenger side steps because they were closest. The moment I shut the door, I locked both sides. The pickup crossed through the opening in the fence and entered the overflow lot. It was moving faster than before. I shifted into the driver's seat and watched through the mirrors. The pickup drove behind my trailer and stopped at an angle, partly blocking the lane. Both front doors opened. 2 men got out. Neither of them was the man beneath the truck. The driver was broad and heavy-set, wearing a dark coat and a baseball cap. The passenger was thinner, with a hood pulled over his head. The heavy-set man walked toward my door. The thinner one went directly to the passenger side drive tires. That removed any doubt that they knew the injured man was there. I told the dispatcher what they were doing. She said officers were on the way and repeated that I should not leave the cab. The heavy-set man reached my door and pulled the handle. When it did not open, he struck the glass with the side of his hand. He pointed toward the ground beneath the tractor and shouted that there was someone under my truck. I already knew that. Then he pointed forward. He wanted me to move. At first, he acted as though he were trying to help. He made a rolling motion with both hands and pointed toward the front of the truck again. The thin man had crouched beside the drive tires. He reached beneath the tractor, grabbed the injured man by the back of his jacket, and pulled. The man's head moved closer to the tire. I leaned on the air horn. The sound filled the lot. The heavy-set man jumped away from the door. The thin man released the jacket and covered his ears. I held the horn for several seconds, stopped, and then sounded it again. Curtains opened in nearby trucks. Headlights came on. The driver in the flatbed beside me leaned toward his window. The heavy-set man began striking my door again. This time he was not pretending to help. He shouted that I had run over someone and needed to get out. The dispatcher could hear him through my phone. I told her the truck had not moved. The brakes were still set, and my electronic log showed I had been stationary all night. She told me not to argue with him and said officers were close. The thin man reached under the tractor again. He pulled the injured man farther toward the tire. I sounded the horn until the air pressure began dropping. The heavy-set man moved away from my door and took out his phone. A few seconds later, the thin man stood and walked quickly toward the service building. I assumed he was leaving. He was not. He had called the truck stop. The overnight maintenance employee came out through a rear door carrying a flashlight. The thin man met him halfway and began pointing toward my tractor. The employee followed him. From inside the cab, I could not hear their conversation. I could see the thin man making frantic gestures. He pointed at the drive tires, then at me, then forward along the lane. The maintenance employee approached the passenger side and shined his flashlight beneath the truck. He saw the injured man. He immediately stepped back. The thin man moved beside him and made the same rolling gesture the heavyset man had made. They wanted the employee to signal me forward. For a second, it appeared to work. The employee came around the front of the tractor and stood where I could see him through the windshield. He raised one arm and motioned for me to move ahead slowly. I shook my head. He signaled again. The two suspects had apparently told him that the man was trapped, and the truck needed to move before anyone could pull him out. I pointed down toward my brake knobs and yelled through the closed window that the man was alive and directly in front of the tires. The employee could not hear me over the engine. The heavyset man stepped into view and began signaling too. I grabbed my Citizens Band radio microphone. Most drivers leave the radio on channel 19, although plenty keep the volume low at night. I said that any driver in the East Overflow area needed to call 911. I told them 2 men were trying to make me move my tractor with an injured person beneath the drive tires. My voice sounded much calmer over the radio than I felt. The flatbed driver beside me answered almost immediately. He asked which truck. I described mine and said I was directly beside him. His curtain opened fully. A few seconds later, the flatbed's horn sounded. Then another truck horn answered from across the lot. The maintenance employee stopped signaling. He looked beneath the tractor again, this time from farther away. I saw his flashlight settle on the injured man's hands. The black ties were clearly visible. The employee backed away from the thin man. The thin man reached for his arm. The employee pulled free and began walking quickly toward the service building. That was when both suspects dropped the act. The thin man ran toward my passenger door and climbed onto the step. He pulled the handle, then struck the window with a small metal object. The first impact made a sharp cracking sound. The glass did not break, but it left a mark near the bottom corner. I moved away from the passenger side and pressed myself against the driver's door. The thin man struck the window again. The heavyset man circled around the front of the tractor. The dispatcher told me officers were entering the property. I could not see them yet. The flatbed driver opened his door. He was an older man with a white beard. He remained on the upper step of his cab and held his phone in front of him, recording. He did not approach the suspects, which was the smart thing to do. He simply shouted that police were coming and that both men were on camera. The thin man stepped down from my truck. The heavyset man looked toward the frontage road. Blue lights had appeared near the fuel entrance. Both suspects ran for the pickup. The heavyset man reached the driver's side first. The thin man climbed into the passenger seat while the truck was already beginning to move. They reversed down the lane behind my trailer. A tanker had pulled forward from one of the rows and stopped across part of the exit. I do not know whether the driver had heard my radio call or simply saw the commotion, but his trailer blocked the most direct path to the frontage road. The pickup swerved around him and cut between 2 parked tractors. One of its mirrors struck the side of a trailer and broke away. The pickup continued toward the motel. A marked patrol vehicle entered through the opening in the fence at the same time. The pickup driver tried to turn around the patrol vehicle. He climbed a curb, crossed a strip of dead grass, and hit the motel's chain-link fence. The fence bent but did not collapse. The pickup became wedged between the fence and a concrete drainage barrier. Both doors opened. The thin man ran behind the motel. The heavy-set driver made it only a few steps before an officer stopped him beside the fence. 2 more patrol vehicles entered the lot. One continued around the motel after the passenger. I stayed inside the cab. Even after I saw the heavy-set man on the ground with his hands behind his back, I did not unlock the doors. The dispatcher told me to remain where I was until an officer came to me. That took less than a minute. It felt much longer. An officer approached from the front with one hand raised where I could see it. I lowered the window a few inches and confirmed that I had called. He asked whether the brakes were set. I said both the tractor and trailer brakes were engaged and had been the entire time. He told me not to touch anything. Emergency medical personnel arrived shortly after. They crawled beneath the tractor from the passenger side. One of them cut the plastic ties around the man's wrists, while another stabilized his head. They removed the tape from his mouth and placed an oxygen mask over his face. I could not hear what the injured man said. I saw his eyes open once. It took several people to slide him onto a board and move him away from the tires. They carried him to the ambulance and left almost immediately. By then, officers had found the second suspect behind the motel. He had tried to hide inside an outdoor utility enclosure. A maintenance worker saw him climbing the fence and pointed officers in the right direction. Both men were taken away. I assumed I would be allowed to leave after giving a statement. Instead, the entire area around my tractor became a crime scene. An officer photographed the ground, the drive tires, the passenger door, and the small mark where the suspect had struck the window. Another officer crawled beneath the tractor and collected pieces of gray tape and one cut plastic tie. They asked me to shut down the engine, but leave the brakes set. I remained in the cab for close to an hour while they worked. Eventually, a detective arrived and asked me to explain everything from the moment I entered the lot. I told him about the man asking for a ride. I described the dark pickup, the split lip, the offer of $200, and the question about when I would leave. I told him about waking to the truck moving on its suspension. I repeated the sentence I had heard beneath the sleeper, "Get his arm in." The detective wrote it down. He asked whether I had performed an inspection after parking. I said I had. That turned out to be important. My company's application recorded the exact time I completed the post-trip inspection. It also stored the photograph I had taken of the trailer seal. The picture did not show the area beneath the tractor, but the timestamp supported what I had said. The electronic log showed that the truck had remained stationary from shortly after 1 in the morning until police arrived. The engine control system also recorded that the transmission had never been placed into gear after I parked. There was no mechanical possibility that I had driven over the man and forgotten about it. The detective asked whether my truck had exterior cameras. It had a forward-facing camera mounted near the windshield, but no cameras aimed at the sides or rear. The forward camera showed me entering the overflow lot and pulling into the space. It also showed that nobody had been lying in front of the tractor when I arrived. It did not show what happened behind the cab during the night. The truck plaza had security cameras covering the fuel island, store entrances, and main parking area. The overflow lot was only partly visible. The motel had several cameras. Most of those worked. Police reviewed the recordings while I waited. A little before 8 in the morning, the detective returned and asked me to watch part of the video. It was recorded from a camera mounted above the motel office. The image was grainy and had no sound, but it showed the opening in the fence and much of the truck overflow area. At a little after 3 in the morning, the dark pickup left a parking space beside the motel. It stopped behind my trailer with its lights off. The 2 suspects got out. They opened the rear door and pulled the man in the tan jacket from the back seat. His hands were already tied. They dragged him across the asphalt using his jacket and the back of his belt. He appeared unconscious. His boots struck the ground as they moved him between the trailers. That was the scraping sound I had heard. The video did not clearly show them placing him beneath my tractor because another trailer blocked the camera's view. It showed both men disappear beside my truck. Several minutes later, my exterior work lights came on. The suspects immediately returned to the pickup and left. The bump that woke me had almost certainly been the injured man's body striking the fuel tank or one of the suspension components. The detective said turning on the lights might have saved the man's life. The suspects had not finished positioning him when they left. One of his arms was still extended outward. That was apparently what they had been discussing when I heard them. Had I remained asleep, they might have pushed him farther beneath the truck. Had I gotten out, I might have encountered both of them in the dark. I asked why they had returned at sunrise. The detective did not know yet. He said they may have been watching from somewhere nearby. They could have expected me to leave earlier. When I started the engine but did not move, they might have assumed something had gone wrong. The pickup had also left the motel property for more than an hour. Police believed the suspects had used that time to dispose of the injured man's belongings. They found his phone later that morning in a drainage ditch beside the frontage road. The truck remained in place until close to noon. My company sent another driver to take the trailer and complete the delivery. A mobile mechanic disconnected the tractor from it after officers finished photographing the fifth wheel area. I was taken to the police station to give a formal statement. By that point, I had been awake most of the night. I remember sitting beneath fluorescent lights with a paper cup of coffee, repeating the same details until I was no longer sure which parts I had already said. The detective was patient. He explained that repetition was useful. People sometimes remembered small details during the second or third account. The only additional detail I remembered was the dark mark near the injured man's mouth when he approached me. I had assumed it was a split lip. It probably was. The suspects had already struck him before he asked for the ride. Late that afternoon, the detective told me the man had survived. He had a fractured jaw, several broken ribs, a concussion, and injuries to both wrists from the plastic ties. He was also suffering from exposure after lying beneath the truck in freezing temperatures. He had not been run over. The outer drive tire had been touching the shoulder of his jacket, but the weight of the tractor was not on him. The tire had settled close enough to leave a curved black mark on the fabric. I was released that evening. My company put me in a motel on the other side of Amarillo while they arranged for the tractor to be returned. I did not sleep much. I kept thinking about the moment before I climbed out for the inspection. The air pressure had been full. The engine was running. All I needed to do was push in 2 brake knobs and place the transmission into gear. My tractor had enough torque to move 40,000 pounds of freight from a complete stop. It would not have noticed a human body. A few weeks later, the detective called me with more information. The injured man had known both suspects. The 3 of them had come to Amarillo together from another part of Texas. They were involved in a planned theft connected to a drug transaction at the motel. The details changed depending on which person was speaking, but the basic story was that a large amount of cash had gone missing from one of the rooms. The man in the tan jacket had taken it. He had tried to leave before the other 2 realized what he had done. That was why he approached me. He was not stranded because his brother had abandoned him. He was attempting to escape the motel before the others found him. The $200 he offered was real. Police found more cash sewn into the lining of his jacket after he reached the hospital. When he walked away from my truck, the pickup followed him. The motel cameras showed him entering a rear stairwell. The suspects caught him on the second floor and forced him into a room. They beat him, tied his hands, and questioned him about the missing money. At some point, he told them about the eastbound truck. He said I was going to Oklahoma City after sunrise. The suspects knew which tractor he meant because they had seen him speaking to me. According to the detective, the idea of putting him beneath the truck came from the heavyset man. They did not have some intelligent plan to make the death look completely accidental. The bindings alone would have made that impossible. Their thinking was much simpler. They wanted someone else to perform the physical act. They believed I would wake up in the dark, start the truck, and drive forward without looking underneath it. By the time anyone discovered what had happened, my tractor would be on Interstate 40. Even if investigators eventually determined that the man had been placed there deliberately, the suspects expected the immediate confusion to give them time to leave Amarillo. They also knew that a loaded tractor could destroy physical evidence. The detective said one of them had described it as letting the truck finish it. I never learned which one said that. The injured man admitted his role in the events at the motel and faced charges of his own after recovering. He was not an innocent person. He had stolen money, participated in the original scheme, and lied to me about why he needed a ride. None of that meant he deserved to be crushed beneath a truck. Both suspects eventually accepted plea agreements on charges connected to the kidnapping and attempted killing. The heavyset man received the longer sentence because investigators believed the plan had been his. The second man also received decades in prison. I was asked to provide a written statement, but did not have to testify. The video, the emergency call, the physical evidence beneath the truck, and the injured man's account were enough. My company replaced the damaged passenger window and returned the tractor to me several days later. Before I drove it away, I performed a full inspection. When I reached the passenger side drive tires, There was still a faint black mark on the outer tire where the man's jacket had touched it. The mark was only a few inches above the pavement. That was how close he had been. If I had pushed in the brakes before getting out of the cab, the police report would have said that I killed him. I want to start this off by stating that I'm a 25-year-old female, and I don't really consider myself to be an expert camper, if that's even a proper term. I'm somewhat of a novice, at least when compared to my boyfriend, who's been on countless of outings all over the country since he was a teen. I would never make it on my own, while he would probably find a way to send a smoke signal even on a rainy day. I think that should paint a clear enough picture of where we both stand on the subject. But if there's one thing we share in common, it's the fact that we've read and heard about all kinds of strange, creepy, and downright unexplainable things happening in remote locations. Of course, when it comes to the internet, you'll just have to take it all with a grain of salt. But even when it comes to some fellow campers that we've met on the road, you just never know. Sure, they don't really have a reason to lie, but then again, what's the harm? They tell some random nobodies a weird story that they came up with just for kicks, and in the process, they might even get them to scare themselves later on by overthinking it. Like I said, I'm not an experienced camper, but I'm no stranger to it either. Anyone that's ever gone camping will likely tell you that it's only natural to hear something weird every now and then. But hey, that's just nature for you. You eventually get over it, as my boyfriend said, but I'm pretty sure there's no getting over what happened to us. It happened on the second night of what was supposed to be a 4-day trip. The first thing I recall is suddenly waking up in the middle of the night with the weirdest sensation, almost as if I hadn't been sleeping at all before that, which is just weird to me. I heard some noise right outside our tent, and upon realizing my boyfriend wasn't next to me, I quickly came to the conclusion that the leaking sound outside was, well, him taking a leak. No big mystery there. No reason to freak out. He had gotten up to take a leak, and likely tried his best to make as little noise as possible. But because I have yet to get used to this sort of environment, I guess I can't help waking up due to the slightest thing, whether it's a sound, an itch, or whatever. It wasn't his fault, I thought, just as I was about to roll over and go back to sleep. But I couldn't roll over. I couldn't move. It didn't make sense to me, which was a good enough reason for me to start freaking out, if only fear hadn't gotten to me first. Just as soon as the words sleep paralysis popped in my head, I realized what was really going on. It's not that I couldn't literally move because my body wasn't responding, because I could tell that it was with what little sensation I had left before the chills took over, but rather something was keeping me in place with the strangest but firmest grip. I could clearly feel the pressure-like sensation, mostly on my arms, wrist and shoulders, and legs, occurring almost instantly whenever I tried to shift my position in any way I could, and prevented me from doing so. Just as I was about to call out to my boyfriend, however, a pressure manifested itself right in the back of my neck, almost as if a weight had been dropped on it. What's more, another familiar yet eerily distinct sensation appeared to cover my mouth. It felt cold, bony, and dry, like a branch or something like that. But even in that near darkness, my boyfriend had lit up a small lamp outside. I could see that there wasn't anything on me. and yet I couldn't bring myself to utter a single word. I could barely make a sound in my desperate state, and the more I tried to fend off this invisible force, the harder its grasp got. I did whatever I could, but it wasn't until I heard the voice that I stopped completely, out of fear more than anything else. "Thank you," it said, almost like a raspy whisper traveling along with the night breeze. My eyes quickly shifted to where my boyfriend was, right outside the tent. It couldn't have been him. I knew it couldn't have been him. The voice didn't belong to him, but whose could it be? Even in my current state, I was able to tell there wasn't anyone else inside the tent with me, but all signs seemed to indicate the very different reality than the one I was experiencing. Warm. So warm. It continued. It took me a moment, but once I added the voice on top of all of the other weird things that happened since I woke up, I instantly realized that those pressure-like sensations that were keeping me put felt a lot like hands and fingers holding me down, same as the ones over my neck and mouth. Thank you for being warm. By this point, tears were already streaming down my face as hundreds of thoughts flashed before my mind, each one darker than the last. My boyfriend eventually walked back inside the tent, completely oblivious to what I was going through. I tried to get his attention, but sadly, eyes looking out of their sockets due to absolute terror isn't something that makes a whole lot of noise. He just lay down next to me, unaware of it all. I can't blame him. I mean, from his perspective, he had gotten up to take a leak and had no reason to believe he had woke me up in the process. I feared he was just going to fall asleep and leave me alone with whatever was happening. But then he mumbled something. I waited, not that there was much else for me to do. "Yeah?" he asked. After another brief pause, he continued. "Babe, what is it? Stop nudging me." But I wasn't doing anything, because I couldn't, and if it wasn't me. He finally turned to face me, but as soon as our eyes met and he had saw the terror that had taken a hold of me, I saw him fall victim to the exact same thing. Unable to move and unable to speak, just like me. All I could do was lock eyes with his gaze as it gradually showed confusion, frustration, and finally, fear. "All so warm," the voice spoke again, and judging my boyfriend's reaction, I could tell that he heard it too. I wasn't crazy. Something was really going on, and whatever it was, we were completely powerless against it. I don't know exactly how long we stayed there just like that, completely motionless, staring into each other's eyes with tears rolling down our cheeks, unable to comfort one another when we were so certain that our lives were about to end. I lost track of time. It had become meaningless, especially with the voice constantly spewing crazy nonsense right into our ears throughout our entire ordeal, as if someone else was right in between the two of us. "Thank you. Thank you for being so warm. So warm." My boyfriend and I eventually snapped back into reality almost at the exact same time. By then, it was already morning, but we could tell that we hadn't gotten a second of sleep. Just by looking at each other's faces, we knew we both had experienced the same thing for real. It hadn't been a nightmare or a shared delusion of any kind. We quickly packed up our things and got out of there, while barely exchanging any words. On our way back, we came across an officer from the U.S. Forest Service who was able to tell almost instantly that something bad had happened to us. My boyfriend tried to shrug it off. He just wanted to get out of there and go home, but I couldn't help myself and blurted out some things about what had happened. I didn't even think. It probably all sounded like gibberish from a crazy lady, talking about a mysterious presence that got inside her tent, but the officer kept a calm, respectful, yet somehow somber, face throughout the entire exchange. First, he made sure that we weren't in need of any urgent medical attention, and then he called for a vehicle to come and pick us up before dropping us off at one of their small offices located nearby. He told us that we didn't have to do it if we didn't want to, but that he would greatly appreciate it if we could each provide a separate statement in regards to what happened that night. My boyfriend declined and insisted for me to do the same, but I didn't listen to him. After what we'd been through, it felt good having other people around you, ready to hear you out and not dismiss you right away. What's more, I could tell from my boyfriend's behavior that this is the sort of thing that he would just put a lid on and never bring up again. So, if I was ever going to talk openly about it and hope to get some kind of an explanation in return, it was now or never. Plus, the whole thing was relatively fresh in my mind, for better or worse, so I just had to do it. The officer was really cool and respectful, and I hope I'm not getting anyone in trouble by saying this, but I recorded most of our conversation with my phone without his knowledge or consent. I know it's probably against the law, but the reason I did it is because I wanted to make sure that I didn't forget any of the things he told me. You'll have to forgive me for that, but please do take into consideration my state of mind at the time. I was still somewhat out of it, not to mention the fact that we hadn't gotten any sleep or rest the night before either. So I was just making sure that I kept a proper record of it all for posterity, since I couldn't trust my brain to take note of all of the things he said and remember them down the line. I'm leaving out names, dates, and actual locations for that purpose alone, to avoid getting anyone in trouble. Once I finished telling him the whole thing, from beginning to end, he asked me to mark the location of our map as accurately as possible on one of his maps. I gave him the precise location, and right after doing so, he drew a circular radius around it, which perplexed me a little. The more I studied his pensive expression, the more convinced I became that this wasn't anything new to him. In fact, not only was this not new, it was also something that required some actual on-the-field work from him, which left me somewhat distraught. After all, if you tell most people a similar story to what happened to us, they would just shrug it off as it being your imagination's fault, I think. When I politely asked him what the deal was, he apologized, said it was nothing, and that they would take over from there and comb over the area to see if they'd find anything. I didn't believe him and called him out on it before I even realized it, much to my shame, but he was very understandable, and this is where I'll quote some of the things he said to me. Look, I've been doing this for quite a while, and I've heard and seen all sorts of things. I can't tell you anything more than that, because it wouldn't be right, you understand? It wouldn't be fair to you. You just experienced something you can't quite logically, rationally explain, and now you want answers. I get that, but I'm not in a position to give those to you. Maybe it was all in your head. Maybe it wasn't. What I'm trying to say is, it's part of our job to shoulder that burden. It's not yours to carry. Many campers lose their lives each year, most in unfortunate but preventable accidents, while others... And then there's those who happen to experience some things that just make them come out of the woods all shell-shocked and the like, but certain that they'll never set foot in a similar setting ever again for as long as they breathe. You're all right, miss. A little shaken, a little dehydrated, but you're all right. You're going to be okay, you and your partner, and that really is the only thing that matters. You're alive, you're okay. And the only thing that I wish for you is for you to forget about what happened, no matter how hard or impossible the idea may seem to you at this time. No, it's not worth it. Trust me on this one. If you try to figure things out on your own, not that I'm saying that there are things that need figuring out, mind you, you'll keep on spiraling down an endless rabbit hole. It's not worth it. What happened to you could have happened to anyone else. You just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's not about you, and it has nothing to do with you. That much I can assure you, but you best be certain that we'll take care of it. It's what we do. When I asked him if he had ever seen or heard similar reports of what I had described, he made a little grimace, clearly trying to fight off the urge to tell me more than he should. He had waved his hand, declining to answer, but knowing as well as I did that he had answered me in the process. Finally, when I asked him if I could leave my contact number for him to call me at a later time, maybe once the issue was resolved, and he could tell me about it, his response was very swift and pointless to contest. No, I'm sorry, but no. You've done more than enough. In fact, you've helped us out tremendously. Thank you for your time." Afterwards, they drove us all the way out of the area and dropped us near the city, from where we eventually made our way back home. It's been a little weird ever since, with my boyfriend not wanting to discuss these events, as if he's pretending that nothing happened at all. I can't tell if this whole thing just scared him to his core, or if there's something more to it. Either way, it helps being back in the city and being surrounded by all of this noise and people, but I don't know what's next for me. Part of me wants to follow the officer's advice. I'll admit that I'm still as curious as ever, cautiously so, but I know the man was not only speaking truthfully, but from experience as well. I really want to let it go, because that's probably for the best, but it's not that easy, especially with the internet at your disposal just a couple of swipes away, and a whole world of information and people out there, ready to share their stories and knowledge with you. This incident might have put my boyfriend off from camping for a little while, maybe permanently for all I know, but I can't say the same for me, I think. Maybe someday I'll go back, on my own. I really don't know why I would, but that's just the me talking right now. Who knows? In time, I might just find a good enough reason. I'm a private guard in a European country. My job is mainly at night, as I usually patrol the streets with my car. Here, the law about guns are quite restricted compared to the US. Our job is to prevent and report crimes to the actual police. We carry guns, but in fact we can't use them, as they are a mere dissuader to hostile subjects. My nights are made of me driving around, checking the outside of commercial buildings and answering alarms when needed. Usually in isolated places where cars don't usually pass by. My area is quite cold and humid, and it is not uncommon during the winter nights that a strong fog covers the streets, buildings, and entire villages, like in Silent Hill. A fog that would make you think everything is possible in those dark, isolated places. That night, I was doing my usual routine. I've almost finished my patrol. I was driving on an isolated road to reach one of the last clients, a warehouse for I don't know what kind of stuff. It was a secondary road running in the fields, nothing but grass and bushes on the sides of the street. As usual this time of year, the strong fog didn't let me see the road in front of me for more than several feet. Slowly, I was driving to the building, nothing but fog and the distant light of the warehouse in front of me. I was tired. The last coffee I had was consumed more than 2 hours before, and staying focused wasn't easy. Suddenly, a figure just a bit smaller than a human being crossed the road in front of me. The fog didn't let me see details. It was very fast, running like a dog, but for sure that unnatural pose and dimensions weren't like any animal I'd ever seen in my career. And I've seen deer, cats, once even a small bear crossing my path. Nothing like that, something vaguely similar to a human. I stopped the car immediately. I didn't know what I saw, but it for sure wasn't normal. My job was to repeat irregular detail during the patrol. But what should I say to the station? I saw something for a few seconds in front of my car's light? Really? Something very vivid, but that could be influenced by my tired brain? They probably would laugh at me in the best case scenario, suggest me to stop drinking on the job in the worst. I decided to go on and reach to the isolated building. As always, I left my car open, took my flashlight out with me in the shadows. I recognized with my hand the correct key to put in the gate of the building, and started my search. I didn't turn on the light inside the car. I know every part of it just by memory. I made my patrol by foot around the warehouse, checked every door, and after almost 5 minutes, I got in my car. I put away the key without using the light. I got on the road again, same fog, but this time nothing unusual on the road. The air in the car was oddly cold. The heater was pumping warm air in the vehicle, and the windows were closed, but I really couldn't understand why it was that cold. And then a noise seemed to come from the car. I've never been a mechanic guy. I don't understand anything about cars or engines, I just drive them. But that noise didn't sound like anything I've ever heard from a car before. Like a slow, not too heavy scratching. The car seemed to drive just fine, so I would just report the problem once I finished my shift. After 5 minutes of this, I got a call from my colleague. An alarm went off near my position, so he asked if I could check it out. Lately, that alarm went off every night, as a technical problem, so it wasn't anything serious. I arrived to the place a bit later, left my car running outside, and checked inside the building. Everything was normal, as usual, just the alarm going crazy. I got in the car, finally ready to finish my shift. The strange noise finally stopped. No need to report the problem. I arrived at the station where I worked and found my colleague waiting for me outside to get in the car and start his shift. I took my stuff and got out of the car. He got in and turned on the light to search for something. I was already walking away when he called me. "Dude, what the heck? You took a dog in the car? What is this?" And then with horror, I saw it. In the back of the vehicle, just behind my seat, there was mud everywhere and footprints, big ones, of some animal I cannot explain. Like a big, dirty dog opened up the car door, got inside behind me, and closed it without making any noise. And then it made sense. The strange noise. All that time, it was behind me, watching, grinning. I was in shock and couldn't even speak. My colleague was confused and staring at me. And if I just turned the light on, I would have seen it, staring at me in the rearview mirror. Pretty sure last night has ruined hunting for me for good. I don't know if I'll ever feel comfortable out in the woods after last night. You see, I have no family here in central Michigan, so I figured I might as well try to bag a buck. Well, I didn't see one. Just a very creepy guy dressed as an officer. I got out to my stand around 3 p.m. Perfect timing for me, as I like to spend around 3 hours out in the quiet backwoods. It really doesn't matter to me if I get a deer. It's just a bonus. The real treat is escaping reality for a few hours and enjoying nature's beauty. I didn't see much. A couple squirrels and a small doe, which of course I passed up. It was getting to be around 5:30 p.m. when the sun was quickly fading. I knew I had roughly 20 minutes of enough light before I knew the evening hunt would be over. Just as I was about to quietly gather my gear and get ready to leave my ground blind, a twig snapped to my left. My heart began to beat a little quicker as I envisioned an 8-pointer strolling out just before nightfall, offering me a clear shot. I slowly leaned my head forward so I could try to get a better look of the animal that was approaching. Something stopped me though. The forest was unusually quiet. The air began to fill with a very odd smell of what I could only describe as iron. I'd smelled it many times before, as I've shot plenty of deer throughout my 29 years of life. A bleat rang through the woods. Instantly I froze, and my heart was beating for a whole different reason. Fear. This was no ordinary deer bleat. It sounded like a person was trying to mimic a deer. I sat as still as a stone, as the crunching of my unwanted guest slowly walked closer and closer. It was almost pitch black now, and I was left feeling more terrified than ever. Something felt extremely off about the whole situation. Most people that called for deer used a deer call, which would have been hard to tell apart from an actual deer. This, however, sounded painfully obvious that it was someone using their own voice. It blasted through the forest again, this time maybe 10 feet away. My heart was beating uncontrollably at this point. Whoever was out here had to know I was there. It is rifle season, and it's incredibly stupid to be out here wandering in the woods, let alone trying to make yourself sound like a deer. The smell of iron was getting to be unbearable, as whatever was out here was getting closer. I decided to bring my .30-30 to my shoulder and prepare to defend myself if need be. That's when I finally saw movement through the flap of my blind. It was a tall, lanky man wearing an officer's uniform. For a second, relief washed over me, as the feeling of not being alone was much better than being by myself in the dark woods. Then, as he took another step, I noticed how off everything was about him. His arms were too long in contrast to his short legs. Now that he was within 10 to 15 feet of me, I could see just how tall he was. He had to be close to 7 feet tall. He stopped directly in front of me and threw his head back, making that awful bleeding noise again. That was when I got a good look at his face and almost threw up from the amount of fear that I was feeling. His mouth didn't move as he bleated, but I could see his cheekbones moving. His mouth drooped in a sad-looking expression. Blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. He bellowed again. Seeing it a second time was when I noticed what was wrong about him. His face wasn't his. He had the skin of someone's face pulled over his head, most likely the officer's face. My heart started to beat so loud, I actually feared he would hear it. I don't know how, but he still didn't notice me, only about 15 feet away, sitting in my blind. I prayed he wouldn't. I watched in horror as he took slow, staggered steps until he walked out of view. The sound of his footsteps slowly got quieter as it walked further and further away. The smell of rot. I heard one more final bleat ring through the woods before his footsteps were all out of range together. I waited another 20 minutes before slowly exiting my blind, too afraid he would hear me and come back. I moved as quickly and as quietly as I could back to my truck. Once I was about 30 yards away from my truck, I heard the bleat again, followed by heavy footsteps. He spotted me. I took off running full blast, knowing that I had a short distance to cover. Hearing him get closer with crazy speed, I made the mistake of glancing back as I reached back to my truck, and what I saw will still stick with me forever. He was running on all fours, making these huge galloping strides. He moved way faster than he should have been able to in that position. I jumped in my truck and started it with my shaky hands. Just as I started to pull away, I saw a flash, then a huge banging noise as it slammed into the side of my truck. I floored it and raced out of there as fast as I could without ditching it. He gave chase for a short while, but fell behind pretty quickly. I drove the 15 minutes home in silence, looking in my rearview mirror every 5 seconds expecting to see him chasing me. He never did though, thank goodness. Once I got home, I grabbed my stuff and raced inside, locking the door behind me. I tried to make sense of what I saw, but I just couldn't. I have no idea what that thing was. I was pretty exhausted after running and having my heart racing for such a long time, so I went straight to bed. I had a hard time falling asleep, as the memory of his scratched out, stolen face was burned into my brain. Just as I finally started to doze off, I froze again as I heard the same strange bleat out of my window in my backyard somewhere. This thing followed me home. It made sounds out there all night, and I could hear its odd footsteps as it circled around the house. I made it through the night somehow, so I'm posting this in hopes that one of you might be able to help me identify what this thing is, maybe how to get rid of it. I don't want to call the police, because I know they will think I'm insane. So if anyone has any suggestions, I'd gladly take the advice. We all have those calls that haunt us. There's not a 911 dispatcher alive who doesn't have at least one of those that sticks with them for the rest of their life. To be honest, most of us have too many to count. I always thought I was above that. I'd never let this job or these calls get to me. I was tough. But then September 12th happened. I worked the night shift in a very secluded county sheriff's office. A little over 1,200 square miles, with the population of 31,000. Not a lot in the way of heinous crimes happened. There were those out-of-the-ordinary UFO calls every now and then, but most of the time it was loose cows and car/deer accidents. We sure do have our share of crazies, and that night, my caller was one of them. It was about 3:01 in the morning. My partner Tasha and I were watching reruns of 90 Day Fiancé when the 911 call tones went off. Totally routine. I try to answer the phone faster than Tasha because she's the quickest hands in the West when it comes to taking calls. And unfortunately this time, I got it. County 911, what's the address of your emergency? Silence. Hello, County 911? More silence. I look at my call screen where the coordinates are. Updating the call, it finally phrases the correct coordinates to the map, roughly where the caller is. Hello, County 911, what's your emergency? I repeat again, entering the coordinates in. It maps to a residence in our second largest city, and immediately I know who the caller is. Marjorie Cannonberry. Don't let her name fool you. She's not a sweet old lady, but rather a 32-year-old drug user. Extensive history in our in-house records, and I don't even need to look her up. In my 3 years of dispatching here, I can't recall just 1 week where I didn't have a call with Marjorie. Hello, Marge? Do you have an emergency? I ask again. We're on a first-name basis. Yes, I finally hear her whisper. Okay, what's going on? She pauses, her breathing trembling slightly. There's something in my closet. There's something in your closet? I asked, quickly typing into my call narrative. How do you know there's someone there? Do you see them? No, not someone, she whispered again. I could tell she was truly terrified. Something. I don't know what it is. At this point, I'm convinced Marge is having another drug-induced hallucination. It wouldn't be the first time. Describe for me what it looks like. In the background, Tasha is dispatching our area deputy. Please send someone, Marge whispered. Yes, I have a deputy on the way, Marge, but I need you to tell me what you're seeing, I said. When you said something, what did you mean? It's tall, she said. It has to bend over to fit, and it has long claws. She paused, and I could hear her sniffling. She was definitely crying. It's tapping them on the floor. Can you hear them? She paused, and I listened carefully to see if I could actually hear anything. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought, just barely, I could hear a rhythmic tapping. Do you hear them? She asked, almost desperately, like she was begging me to believe her. I ignored her question. What else, Marge? What else do you see? Her voice trembled. It's all black, and it has really big teeth. It keeps licking its teeth. So it knows you're there? Yes, she said shakily. It's staring right at me, glowing yellow eyes. For the first time in my life, a shiver went down my spine from her words. Every horror movie I've ever seen came to mind. Though I knew better, my supernatural bone was piqued. Could there really be a demon in her closet? Are you able to leave the room, Marge? I asked, typing all of this into our dispatch narrative. Can you go outside until my deputy gets there to see what's in there? I don't think so, she sobbed. If I move, it'll get me. Have you been drinking tonight, Marjorie? I know how incriminating it sounded, but it was a legitimate clarifying question. Call me heartless if you want. No, she sobbed again. Please believe me. I know I've done stupid things before, but this is real. I haven't been drinking, and I haven't taken anything recently. I don't know what it is, but I'm so scared. It keeps tapping. Its claws. You have to hear them, don't you? The phone crackled as she held it out at an arm's length. There was no mistaking this time. I could hear something tapping. A pit formed in my stomach. What? It was like the sound of long acrylic fingernails. Okay, Marge, I'm going to stay on the phone with you until the deputy gets there. I look at our mapping software. He's not super far out and shouldn't be too much longer. Okay, thank you, she whispered. It's just staring at me. Does it have a face? I asked, against my better judgment. Did I actually believe that there was something there? Yeah, but it's all teeth, like it's smiling. And it hasn't moved since you saw it? No, it's just there, staring and tapping its claws. How long has it been there? I don't know. I woke up to the tapping noise and just saw it there, so I called you right away, Marge said. You don't believe me, do you? "It's not that I don't believe you, Marge," I answered. "I've never heard of this sort of thing before. What you're describing sounds like a demon from a scary film." "I think it is." Another shiver. Her voice sounded so convinced. Real or not, she was legitimately seeing something, whether it was an actual demon or a hallucination. Part of me felt bad for her, being absolutely convinced something like what she was describing was staring at her. It would be terrifying. Marge suddenly gasped, and the phone rustled as it fell from her hands. "What's going on, Marge?" I asked quickly, my tone dropping in seriousness. "It's coming towards me," she screamed. "Oh no, it's claws." "My deputy is almost there, Marge," I said loudly, over her screams, but I doubt she heard me. If I hadn't freaked out by then, I was now. Those screams were ones of pure and unfiltered terror. My pulse was flying as I was trying to type everything I heard into the call. Next to me, Tasha was relaying the info to our deputy. Come on, I thought. Get there already. The problem with a secluded country was that we didn't have as many deputies on as others, so our response time was significantly longer. This particular night, the city's officer had called in sick, so it was the county's job to cover if there were any calls. 333, be advised. She's screaming and not answering us anymore, Tasha said to our responding deputy. 333, 10-4, 2 minutes out. 332, to dispatch. It'll be 1076 as well. Our other unit in the area piped up. I had seen him making his way towards the area before, but now he was going emergent. I repeatedly tried to get Marge to come back on the phone, but all I could hear were her screams. I could also hear things being thrown around, like she was smashing into them with her body. And suddenly, as quick as it happened, everything went silent. "Marge," I shouted. "Marge, are you there?" The phone crackled. "He's going to get to me," Marge said monotonously. "He knows who you are now. You're next." And then the line went silent. If I had a handset phone, it would have fallen out of my hand. How could anyone not get unnerved by something like that? The movie lover in me was terrified. "You're next." 333 dispatch, I'm 1023. The first responding deputy advised he was on the scene. His name was Jason, our youngest deputy on the department. He's a super nice kid who was probably the best person that could have responded to help Marge. Tasha held radio traffic just for that call, and we waited for what seemed like an eternity as Jason went into the house. 333 dispatch. It nearly made me jump up out of my seat and my nerves on end. "Get a med rolling." She tore up her arms pretty bad. Within 5 minutes, our med unit was rolling. Jason and Travis, his backup, ended up capturing Marge. They came up before Jason transferred her to the mental hospital. After getting medical clearance and explaining everything that had happened, apparently Marge was tripping out on drugs, my first suspicion, and decided to tear at her arms. She also trashed her apartment with her drug stupor, which would explain the crashing around I heard. "But what about the tapping?" I asked. "I heard the tapping she was talking about." "I don't know anything about that," Jason said with a shrug. "But it was probably something she was doing that she didn't realize she was doing." "Yeah, you're probably right," I said, but I still couldn't shake the bad feeling. "It's sad, honestly," Jason said, retrieving the papers off the printer that was printing. "She's so fried from the drugs, she's just crazy now." I glanced out the dispatch window to the lobby, where Travis was sitting with Marge. She sat with her head hanging down and her arms in bandages. Seeing someone hopped up on drugs was always a little disturbing to me. As if she knew I was looking at her, she lifted her head up and her eyes met mine. They grew wide, and she pointed at me, letting out another piercing cry. Travis stood up as she did, putting himself between her and me, inadvertently. I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't pointing at me, but rather, behind me. I told myself it was dumb, but why was it I couldn't look over my shoulder? Jason flew out the door with the paperwork he needed, and both struggled down to the front with her to load her up into the squad. In 2 days, hospital staff would find Marge deceased in her room, her head somehow twisted unnaturally around. It would never have a full explanation. Finally, after taking a deep breath, I turned around. There was nothing there. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and laughed at myself. Of course, there was nothing there. The rest of my shift went by smoothly, the whole 20 minutes we had left. When we finally left that night, I couldn't wait to go home and go to bed. That call had really rattled me and left me with a headache. I got back to my little apartment, greeted by my little white cat. After giving her more food, I took off my uniform and hung it up in the closet, making sure to close the doors. Hurrying back to my bed, I jumped in and turned on the TV for some background noise. That night, I slept with all the lights on. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild, or the stress of a long week, but as I closed the door to my closet, I could have sworn I saw a pair of glowing yellow eyes staring back at me. This happened a while ago, but my then girlfriend, now wife, Mary, has finally given me permission to share this. It happened in the mid-80s. We were 18, and we had just started going around together. It was the middle of summer, and we had just finished school. I held down a job as an apprentice mechanic, while she worked as a receptionist at her father's company. This meant that we didn't get to spend as much spare time together as we would have liked. However, the perfect opportunity for a weekend getaway arose, with a long weekend federal holiday, and I was able to convince her with only minimal pestering that we should go for the weekend to camp in a popular national park. When that weekend arrived, I packed my truck with all of the supplies we would need and drove around to hers. I waited patiently on her front porch for her to be ready, while her father stood with arms crossed and a hard glare. When she was finally ready, at least 4 eternities later, she said goodbye to her father, and he gave me a stern handshake with a gruff, "You look after her," to which I agreed that I would. Being the father of 2 now adult women myself, I understand his concerns, but I would be lying if I said he didn't scare the crap out of me then, and still a little bit now. However, once we hit the open road, we were gone without a care in the world. Making our way through picturesque countrysides, we sang along to the radio with our windows down until we were good and windbeat, played monotonous travel games until we ran out of items to guess, and I let her nap when she fell asleep leaning against the passenger side window. While she slept, I got a little turned around. There were no turns on the road where I thought there should have been, and we ended up going straight for a long time where there weren't any familiar landmarks. As the car began to run low on gas, I decided I would need to pull into the next gas station I saw, which, as it turned out, wasn't too much further down the road. Its neon lights drew me in like a beacon in the night, but as I approached, I saw that it was quite run down. There was a layer of grimy dust over everything. The fuel prices were outrageous. The neon light was missing a couple letters, and a single moth flew repeatedly into the light above the service attendant. Suffice to say, if my car wasn't dying for a drink, we wouldn't have stopped. I left Mary asleep in the car while I filled it up and locked the car out of paranoia when I went to pay and ask for directions. Inside, the attendant looked just as washed up as the gas station did. It was a guy around my age with an absent expression on his face, and our conversation went something like this. "Pump 3, pack of Skittles. And can you tell me which direction the national park is?" I asked direct, though not rudely. "That'll be $50.90. He spoke in a heavy drawl of a country accent, and just pointed down the road in response to my question. "Okay, thanks. Good evening to you," I said uncertainly, but decided to just go with it and reconsult my map if necessary. There was a long pause for a moment, and I was almost out of the store before he spoke up again. "You be careful out there, in so-and-so forest." The way he said it was unsettling, and I hesitated a moment, unsure of how to respond. In the end, I gave him an awkward nod of thanks, and left a little quicker while reflecting on the strange conversation and crazy prices. However, when I came out and looked to the car, my heart leapt into my throat. The passenger door was open, and Mary wasn't in the car. "Mary!" I called with a wave of concern raising in my stomach as I jogged back to the car at a considerable pace. "What?" she answered almost immediately, and sounding just as panicked as she picked up on the strain of my voice. I whirled around confused to see her behind me, coming from the direction of the bathrooms. Why did you leave the car door open?" I demanded, worry giving way to hot embarrassment and uncertainty. She apologized for scaring me, and then explained that she hadn't left the door open. My initial thought at the time was that we had just been robbed, but upon searching the vehicle, saw nothing was out of place or otherwise missing. We assumed that she may have in fact just not closed the door as firmly as she thought, and that it had swung open after her. This was really the only rational explanation that would calm our nerves enough to get back on the road and keep driving. We traveled down the dark road until the asphalt gave way to gravel, and we passed signs pointing to our intended destination. The camp itself was actually pretty easy to find once we had an idea of where we were going, though setting up in the dark was a little spooky. Mary held the light while I pitched the tent and lit a fire. Overall, I'd say the first night ended up being pretty romantic. The mild state of fear put her into a clingy mood, and I was only happy to oblige. The only thing I could say might have been some indication of what was going to come is when I went to get the tent out of the back of my truck. The tarp canopy over the tray was loose, not entirely undone or anything, and there was obviously nothing in the back other than our supplies. But it's something that I look back on now and wonder about. It could have come loose from the travel, sure. Then again, I didn't check it at the gas station, so who really knows? The following day, we woke up early to welcoming sounds of morning songbirds, and we ate breakfast, which was a gourmet assortment of beans and toast, in the company of a field mouse. As it turned out, we'd chosen a pretty good campsite in the dark. Situated near the edge of a clearing, there was a decent patch around us, with a clear view across the river to the hillside with deer grazing and thick woods behind us. Activities for the day included frolicking in the river and hiking. We settled into the evening drinking around a campfire with neighboring campers and exchanged stories. Our new friends, a couple of guys named Joe and Patrick, were excited to share stories about their experiences the day prior. They had encountered the odd fellow at the gas station as well, but Joe told us in a more hushed tone that other strange things had happened to them since arriving. They had heard the footsteps crunching the leaves around their caravan late at night, and seen unidentifiable shapes moving between the trees at dusk. This was about the time that Mary added in that while we were out on our hike, she felt watched, or like we were being followed, and kept glancing behind just to make sure. As she spoke, I could tell she was genuinely spooked, though she kept her voice jovial. Patrick noticed too, and was quick to interject that it was probably nothing more than wildlife. Joe, however, was equally as eager to inform us that he had grown up in the area and that this forest had a reputation for missing campers. Of the campers that had been found, their bodies were always discovered beyond recognition. Some were found seemingly skewered at the top of impossibly tall trees, while others had been strung up by their feet and torn apart. All circumstances were mysterious, and while each case had an official explanation, many locals suspected the police department was covering something up, since most explanations were a stretch at best. The conversation died off pretty quickly with that information, and Mary and I returned to our campsite. She was understandably unsettled and even suggested that maybe we should leave. I reassured her the best I could, promising that if anything unusual started to happen, that we would leave, and my drunken charm somehow managed to convince her, since it was only one more night anyway. Under the guise of watching the stars, I laid down blankets and pillows in the back of the truck, and we lay down together to snuggle. Naturally, things went the way I hoped, and before long, we were getting pretty heated, when we heard a soft snap from the forest. At hearing the twig break, she stopped and started to sit up. I did my very best to convince her that it was nothing, but the sounds of bushes rustling was undeniable. There was something moving toward us from the brush. At this point, I sat up and gently pushed her to the side and half behind me. I was assuming that it was maybe Joe or Patrick, drunkenly wandering over to us, so I hurried and found the flashlight while she struggled to find her stuff. However, once I turned on the light and pointed it in the direction of the sound, the noises stopped. It was then that we realized it was dead silent. Not a single insect, bird, or otherwise mammalian creature dared to make a peep. This is what truly terrified me. One of the most basic human instincts we have is that utter silence is bad. I scanned the trees and bushes with the light slowly. I could hear Mary barely breathing behind me and realized that I myself was holding my breath as a beam of light shone over empty leaves and branches. The moment it landed on something in the darkness is the moment I'll never forget. Set back between the trees was a pair of round eyes reflecting back at us. They were maybe 100 yards away, if that, and approximately the height you would expect a deer to be standing. Both Mary and I froze as we stared down this thing in the darkness, trying to determine what we thought it was. Then, it stood up. We saw the eyes elevate from deer height to what are we seeing height. This thing stood tall, 7 or 8 feet by my best estimation in the dark at a distance. Then it screamed. Now, when I say it screamed, I mean it let out the most unholy screech I had ever heard. It was simultaneously high-pitched and reverberatingly deep. It shook me to my core, and to this day, neither of us had heard anything even remotely similar, or have been able to accurately describe the harrowing sound it made. Mary and I sat terrified for a moment before we realized the creature was now running headlong at us, crashing through the undergrowth with fury. I only caught a glimpse of what it looked like. It was a mixture of bare skin and tattered patches of fur, gaping wide, loose-hanging jaw of a mouth, and sunken-in, oblong-shaped eyes with distinctive cheekbones. Sometimes at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, imagining it coming for me, or sitting in the dark of my room just beyond the light of my phone screen. At the time, however, we scrambled ourselves out of the back of the truck and into the front. I fumbled frantically with the keys and pedals, trying not to stall the thing, while Mary chattering frantically about the impending creature getting closer. She told me later that it almost reached the tail of the truck before I put it into gear, and we tore off down the road at a dangerous speed. It was really a miracle we made it out in one piece, considering how inebriated I was, and how many times I felt the back end slide out on the gravel as we drifted around bends of the road. I didn't stop driving that night until we were more than halfway home. We passed by the creepy gas station in favor of another more populated and well-lit one in town. I'm pretty sure we looked ridiculous. 2 shell-shocked people staggering out of a dirty, scratched-up car and wide-eyed. When I tried to have a smoke to calm my nerves, my hands were shaking so bad I could hardly get it to my lips, and when the clerk asked us what happened, neither of us made any sense in our explanations. We checked into a hotel for the night, and made it home earlier than planned the next day. Neither of us mentioned anything to her parents. In fact, she forbid me from mentioning the story until now out of a combination of embarrassment and fear. I was only able to convince her to allow this now because recently, a group of high school kids disappeared in that forest. According to the news report, 4 went in and only 1 came out. The surviving teen was institutionalized for babbling incoherently about a monster in the forest. My wife and I know that we're not crazy. We also know that this means that whatever we saw is still out there, somewhere. Before I begin, there's something you have to understand about the woods, and I'm talking about the deep backcountry, 50+ miles out from any station or any signs of civilization. After a certain point, everything begins to blend. The longer you spend out there, the smaller and smaller you become, till you're just another part of the environment. a movement through valleys and peaks. It's depersonalizing and ego-killing. You forget things about yourself, and instincts guide you. It becomes natural, but it also makes you look like a lunatic. That's why we never spend more than 8 days alone in the back country at a time. That said, my first few months on the job were everything I wanted. Plenty of time outdoors, mostly upkeep on trails in the back country, along with checking up on some old stands that the Forest Service had acquired in the 50s. The pine beetle epidemic was especially bad in my region this year, so I had a lot of time marking the mortality rate in the area, amongst other details. For the most part, I loved my job. I'm a bit of an introvert, so time alone outdoors working is perfect for me. But there have been a few moments that still make me uncomfortable to think about. A couple weeks after I started, I woke up early and drove down a pretty rough, forested section of backcountry with lots of elevation. I was trying to check on a site that some backpackers, who had just returned from a week-long trek, had reported seeing bonfires a few nights ago. They said the fires seemed to be a few hundred yards off the trail, and that it looked like there were people around the flames. An aerial team couldn't find any signs of the fires, like the backpackers were describing, so they assumed it was falsely reported. Even so, we had a serious burn ban in effect, and I was sent out to double-check and make sure. I got about 20 miles in before I found the section of trail I needed to go down covered in earth, destroyed in some sort of landslide. It must have been recent. Neither the backpackers nor the aerial team noticed it, and someone would have. I definitely couldn't drive through, but I was only 2 miles from the site, so I grabbed my pack, checked my water, and radioed to the forest station from my ATV to let them know I was hiking the rest of the way in. I probably should have waited for a crew to come out and clear the road, but we were all really concerned about the fire, and I won't lie, I was mad at the thought of backpackers being so careless. You couldn't miss the signs coming into the forest, warning about forest fires and announcing the burn ban. There was no reason to be reckless, and so I hiked out there. It was only about 10:30 a.m. when I set out. I expected it to take about 2 hours to get to the area where the fires were reported. The elevation increase was drastic, so I had to pause every so often to catch my breath. After hiking for a while, I paused for a moment and realized I wasn't on the trail anymore. This isn't that unusual. If you've ever backpacked or even gone on long hikes before, you know that it's easier than you think to stumble off the trail, even for someone experienced. I'm one of the newest and youngest rangers, but I've spent a lot of time outdoors backpacking and hiking, and normally would have a great sense of direction, so I wasn't too alarmed not to know exactly where I was. You get used to being lost. The thing that alarmed me was noticing a pink hue lighting up the forest. The sun was about to disappear behind the tree line that covered the mountain to the west. I didn't think I'd been hiking that long. I had gone maybe a mile and a half in an hour, or so I thought. Nonetheless, it appeared to be almost 7 p.m. now. I quickly decided the safest thing would be to head back south towards my ATV, which stored all of my overnight gear, and come back tomorrow. It would be embarrassing to explain to the other rangers that I lost track of time, but it would be worse to get stuck out here all night. Without the right equipment, I might freeze. Besides, they'd start wondering why I hadn't checked back after so long. I grabbed some loose stones off the ground and left a sign to indicate I had been there and set off in the direction I thought I wandered off from the trail. I quickly found it, but it was a section I hadn't been through earlier. Somehow, I had found my way farther north, and funnily enough, I saw a yellow trail marker not too far up the mountain. I realized it was the marker for the next 10-mile section, the area the fire reports had mentioned. The sun was almost touching the mountains now, but I decided to hike up to the marker at least, stay for a few minutes, and then quickly head back before it got completely dark. I realized this wasn't ideal, but at the time, it seemed better than going back with nothing to report. I hiked a few dozen yards to the marker and looked out over the valley to the east. It seemed empty, nothing unusual. I took a sip from my water bottle and waited another 5 minutes. I still didn't see anything. so I decided to head out. I hadn't gone a mile before I smelled smoke coming from down the mountain. I looked around but couldn't see any smoke columns. It was kind of unsettling. The sunset was so red, everywhere I looked seemed to glow. Getting worried, I stumbled the last mile back and immediately called it in. The night was darker now, and without any trace of a fire in the valley. Despite smelling the smoke earlier, I decided to spend the night on the trail, in case whatever caused it caught up again. I set up a temporary camp, with my one-man tent, and waited the night out. Nights in the backcountry are different than camping in other places. In the back of your head, you recognize that you are completely alone for dozens of miles. You end up listening to the night differently. Everything you hear suddenly becomes important, because now you're just another part of the forest, vulnerable. At some point, I woke up from a dream I can't remember now, but I recall feeling unsettled. I poked my head out of the tent and crawled out to take a leak and look around for a minute. I didn't see anything, but it's hard to explain exactly how I felt. It was almost like I was being observed, but very lightly, as a part of the background. It was kind of discerning, so I went back to sleep pretty quickly. Aerial recon flew over the next morning and still found nothing. About midday, the team arrived to clear the landslide, and the other rangers and I began searching the back country. At the end of the second day, we found it. A chunk of the forest had completely burned down. It was tucked into a valley in the northeast, only a few hundred yards away from where I camped the first night, but I missed it then. It was maybe 200 yards across and 300 running down the mountainside. You think this would be too large to escape notice, but it took us almost 2 days to find it. Even then, the aerial team missed it altogether. This was a strange fire, too. It burned in an almost clean line down the mountain's ridge, forming a recognizable rhombus, and normally forest fires around here aren't intense enough to completely take out fully grown pine trees. But this fire had been hot. Everything was scorched, total mortality. It almost seemed unnatural, but we couldn't find anything in the ashes to explain it. I wondered if I had missed something a few days after we left, but eventually, after talking to the veteran rangers, I decided it was just one of those things that can't be explained. Apparently, it's not all that uncommon from what they've said. According to them, if you spend enough time in the wilderness, you start to see things seeing you. I didn't know what they meant by that, but we didn't have time to talk more, and I haven't seen them much since. A week after that, I found a couple of idiots trying to start a cooking fire at one of the trailheads. I yelled at them, probably harsher than I should have. They seemed to genuinely feel bad about it. Apparently, they missed all of the signs. I decided to let it go and began to leave. But before I drove out, I saw the spark and catch of a fire in the rearview mirror. Infuriated, I drove back and got out. The campers were just as confused as me. The fire pit was completely cold. It looked the same just as I had seen it, empty and unused, after making them clean out the twigs and leaves they tried to use. Confused, I walked around the entire trailhead, but didn't see any sign of a fire. I figured it was a trick of light in the rearview mirror and left. I convinced myself over the next couple months not to worry about the wildfire stuff, and nothing else out of the ordinary happened, until a few days ago. I was on trail maintenance with another ranger, Lauren. She'd been working as a ranger for almost 10 years, so I generally followed her lead. We were about 15 miles into the back country, checking on some primitive campsites for campers. We were currently at campsite 3. There's 8 total, and they form a large U, over almost 90 miles surrounding one of the larger mountains in the region. It was getting into fall, so it was supposed to be empty while we worked our way through, checking up on site quality. All afternoon, I had been cutting out a new trail from the campsite, up to a spring that had changed course recently. The shadows were beginning to grow long, but I was close to finishing, so I kept cutting away. About a half hour later, I broke through and walked onto a boulder the ground slanted into, and watched the head of the spring just inside up the mountain. It looked like a deer path meandered its way up the spring head, so I started up. When I got there, I almost threw up. The spring flowed clearly enough, but just to the right of it, a section of the ground turned into weathered stone. In the middle, a skinned deer, with spatters and other pools of red scattered everywhere in the nearby vicinity. I've seen plenty of dead animals before, but this was messed up. Something had skinned a deer, and very cleanly, and I couldn't find any other signs of damage, but its actual hide was nowhere to be seen. Flies were starting to circle the meat. It did not look like it had been there long. I quickly hiked back down the several hundred yards I cut out and found Lauren, who was back from working and making dinner. I paused to catch my breath and told her I had to show her something. She looked concerned, so we went back up to the spring. When we got there, the deer was gone, and I couldn't find a drop of anything. I had been gone maybe an hour at most. It didn't seem possible. Lauren assumed I was just messing with her, so I played it off and tried to forget about it. But I haven't forgotten about it. And apparently, Lauren told my supervisor, Jonathan. He asked me to come back to the forest station, so tomorrow I'm driving out of the back country. He sounded different though, almost like he didn't really want to call me in. I guess I'll see how this goes and update this when I can. Part 2. I don't think I should be alive. I met with my supervisor yesterday, and at first, it seemed like it might be just a formality. He didn't say anything about the deer. We made small talk for a while, but finally, he broke the safety of our conversation by pausing and saying, "You're probably wondering why I called you back a few days early this rotation." I nodded slowly, and he continued, "Well, we've all been really impressed by your performance, and I finally got approval from HQ, so congratulations. You passed your 3-month performance review, and are now a permanent ranger with us." This caught me off guard, but I quickly masked my relief, and thanked him. We talked a bit more about the increased responsibility, and he gave me my next assignment with the team. I was feeling pretty good, shook his hand, and was on my way out. Before I shut the door behind me, he said, "Before you leave, you mentioned you saw some oddly skinned deer out there. Something scare you?" My face went pale, and I thought about telling him the truth, but I instead muttered something about it being a dumb joke. Jonathan nodded his head thoughtfully, and though he didn't look satisfied with my answer, he didn't press me. He just said, "That would be an unusual thing to find," measuring each word out carefully while looking past me distantly. That felt like the end of our conversation, so I shut the door behind me, walking away as quickly as I could without seeming weird. Something was off, and for some reason, I got the feeling the whole meeting had been to ask me that last question. I should have driven out of the mountains and back home after that meeting, but something held me back. On the drive back into the mountains, I got caught up in the beauty of the rising slopes, twisting valleys, and graceful, swaying pine trees. My whole life, I've come to the mountains with problems and ideas I need to think over, and they somehow make everything simple. In the shadow of the mountains, I've always been able to realize how small my worries are and find content. I briefly thought about driving home, but once I got a few miles in, I was never going back. I still had to do work here, and by the time I got my assignment location, I wasn't worried at all anymore. I had met up with the other rangers at the campsite. They'd set up near the trailhead and found that they decided to celebrate my pseudo-promotion. At first, I didn't think I was in the mood to party, but the atmosphere was so nice. I only had a few beers, and a few hours later, I was pretty drunk. I got to talking with Ryan, another ranger who had been on the job about as long as Lauren, on the tailgate of his truck away from the rest of the team. We were overlooking the valley that ran for miles north, where we'd be working for the next few weeks. There's a lot of different types of rangers, but I've always found the quiet ones to have the best stories. Ryan was normally one of the quiet rangers, but he chose this time to open up to me. I'd been telling him about the rhombus fire from a few weeks ago, and he was nodding at different points in my story. When I mentioned I was walking off the trail and losing track of time, he looked alert. I laughed it off as a dumb mistake, but he took it seriously. I've heard of losing time like that before, but never so close to the forest station. I've always heard it happening deep in the forest, like 100+ miles out, and you weren't that far. This seemed to discern him. He took a sip of his beer. There's more too. I've heard it goes way back, to Native Americans even, but they called it wandering. They say that the people who become wanderers first wander through the woods from camp to camp, never staying anywhere overnight, preferring to keep to the caves and hollows throughout the pines. They eventually accomplish what they seek in a way, becoming a part of the wild. They adopt animalistic qualities and disappear from society, reappearing here and there in stories and folktales, separate from time. He shook his head. Those are just old myths. But I do believe there's something off about these woods. And I don't know. I wanted to bring up the deer, but I didn't quite know how to bring up the subject. Ryan ended up talking about something more interesting, so I kept listening. The thing with the fires is weird though, he said. Don't let yourself be convinced it's not. Those backpackers said they saw multiple fires with people around them, so why would they lie about something like that? Ryan had also been there while we searched through the ashes and knew that it wasn't really resolved, though it was filed away as a natural wildfire. Whole thing sorta reminds me about this woman that went missing out here, maybe 5-6 years ago. Some backpacking trek turned around after 40 miles when one of their people got sick. Well, it wasn't until they returned to the trailhead that they realized they were missing one of their party. A young woman vanished at some point on the way back, and no one remembered seeing her leave or when she disappeared. She was just gone. Somehow, no one noticed. An SAR team came in to look for her, and even they admitted it was bizarre. We all wondered if foul play might be involved. How does someone disappear without being noticed over a 40-day return trek? He shrugged and said, "We found her a few weeks later, and not where we expected to. Normally, these types of people show back up around the trailheads and primitive campsites along the trail after a while. Not this girl. We found her way up in the mountains, above the tree line. And honestly, we probably never would have found her on our own. We were only out there looking for anything because someone reported a huge smoke column coming from up behind this peak. We went to check it out and didn't find any fires, but we did spot a bright red jacket, one exactly like the backpackers said she'd been wearing." He leaned in. "Over the next couple days, we brought more people. Another SAR team eventually found what was left of her." Closing his eyes, he paused for a moment. "Someone had filleted her, as it looked like from the scratch marks gouged around her. She was already rotting. She had been there a while. She wandered so far, too, almost 70 miles from the trail she had been missing on. Sometimes people go in the wrong direction, but 70 miles wrong?" Her group was shocked. Police investigated, but it was obvious none of them had any part in it. I sat speechless. It couldn't be a coincidence. The deer was not the first. A family of owls began hooting down in the valley, and we both listened for a moment. That was a long time ago, though. I try not to think about it too often. Suddenly, he looked nervous, like he'd said too much. "Anyways, I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna catch some sleep." He patted my back and walked away. There was no way I was sleeping now, so I decided to walk down into the valley to clear my head. It was late, but the moon was easily bright enough for me to follow the trail down. I walked maybe a half a mile before moving just off the trail to sit on a rock ledge that overlooked a high slope. Watching the stars, the pine trees swaying gently in the wind, I began to relax. I sat there for a while and closed my eyes, trying to empty my mind. But very gradually, an unnerving feeling began to wash over me. It was very slight at first, like the sense of being observed I felt before the forest fire, but it grew stronger until I was almost certain that I was being watched by something intelligent. I was still laying on the rock, scared to move and startle whatever this presence was. My science teacher in elementary school told my class about this when I was a young kid, but I never actually experienced the feeling myself. He told us about wild cats, apex predators, that stalk their prey so efficiently you can't see them, but you instinctively know they're there. Your brain subconsciously observes very small details that, on their own, are meaningless, but together are unsettling, because they only mean one thing. Something is watching you, and you don't know what or why. I remember thinking it was cool at the time, but now it was terrifying. I tried to remain calm while I thought about what to do, but I realized I only had one option. I stood up and started sprinting back to the trail towards the trailhead. As soon as I hit the trail, I heard a distant thumping of some sort of running gait behind me that sent me up the trail faster, adrenaline allowing me to ignore my lungs, which were beginning to burn. I glanced over my shoulder once and saw some sort of semi-humanoid shaped figure running after me. It looked like it had the skin of a deer, but it seemed to conform to a different contour than that of any animal I've ever seen. Its back was painfully twisted forward, its skin ragged and pulled down to the hoofs, which it used to move unnaturally quick over the trail. I couldn't see its face in the moonlight, but I could see elegant antlers arching on both sides of its head. I ran harder and finally saw the campsite ahead. I burst into the clearing and crashed into someone in front of me. A high-pitched, breathless gasp told me it was Lauren. "I'm so sorry," I said, getting to my feet and giving her a hand. Her jaw dropped and she pushed past me to look down the trail into the valley. I followed her gaze and looked over my shoulder. A huge wall of fire cut the forest in half. The forest was burning. Part 3. Strange trails have appeared in the back country in areas that are supposed to be completely undeveloped. I first noticed one a few days ago, following them when they cropped up here and there, only identifiable by the cleared vegetation and worn topsoil paths. But these aren't normal trails. They loop around, run uphill, and distort sense of direction by winding back and forth through these steep valleys. I must have explored 20+ miles of these trails over a couple of days, but at times, I'd go back through an area and it would be different. At first, I thought it was just my memory failing, but then I started paying attention. Curves and other points of interest shifted in certain ways. They weren't completely different, just enough for me to notice. Yesterday, I swore a path had run on the other side of a stream I was going down. Then on my way back, I couldn't even remember which side it had been on to begin with. It was just to my right now. I'm scared to mention this, but I have to. Deer carcasses have become a normal sight out here. I see them almost daily. Sometimes they're days later, rotting away, but sometimes they disappear without any trace. After several days of finding deer carcasses, I had enough and pulled out of the valley the trails were in and hiked back to the start of the back country. I'm not sure I even want to report these to HQ, but I've been on an extended solo trek surveying and monitoring wildfire risk in the remote forest to the north. So I really could just say nothing, and I'd probably be the only person to ever find them before they become overgrown again. However the trails got here, I haven't seen anyone around to maintain them, so soon enough they'll be impassable and slip back into the wilderness and fade away with time. To quickly address my last post, the forest we were going to work in had some sort of spontaneous combustion event that rapidly lit a huge fire across the valley. Our team quickly moved out above the tree line and called it in. Over the next few hours and into the late morning, aerial teams dropped fire suppressants and eventually contained it in the valley. We walked through later that evening when just the smoldering ashes remained. This had also been an intense, total mortality fire. We never found the cause either. Beyond, natural circumstances created the perfect conditions for a fire. I didn't mention anything to anyone about the thing I saw the night before, but I kept an eye out for any charred, disfigured bodies. The other rangers and I were pretty shaken up after the whole ordeal, but our supervisor didn't seem to sympathize. He told us there'd been an unannounced control burn, and due to some critical error, we got sent out to the wrong place. This seemed totally out of the norm to me, but no one openly questioned him. He gave everyone the next day off, but when we returned, He split everyone up to separate assignments across the forest. I ended up on a solo trek in the north. Other than the trails, it's been a quiet assignment. I wish I could talk to Ryan about the thing I saw, but I haven't gotten a chance. It almost seemed like he avoided me after the fire. The more I thought about it, I think whatever I saw out there was the dark tricking my eyes. It doesn't seem that unlikely that some deer got spooked when the fire went off and ran up the trail, and I mistook it for something else in the moonlight as I glanced over my shoulder. But I have become a little paranoid since seeing the deer thing. It validated my concerns from the first fire. Something is out here, and I won't let it scare me away from being here. I'm just more careful, always carrying overnight gear, rations for a few days, plenty of water, and even a rifle. We're not really supposed to carry guns, but if I get crap for it, I'll just say it's for bears. Better to look foolhardy than let them know what it's really for. I guess that brings me to the realization that I don't trust my supervisor at all. I've got a strong gut feeling that something's up with him. I just don't know what yet. I'm not sure how much I trust the other rangers either. They seem to readily accept Jonathan's explanation about the fire that almost killed us. If there is some sort of cover-up or conspiracy going on, there's no one telling how high up it goes, or who all is involved. Anyone could be in on it and have an incentive to keep quiet. I should also tell you, I'm probably going to get pulled from my post in the north in the next couple of days, unless something changes. A young girl went missing yesterday in the southern part of the forest. They've kept it quiet so far, but if they don't find her soon, they're going to have to pull us all in to help look for her. Normally, they'd leave this kind of thing to search and rescue, but I heard from one of the rangers who works closely with Jonathan that some big people in administration aren't happy with another missing person, so we're getting looped into this too. Whatever is going on between the dead deer, bizarre fires, strange trails, and the missing girls, it all feels connected. As much as I want to, I can't leave now. Whatever is going on, it's messed up and I don't want to stop until I get to the bottom of it. I spent all last night downloading low-res satellite and topographic maps of the forest where the girl went missing, since I haven't worked there that much. Whatever people were even doing down there is beyond me. It's a mostly forested, mountainous region with an incredibly rapid elevation increase of several thousand feet. And I spent a lot of time looking this up because I couldn't believe it. But the area this girl went missing in is also supposed to be mostly undeveloped. Besides an old mining outpost that was forcibly closed in the 30s after environmental concerns. The Forest Service is normally pretty relaxed as far as conservation goes, but from the old news reports I've found, this place was responsible for killing off large amounts of game, polluting the entire watershed, and spreading horrible illnesses amongst the miners. The search effort isn't coming within miles of this place for whatever reason, but the nature of its closing makes me wonder if there's something more to it. Most of the old mines around here closed during the 60s, after it became apparent that there wasn't an abundant amount of gold in the mountains. None of these mines were particularly careful about conservation, and like I said, the Forest Service doesn't normally stick their nose in, so how this one closed struck me as odd. Ryan's story about the Native American wanderers got me curious about other folklore from this area, but I haven't been able to find anything. States in the West, and really most federal nature preserves, do a pretty good job of documenting Native American culture and view it as a responsibility due to their tragic treatment. But I couldn't find much besides a list of a few tribes that may have passed through here in the initial land migration thousands of years ago. I dug a little deeper and stumbled across an old nature-themed internet forum talking about weird stuff in the woods that mentioned strange tales. The poster was someone homesteading off cheap government land in the mountains who discovered a huge system of trails. They were a little larger than deer paths and led off the poster's property and through the forest for over 40 miles. These didn't sound like the trails I found, but they were similar enough to keep me interested. They specifically mentioned that these weren't documented in any map, so how could such an extensive system of trails remain undiscovered? I wanted to message the poster, but the account was deleted years ago. And this was written back when the internet was all anonymous, so they made sure there weren't any identifying details in the post that led back to them. The rest of the thread seemed like mostly speculation. One guy asked if there was a sizable deer population, claiming large herds break into smaller families that sometimes inadvertently create these types of trail systems. The original poster didn't think this was the case though, as they hadn't found any evidence of recent activity or a large deer population, both of which would have been necessary for something this extensive. The same went for the trails I found. Another user suggested that they stay as far away from these trails as possible, saying they've seen the same thing, and that they're time holes. If you go in, the trails may twist beyond you, trapping you in, and no matter how far you wander off the trail, you'll end up back on the same trail. Eventually, a trail will open with a pathway out again, but you may come out at a different place in time than you entered. I'm aware it's the internet, and there's no reason to take anything on here as truth, but this sounded eerily familiar, and the forest is just weird in that way. Truth is often stranger than fiction out here. Stories around the campfire are usually based on some distant truth, sometimes more disturbing. I promise not to tell too many campfire stories. I'm sure you've heard enough, but this one is my personal favorite, and my biggest fear. It goes something like this. You're backpacking in the mountains one day, which are notorious for unpredictable weather. High-speed winds, storms, sleet, and rain can form around the peaks without any warning. All backpackers know this if they're even remotely experienced. So everyone always carries gear and equipment to safely survive any type of weather you might experience. This isn't such a big deal on a day hike, but if you're going on a multiple day trek, it's essential. Today, you're backpacking on a familiar trail off the main path through the backcountry winding up the crest of the mountain. You didn't see it marked on the map anywhere, but you were curious, and it didn't look too intensive, so you decide to check it out for a few miles. After a while, you spot another backpacker in the distance. He's by himself, coming down the mountain towards you while you're hiking up. Nothing is alarming at first, but then he gets closer. He's wearing a white hat and a green rain jacket, and rain pants covering black hiking boots. You wave at him when he's about 100 yards away, but he doesn't seem to notice. He gets closer, and you realize that other than his clothes, he has no gear at all. No backpack, or even a water bottle. He walks by you with his head down, not saying anything, and speeds up once he passes you, almost trotting down the mountain. You briefly wonder if he's camped out somewhere, but you don't remember seeing a tent or supplies anywhere. You walk another mile, thinking his camp must be somewhere up ahead, but you find nothing. Then movement catches your eye, and you spot him crossing over the hill in front of you, coming down ahead of you again. Suddenly, everything about him feels wrong, and you take off down the trail back to the main path. You see him again an hour later, but this time halfway up the steep valley the trail crosses the top of. He's struggling to climb the rocky mountainside. You hear him loudly moaning, incoherent noises filling the valley, and you call out to him, but he stops making noise and goes quiet. Unnerved, you get back to the path and hike the rest of the trek faster than ever before, sleeping very little. You don't see him again. When you get back to civilization a few days later, you talk to local rangers about what you saw and the unmarked trail, but they have no record of any trail ever existing there, or anyone else who registered to hike in that particular backcountry trek, though it was a self-registration system. They tell you they'll send someone to check in on it, but you never hear back from them, and that's fine with you. That's pretty much it. There's a lot of variations of the story. Everyone who's been in the wilderness is afraid of meeting the impossible man. He shouldn't be there, but he is. The forest is overflowing with stories like that. Practically half the time rangers spend socializing. We just tell each other stories. In many cases outside the forest, I'd be inclined to say that word of mouth is unreliable, but spend some considerable time in the woods, and being alone will change your mind. People's experiences and gut feelings are different in nature. You trust stories, Because the farther you get into the mountains and the forest, the less relevant time and truth become. What exists out there just is, and what you think should, or what is supposed to, doesn't pertain to the reality. Some of us like stories with conclusive endings, but I've always preferred the more ambiguous ones. However, somehow, they feel more plausible, especially lately. I can't make sense of anything. Put back to what I do know. There are unusual things going on in the forest, and they're tied together. Hopefully, this girl shows up alive soon, but I somehow doubt it. Once I get reassigned down there, I'm going to see if I can sneak away and check out the old mining outposts. It seems like a good start. If you don't receive another update, assume the worst, and stay away from the strange trails in the forest. A few years ago, I was running my own company from home, and I took on more work than I could handle. I did graphic design for several companies and a handful of larger corporations, which put me under a lot of pressure to deliver. Long story short, too many deadlines and not enough time for me to rest. I decided I needed a break, or I would certainly suffer a burnout soon enough. Lucky for me, I had quite a bit of money saved up, so I could afford it. I took a couple months off to clear my head. After a few days of me trying to relax and failing to do so, I realized that I needed to get away from my house. Essentially, I was spending my vacation in an office, feeling guilty I didn't do any work. I decided to get away from the city and spend a few weeks at my family's old summer cabin instead. I packed my bags and headed out of town early the next morning. While driving, I was a bit nervous. Nobody had been in the cabin for at least a year, and there had been a few severe storms during that time, so who knew if the cabin was still standing? Well, in any case, I was about to find out. When I arrived, I was relieved to see that the cabin looked exactly like when we left it last year, and so did the shed. The lawn was a bit overgrown, but that was okay. I really needed some physical work after months and months of sitting in front of a screen. Then I would chop some firewood for the grill, stuff my face with steak and sandwiches, and fall asleep. Perfect. Said and done, sometime later, I was chilling in the hammock I set up on the porch, satisfied and drowsy. I could feel myself drifting off, so I set an alarm on my phone to make sure I woke up before dark. As far as I know, there hadn't been any animal attacks or anything, but I wanted to be safe anyway. I put my phone on the porch railing and fell asleep seconds later. I woke up before the alarm could go off to the sound of rain hitting the metal roof on the porch. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and immediately thought of making another sandwich when I noticed an odd shape, maybe 50 yards away in the woods. There, sticking out of the brush, I saw a gray, almost purple human-looking head staring right at me, completely still. I was too far away to make out any distinct details, but I could definitely see large dark eyes in its almost skull-like head. I don't know how to describe the mouth or snout, though. Imagine a dog's snout, but make it shorter and wider, more akin to the jaws of a lizard, with no visible nose. It was just so weird looking. The head looked so human, but at the same time, it didn't. I wasn't even sure if it was a living thing because it was so still. A drop of rain must have hit its eye or something because it flinched or twitched. I was freaking out. This was definitely a living thing staring at me. I slowly got out of the hammock, trying not to fall or stumble, as to not give this potentially hostile creature any chance to charge at me. I backed to the door, fumbling with the handle, and as soon as I got it open, I turned and ran inside as fast as I could, slamming the door behind me. I immediately looked out the window and saw the thing was still there, sitting in the same place. I think it noticed me peeking out the window, moving its head just a little bit, staring at me again. I was freaking out, wondering what that thing was. Surely it was just some sickly animal that picked up the smell of food, right? Our staring contest continued a minute or two before I drew the curtains. I jumped to the sound of my alarm going off. My phone was still outside. I thought about it for a moment before I slowly opened the door, thinking that I would be able to grab it and get back inside before that thing could get into the house. My eyes fell on the spot I had last seen the creature, and to my horror, it wasn't there anymore. I immediately regretted my decision and shut the door again without getting my phone. I was about to look out my window again when I heard something step onto the porch. My heart was thumping, and I made an effort to hide my heavy breathing and listened as hard as I could. I heard ropes creaking, then a snap and a heavy thud. This thing had just tore down my hammock. I heard the steps approaching the door, and the handle started moving slowly. At that moment, I felt sick and wanted to scream, but I couldn't. The thing was carefully trying to open the door and get inside. Then it stopped. The door handle stopped moving, and soon thereafter, I heard the thing stepping away from the door and off the porch. Did it give up? I stood there with my back against the door for several minutes before I even moved an inch. I slowly made my way to the window and drew the curtains, and I will never forget what was waiting for me on the other side of the window. The last thing I remember before blacking out was the largest, emptiest black eyes I had ever seen on any living thing, a pale face riddled with purple veins, and a huge smile lined with abnormally large, dull teeth. I have no idea if I fainted or if some sort of primal part of my consciousness took over, and my brain went into some sort of suppression mode. Because when I woke up the next day, I was in the shed with a bunch of tools propped up against the door. I couldn't remember anything after I saw the face, and I have no idea what happened. After hours of making sure nothing was outside, I ran to the porch, got my phone and jacket, and ran to the car as fast as I could. On my way home, I think I had a full-blown panic attack, but kept driving because I didn't want to stop. I drove straight to my parents' house and broke down crying in front of them, probably scaring the crap out of them. My therapist says that this was me not being able to differentiate between a nightmare and real life due to high levels of work-related stress at the time. As for me waking up in the shed, most likely stress-induced sleepwalking, according to her. Maybe I had some sort of breakdown and was in worse shape than I thought, but I don't know about that. The thing is though, my dad drove to get my stuff from the cabin. He noticed the hammock rope was indeed snapped, and when he checked the shed, the door was broken in, as if something came back to get me after I already left. I don't know if what I saw was real or not, and quite frankly, I'm not sure I want to know. I have no idea how large it was, what its body looked like, or anything like that. I just remember its head from far away, and its face, the eyes, the veins, the pale color, the mouth. I've come to call it the Blackout Man. The outdoors isn't something I would consider myself acquainted with. The potent air from the moist soil, the non-stop chirps of life in every nook and cranny, and the ambiguous emptiness I feel when I'm among the trees are things that do not suit my daily life, nor my personality. Exchange the damp soil, chirping life, and emptiness for the smell of carbon exhaust from a passing bus, the sound of commuters whistling through their morning walk, and the clear, overcrowded sight of a city street. And there you have my paradise. Growing up in the city injects thrill into every aspect of daily life. Danger, adventure, and plain adrenaline can lurk around every city block. The natural world simply cannot produce that same aspect of thrill in life. Not enough happens, not enough lurks in the corners of the thickets. That being said, I try staying away from nature as much as possible, remaining in the shadows of skyscrapers rather than the shadows of oak. However, being 17 and living with my recently retired, high-ranked naval father who has more than enough experience and memories with the woods, my paradise couldn't be present at all times. This realization dawned on me when my father approached me to tell me we were spending a week in the cabin in the North Woods. Are you serious? My emotionally accurate thought was interrupted when my dad handed me an oversized suitcase to toss in the back of the car. You might want to grab a pillow for the ride. We have a long way to go, he said, smirking. This must be punishment for how late I came home from Stephanie's house last week, I thought to myself. Little did my father know, my tardiness was due to the curious nature I was born with. I was simply walking around the dark streets, exploring. Albeit, that may have been a rather dangerous and unintelligent venture, but no less filled with entertainment for myself. Punishment fits the not-so-crime-adjacent action, I guess. Nonetheless, we piled into the car and set off north. The drive was seemingly endless. After about 7 hours, there was nothing but dense forest surrounding us. It wasn't long before we spent the rest of the drive on gravel road, tossing and shaking in the car in such a way that no fisherman would be able to resist motion sickness. Upon arrival, the sight of a very underkept, not so sturdy-looking log cabin lay before us. Best home we could ask for out in these parts, huh, bud? My father said in a slightly teasing tone. Oh, you bet. I'm thinking it took a fortune to build her, I said, rolling my eyes in resentment. After quickly unpacking the car and moving into our temporary home, my dad suggested we take a walk in the sea of surrounding pine and oak, with nothing to do other than staring at some truly talentless art hanging from the cabin walls. I accepted his request willingly, but not happily. As we plummeted into an endless abyss of trees, my comfort hastily left my being. Gone were the skyscrapers, the commuters whistling on their way to work, and the crowded, comforting city streets, only replaced with thick bark and, oddly, silence. There was no chirping, no singing of any life around us. In addition, I never truly felt empty or alone amongst the trees. Yes, my father was beside me, but there seemed to be something else present in the air. I couldn't quite put words to it. I pushed that to the far reaches of my mind. As we continued, I began to hear strange sounds from around us. They reminded me of the whistling commuters I encountered every day, but something was off. What is that? I asked my dad. That is just the wind in the trees, the leaves rustling and the wood creaking. Almost sounds alive, doesn't it? He said. Sure, I said, trying to push back the paranoid feeling growing inside me. Our walk was short, only about an hour. I tried not to think about the sinister feeling I received from the trees, but every now and again, it would tiptoe into my conscious mind. I sat lying beside the fire in the dusty family room when my dad approached me saying he had to run into town to grab a few things. How long will you be? I asked. Oh, about a few hours or so. Unfortunately, the nearest town is about 50 miles from here, he said, sighing. And with that, he drove off to who knows whatever town would be in this barren wasteland. I sat watching the dancing flames of the family room fire for several minutes before boredom pulsed through every vein in my body. For some reason, my natural curiosity pushed into my mind and triggered my exploratory being. Why not go for a little midnight stroll? As I stepped down the stairs of the rear patio, I noticed that the forest was filled with the sounds of crickets, frogs, and basically anything that dwells in the mud. This was a pleasant surprise, but the empty, lonely aura surrounding me was not. What? You're going to be lonely no matter what until Dad gets back. Might as well explore. And with that thought, I set off for a little moonlight adventure. I never noticed how beautiful the natural world was, honestly. Everything was just so primal. The chirps of the crickets, the croaks of the frogs, the light of the fireflies briefly illuminating the area, and the wind in the trees. Wait, where was the whistling noise that accompanied the breeze earlier today? As if whatever higher power was out there was playing a sick joke on me, the orchestra of nature ceased. There was nothing but silence. Even the wind came to a halt, causing the leaves of the tree to sit motionless, hanging from their branches as if they were in the gallows. The only thing that remained were the fireflies, still blessing their surroundings with short bursts of light from their posterior. With the retreat of the sounds from the natural world came the approach of something more sinister. The approach of being accompanied by things that I simply could not lay my eyes on. As that feeling coursed through my body, the familiar sound of whistling filled my ears. I didn't know whether to act on my fight-or-flight instinct, so I merely stood still, waiting. The whistling grew louder and louder, coming from all directions, as it felt as if something was whistling directly into my ear. The fireflies shined on something. It was only for a second or two, but I could have sworn it was a person. Relief filled my body as I felt more safe with another person being around, but that ignorant feeling quickly faded. What would another person be doing so far out here, and why would they be following me? That thought died as soon as the fireflies illuminated once more. It was not a person. Whatever was standing a few feet away from me in the shadows didn't look like something God would have created. It had the figure of a humanoid being, but its limbs were elongated and bent at unnatural angles. Atop its disfigured, human-like body was a round head that housed two sunken, pale eyes, and a gaping maw filled with needle-pointed teeth. However, that was the only one that stood directly before me. There were others. I couldn't see them fully, but their awful silhouettes sickened me to the point where I desired no further physical details of their appearance. Still frozen in some sort of shock, the closest being crept closer and closer. As it got a few inches away from my body, it let out a loud, familiar whistle through its open, grinning mouth. As if some sort of electrical shock pulsed through my body, I suddenly threw myself into an all-out sprint towards the cabin, with the whistlers in close proximity. I hadn't realized how far I walked out into these woods, but the approximately 15-minute sprint gave me an idea. As the cabin lights filled my vision, I looked back to see my pursuers were about 50 feet behind me, and there were too many of them to count. They ran in such unnatural ways that the mere sight of it made me nauseous. I practically broke down the back door of the cabin. After bursting through, I managed to close the door and lock it behind me. I quickly did so with each door and window throughout the cabin, then barricaded myself in the upstairs closet, waiting for my dad to get home, and hopefully get me out of this hell he put me into. All I could do is sit and try to keep quiet. I heard thumps and scratches coming from the ceiling, most likely from those things crawling on the roof. The whistling never stopped. It was a constant reminder of the creature's presence. I sat in fear for what felt like an eternity, until the whistlers erupted into what sounded like crackling, maybe laughter. Shortly after they began their unnatural course of laughter, silence tore through the place, leaving a stale, sinister sense in my ears. Maybe it's safe to come out. Maybe they got bored, or just simply couldn't get into the house. As I was about to open the closet door, a familiar sound echoed from the back of my closet. I wasn't in the city, so that whistling wasn't coming from a commuter. My family has owned a log cabin on the edge of a lake for generations. Well, I shouldn't say they owned the log cabin, since the actual building has been torn down and rebuilt from scratch several times since the original owners built it, well over a century ago. No. My family has owned a large, beautiful plot of land in one of the only clearings around the lake, would be a more appropriate way to put it. The current iteration of the family cabin was built from the ground up in the 80s by my father, who left it vacant for a while after its completion for reasons I've never actually learned. When he started the moving process into the rather small building, about 15 years after I moved out on my own, and about 3 decades after he'd actually built it, he told me he had no reason to stay in his current house, seeing as I was long gone and my mother had passed away several months before. He said he could manage the move by himself and that I shouldn't worry about him. I felt bad about leaving all the work to him, but given his persistence, I knew that I wouldn't have a choice in the matter. That was roughly 9 years ago, and I hadn't heard from my father at all since he moved away. I won't delve into specifics about my life, so as to keep it as anonymous as possible, but I'll tell you what I can about my family and myself. At the time of writing this, I am in my 40s, with 2 children, both of which live on their own, one in a dorm, and one in an apartment with his girlfriend. Earlier this year, I lost my wife when she was on her way home from work, after hitting a patch of black ice and going off the road into a tree. The first paramedics to arrive told me she died on impact, the only solace I'd been able to receive for the whole event. After the funeral, my sons and I became more distant, and I haven't heard a word from them in over 5 months. I can hardly blame them. They loved her very much, and they were still more than likely recovering. I was living alone in our house for about a month after the accident, still struggling to cope with her loss, when I received a letter telling me that my father had also passed away a few weeks before, and that he'd left me several things in his will. The 2 standout items had been a sum of money that I could easily live comfortably on for the rest of my life and never have to work again, and the deed to the land on the edge of the lake. Not having any reason to do otherwise, I decided to pack up what few things I thought I would need, and within a week, I was on my way to my new cabin. When I first arrived, I wasn't sure of what to make of the location. A small cabin comprised of a kitchen, master bedroom, living room, and bathroom that was only accessible through a 10-minute drive down a dirt path didn't seem all that appealing, and had me considering turning around and heading home almost immediately. However, despite my initial feelings, I decided to give it a shot, at least spend a night there to give the place a fair chance. After settling in, I decided to cook up a simple meal with some groceries I'd picked up on the way, grabbed a book from the rather generously stocked bookshelf, and sat in an old recliner by the window with a perfect view of the lake. Time flew by, and before I knew it, I looked at the wall-mounted clock, only to find out it was 11 at night. Surprised, I placed the bookmarker between 2 pages, set the book down on a nearby table, and went to bed for the night. The sound of nature at night proved to be a fantastic lullaby, and I ended up having the best night's sleep I've ever had. Officially sold on the idea of calling this place my own home when I woke up the following morning. The next month or so went by peacefully. I spent most of my time either reading or fishing down at the handmade dock at the edge of the property, while deviating every now and again for a canoe ride around the lake or a walk through the woods. I was only just getting used to my new, pleasant life when suddenly, things started to happen around the property that I thought were only my imagination at first. Late at night, when falling asleep to the gentle breeze pushing through the trees, and the sound of crickets that proved to be a lull for me, I began to hear what sounded like faint humming, mixed with the unusual nightly sounds. It was faint at first, making me think it was only my mind playing tricks on me, but over the course of several weeks, the sound had become more pervasive, becoming louder than simply a quiet instrument of the night's orchestra, but not so loud as to sound more than a whisper. The hums did not come every night. In fact, there wasn't much consistency when it came to most of the chilling things that I'd experienced in my time there. Shortly after the humming began at night, things started to happen during my daily routines that I couldn't explain. On my occasional trips around the lake in the canoe, I'd look over the tree line and swear that I saw something that looked like a person, and even though at first I tried calling out to them, only to be met with silence, I assumed it was my mind playing tricks on me for spending most of my time away from civilization, except for my occasional grocery run. On my walks around the woods, I would hear twigs snapping, as well as crunching leaves from pretty much everywhere that wasn't in line of sight. On one venture, I even came across a rabbit that looked like it had snapped its neck, which seemed almost impossible for it to do, seeing it was in a small, flat clearing. After that encounter, I stopped my walks through the woods, sticking only to the property and never venturing into the trees. It was around the end of my 3rd month there, where I found myself hardly able to tolerate all the strange things happening around the cabin, and thought about leaving it, until the night that put all of the other oddities to shame. I noticed when I went to bed that night that the woods around me were alarmingly quiet. Not a single insect made a noise. No wind blew at all. And the only sound that kept me company was my slow breathing as I attempted to sleep. Right when I was about to nod off, however, I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard the screen door to the cabin start to be widely opened and slammed shut, as though someone was trying to tear it off its hinges. Terrified, I still had to figure out what was going on, so cautiously, I got out of bed and tiptoed to my bedroom's doorway, with a clear sight on the cabin's door. The blinds on the windows on either side of the door were pulled shut, only allowing the bright moonlight to shine through the crack at the bottom, and the door was still being slammed shut with brutal force. Despite everything, I couldn't help but thank myself internally for never getting over my need to lock the doors at night, even though nobody lived around me anymore. After about 10 minutes of slamming, as quickly as it started, it subsided, leaving me shaken as I stood there in silence, anticipating for whatever was about to come next. It was only when the humming began again, filling the silent air, that I felt the need to further investigate. As I got closer to the door, the humming grew louder. Despite my skin crawling, however, it was far enough away that I felt opening the door was a safe move. Unbolting the door and pulling it open, the first thing that came into sight was the screen door, now bent and hanging from its hinges. It was only when I looked over the field surrounding the cabin, illuminated by the nearly blinding light of the full moon, that I saw somebody standing by the docks. This figure not only appeared to be a slender woman, but also looked like the same person I'd seen around the lake on my canoe outings. Pushing past the remnants of the screen door, I stepped into the moon's light and started my cautious approach. With every step, the hum grew louder, even more eerie. What was first a soothing sound to fall asleep to now felt like the soundtrack to my nightmares. When I reached the tree line, only a couple dozen feet in front of the woman at most, the humming paused as she started to turn towards me. I was terrified at first, expecting to see something out of a horror movie staring back at me, but my dread was replaced with confusion and the feeling of a knot in the pit of my stomach as her face came into the moon's light. Standing in front of me, roughly 4 months since her funeral, was my wife, looking just as she always had. My heart sank as I watched her pale lips form a smile, only starting to hum again once I'd seen her. I called out to her, only to be met with the same haunting melody as she began to take slow steps away from me. As she neared the end of the dock, I found the shock wear off just enough for me to burst into a sprint towards her. Before I could reach her though, she fell backwards into the water, but made no sound as she fell in, not even causing much of a ripple in the otherwise still lake. I knelt down on the edge of the dock and reached into the water with one hand, calling her name frantically as I searched for her. It wasn't a deep section of water. She would have been able to grab my hand, only when something finally did, it wasn't her. I felt a tremendous grip on my forearm as something tried pulling me into the water. I anchored myself to the dock on one of the wooden supports as I fought, struggling and enduring a harsh pain to stop myself from falling in. After what felt like an hour of struggling, my arm was freed from the grasp of whatever was luring me into the water, and I wasted no time as I bolted back into the cabin. I didn't even look back, even when the humming started again. I slammed the door shut, bolted it before sliding the old recliner in front of it, and ran to the corner of the room where I waited through the rest of the night for sunrise to arrive. As the sun rose above the trees and cast a light on the cabin, I gathered my belongings and ran to my car, making record time as I packed everything inside and jumped in, tearing down the dirt road with no comprehension of how fast I was actually going. With the money left in my inheritance, I was able to stay at a hotel until a nearby apartment freed up for me. Once I was settled in, I decided to do a little research on the cabin and the lake itself. It was only then I found out that every one of the previous owners had lost their spouses shortly before moving into the cabin, and every one of them had drowned in the lake several months after taking up the residence, including my father. I didn't want to know any more than that. I had all the answers I needed. Several days after that discovery, I looked up a company willing to demolish the cabin, and another that would be willing to plant trees in the area to fill the gap caused by the sudden absence of any structures. I've given it thought, and despite everything that happened, I'm choosing to hold on to the deed to the property. I won't let whatever killed my family members by making poor replicas of their spouses have any opportunity to strike again. The knowledge of that cursed plot of land and the wretched cabin that once sat upon it now lives and dies with me. Here in central Michigan, almost everyone hunts, whether it's deer, rabbit, squirrel, turkey, or quail. We all hunt, so it's pretty common while I'm hunting on state land to run into a few other hunters. Normally, it's just frustrating. You pick your spot, settle in quietly for an hour, only to have some idiot go wandering 20 yards in front of your tree stand, right at prime time. This evening was one of those times when my hunt was interrupted, only instead of getting angry at first, I was concerned, followed quickly by being terrified out of my mind. I got out to my stand around 4:30 p.m., got all settled in, sat freezing for the next hour and a half, just watching the snow come down. It was starting to get dark pretty quickly, when to my left, I heard the sound every hunter loves hearing: footsteps. My heart immediately started to pump faster as my adrenaline started to kick in. Very slowly, I turned my head to the left, so I wouldn't alert the animal coming in that I was waiting 20 feet up in a tree. Instead of seeing a deer walking up though, it was a man. Instantly, my adrenaline turned into anger as yet again, my hunt was ruined. I stared him down, hoping he would back up and notice me in the tree, then turn around and go back the way he came. That way, there'd be a slight chance I could still see some deer. Once he got about 20 feet away from my stand, I noticed something was off about him. His body was completely stiff, his arms glued to his side, and he stared straight forward with a stone expression on his face. His legs, however, were taking these huge, high-knee steps, like he was sort of marching or exercising. I was a little creeped out at his odd behavior, but not really scared yet. After a few seconds of watching him, I figured he was some idiot intentionally ruining my hunt. I was just about to shout out to the weirdo and ask what he was doing when a twig snapped a little ways off to my right. The guy froze, and his head snapped in the direction of where the noise came from. He stared for a few seconds, then out of nowhere, took off running impossibly fast to whatever had caused the twig to snap. I stared, surprised at how fast this thing was running. I kid you not, he had been running well over 30 miles per hour as he closed 60 to 70 yards in about 4 seconds. As he got to a tree, he scaled that tree faster than a squirrel could. My heart was hammering so loud at this point, I actually feared he would hear it and come for me next. The sounds of an animal screeching as it was being torn about rang through the woods. Whatever it was, he caught it, and was, what I'm guessing, eating it alive. After a couple seconds of screeching, the woods fell completely silent, other than my frantic breathing. I closed my eyes and took 3 deep, slow breaths to settle my nerves. When I opened my eyes back up, my heart took another leap, as the guy was standing 20 feet away, looking down in the snow at something. My footprints in the snow. Oh, please no, I thought to myself. I'm not ashamed to admit I was in tears at this point. I was so afraid. I slowly reached to my side and put my hand on my pistol I always carried with me, in case it came down to it. I watched in terror as he slowly followed my footsteps. He crept along until he stood directly under my tree. Then he slowly lifted his head up until he looked directly at me. We stared at each other for a good couple of seconds until he put his hand on the ladder leading to my stand, getting ready to climb up. I was completely paralyzed in fear as I watched him slowly pull himself up the first step. Then, by the grace of God, I heard a voice somewhere in the distance. The creepy guy heard it too, and he hopped back down onto the ground. "Jim, I got one," I heard the guy in the distance shout to someone, probably his buddy. The guy under my stand took off running as fast as before, towards the other hunter's voice. I saw my only chance to get out of there, so I undid my harness in record time and practically jumped out of the tree and started running back to my truck. Thankfully, I wasn't too far in, and soon made it over the small hill. I looked back to see if he was chasing me, but I was in the clear. I got to my truck and threw my bow in and jumped in, starting it and pulling away as fast as I could. With snow, I wasn't able to drive as quickly as I wanted, but after an intense 10 minutes, I was back on the main road. I don't know what that was, but I know one thing. I'm not hunting in state land ever again. Once, my uncle told me of a story about how he had seen skinwalkers by Shiprock, New Mexico. My uncle was a long-haul truck driver. He was coming back from Colorado and had pulled over by the Shiprock to stretch his legs and let his dog pee. We are Navajo, so he knew better than to be walking around after sundown. But he was always mischievous and curious. His dog Moose got out and peed right away and wanted right back in the truck. No matter what my uncle did, he couldn't convince Moose to take a walk with him, even though they'd been in the truck for over 10 hours. So, my uncle takes a walk toward the actual Shiprock, and it's almost sundown. He continues to climb the rock. See, his friend told him a story about a secret cave up on top, and he wanted to see if it was true. He continued to climb and circle the mountain. Soon, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He felt wrong in the pit of his stomach, but he had to see what was going on up there. Soon, he began to feel a weird vibration in his feet, but before he could process what was happening, he heard chanting. He began to climb again. The higher he went, the louder the chants got. It was almost as if they were calling to him. Soon, he began to see a glow on the rocks. The closer he got, the more he could see the fire dancing against the rock walls. He carefully slid up a rock, and he was shocked to see 4 men dancing in animal skins. They circled the fire, always dancing, always chanting. Soon they began to change right before my uncle's eyes. My uncle was hidden low, but unable to move. The men's legs began to change as they danced. They were throwing some sort of herb into the fire and danced round and round. My uncle watched as their hands began to turn into paws, but they still danced. Soon their faces began to morph and blur. My uncle felt a sickness take place in his chest and stomach, but what could he do now? He had to stay hidden. Their coyote faces still chanting, and their long coyote legs still danced. Soon their melodic chanting turned into howling. They danced with 2 legs. The night was dark. There was no moon, no light except the light that came from the fire. My uncle wanted to run, but he knew if he ran, it would be sure death. While he was thinking, all of a sudden the skinwalkers took off in a blink of an eye. They ran down the mountain as if it was nothing. My uncle watched as they all went in different directions. He knew this was his only chance to escape. He tore down the mountain like he had a rocket strapped to his back. He finally made it to his truck. His hair was still standing on his arms. He jumped up to open the door, and there by the handle was a giant coyote print. It was red. He dared not to touch it. He opened up the door and started up his truck and got out of there as fast as he could. He started to head towards Gallup, New Mexico. He was doing 70 down the highway, trying to get as far away as he could. When he looked out his passenger side window, he saw a giant coyote keeping pace with him. My uncle said it was almost like it smiled at him. It then ran off into the desert, and he never saw it again. He got the courage to go back up the mountain in the daytime a couple years later. He couldn't find the cave, and there was no evidence anything had ever happened there. He was sure some sort of bad medicine made it possible for them to do what they did. He also told me that he was wearing his cedar berry necklace my grandma had made him. It had shielded and protected him. He died about a decade later, having bad luck the rest of his life. Respect the old ways. Don't be going out at night looking for evil. because it just might find you. This experience happened to me a long time ago, and I forgot about it for the most part. But one day, I was watching a video about different old beliefs and things, and somewhere they mentioned skinwalkers, and about how somebody saw their friend with dead eyes, or a loved one's voice, but I'm not sure if this thing qualified. When I was in the 5th grade, I went camping with my cousins, uncle, aunt, and her boyfriend. I remember this day specifically, because it was the first time I ever went camping. We stayed at a lake in upstate New York. I'm not sure exactly where in upstate New York, but I can ask my aunt if she remembers. Because of how long ago this is, I can only faintly remember some details. When we first got there, the first thing I did was sit in the car and text my mom I was safe. Unbeknownst to me, that was a lie. It was evening, so we decided to unpack some things. There was a wooden platform for tents, and we set up our tent surprisingly easily. Quickly, the day turned to night, so we ate some sandwiches that were pre-packed, and my uncle tried to teach us how to make a campfire. After making a circle of stones, putting wood and sticks in the form that he told us to, and ripping pieces of paper and tissue up, lighting the fire came next. Given my experience with matches, it only took me a few tries to light up the first paper, but marshmallows quickly came after. We were all getting tired, so we stopped feeding the fire until it got low enough to put it out with water and feet. After this, I sat in the car again and texted my mom I was going to sleep. My mother was very overprotective, and this was necessary for her to sleep soundly back in my apartment. I didn't own a sleeping bag, so I wrapped myself in a quilt and shared the tent with one of my cousins. The other slept with her dad in the bigger tent, 3 tents total. My cousin, who was staying in the tent with me, let's call her Jess, told me to put my shoes right next to hers, so I did. She fell asleep quicker than I did, but eventually we both fell asleep. My aunt is big on no technology, so we had to leave our phones in the car. I woke up to Jess calling me from outside the tent. When I looked over, all I saw was a lump of quilt and a pillow, so I walked out of the tent to see her walking towards the woods. It was very, very dark. Normally, in the city, there's no stars because of light pollution. Upstate, however, the stars were beautiful. She said, "Come look at the stars," and I of course followed her into the woods. But every time I walked to her, she walked farther away from me. She kept repeating over and over again, "Isn't this so much prettier than the city?" and walking away farther and farther. At this point, I started to get worried we would get lost, and she was still a good 10 to 15 feet away from me as she spoke. I told her, "We might get lost. Why don't we stick together or turn back soon?" At this point, she started to sound a little angry. "No, just follow me. We're almost there." She started to sound a little fishy, so I asked, "Where exactly are we going?" Her voice became almost robotically angry. "Why don't you just trust me?" It sounded like something my mom would say whenever I would ask something too many times. Almost like she could read my mind. She started walking more, expecting me to follow her. I did for a few steps, but the more I tried to trust her, the more worried I got. Here was the first why question. "Why are we even doing this?" I said. And there was no response, except for a grunt of some sort, like an annoyed grunt. "Jess?" And that's when I knew something was wrong. "Because I said so," she said, but it sounded like my mother, exactly like my mother. So extremely like my mother that for a millisecond I was relieved. But then I remembered my mother was not with us on this camping trip. "Mom?" I said, confused and scared now. I started backing away, and that thing started coming closer. "Hello? Who are you?" I said, starting to back away. "You know me," it said. It was switching between my mother and my cousin as I backed away. I have the worst sense of direction, so at this point, I had forgotten which way was back. but I ran. I ran in the opposite direction of the thing. I've never been an exceptional runner. In track, I always finished last. I never liked running, but here, I felt I was running faster than the fastest runner I knew. Nonetheless, I kept running. I heard a faint, "Come back, wait," behind me. But I didn't hesitate. I was like a scared dog, eyes ahead, full speed. The run back felt a lot longer than the walk to wherever we were. But soon, I saw some trees that I pulled dried leaves and sticks from earlier. I ran so fast to my tent and looked behind me. There was what either looked like two yellow eyes or a tiny car's headlights is the best I could describe it. It seemed to be standing still though. Almost tripping on the wooden platform, I went straight back into the tent and kicked off my shoes faster than ever before. When I looked back at what I previously mistook to be a lump of quilt, Jess was sleeping there the entire time. I was breathing extremely heavy, but I laid down closer to Jess than before, shivering. I remembered we were told strictly to not go outside our tents during the night, so I didn't tell her about what happened to avoid getting into trouble. Multiple times during the night, I heard different noises. At one point, I heard our car driving away, and even faintly, running somewhere in the distance. I chose not to pay attention to those noises though. In the morning, I was the last one to wake up. I woke up not thinking about the night prior, but thinking it was a nightmare or something. When I walked outside the tent though, my cousin's flashlight was on the floor near where I had entered the woods. Also, my thrown shoes were not next to my cousin's, but where I threw them. I can't think of other proof that this wasn't a nightmare, but there was a dead squirrel near the car for some reason. Besides the horrible adventure that had happened throughout the night, the day went on as normal. I heard no noises or voices, but I did ask my cousin if she got up during the night. She said no, but I did wake her up a bit when I moved a bit close to her. She tried to forget about what happened, and soon, my thoughts were mostly about the lake we were swimming in. There was nothing sketchy about the lake. It was meant to be swam in, with beaches and lifeguards. After the beach, we got ice cream, ate at the picnic bench, and my other cousin taught me how to play a card game. Another strange thing though, my phone mysteriously disappeared during the night. It was not in the car when I checked, and it wasn't in the trunk after we pulled everything out. I was in 5th grade though, and it was just a small free phone my mother gave me to contact her. She wasn't too upset about the loss of this phone. After arriving back to the city, I didn't tell anybody about the experience until school started again. I told a friend or two in my class, but it wasn't mentioned again. The surreal, horrific experience was truly scary. My wife and I decided to go camping this past weekend. It was the first time we both had time off together in months, and wanted to spend it unplugged from the rest of the world, just the two of us. We chose a scenic spot in the North Georgia mountains, about a 2.5-hour drive from where we live in Atlanta. It wasn't too far out, but we'd heard from friends that once you get up into those hills, you feel completely isolated from the modern world. We both have been camping before, but it had been a while. I was in Boy Scouts, but I wouldn't call myself a natural in the wilderness. Despite our lack of survival skills, we ended up booking one of the park's backcountry sites. For those that may not know, that means you're more separated from the rest of the campers. There is no electricity or water, and you have to hike a fair bit to get there. You feel like you're really on your own that way. Our site, in particular, was very wooded and felt particularly isolating, in a good way. Or at least, that's what we thought at first. We got there early in the day because we wanted to make sure we had plenty of time to unpack and set up camp. We also wanted to get in some good hiking while there was plenty of daylight out. After several hours of hiking, we got back to our campsite around 7 p.m. It was really starting to get dark at this point, so we lit a campfire and made dinner. This is all sounding pretty normal, right? You're probably thinking, this is a pretty basic camping trip. Why did this guy post this here? Well, it wasn't until we turned in for the night that things started getting weird. It wasn't late when we went to bed, mainly because we were exhausted from the day, but also had an early start planned for the next. After a few uncomfortable hours trying to sleep in a small tent not designed for my 6'3" frame, and my wife huddled next to me, I was awoken around 1 or 2 a.m. I don't know for sure because I was honestly too scared to check my phone for the time. There was a weird, sudden noise outside the tent. At first, I sort of just wrote it off as just some random animal running through the site. The initial high-pitched sound was far enough that I felt like I didn't need to worry. But then I noticed the sounds weren't leaving, and they weren't getting farther away. Suddenly, startling squeals interrupted by the sound of leaves being trampled, like something was running between our stuff, broke the sharp silence of the woods. So, at this point, I'm pretty awake. I laid there, still, wanting to make sure that whatever it was didn't get into any of our stuff, but also worried just enough to not dare reach for the zipper on our tent door. I started listening more closely and began to notice different variations in sounds. Like all of a sudden, all the movement would stop. I could hear light, slow sniffing, like it was trying to memorize our scent. I was getting used to the faint sniffing sound, only to be surprised by the sound of rushing, determined footsteps barreling toward the tent. They stopped just short of the spot where the top of my head grazed the tent wall. It started to sniff again. I could now feel something, its nose probably, pressing against the thin wall. Now that it was closer, I could sort of make out its size, about that of a large dog, like a German shepherd, maybe bigger. Maybe someone's dog got out and was running between campsites. Hard to tell while you're holding your breath and keeping one eye shut. When the sniffing stopped, I heard feet shuffle back quickly away from the tent, as if it had gotten a whiff of something it didn't like, possibly me. That's when it started growling. The growl is sort of hard to explain. It wasn't a dog, that's for sure. The best way I can describe it is like a cat who is pissed off, but much lower pitch. Too low, maybe for a cat. Almost like a guttural sounds of a wild hog, but even that wasn't quite right. Over and over it growled at me. It felt like forever. Now my mind was racing. I didn't know what to do. Should I try and scare it? Make lots of noise? Maybe there's something in my tent I can grab and use as a weapon. I thought about everything within reach. My flashlight was within my finger's length, and my backpack against the wall by my feet. I knew I had a pocket knife in there, but I didn't think I'd be able to get it without making a lot of noise. Probably too much noise. The next few moments I think I will remember for the rest of my life. The creature started moving again, only this time slowly. It circled the tent like a lion stalking its prey, stopping every once in a while to get a sniff here and there. I think it was getting its bearings, trying to figure out where the smell was strongest. It made a full circle right back to where my head was pressed up against the wall. The growling sounded even more irritated, even more guttural. I knew my wife was awake now. I feel her hand working down my arm before wrapping her finger around my wrist in a death grip. It was then I realized the creature outside was now pressing against the wall. I could make out a shallow hole and points through the thin fabric. Teeth? Lots of them. It began to lick the tent wall, grazing its teeth on the fabric, like it just wanted a taste. The next thing that happened is the real reason I had to post here. After what felt like forever, the creature stopped. It stopped growling, stopped moving. For all I knew, it was just standing there outside the tent, thinking about its next move. I braced for something. I wasn't sure what, but I just continued lying there, waiting. Was it about to pounce? Was it done? As the seconds ticked on, my fear dissolved into anger. I was sick of lying there, simply wanting for something to happen to us. In a moment of dumb bravery, I grabbed my light and my backpack, thinking maybe I could use it as a shield, and ripped open the tent door. I stepped out and waved my light around the campsite. I saw nothing, not even a rustling of leaves in the distance, as if something was running away. I suddenly felt stupid. It had to have been some random animal I tricked myself into thinking was some sort of wilderness monster, rearing to eat me and my wife. I took one last look between the trees before turning around to get back in my tent. That's when I saw it, right outside, right where my head had been resting against the wall, were footprints, unmistakably human. I grew up in the South. Tons of beautiful places to see that haven't been taken over by concrete yet. It's nice, but along with that, it's pretty boring. Being a teenager and wanting to go out and have fun led to mostly improvising with your buddies and hoping some good will come out of the night. There wasn't really a local spot to go hang out, like a club or a cool bar, and the places that were close to this was often boring because you did them so many times. I'm sure if you've ever lived in a rural area, you can understand that feeling completely. Something that I found a ton of enjoyment in as a teenager was cruising around super late at night, listening to music. I would fill my gas tank up, grab something to drink, and I would just take off driving until the sun came up. It was a way for me to clear my mind and relax. Those country back roads were always fun to drive down at 2 a.m., and was also just the right amount of spooky. Well, one night, I absolutely got more than I bargained for. I can't remember what month it was exactly, but I know for a fact it was in the summertime because I was out of school, and I also remember it being a comfortable, chilly night. So if I was to guess, it had just been around July or August. I was cruising around like I always did, and was completely worry-free. I had music blaring, and I was in my zone. I decided to head down to a park, just out of pure boredom. This particular park is at the very end of a long stretch of a desolate country road, but it's a really pretty drive because of that. When I say desolate country road, I don't mean it's one of those dirt roads that go through the woods or anything crazy like that. It's a normal paved road, but there is really nothing on it after a certain point. The entire road takes about 20 minutes to drive down to and get to the park. And after about 10 minutes into the drive, the houses start getting spread out further and further, to becoming no houses and just road leading to the park. I think a lot of the reason I like this drive at night is because of how creepy it was, and I looked at it as some sort of an adventure or whatever. The park isn't open for camping or anything. It's mostly just a lot of land, with walking trails and biking trails set up through miles of woods. So obviously, at around 3 in the morning, it's pretty quiet. I made it there, and just did a slow, normal little loop around drive of the park. The night before, it stormed very badly. So badly, I remember my parents and I had to take shelter because of the threat of a tornado touchdown. There ended up being no tornado, but the storms were pretty rough. Because of this, I came up on a fallen tree in the road that looped around to the exit of the park. That must have happened because of the storm. It wasn't some massive tree or anything, but I knew for a fact that there was no way I could have gotten over it in my car. It was pitch black everywhere besides the front of my car because of my headlights, and because of that, I immediately ruled out backing up the entire way I just drove when I entered the park. I knew that was super dangerous, and there was no way. At this point on the road, there was flat land on each side of me. I figured that it would make the most sense to just back out on the grass beside me, just a little, and drive back the way I came. It was a one-way loop around the park, but I wasn't really worried about going out the wrong way since it was so late. So I started to back up off the road so I could get my car turned around. All was good until when I went to pull back up on the road, I totally didn't take into account how wet the grass was and the amount of mud. My car went absolutely nowhere. My back tires were completely stuck and were spinning in place as I was trying to floor the gas pedal. I started to become pretty scared at this point. Not the most ideal situation to be in. I immediately take my cell phone out of my pocket and saw that I had service. Super huge feeling of relief. I called my parents and told them what happened and where I was. They were pretty mad at me, but said they will pay for a tow truck to come out and get me. My parents both drive small 4-door sedans, and they would have been absolutely zero help in the situation. I was about 45 minutes away from my house, and the rest of most human civilization. So I realized that I would be stuck out here for at least an hour before someone was able to get to me. Freaky feeling, but I tried to get out of my head and I just continued to listen to music and be on my phone in the car while I waited. Not really much more I could do. After I kind of calmed down from the initial anger I had, I started to check out my surroundings. I didn't even notice at first because of everything going on, but in front of my car's placement was a field that was full of the most amount of deer I think I'd ever seen at once. There legitimately must have been 40 deer in that field, just walking around and eating the grass. The field wasn't directly in front of my car, but if I was to get out and throw a rock in the direction, I would have easily been able to hit one of them. So if I was to guess, they were about 30 yards out. This didn't really help with the creepy level going on. Looking out the front of my car and seeing 80 eye reflections staring back at you is a bit of an alarming feeling overall. But I was relieved it was just a field of deer. I watched them for a little bit, but I was quickly over it and started to just browse through my social media apps while waiting. They seemed to have been over it quicker than I was because they all went back to walking around and eating once they figured out I wasn't going to attack them or anything. After browsing my phone for about 15 minutes, I finally get a call back from my parents letting me know that a tow truck guy is on the way and about an hour and a half away from my location. Still to this day, I remember hearing that and having the thought, "You gotta be kidding me." I understood that me, and only me, was the reason I was in the situation I was in, so I couldn't really be mad at anyone else. But that was very obviously not what I wanted to hear. I decided that the smartest thing for me to do was just make sure the doors were all locked, lay back in my seat, and take a nap to pass time more quickly. So that's what I did. So I wake up about 45 minutes later to the feeling of being watched. I'm not sure if anyone has ever experienced that feeling before, because I don't know how common it is. But there was a sixth sense alarm going off in my head, telling me that I needed to wake up. Waking up to that feeling, in the situation I was in, and the surrounding I was in, is probably the worst case scenario. I sit up and immediately check my surroundings, and see nothing. I look through my car very quickly for any sort of weapon, and found my pocket knife. I was very scared. Even though I saw and heard absolutely nothing, that feeling is terrifying. I was shocked to see the field of deer in front of me was still full of deer. I don't know anything about the animal, but I guess I always just assume that they don't hang around in the same place for long. Not sure why I thought that, but I was surprised to see them nonetheless. I called my parents back to see if they heard any kind of update from the tow truck dude. I decided not to mention the feeling I was having because I didn't want them to worry more, and I also knew that it was literally nothing more than a feeling I had, and had nothing to back up why I was feeling that way, other than just being spooked out in general. No update from the tow truck guy, so we assumed everything was still the same on his end. The call lasted just a few minutes because I felt like a jerk. They both had to wake up for work in a few hours. Now have to spend a random $100+. And on top of all of that, they were worried about me. I could tell they were annoyed at the situation, but worried. I told them I'll make sure to tell them when the guy arrives, and I'm sorry. We hang up and I look up from the phone, and immediately went from 0 to 100 in panic mode. The deer in front of me were all completely perked up, staring in the same direction. Let me remind you, there are around 40 deer in this field. Every single one of them were stopped dead in their tracks, standing completely still, looking at something. I put my high beams on and started waiting for absolutely anything to happen at all. Nothing. I tapped my horn real quick. They didn't even budge or look my way. They were all completely glued to what was by them. The way the tree line was, I couldn't see that far over the field. I know they were looking into the woods by them, but where I was at, I was only able to see them. I could hear my heartbeat. I grabbed that stupid pocket knife and just waited for something to happen. I would say it was about a minute after I honked. Every single one of them, in unison, started to run the opposite way. They were all running at full speed, and within 20 to 30 seconds the field was completely empty. I was petrified in fear. I knew that staying in my car is what would be the safest thing to do. but it's the worst feeling in the world when you feel like a sitting duck. My head was on a swivel. I was freaking out every way possible. I assumed it was a bear or something, but it could have been absolutely anything. I was convinced at that point it was the devil himself. I didn't know what to do. I knew the tow truck was close by, but I had no idea where he was. I began to shake because of nervousness and just looked around to make sure nothing was by me and focusing on the field in front of me. I did this for what felt like an eternity, sitting in complete silence and darkness in the middle of nowhere. I was waiting for something to jump out and attack me. 15 of the longest minutes of my life go by, and I start to see lights break through the tree line on the road. As it gets closer, I see it is the tow truck guy. The lights on his truck felt like it was Jesus coming from heaven to rescue me. He gets up to me, and I jump out of my car and immediately ask him if he has a gun on him. I told him very quickly what happened to me, and that something is definitely out here, nearby. He let me know that he had a shotgun in the truck and assured me that it was most likely a bear or a bobcat. He gave me the whole, "they are more scared of you than you are of them" crap. The tree was small enough for him to sort of bulldoze it out of the way with his truck, and then he attached my car to his and pulled me out of the spot I was stuck in. He was very nonchalant about what I had just experienced, but I was pretty badly shaken up from it. The whole time he was doing his thing, I still had my eyes glued on that field, waiting for something. He was completely done with everything in about 15 minutes and told me to follow his truck out to the main road again. I got in my car and was ready more than anything to get out of this park. We started to drive away from the spot I was in, and I still had my head on a swivel, completely shook up. As we were driving away, I looked in my rearview mirror. We were down the park road just a tiny bit, but I could still see the spot I was stuck in, partially lit up from the vehicle's lights and the moon. I watched in my rearview mirror a man come out of the tree line behind where the car was and walk into the middle of the road to watch us drive away. My heart stopped beating. I lost my breath and my eyes started to get full of tears because of how absolutely scared I was in this moment. I couldn't see any sort of details, like how he looked or even necessarily what he was wearing. To be honest, I don't really care. The feeling that I felt driving away from that spot, knowing he was right there the whole time watching me as I freaked out, looking around, watching me as I was completely alone for a long time, maybe even coming right up to my window and watched me as I slept. That's the feeling I can't necessarily put into words. All these years later, it still messes with me quite a bit. The entire time we were driving off, as long as I could see him, he didn't move, just watched us from the road. A million things went through my mind. I was scared there may have been multiple people up on the road waiting for us. I was trying to figure out if I should start beating on my horn like crazy to get the tow guy to stop or not. I decided that all I wanted to do was get out of there, more than anything. The second we finally got out of the park and was able to see the 2-lane road again, I flew past the tow truck driver and did nothing below 70 miles per hour the entire way home. I flew through stop signs and red lights. I absolutely did not care. The only thing on my mind was making it home. I got home, ran inside, very quickly acknowledging my parents and said sorry and thank you, and went to my room. I didn't get a single second of sleep the rest of the night. I was just searching for any sort of record of things happening in that area. Escaped convicts, similar stories, etc. I came to the conclusion that the man was some sort of squatter or homeless. I read many things online of how common it is for homeless in secluded areas to build shelters in the woods, which does make sense to me entirely on why they would do that. But obviously the unknown is the scariest part of all. What if he wasn't homeless? What if he was going to hurt me? What if? There's so many possibilities of what could have happened, but the outcome that did happen is what I am most grateful for. I never told my parents this story until many years after it happened, and I was already an adult and moved out. It freaked them out too when I told them. I never went back to that park, ever. Even though I no longer live by there, I still have no desire at all to ever go back there. I don't even think I could in broad daylight with a ton of people around. I also made the decision to stop doing those late night cruises. I did a few after that time with people, but even then, I felt very uneasy and on edge. It was a Sunday, early in the morning. I live in the suburbs, but my parents own a farm that I enjoy going to, because I get to see my dog. Her name is Molly. She's a mutt, but she's not a tiny dog by any means. At that time, I felt very safe around her, and would often take her for walks in the forest that was nearby. The day started out like any other. Me and my dad got in the car, drove around for a while, and arrived at the farm. I immediately got out of the car and hugged Molly. My parents always got so angry when I hugged her, since I'd smell like her for the rest of the day. I put her leash on and I asked my dad if I could take her for a walk. He always thought that we would just go down the road and back, but I always found it more interesting to take her back in the forest. I always felt a certain kind of peace and relaxation there that was unmatchable by anything else. So we took a turn and headed to the forest. Usually when we got there, I'd take her leash off so she could explore on her own. Most of the time I'd carve my name into the trees or look out for anything interesting. I was playing baseball with some rocks and a wooden leg, presumably from an old table, and then I heard it. Molly was barking at something. That wasn't unusual when we were out there in the forest. I thought it was a fox or some other animal, so I quickly grabbed the wooden leg as a weapon. I knew that if it was a fox, I wouldn't attack it, but I had a sense of security while I was holding it. I called out to my dog, but she just kept barking. This was very strange for me, since she always came to me when I called her. I followed the sound of her barks and stumbled across a scene I'll never forget. There was a man, probably in his late 50s, carrying a large machete in one hand and holding moonshine in the other. This was the first time that I stumbled across someone in the woods, let alone someone carrying a big machete. He was completely ignoring Molly and hacking away at the ground for some reason. I didn't really know how to handle the situation. Even now, I have no idea how I would handle it. "Sir, are you okay?" I asked in confusion. I don't think I understood the seriousness of the situation at the time. He turned around, revealing his face. He had some of the clearest blue eyes I had ever seen to this day. I could see them so well because they were open wide. "Come here, boy. Look what I've dug up." I was afraid that if I didn't listen to him, he would start chasing after me, and that was something I wanted to avoid at all costs. I got closer, but kept a good distance. I didn't see anything except an empty hole. He returned to hitting the ground with his machete, occasionally taking sips from the bottle. I used this window of time to get my dog and started to walk away slowly as to not notifying him that I was leaving. But then I took one final glance at the man. His head was dug deep in the hole. I was intrigued, so I kept looking. I know, how stupid of me. He finally got up from the ground. I was shocked when I saw him carrying a bone from his mouth. I have no idea what animal it belonged to, or even if it did belong to an animal. I had seen enough and started sprinting with my dog. As we ran, I heard him laughing, and then I saw something flying in the corner of my eye. It was that machete. I heard him yell. This made me run even faster. I know the forest very well, so I wasn't afraid of getting lost. I ripped through branches and bushes until I got out of that forest, but I didn't stop sprinting until I arrived at the garage, where my father was testing out lights on our tractor. I didn't tell him a single thing about the man, since I was afraid that he'd get angry and wouldn't allow me to walk Molly anymore. Needless to say, I never went into that forest alone, ever again. I'd like to begin by describing myself, because I believe it's relevant to the story. I'm 25, male, and a bit above average height. I have been doing sports 5 to 6 times a week since I've graduated high school. My favorite hobbies are mountaineering, hiking, and bouldering. I've just recently purchased a new pair of high-altitude mountaineering boots because it's near the end of summer season and they were on sale. The plan is to wear them in the Alps next summer on a few ascents. I live in a European capital, one that's surrounded by wonderful nature with many trails and opportunities for hiking. I decided to break in the boots last Saturday, more specifically because it would have been my granddad's birthday, and he also loved hiking before he died. These boots are overkill for these woods, but I needed to try them. I selected a nice route that's about 25 kilometers and set off about 9 in the morning. It just rained the day before, so I expected a fair amount of mud and not so many people, as they are usually scared off by bad weather. Since the summer was excruciatingly hot, it was a nice change of temperature, especially between trees and such, where it's a few degrees cooler than in the city. In the not-so-distant past, my dog would have definitely joined me on this hike, but she's turning 14 this year, and she doesn't enjoy long-distance walks anymore. My girlfriend had something to do for work on short notice, so I knew from the moment I woke up I would be doing this hike alone. The first half of the hike was perfect. The altitude difference along with the trail is minimal. I barely broke a sweat, and I misjudged how many people would be out due to the storm the day before. I met at most 6 or 7 people during the first 2 to 3 hours, and most of them were cross-country runners. It's worth mentioning that I wasn't walking quickly. I stopped on many occasions to take pictures or study some animals' tracks. There are deer and wild boars in these woods, nothing more menacing. Not animals anyway, but I won't get ahead of myself. Between 12 and 1, the path ran into an actual road, one where cars can go. The road is asphalt, but deep in the forest and can only be used to reach certain landmarks that are there, so cars seldom go here. My trail required me to take the road for a few hundred meters. As I was walking along the road, I heard a car approach from behind me. It went past me, not too quickly or too slowly. It was an older, green SUV with fresh registration. You can tell by the license plate. Probably an import. Anyway, I thought nothing of it at the time. Then I heard it come back. It drove past me for a second time, now very slowly, and I could clearly see 2 men sitting in the front seats, wearing baseball caps and sunglasses. Both had stubble going on as well. I assumed they were gamekeepers, even though those cars have a crest on the hood and both front doors. As I hike a fair amount, I know these things. I see them around quite a bit. They would also not be driving a car like this. They would have jeeps, which are more suitable for the forest. Still, I felt no discomfort, and again, I thought nothing of it. Then, my trail left the asphalt road and began snaking in the woods again. I walked ahead serenely, gazing at the trees and whatnot. Then, I suddenly had a strange sensation that something, or someone, was behind me. An engine sound was becoming more and more clear as well. At this point, the trail was quite narrow, but if, for whatever reason, you'd want to drive a car on it, you could. Just about. Now, when I turned around, the aforementioned SUV was basically in my face. It was an arm's length away from me, and it stopped just as I did. I looked at the driver, who was staring back, as I could only assume he was wearing sunglasses. I calmly asked him, "What's wrong? Shall I let you go?" in a polite tone as his window was rolled down. He didn't speak. He slowly started reversing and soon disappeared behind a curve. Now, I was quite uneasy. I also noticed that he was alone in the car, unlike earlier. I listened intently, standing still, since I wasn't sure what was going on. At this point, I was not scared, but there was this faint feeling of unease in the air, and bad thoughts began gathering in the back of my mind. I heard the car and the engine stop behind the curve. I heard a door open and shut, but nothing from that point on. I turned around and began walking towards my destination at a much faster pace than before. Now I was a bit scared. I didn't understand why he didn't answer, and why he just reversed and left without a word. I wasn't sure what to make of it, and I had no desire to ask him again, or to see him again for that matter. I had just walked enough for these unpleasant thoughts to slowly be erased from my mind. As I had been drinking a lot of water, as I usually do, I decided to take a leak. I saw a perfect spot, a very narrow path off the trail that led quite clearly to a little hunting tower. I walked over to the tower, put my bag down by the ladder that led up it, and began taking a leak. I was also interested on checking Google Maps to see where I was, but since there was no signal, I decided to check my map. I also had a sip of water. I had been sitting there for a good few minutes before I headed back at the trail from where I deviated to take a leak. Right before I arrived back to the main trail, I thought to myself how extremely quiet it was. No wind, no noise of any kind, absolutely nothing. This made me realize just a moment later how alone I was, except for the man who was standing maybe 50 meters away from me on the trail in the direction where I was headed. I only saw this as soon as I stepped back on the trail, since the small one to the tower was hidden by the trees and you couldn't see the main trail as it was running perpendicular to the small one. I looked at him and I was instantly chilled to the very bone. He was dressed in tactical clothing, with a white baseball hat on his head. The only reason he was standing still, I believe, was a moment of surprise that I had appeared from the place where he didn't expect me to appear from. At this point, I was fully and utterly alarmed. He was holding a rifle with a scope on it. Had this happened without the incident with the SUV, I wouldn't have probably walked along the trail, thinking he's a hunter. However, in the light of the strange encounter with the SUV, from which the second man was missing, something in me snapped instantly. In hindsight, it's also illegal to hunt in these woods this time of year. I figured in a matter of 2 seconds that I was going to sprint through the woods until exhaustion, towards and past the tower, as it seemed natural to do at the time. If there was no malicious intent on the man's behalf, or the others, he'll just think I'm an idiot and forget about me in 2 minutes. If I'm right, it's the best call I will have ever made. And he began running towards me. Adrenaline blossoming within me, I began sprinting away. I sprinted past the tower and deep into the bushes, not sparing my legs as I was wearing shorts and a thermal jumper. I crashed through branches, small trees, and slipped on several occasions. I really did sprint until I was exhausted. It must have been several kilometers. I even crossed some smaller trails, but didn't even bother to look either way. My pulse was a billion the whole time. I began checking my phone for a signal, but nothing. I was already really angry at myself for not memorizing the license plate. After a while, I began power walking, but still off trail, straight ahead, in a direction that I knew sooner or later would lead me out of the woods. When my phone got a signal, I told the story to several people frantically, but no one took me seriously. They said I was overreacting and whatnot. You must have misunderstood the situation. Well, I'll let you decide for yourself if I did or not. Finally, I reached a trail that led directly to a cute little town that borders this rather large forest. It felt like an eternity, but I walked the last kilometer to the main square, took off my jumper, and put it in my bag. At least I looked a little different from far away. I waited for a bus that took me back to the station near my car, rather anxiously. After the bus ride, during which I studied each car on the road, I walked back to my car and drove home. My dog welcomed me like I was coming back from a 2-year deployment. Dogs are just amazing. She must have felt something shook me up. I spent the afternoon contemplating my life in the bathtub. The boots destroyed my feet, but they aren't meant to be sprinted in for long periods of time. I called the forest's gamekeeper's office. I inquired about whether or not they have such cars in the service as the one I came across. They do not. Their gamekeepers don't actually work in pairs. Like 99% of the time, they are alone. I told them my story, and they took me a lot more seriously than my friends, but they assured me that the police wouldn't. No one could have been legally hunting in that area during the summer either. I've been reading some local news, but nothing extraordinary has been reported yet. I really hope nothing will be reported either. My husband and I are amateur mushroom hunters. 3 seasons out of the year, we spend our weekends in the forest. along nature trails and rivers, looking for edible and interesting wild mushrooms to harvest. Springtime brings the most exciting hunt, which is for the highly coveted morels. We know of a special stretch of shoreline along the river that has a few dozen morels each year. It's difficult to get to as it's off the proper path, and you have to do quite a bit of ducking and climbing and maneuvering to get through. One day, 2 years ago, we were doing just that, making our way slowly and searching carefully for mushrooms hiding in plain sight. We were so preoccupied with our task that we don't know how long we were being watched or followed. But at one point, we saw a man up ahead of us, looking at us and not saying anything or moving, almost like he's waiting to be noticed. My husband saw him first and turned to shoot me a look, because we never encountered anyone in that spot before. It was besides a small and fairly busy park, but people didn't stray away from the paved walk paths much. There was a weird energy about that man that can best be described as vaguely menacing. We were near the end of where we wanted to look anyway, so we turned around and started working our way back. When we looked behind us a few moments later, the man was gone. We just wrote it off as some weirdo, maybe a homeless guy whose territory we wandered into. We continued looking over the spots we had already covered in case we missed any morels, with me in front and my husband right behind me, looking back every few paces as we were feeling more paranoid as we went. All of a sudden, I look up from the ground, and the man is blocking our path up ahead, maybe 30 feet. He had to have left the riverbank and crept alongside us on the path, getting ahead of us in order to cut us off at the pass like that. I whip around with huge eyes at my husband, who looks over my shoulder, sees him, and starts moving up the hill on our right, grabbing my hand to pull me with him. Adrenaline shot us out of the thick brush and into the paved path. In the open park moments later, without speaking, we broke into a sprint towards the direction of our car, several blocks away. When we were far enough away from the riverbank to risk a backward glance, we saw the man emerge from the brush. He just stood there, watching us leave, motionless. We speculated the entire ride home what he wanted from us, knowing it was nothing innocent. To this day, it still bothers me, and I wonder what would have happened if we had been spread apart further while we hunted, or if either of us had been alone. I'm a 21-year-old guy. This happened to me back when I was in high school, about 5 years ago. It was my senior year. Classes were winding down, and teachers were finding less to talk about as we were excited to get out of there. This one teacher I had was super quirky, kind of weird but cool to me, as he always had interesting experiences to share. He and the group of my friends in the class became acquainted, among the other students who wouldn't listen to him when he attempted to speak about his past shenanigans. One day, he brought up this oasis, as he called it, a place in the woods he would visit when he was young. It was a clearing deep within the trees, complete with dunes and a small beach, not too far from where we were going to school. We, of course, didn't believe him, so he showed us on Google Maps. Our naive selves thought that after school we could attempt to reach this place, entering from a backyard closest to the clearing. We should have known that 40-something years later, the layout of the place would have changed. Come the end of the day, I gather up my closest friends. We all agree on the plan using Google Maps as our GPS. After convincing one of our moms to drop us off with a lie of hanging out at a friend's place, we made our way to the edge of the forest. I wish we called it quits then. We started out alright, I guess, making our way closer by climbing through hordes of bushes and weeds. It was probably the most run-down, gross, dumped-on parts of the forest with broken car parts and trash everywhere. Eventually, as we get closer to this supposed clearing, we hear a dog viciously barking in the distance. My alarms went off. What was a dog doing in the middle of the woods? It was fairly residential, so no hunting, but also no trails or any reason for it to be out there. My friends were a mix of angry at me for suggesting this and extremely anxious about how we were going to get through it. At this point, we just wanted to make it to the sandy beach part of the woods, which seemed close by judging our distance on the maps. The closer we got, the louder the barking became. At this point, we weren't saying much to each other as I led. We were literally screwed with nowhere to go. The barking seemed like it was coming from everywhere. I could see a dirt clearing ahead, so I just told everyone to make a break for it. At least in the open, we could see what was coming at us. This was not the clearing we were hoping for, and one I could not find on the map when I tried looking for it later. Off in the distance was a medium-sized makeshift building. It appeared to be made out of plywood, painted gray and black. Above the door hung a giant animal skull with horns. I felt a pit in my stomach because I immediately knew this was the source of the barking, being as it was at its loudest. After managing to snap a couple pictures, I stood there frozen, unsure of what to do next. I came back to my senses when I hear a deep, angry voice shout, "Hey, what are you doing?" from somewhere close by the building. I'd officially had enough of the situation. I'd gotten all my friends in this mess, so I felt responsible for their safety. I told everyone we're just gonna have to bite the bullet and run blind through the woods. It could have been my mind playing tricks, but I swear I felt like the dog was chasing us, almost like somebody let it loose. After kicking through the dense wilderness and trees, we were so scraped up and bloody by the time we got far enough away that we felt safe. Huddled together and practically crying, I called my mother and told her the mess that we were in. I gave her the street closest to the side of the woods we were on, and she gladly came and picked us up. She said that when she saw us on the side of the road, it looked like we had been through hell and back. After that day, we barely spoke about it. We didn't even tell the teacher who started the whole thing, in fear of somehow getting him in trouble. Creeper with the skull hut. Let's not meet. For starters, we both work at a hospital and work until 1 a.m. This all happened about 2 weeks ago. We worked a 12-hour shift due to our departments being slightly understaffed for the night. We're leaving the hospital around 4 in the morning. We usually take the highway, but the on-ramp was closed due to an accident. So, we decided to just take the normal roads home. It was going well for the first 30 minutes, until we get to the part of the trip where the once touching residential houses became nothing but woods. The speed limit was 25 because it was still residential. There was probably one house every 2 miles. My girlfriend and I were talking about new music and having a nice time when I got this awful feeling I'm being watched. I looked into the back seat, feeling like I would 100% see a person sitting back there. I start observing the tree line to my right and see nothing. Then it happens. We slam into a deer running on the left side of the road from the woods. My girlfriend screams and I start looking around to see what just happened. I see the back legs of a deer stumble away before getting distracted by my girlfriend, shaking me, asking me what just happened. I told her, "You just hit a deer," and was forced outside to see the damage on her car because she was too afraid to leave. I open the door and go into the front of the car to look at the grill. I can't see anything due to her headlights still being on. I flick my wrist to signal her to shut off the headlights. I turn my phone light on and turn my head to where the deer ran off to. My girlfriend turns off the headlights, and perfectly where I was looking, I see a set of glowing eyes in the tree line, standing at the height a deer's eyes would be. I look away to see if there's any damage. We were only going 25, so it was just a small piece of the grill was broken off. I give her the thumbs up and start walking back to the passenger door. I grab the handle and decide to give the deer one last look and see the same set of glowing eyes, but now standing about 6 feet. My heart sinks deep and I get into the car. I tell my girlfriend there was minimal damage and to just drive. She kept asking questions, and I wasn't ready to tell my girlfriend, who gets extremely scared very easily, that I saw the deer we hit standing and watching us. She asks how the deer was, and I said, "You were going slow and lightly tapped it. I saw it walk off and it was fine." I also worked in that there wasn't any blood on the ground or on the car. She finally takes off and I feel 100% safer. Something tells me to look back using the side mirror. I glance into the mirror and slide down into my seat so I could see the deer. It was no longer standing in the tree line, but in the middle of the road. I see it in her back lights, and I could see that it's not a deer. In the red glow, I saw a very tall man in very little or worn clothing. My heart must have skipped a beat. It was just staring with its piercing yellow eyes, looking at me. I didn't say a word to my girlfriend the whole way home, and haven't since. We drove in silence for about 30 minutes or so until we got home. Then she starts saying how lucky we were. I was asking her why she said that, thinking she would know what I just saw. She says it could have rolled up on the hood and into the windshield. I breathe a sigh of relief. We get out and start looking at the car. The grill had more damage than I remember seeing, but it wasn't too bad. I apparently missed seeing a thick branch in the grill. My girlfriend takes it out and throws it on the ground like it's nothing, but I'm thinking to myself, why would a deer have a stick on them? Or how would they, is the better question. We go inside and start making dinner. The image of that thing's eyes are burned into my every thought. I try to stay focused, but can't. I excuse myself to the restroom and take out my phone. I start looking up its features and compared what happened to me to other people's stories. I had a hunch it was a skinwalker, but being an avid scary story reader, I never assumed they're true until that night. I let it go, and thankfully, my girlfriend and I were left unharmed and got home safely. I'm still thinking about it today and feel so unsettled. First, some backstory. I live in a part of New Jersey most people don't even know exist. It's in the northwestern corner of the state, right in the Appalachian Mountains. I live in an extremely secluded area, and my town is surprisingly large. Not only does the Appalachian Trail run straight through town, but there's a large park that has been built over Native American burial ground. This is legitimately a fact, with the land marked with a sign explaining the grounds and events that occurred there. This makes me believe that a far larger part of the town is on burial grounds of some sort. Not to mention, the Appalachian Trail has been known to be fairly creepy, and possibly even carry some paranormal energy, so that could be a factor in this story as well. So, this event happened my freshman year of high school, so 4 years ago. My older brother was a senior, and both of us were in marching band. Towns are very spread out in this area, so we would often get home from football games and competitions very late. On this night, it was one of those times where we got back super late. I followed my brother around. He was saying goodbye to everyone, including one of the drum majors, who also was my big buddy, so I knew her a decent amount. Naturally, the drum majors always stayed super late just because they have a lot of responsibilities to cover before they can leave. So when we said goodbye to her, she was still donned in full drum major uniform, cape and all. It wasn't anything weird to see, so we said our goodbyes and my brother and I left. My brother drove us through the secluded expanse of the town, and I had noticed that it seemed like absolutely no one was out on the roads. I figured it was just late, and once again, it wasn't something that I really made note of. My brother and I, both tuckered out from the long day, drove in silence, and I watched as the forest and farms passed by. There is a very popular portion of the trail known as the Stairway to Heaven. Nearby the entrance of the trail, there's a big red barn, and a giant empty lot used for parking when they have barn antique sales. As we began to get closer, we could see a bright, flashing headlights coming from the lot. My brother slowed down a bit, and when we passed it by, I saw something that still chills me to this day. In the lot was a car. It had the lights within it on, and the hood was open. Getting out of the Jeep-like car and standing beside it was no other than my drum major donned in her full uniform, cape and all. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. No one would ever leave the high school in their uniform, and she looked visually in distress. It was definitely my drum major. I could see her blonde hair coming out from her hat, and it was the same body shape and all. I thought I was just tired and I was seeing things, but after we passed by, my brother finally spoke up. "Was that Kate?" Yeah, that was definitely her. We were silent for a moment. "Should we turn around to see if she's okay?" No. We drove back the rest of the way home, the air now tense. When we got home, we tried to assess the scene. My brother knew her better than I did, and I knew that wasn't her car, nor did she live anywhere near where we lived. Again, the town is very spread apart, and she lived on the other side of town. She was in her full uniform. It was completely clear it was the drum major uniform, and it was the spitting image of her, but she looked like she was legitimately in distress. No one else was around on the road, seemingly, as if this was something we were meant to see. She was the last person we had said goodbye to, and now here she was, looking as if she was in trouble. Plus, my brother is not the person with an interest in the supernatural. He honestly just tries to avoid the topic of it. I, on the other hand, am very into the paranormal, and have had a pretty big share of experiences. The females in my family tend to be very sensitive to weird paranormal things, but nothing ever like this. I tried to look up what it could possibly be. It seemed like it was an entity that was using some sort of mirage of something we had both seen, and making it look as if the individual was in some pretty deep distress, as if it was luring us in. The fact that my brother spoke up first confirmed that he had seen the exact same thing also was jarring, especially with him being less interested and sensitive to this kind of thing. From what I've been researching, it's possible that it was a skinwalker or something. It was near the trails and the burial grounds, and seemed like it fits well with these Native American folklore creatures. I don't know if this is important to add, but I recently found out that a great-grandfather was married to a Native American female, so I do have some Native American in me, but it's not a huge percentage. I don't want to be that white person who has like 2% of Native American in the gene pool and equating it to being super in tune with that side and proclaiming that I'm Native American, but I decided I'd mention this just in case it maybe lends a hand in figuring out what this thing may have been. If anyone has any clue to what my brother and I have encountered, I would really appreciate some feedback. I'm still chilled by this experience. Whenever I try to talk about it with my friends, it scares them too much for me to even fully explain what happened. What's most unnerving is the fact that it was deliberately showing us an image of a friend in distress to lure us in. The thing is, I'm so lucky I had my brother with me, because I was considering turning back, and I'm still haunted by the thought of what could have happened if we had. I live in an area of Michigan that was inhabited by the Odawa for centuries. I live in a really secluded area, and even within my property backs up to a nature preserve. I'm the last house on my street, and the next closest is a solid 3/4 of a mile away. I'm a smoker and an insomniac, so I end up outside smoking at like 3 in the morning pretty often. Note, I'm not a writer and I suck at creating suspense, so I'll try to just tell it like it happened. I think I should also mention that I'm a staunch atheist and generally don't believe in any gods, demons, spirits, fairies, or any of that other stuff. So some random night, I'm out smoking. This is maybe a decade ago. It's after midnight, maybe before 2 a.m. I'm on my deck and I hear a woman scream from the woods. Now I know many of you are thinking it was either a coyote mating call, or maybe a bobcat, or maybe some smaller animal getting killed, all of which do sound like a woman screaming. But I've heard all of those plenty of times, and have learned how they sound. And besides, this one was screaming a combination of help and the most guttural, desperate sounds I have ever heard. It was a woman. My body ran cold. I had never experienced this before. I'd read it in books and heard it described when people freeze up in movies, but I'm telling you, I felt the cold go from my heart and spread throughout my torso and limbs. Some long asleep lizard part of my brain had just woken up. I felt like I was prey, and I'm a 6-foot, 200-pound guy who long ago was a college linebacker, so I don't scare easily. I was frozen for what seemed like an hour as this woman's screams persisted, and then were cut off abruptly, but it was probably 20 to 30 seconds tops. At this point, I kind of regain my senses and decide a couple of things. Firstly, I'm going to go investigate because I need to know what happened, no matter how afraid I am. And at the time, I figured somebody just got murdered. Secondly, I need a weapon. I've got an old 30-40 Krag I inherited from my dad, who had got it from his dad, who had carried it in World War I. I don't use this gun for hunting because it leaves too much damage, but it seemed to be appropriate for this. So I loaded it with 4 rounds, chambered the first one, grabbed the mag and went out the door. There's a hiking trail that runs by my house and comes to a T about a half mile off, and led in the direction of where I'd heard the woman, so it seemed to be the best bet. I set off down that trail, going quickly, but as quietly as possible. In a couple minutes, I'm to the T. The screams came from north of here. I turn left, shine the light, and there, maybe 150 yards down the trail, is the biggest buck I had ever seen. Or so I thought. I'm actually pretty scared now, because a hunter will tell you the most realistically dangerous thing in those woods is a buck in the rut. And I decided to slowly move up just to see if I can get close and then spook it away. I've probably closed the gap to about 30 yards when this buck stands up on its hind legs, looks me right in the face, and says, "Hey." I know it's a bit anticlimactic, but that's what the thing said. It absolutely was not a buck snort, and it was a clearly male and human voice that said, "Hey." What I have since determined to be a skinwalker, I had no idea at the time, then slowly takes a few steps toward me. I level the 30-40 at it and held my ground, not saying a word. It closes the gap another few steps and I let out the loudest scream I could muster. Rather than run, it breaks into a sprint towards me, and bam, I fire off a round. I'm working the bolt, trying to get the next one chambered, when the thing takes a hard left and loops into the forest, now on all fours running like a white-tailed deer. I would have liked to search for the woman, but frankly, I was scared out of my wits. I pretty much walked backwards the mile to my house, all of the while shining my flashlight around in panic, trying to spot the thing. I made it back to my house, locked all the doors and windows. Then I looked at the phone. Should I call the cops? Well, this was 10 years ago, and I have a grow-op, so I didn't. And besides, I figured if they did find the woman's body, they'd probably pin it on me. I didn't sleep at all. I just sat at the dinner table with the 30-40 and a bottle of Smirnoff in front of me. And as soon as it was in the morning, I went out to search that area. No signs of the woman, no signs of distress, no blood. No tracks, except for my own from the night before. I checked the local paper for weeks, and the regional affiliate, and never heard anything about a missing woman. The worst part, though, is that on half a dozen occasions since, I've been out smoking late at night, and I'll get that cold feeling, and then I'll hear from a ways into the woods, "Hey." I'm currently hiding in my closet, shaking in fear. I'm typing this out on my phone. During April of 2018, I adopted a 5-month-old puppy from the pound. I was lucky enough to get her out of that hellhole and into my loving home. She was a border collie mix, and her name was Nellie. I don't know what happened to her, but what I have now is not my dog. She was a timid little pup when I first brought her home. I remember she was inside for at least 5 minutes before she peed on the carpet. I could only laugh and kiss her because I was so happy. She slept in my bed that night, and for many more nights to come. She only weighed about 10 or 11 pounds when I first picked her up. The months that followed were amazing. For the first time since I graduated high school, I was over the moon. Every day when I got home from work, she would rush to greet me with her tongue dangling from her mouth, her tail wagging wildly. She absolutely loved to grab the newspaper from the mailbox with me. She was also an awesome chick magnet, but that's besides the point. She loved my neighbor, a nice man named Paul, whose wife recently passed away from breast cancer. He was an older gentleman, well into his 50s, but never looked a day over 40. He liked to throw a barbecue for a few neighbors we had in our little rural community. He always made an effort, so we all returned the favor with bringing food. Things began to change in December of 2018, when in the early hours of the morning on the 5th, Nellie woke me up. I grabbed my glasses from the bedside table and flicked on the lamp. She stood about a meter from the door, pointing right at it. I could hear a low growl emanating from her. Curious, I got out of bed and opened the door. To her surprise, there was nothing there. I thought that would have been the end of it. A few more days pass, and on the 9th, it happened again. Early hours of the morning, and pointing at the door. This continued for the next week. I believe this is when Nellie disappeared. At 2 a.m. on the 21st, Nellie woke up and wanted to go outside. She would do this once every few weeks, so it was nothing out of the ordinary. She would wake me up by licking my face, and then sulk and lay down in front of the door if I wouldn't get up. Behind my backyard is a forest that extends for miles. Sometimes Nellie likes to hunt down rabbits and possums when we would go for a walk through the woods. When I let her out that night, she walked about 5 meters before the tree line. I watched her and she started her way back to the house. That is, when things didn't go exactly as planned. She must have heard something because she whipped around and pointed at the trees and growled. I thought it might have been a rabbit, but thinking back on it now, it was probably something much worse. She barked and then made a beeline for the trees. She disappeared into the thickness before I heard more barking. Then nothing. Absolute silence. I was about to grab a flashlight and put on my red bands, but then the trees started rustling. There was no wind. It was distressing, to say the least. Then they stopped. I called out her name and waited. About a half a minute later, she wandered out of the trees and back inside. I thought nothing of it and promptly went back to sleep. I should have thought about it. As the months continued, things got weird. She stopped wanting to go on walks. She cut back on her food and began to get skinnier. I decided to change up her diet from dog biscuits to meat. She liked that. She really liked that. Sometimes she would run off into the woods and go hunting for rabbits or anything she could get her paws on. I also noticed she began to get bigger. Not fat bigger, because as she got bigger, it looked like she got skinnier. Then she stopped playing with her toys. That weirded me out the most, because she loved her squeaky duck toy I got for her the day she came home. Now it lay gathering dust in the corner of my room, but she began to show a liking to the barbecue get-together Paul would throw. A little too much. Honestly, that should have been a warning sign. That day was the 26th of February, 2019. In the following weeks, people unfortunately died. It was small to begin with. That makes it sound better than it was. Old people died first. As sad as it sounded, we all thought it was because of old age. Then we got the details. Horrific details. They were murders. We were absolutely scared then. Paul and I started communicating a lot more than we used to. A text every hour or so just to check in, or maybe a phone call or two. He told me I should keep the key from my gun safe in the lock in case of an emergency. I listened. I listened because I trusted him. I listened because he was one of my only friends. That brings us to tonight, the 24th of March. I awoke to the sound of gunfire. I rushed over to my curtains and yanked them open. Paul's house was on fire. I immediately rushed to put on some thick clothes and grabbed a flashlight and my phone, ready to dial 911 for a fire truck. At the time, I didn't even notice my bedroom door was open, when I clearly remember closing it before I went to bed that night. Nor did I notice Nellie was missing. I yanked open my back door and I froze. It was illuminated by the bright fire of Paul's house. It stood on its hind legs, tall and lanky, completely black with white highlights over its body. Its eyes were almost glowing yellow. Its claws were massive, and sadly, one set was clearly protruding through Paul's chest. I actually don't know. It felt like so long ago, even though it was only an hour. I couldn't feel a thing. I couldn't even feel the flashlight slip through my fingers and land heavily on the concrete ground of my back patio. I instantly realized my mistake and saw it look at me. It looked at me deep in the eye, and I saw her. My sweet girl. My Nellie. Or more rather, what was pretending to be Nellie. It dropped Paul to the ground and terrifyingly reared its head up in the air and howled deeply. It sounded like a mix between the sound of absolute pain and what I could only describe as Lupin's howl from The Prisoner of Azkaban. That was the only motivation I needed to run. I hauled it into my bedroom and dived into my closet and shut the door. I covered myself in dirty clothes and stayed still. It felt like I laid there for a few million years. It walked, or skulked more rather, into my room. I heard its claws clatter across the hard floor before stopping, but I heard it howl once again before it sounded like it tore my bed to bits. I heard glass smash and hard objects collide with the wall. Then nothing. Complete silence once again, before I heard it sulk off and leave the house, probably to finish eating my friend. Now it's 7 a.m. I hear sirens outside, but I'm too afraid to leave, lest that thing is waiting for me on the other side of the door. The inky thing I could do for the last few hours was type this out and do research, but it didn't make sense. I googled everything I remembered about the thing. I got a result that I'm fairly certain is what it is. It didn't make sense. I read pages upon pages of this thing, looked at artwork, folklore, everything. The research says it was a skinwalker. I'm not sure what to do, but I'm terrified. This was 3 years ago, and I started college down in the country. I was 18, female, and on Tinder. I never actually met anyone off it, but I would swipe through guys just to be nosy and see who was on it. I was swiping right on some, and about an hour after, got a message from a guy who, according to his account, was about 20 kilometers away. We made some small talk. It was awkward, and I stopped replying. A day later, I got a friend request of him on Facebook. Mind you, I have a common enough name, so it would have taken him ages for him to find me. We have no mutual friends, and my Tinder photos is not on my Facebook page. The only thing that I had on it was the university I was attending, so maybe that's how he found me, but I don't know. I then quickly got a follow request on Instagram, and he somehow found my Snapchat username. I don't have it on any of my social media, and it's a variation of my full name with extra added in vowels and an underscore. I was freaking out at this point. I messaged him asking how he found out my full name, and he just replied with, "I think we have a connection. I really want to get to know you better." I unmatched him, deleted my Tinder, and blocked all of the accounts he tried to add me on. After that, it was quiet for a few months. I was staying in digs, and was knuckling down as I had a lot of assignments from the get-go. This was towards the end of November. I had no assignments due for 2 weeks, so I decided to go out with some friends. One of my friends stayed in the student accommodation, and the other was commuting, so she was staying with the other friend. I decided to walk back to my digs, as my landlady would probably freak out if I wasn't home that morning, and I really wish I got a taxi instead. My walk back was about 15 minutes from the local nightclub we were at. It was about 3 a.m. at this point. I was at the front door of the house, opening it up. The door was annoying, as it had 2 different locks, and I had to pull the handle towards myself to open it up. It's also tough when you're tipsy and trying not to wake up the family you're staying with. Anyway, I finally unlocked the door. A dark car pulls into the housing estate I'm staying in. It's quite big and has a big green area in the middle for children or people to play in with their dogs. The car comes toward me, so I quickly get inside and lock the door. The car pulls into the driveway of the house I'm staying in and just sits there with the headlights on. I'm there shaking and too afraid to move up from below the door, as there's frosted glass about halfway up. As I get the courage to go upstairs to look out my bedroom window to see who it is, the car pulls out of the driveway and speeds away. A few days later, I get a new friend request of the creepy Tinder guy on a new Facebook profile, as there was no photos on this account, just the same name. Blocked. It was enough that it caused me to transfer universities the following year. Thankfully, I haven't heard anything since. I don't know if it was just bad timing, or if it was that creep on Tinder that sat in the driveway, but it was terrifying. If you take anything from this, be careful who you let in on social media or dating apps, and what information you give up. You never know what someone's intention is. Stay safe. My wife and I are expecting our first child in a few months. Nothing can honestly prepare you for parenthood. You can read books, get advice from others, or ask God to make things easy for you. But nothing really works. It's just a try this kind of scenario, and it's frightening. Doubly so if you've never been able to keep a plant alive. But you do your best. The one thing that we had to do, outside of the 1,000 other things that we had to do in preparation for our son's arrival, was to set up the baby monitor. Our bedroom was across the house from the nursery, and even though our little bundle of joy would sleep in our room for the first 5 months or so, I wanted to hook up the camera in anticipation. I set up the camera over his empty crib and put the monitor on my side of the bed. The picture and sound on this little camera was surprisingly great. The night vision on it was solid. You could make out everything in the room, all of the decorations, his toys on the shelf, and the massive collection of stuffed animals amassed by his mother. The giant stuffed bear kept propped up in the corner was only slightly terrifying in night vision. The microphone was also really sensitive. When we first got it, I turned the volume all the way up, but then one night my dog walked into the baby's room and barked at something, and it was so loud it bolted me up from a dead sleep. After that, 2 things happened every night. The baby's door stayed closed, and the volume went from 10 to 4 on the monitor. My wife was about 6 months pregnant. She wanted to go visit her parents back east for a long weekend before she became too pregnant to fly. We were all set to go, and I suddenly came down with the worst flu of my life. I mean, it was coming out every end, and I keep flipping between burning up and freezing. Feeling bad for me, I got to miss the trip. To be fair, had I went, I think I would have Oregon Trail style died in the cross-country trek. I can see my tombstone now. After the Uber took my wife and our little dog to the airport, I was home alone for the first time in 3 years. A bachelor, all over again. Only this time, I wasn't drinking Natty Ice and swiping through Tinder, but was drinking NyQuil and swiping through Netflix. I finally settled on some run-of-the-mill horror movie and promptly fell asleep on the couch. Hours later, I was suddenly jolted from my sleep. In my dream, I heard someone call out my name, and my brain just hit the emergency brake and woke myself up. Half asleep, I look around for someone else in the room, but I was still alone. Because I have a paranoid streak in me, I shuffled to each room to make sure I was the only person in the house. All of the doors were still closed. Satisfying that no other soul was in the house with me, I shut off the TV and lights and trudged off to my room. Within minutes of hitting the mattress, I was back asleep. The rest of the night passed without incident. I felt better the next morning, groggy with the medicine-aided sleep, but I was pushing through the cold. I made my way back to the couch, but before I sat down, I noticed that the door to my son's room was open. I didn't remember it being open last night. Granted, I had mainlined some NyQuil, but I know I closed it. I walked over and peeked inside. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Same setup as when I last seen it. I just chalked it up to user error. I must not have closed it all the way last time, and went on with my day. Since I had felt better, I thought I probably should run to the store and do a quick grocery shop. We were running out of pretty much everything, and every meal was like a rejected challenge on Chopped. I left and didn't give anything a second thought. I came home hours later and was greeted to an open door to my kid's room. I knew I closed it before I left. I went over and swung the door back and forth to check to see if it worked. But I think it was more peace of mind because even if it was broken, what am I even going to do? It was kind of like the guy who doesn't know anything about cars has to be the first dude to look under the hood, and then shrug because it might as well be a 1,000-piece puzzle. Either way, that confused feeling was starting to dominate all of my thoughts. I tried to forget about it and go on with my day, but as soon as the sun set, I felt that feeling creeping up my spine. Without thinking about it, I kept checking the door throughout the day. It stayed closed. I was making myself crazy for no reason. Instead of really leaning into the bachelor lifestyle and falling asleep on the couch again, I decided to watch TV in my bedroom. Just as I was about to make my trip to the land of Nod, when I heard a crackle from the baby monitor. Before I could put my glasses on to get a clearer look at the screen, I very clearly heard someone say my name. My blood froze. What was that? I knew I actually heard it this time. It wasn't a dream. I took a deep breath and finally looked at the screen. There wasn't anyone or anything in the room, but I did notice something was off. The giant stuffed bear in the corner was missing. That's when I heard, faintly, a music box rendition of Ring Around the Rosie start playing from somewhere inside my son's room. I'd normally be fine with this, but there was one small problem with all of this. My son doesn't own a music box. I stood up and looked around my room for something I could use as a weapon. I didn't know what laid beyond my door, but I did know I wasn't going to confront it with just my fists. I finally settled on a closet rod I had bought but yet to install in our room. Logically, I knew the damage I could inflict was minimal, unless I was going to be dealing with a monster made out of hangers, but it was peace of mind. I opened the door and walked out. I crossed my dark house as quietly as I could. My eyes adjusted to the dark. I noticed the door to my son's room was open again. Whatever was in there was now out here with me, or worse yet, wanted me to think they were out here. When I was just outside the hallway of my son's room, I could hear the music box playing. It was slowing down. Each note was a distorted, metallic ping. I swallowed hard and reached over for the hallway light switch. I counted to 3, and then darted my hand out and flipped on the light switch. The music box stopped, but I heard the running of footsteps in the room. I pushed open the door and flipped on the light as the closet door slammed shut. Someone was in the room. I could feel myself get lightheaded. I never really assumed that I would find anything, but now the only thing that separated me from whatever horrible imagination could conjure up was a thin, wooden sliding door. I said a quick prayer and then ripped open the slider. There was nothing there except a few hangers. I don't know why, but I laughed when I saw those hangers. I was holding a closet rod, the perfect defense against my foe, baby hangers. I poked my head in the closet and didn't see anyone. I checked every corner of the room and didn't see anything. The windows were locked. Everything seemed to be in place except the giant stuffed bear was missing. It would have been easy to spot in the kid's bedroom, and it was nowhere to be seen. I closed my son's room and went on a bear hunt in the rest of the house. I checked every square inch of the house and didn't see anything. It was like it vanished into thin air. I contemplated texting my wife and telling her, but I didn't want to freak her out. I was doing enough freaking out for the two of us. I went back to my bedroom and crashed onto my bed. I wanted to sleep, but I could feel the excitement pulsing through my body. What was going on? Was I losing it? Was the fear of becoming a dad warping my brain? I didn't have a lot of time to think about it though, because, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure move on the baby monitor. I grabbed it and looked close, but the figure wasn't in frame anymore. I opened the camera controls and started moving the camera to the left. It slowly shifted over, and my palms started to sweat. I didn't know if I wanted to see someone or not. The camera stopped panning, and there wasn't anything in frame, just empty space where the bear used to be. Then, my door squeaked open. I nearly jumped out of my skin. The door swung open and hit the wall, and I heard footsteps running away from the room and back across the house. I glanced at the baby monitor and saw a figure blur past the camera in my son's room and head out of frame. I hopped off my bed and ran into the room, fueled more by curiosity than cowed fear. The door was open again. I ran in and stopped immediately. The closet door was open, and I noticed the lid to the crawl space inside was popped open. Someone was under the house. Why didn't I think to look there before? Oh, right, because how would someone get under my house from the outside without me noticing? The hatch outside was screwed shut, and we had all of the openings animal-proofed a few months ago. I scanned the room to make sure someone wasn't hiding in the curtains or a pile of stuffed animals. There was nothing. They had to be under the house. I walked out of the room and closed the door behind me. I wedged a kitchen chair under the handle to keep whoever inside. I wanted to go outside and investigate. If someone crawled under my house, I wanted to trap them in and call the police. The night air was cold, and my skin instantly goosebumped. At least, I told myself it was because of the cold. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, and I began to walk around the foundation, looking for any entry point. If my neighbors had looked out their window, they would have thought I was crazy. Here I was, a grown man, dressed in nothing but boxers and a t-shirt, holding a closet rod and scanning the sides of his house with a cell phone flashlight. Even I thought I was crazy. I started at the furthest point from my son's room and walked clockwise. Every time I passed an opening to the crawl space, I expected to see eyes staring back at me, but there wasn't anything. As I rounded the house, I started thinking that maybe I was overreacting. But then, I saw footprints in the dirt leading around the corner of the house. I gripped my closet rod hard and turned the corner. The footprints were small and left faint impressions, but they were there. I shined my beam in front of me and followed them as they made their way along the side of my house. I came to a stop at the opening of my outdoor crawl space hatch. The footprints turned to under the house, but the hatch was still screwed shut. It had never been removed. I had to look to see what was going on under the house. There are times when I'm just staring to doze off, and my brain flashes back to this moment. It never fails to pull me back from the brink of sleep. It's like someone threw a metaphorical bucket of cold water on my face. My heart races. I become restless, and I always check the baby monitor. I slowly kneel down to get a better view. The beam of light from my camera shone under the house, but only in a narrow column. Off in the distance, I could see the light reflecting off of something. I couldn't make it out, but it was there. I moved my face closer to the mesh wire hatch opening and screwed up my face in confusion. What was shining under my house? My nose touched the wire, and I readjusted my beam of light to get a better look. It looked like there were two things shining now. That's when my phone died. The light disappeared, then faintly, I heard the music box start playing, Ring Around the Rosie. Only it wasn't coming from under the house. It was coming from my bedroom. Suddenly, from my left side, a face appeared next to mine on the other side of the mesh. Before my brain could react, the figure whispered, "We all fall down." I didn't think I could still run that fast or that far. I didn't have a plan. I just needed to get away from my house as fast as I could. Again, if my neighbors saw me, they'd assume I was on meth. I stayed away pretty much the rest of the night. The closest I got was my car, which was parked on the street. As soon as the sun came up, I dared to venture into the house. It was still, almost foreign. I walked towards my son's room, still clutching the rod. The door was, not surprisingly, opened. I made my way into the room and looked over at the closet. The crawlspace lid was back on. Everything else in the room looked normal, except one thing. All of the stuffed animals were gone. I looked all over, but never found them. It's like they just vanished. I even went back outside to the crawlspace hatch and looked in. Didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I felt my blood pressure come back down to earth. Whatever happened seemed to be over. I went back into my room with every intention of sleeping for 1,000 hours. My body and brain were burnt out from the adrenaline. I opened the door and froze. On my bed was a small, open music box. Ring Around the Rosie slowly started playing. I grabbed my wallet and went to a hotel. My wife came back the next day and asked if I was feeling better because I looked worse than before. Tired was the word she used, but that's because she's unfailingly polite. I said I was okay, but seemed to still be fighting something. When she got home, she went into our son's room and instantly noticed all of the stuffed animals missing. She asked what happened to them. I hesitated and told her what happened to me the night before. She laughed at first, but then stopped as I showed her the music box. We tore the place apart looking for those stuffed animals. I mean, we went everywhere. I was in the attic, in the crawl space, all of the rooms, the closets, the nooks, the crannies. We didn't find one hair of any of those stuffed animals. They were just gone. That day, we called over a priest to bless the house. He said that things were fine, but how would he know? It was just a peace of mind thing, and it mostly worked. In the days that followed, nothing too strange happened. I swore I heard footsteps on the camera and had some buzzy feelings like I was being watched, but nothing weird. My wife loved the music box. It reminded her of one she had as a kid, so she placed it in my son's room. I thought it was horrific, and it was inviting our visitor to stick around. But when nothing happened, my mind was set at ease. Months later, my son was born. I was really hesitant to bring him home, but my wife said I was just being crazy. He would be with us for the first few months, and nothing would happen. Every once in a while, I would hear footsteps in the house at night, or the music box would randomly appear in the room, or I would hear it going off on the baby monitor. There was nothing mean-spirited, but more reassuring. After a while, you just kind of forget someone else was there. As weird as it all was, the weirdest thing came almost a year later. Late one night, my wife and I heard scurrying underneath the house. This was unlike anything we'd ever heard before, and that's because rats had made their way in. They chewed right through the outdoor metal hatch. I had been underneath my house enough for 5 lifetimes, so we hired an exterminator to come over and get rid of our rats for us. He was under our house for about 10 minutes before he came crawling back out with a quizzical look on his face. "You shouldn't store things under the house." "What are you talking about?" "The stuffed animals. There are like 30 or so, including a big bear. The rats are ripping into them." "We didn't put anything under the house." "Well, someone did. I can show you." Underneath the house in the corner near my son's room were all the missing stuffed animals. I know they weren't there because I went looking for them, and there was nothing. We took them all out, and they were all dirty and rat-infected at this point, and threw them away. I felt guilty doing it, like we were taking something from our visitor. That night, I decided to make things right. I took the music box and put it by the outside door hatch. If we took away the visitor's animals, I wanted to give them back the music box. My wife thought I was nuts and planned on bringing the music box back into the house in the morning. Later that night, I woke up around 2 in the morning. I assumed my son was making noise and was hoping he'd put himself back to sleep. However, when I looked at the monitor, he was asleep. I still don't know what compelled me to do this, but I decided to move the camera to the right, towards the closet. The screen slowly shifted until I saw, on the floor outside the closet, the music box. I watched as it opened and started playing. Just then, from behind me, I heard someone whisper, "Thank you." I nearly jumped out of bed from fright. When I looked back at the camera, the music box was gone. When I was a kid, both of my parents had to constantly work overtime at dead-end jobs just to keep the lights on and food on the table. This meant that not only did we have to live very frugally, but I also didn't get to spend time with them nearly as often as a kid should. It wasn't all bad. At the very least, I knew my mom and dad cared about me and would do anything to make my life a little easier, even if they were barely ever around to show it. We were also lucky enough to live in a neighborhood that, while relatively poor, was full of neighbors who looked out for each other. But our biggest saving grace was my uncle, Chris. He was, to put it lightly, loaded. Though I never found out the specifics of what he did for a living, I knew that he had some sort of position at NASA. Even with his busy lifestyle, he still found time to visit us at least once a month to help us pay bills, and sometimes to bring a little something special for me. Despite Chris's frequent visits to our house, however, I have to admit I never really felt like he was part of our family. Sure, he was nice and all, but every time I looked at him, he had an unreadable look on his face, like his mind was somewhere far away from our shabby home. He never felt like he belonged, even at larger family get-togethers, when all manner of wacky characters showed up at our house. This wasn't helped by the presents he gave me. They were always from his work. They were given to me with little to no explanation, and always weird. One time during the holidays, he handed me a glowing rock. Yep, a straight-up glowing rock, without saying what it was or why it was glowing. It stopped glowing after a week and just became a normal rock, but still. Another time on my birthday, he gave me a handful of what he called special eggs, and told me to put them in water. I assumed at the time that they'd hatch into sea monkeys or something like that, but instead, they turned the water black and made the house smell like sulfur, leading me to dump the whole thing into a storm drain. As I got older, the frequency of Chris's visits and of the presents gradually began to decrease. My parents always expressed their sympathies, as they themselves couldn't afford much for me on special occasions. But I think secretly they were glad not to have to put up with whatever Chris decided to bring into our house next. Nevertheless, Chris continued to support us financially, and as selfish as it sounds, I think we were content to accept his money without actually having to interact with him. Then one day, when I was on winter break and around 15 years old, he showed up unannounced. It had been snowing all evening, and my mother had finished preparing a meager meal of chicken soup on the gas stove. We were all just sitting down to eat when the knock on the door came, and he was standing there, tall, broad-shouldered, and covered in white powder, looking like an oversized snowman. My mom expressed her surprise and excitement. He was still her brother, after all, and pulled him into a hug in the doorway. He simply patted her on the back, his eyes as far away as always. After sitting down with us, Chris had explained that he had been working very hard at his department at NASA for the last few years, but he had recently accomplished something very big, allowing him to take some time off to rest. Of course, he couldn't say what he had accomplished. He had always been secretive about his job like that, but we didn't want to get him into trouble for revealing classified information or anything like that, so we never pressed for details. "Oh, Eli," he said, turning to me. This startled me enough to spill a little bit of soup on my lap, lightly singeing my legs through my pants. Chris rarely called me by my name, and almost never expressed any actual interest in talking to me as he did now. Yeah? What is it, Uncle Chris?" I answered, trying my best to sound polite. "I brought a little something for you at work. After dinner, how about you come help me try it out?" I saw my parents exchange tired, knowing looks, not only at the return of Chris's infamous presence, but at the fact that this was one that apparently needed to be tried out. Still, he had been paying our bills for all 3 years. The least we could do was let him stay with us for a bit, and to entertain whatever it was he had planned for me. Chris got up from the table early, telling me to stay put while walking out the front door. From the window, I saw him rummaging around the trunk of his car before lifting out a sizable cardboard box and disappearing from view as he carried it around the back of our house. A few minutes later, I heard the back door open again and Chris's voice calling for me to come outside. I looked at my mom, who simply nodded, as if to say, "Go out there and humor the guy." After putting on my ratty coat and water-damaged boots, I stepped into the snow-covered yard, mentally preparing myself to see whatever knick-knack he had stolen from Area 51. It had stopped snowing at that point, and as my eyes adjusted to the dying light, I was surprised to see it was just a telescope. No fancy levers or buttons attached. It looked about as ordinary as telescopes come. He smiled when he saw me, or at least attempted to do what he thought a smile looked like. "Sorry, I couldn't get something cooler, kiddo." "Oh, no, this is great," I replied, quickly realizing that the relief in my voice could easily be mistaken for insincerity. Maybe it was better that way. Maybe it was better that he didn't know a normal present was all I ever really wanted. "Well," he said, "might as well show you the ropes." He proceeded to show me how to work the telescope, how to adjust the focus, and when that was done, enough stars had come out for him to show me how to find a few famous constellations. I was having so much fun, I had barely noticed how late it was. Chris paused in his explanations to let out a yawn, and it was only then I realized just how tired he looked. The bags under his distant eyes were much deeper than the last time I'd seen him. Perhaps this so-called project at NASA had really taken its toll on him. When my mom came out to check on us, Chris told us he'd better go to bed now. I asked my mom if I could stay out a bit longer and work the telescope on my own, and she agreed, as long as I came in if it got too cold. I think she was just happy I had the opportunity to play with something normal for once. As the night wore on, I continued to gaze into the eyepiece, observing the clear night sky in detail I'd never experienced before. I could see the star-dusted arms of the Milky Way, individual craters on the moon, and even convinced myself I found Jupiter and was looking at its own moons. Eventually, my parents went to bed, leaving me out in the cold, silent darkness with only the stars to keep me company. I paused to look up from the eyepiece, my left eye slightly sore from being squinted shut. I turned around to look at the dark silhouette of my house behind me, but in the process, my foot caught on an especially slippery patch of ground, bringing me down with it. I winced, hoping I hadn't sprained it for my mom's sake. I crawled back to where I was pretty sure the telescope was, gripping onto one of the legs to pull myself up. As I was doing so, I paused. On the underside of the device, there was a dial I hadn't seen yet. Chris had claimed to have shown me every function of the telescope, but apparently he left one part out. Straining my eyes in the darkness, I could make out the notch dial was currently set to, labeled simply 1. I looked back at the house again, wondering for a split second whether I should wake up Chris and ask him what it was about. But my curiosity overpowered any doubts I had. After all, it was just a normal telescope, right? I grabbed the dial and turned it slowly to the left and heard a small click. Now it was set to another notch, labeled 2. I pulled myself the rest of the way up onto my feet, eagerly looking back into the eyepiece to see what had changed. And when I did, I couldn't stop a cold gasp of wonder from my escaping lips. The telescope had been pointing at the moon, which now looked so close as if I could touch it. I could see individual pebbles lining the floors of each crater, and I was sure if I looked hard enough, I'd be able to count the stars on the American flag. Then I found Jupiter again, and laughed in delight when I was able to see the great red spot clearly with all of its swirling glory, with the occasional dot of a moon passing in front of it. The level of detail I was getting now was sheer amazement, not even comparable to what I had seen before. I wondered why Chris hadn't mentioned this dial, the dial which seemed to unlock the Hubble telescope's true potential. Then I realized that maybe it wasn't supposed to be a Hubble telescope after all. Maybe it had something to do with Chris's latest project at NASA. Still, Chris had never been careful about giving me gifts, and had never obscured features of them from me. For him to now be hiding secrets about something, it was out of character. In the end, I reassured myself he'd probably just forgotten to tell me about the dial, and it wasn't anything I needed to worry about. I reached down to switch it back to its default setting, planning to find it again in the morning and ask Chris about it then. My hand faltered before reaching the dial. There was an additional notch I hadn't seen. It was labeled 3. I seriously debated what to do in that moment. It was getting absurdly late, and I was already chilled down to my bone. Who knows what new discovery I would make, and how much more of the night it would take up. But this time, I made absolutely sure there was no more notches left on the dial. This was definitely the last one. So, I promised myself it would be the last thing I checked out before bed. I grabbed it and turned. It didn't budge. I looked closer at the tiny, printed number 3. There appeared to be a minuscule keyhole under the third notch, and it was my best guess that it was some sort of mechanism that was preventing the dial from turning any further. Well, that was that. If I needed a key to get to the third notch, it clearly wasn't something I needed to be messing around with without Chris. I turned the dial back to 1, yawned, and walked back inside. The inside of our house was just as dark and silent as the outside now. My parents had retreated to their tiny bedroom upstairs, and I was about to do the same thing to my own bed in the loft before I caught the sight of Chris sleeping on the old couch in the living room. It was where he used to sleep, back when he made regular house calls, and hearing his light snores then gave me an odd flash of nostalgia for the days when he would regularly visit us during festivities and hand me something probably illegal. Tonight was a bit different from those days though. For one thing, Chris had his briefcase next to him, on the floor beside the couch, the mysterious briefcase I'd seen him handle many times, but that he always kept in his car. Perhaps in his exhaustion, he had forgotten to leave it there. If that was true, then he'd also forgotten to close it. The white pseudo-glow of the manila folders caught my eye in the dim room. Confidential papers spilling out of the briefcase I'd always wondered about. I felt my feet taking steps towards it, knowing they shouldn't, but being unable to resist the pull of what else might lie within. I was close enough now that if Chris woke up, there would be no excuse for me to be standing here. I squatted down, gazing into the darkness of that briefcase, wondering if I'd find the answers to questions I didn't have. In the bottom, glinting in the weak moonlight streaming through the frosted windows, I spotted a tiny, chromatic key labeled with the number 3. "Okay, Eli," I said after a short mental skirmish with myself. "All you're gonna do is see if the key fits. Then you're gonna put it back where it came from and go to bed. No harm done, no questions asked." My heart fluttered as I pocketed the key, feeling as if I had just stolen government secrets and the cops were gonna bust down the door any minute. But I had already come this far. There was no stopping me now. Running stealthily back out the door, I hurried to the telescope to see if it would work. It did. There was one click, and then another as I turned the dial from 1 to 2, and finally to 3. The third notch took a little more effort, as if it was sticky, or as if it wasn't meant to be turned. I aimed the lens at a clear patch of sky, with only a few distant stars in the way, just to give me a bit of legroom for what I was about to see through the eyepiece now. No amount of legroom could have prepared me for that. When I looked into the eyepiece, at first I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. It was only abstract blobs to me, but as the focus adjusted, I realized I was no longer looking into the void of space. It looked like some sort of desert, a gray, sandblasted desert with towering dunes and a brooding, amber sky crackling with distant lighting, and facing each other on one of the dunes were two things. I don't exactly have a word for what the texture of their exteriors looked like. That's probably because I'd never seen anything that did look like them. The closest thing I could think to describe them is rock-like, with cracks and crevices in their skin, but somehow still flexible. Their bodies were tall and tapered, wider at the bottom, and separating at the top into 2 long appendages that amusingly resembled bunny ears. Or at least it would have been amusing if it hadn't scared me out of my own skin. The 2 beings were hovering slightly above the surface of the harsh desert, and if I didn't know any better, I'd say they were conversing with one another. I didn't see any facial features, but they seemed to be moving slightly in turns, as if to exchange words. Then, abruptly, they stopped. The one closer to me began to turn around, and as it did, I was slowly introduced with 2 burning holes in its surface, 2 white-hot eyes. Despite lacking any other features, instantly let me know they were furious. Furious to have been spied on by someone like me. But wait, that didn't make any sense. How could this thing, this impossibly far away thing, know that I was looking at it? The distance between us must have been crazy then. And yet, did it see me? Without any warning, the closer thing, the one that had seen me, began to move, fast, toward me. The charcoal sand of the desert below was whipped up into a frenzy as it whirled closer and closer, until all that took up my field of vision was the gray of its skin. I yelped, wrenching myself away from the eyepiece and falling backwards onto my butt. My head swiveled around rapidly, as if to search for an incoming threat. But there was none. The snowy yard was just as empty, just as silent as it had been all night. I was here, and whatever I had seen was still all the way out there. Cautiously, I took another look into the eyepiece. It was still all just gray. I turned the dial back to setting 2, and the calming, familiar view of outer space was returned to me. As my heart rate slowed back to normal, I decided that the cold must be getting to me, and that getting some sleep now would be my best option. I'm sure Uncle Chris would have a good explanation in the morning, and that would be that. As much as I reassured myself, I wasn't able to get anything more than a restless sleep that night. The next morning, I was awoken to the sound of an unfamiliar voice shouting. After a few seconds, I realized it was Chris. I'd pretty much never heard him raise his voice before, so even in my groggy state, I could tell something was seriously wrong. I made my way downstairs to find Chris and my parents standing in the living room, appearing to be engaged in a one-sided argument. Chris was pacing around, rambling about missing something, and my parents, both of whom were already late to work, stood there anxiously checking the clock. It was only after my mother managed to get a word in that she calmed him down somewhat. All right, I understand that you're upset, but could you just describe what you're looking for here so we can actually help you? I've already told you 1,000 times. It's a tiny silver key. It was in my case last night, and now it isn't. Got that? I felt my heart sink. I never put it back. There was no point of hiding it from him. I came clean, right then and there. I told Chris I took the key, and what I'd used it for last night. I wasn't expecting to get off completely for stealing it, but at least I expected him to calm down now that he knew where it was. Quite the opposite happened. His already pale face was drained of what little color it had left. You two can go to work, he barked toward my parents. An unusually assertive comment from him. They were already late though, and were gladly to be free of his shenanigans. Once they were out the door, he turned to me with his frenzied eyes. Show me exactly where you put it. I led Chris outside to where the telescope stood in the snow. A fresh dusting lightly covered its shiny black surface. I pointed to the tiny key, still in the slot where I had placed it to unlock the third notch. Chris urgently bent down, turning the dial from 1 to 3 again. After a moment, he looked back at me. His eyes were finally here and not somewhere else, and said only one thing. You need to leave. And that's the story of how my family got set up in a new luxury modern home on a secluded rural property. Chris never explained why he bought a new home for us, nor why it was so far away from our old one. But of course, my parents were ecstatic about it. They were a little sad to leave our old friends of the rundown neighborhood in the past, but that was a small price to pay for a better life. I never told my parents what happened that night either. I didn't want them to worry about me. Chris still sent an occasional check, but now we were so well off thanks to him, we didn't need much of his help anymore. Eventually, he stopped sending us anything, stopped coming to our house, stopped talking with us altogether. We forgot about him, and I forgot about what I'd seen in the telescope. My parents were able to get decent jobs, and after a few years, I moved out and got my own place. Everything was well, until this morning. I was balancing a budget for my new house, while the local news from my town was playing on the flat screen in the same room. It was just background noise, really. I wasn't paying much attention to what was actually going on. Not until I happened to look up at the right moment to catch the sight of something that made me do a double take. An extremely grainy photograph was displayed on the screen, the kind that could only be of something very far away, outer space levels of far away. This was reaffirmed by the black background and fuzzy white dots scattered in the background of the photo. But what stuck out to me was the dark, grayish blur in the center of the photograph. It shouldn't have meant anything to me, and yet it did. Because this particular blur had a long, tattered shape, and it ended in what resembled like long bunny ears. Suddenly, everything that happened that night came back to me, and now I was in desperate need to know the context of this image, fumbling for the remote and cranking up the volume. In other news, astronomers recently spotted this piece of debris as it rapidly entered the solar system yesterday morning. While its unusual shape may pique the interest of some, we are told that it is no cause of alarm, as dozens of meteors and other small space debris swing by the planet every single year. The recent meteor shower last weekend should be proof of this, of course. Oh, were you able to catch that, Sam? I had to work that night. I did indeed, Katie, and it was as beautiful as they say. I'll send you a video sometime. Now here's the weather. The sounds of the TV meant nothing to me, as they were replaced by the pounding of dread in my ears. I wanted to call Chris, to call someone who would understand, but I realized I hadn't had his number in years. I don't know who else I could talk to about this, but I do know one thing. That debris isn't going to simply swing by planet Earth. It's coming for me. After I told you all about my uncle's telescope and what I saw through it that haunts me to this day, many of you expressed interest in keeping you informed as to what happened next. At the time, I had bigger things to worry about than writing about my own demise, such as preventing demise from happening in the first place. But after the events of the past 24 hours, and now that I'm in a position to post them, I feel it's my duty to share them with you. Let me start by going back to the point after I heard the news of space debris on the TV. I spent most of the minutes immediately afterward pacing my living room, racking my brains as to what anyone was supposed to do in this situation. I couldn't call my parents, as they'd probably think it was some sort of prank call and just hang up. If I reported an alien rapidly approaching to my location to 911, I'd be more likely to get thrown into a mental ward. And of course, my uncle was off the table. To call my condition a panic attack would have been an understatement. I was about to take shelter in my unfinished basement and hope for the best when a knock came from the door. Turns out, I didn't need to call anyone after all. I hadn't seen Chris for almost 6 years, yet I instantly recognized the man who stood outside my house. He was balder, his stubble more unkempt, his posture slouchier, and his eyes obscured by opaque shades. But he was still the same tall, broad-shouldered man of mystery I'd always known. "Uncle Chris?" The words tripped over each other as they spilled from my mouth in both relief and confusion. "How did you find where I live?" "You probably already know why I'm here," Chris replied, his voice hoarse and worn out. "So I think it's in both of our best interests to skip the formalities and just get you out of here." The man paused to look down at his expensive, as always, watch. "It's passing through the asteroid belt now. We only have a few hours left." Should I pack?" I looked back into the house with uncertainty, the TV on, paperwork strewn out on the coffee table. I was still in a state of disbelief that any of this was happening. "You want to die because you took too long to choose your undies? Car, now." Chris seemed a lot rougher around the edges now than I had ever seen him in the past. It made me wonder what he'd been up to since we lost contact, and how it changed him. Right then, though, doing what he said and not questioning why he said it was my best option. My only option, really. "Okay, let me just turn off the—" "No time." Chris grabbed me by the arm, despite clear signs of aging. He was still just as strong as ever, and practically dragged me to the front seat of his car before I could even shut the door. Several of my neighbors were out mowing or watering, like an alien wasn't inbound towards Earth at Mach 5. And gave odd looks at the stranger pulling me into his vehicle. I flashed a pleasant smile at them, just to dissolve any worries or urges to call the police they may have had. I sure didn't need anything else coming after me. Chris drove like a madman through the winding streets, and it was only when he entered the interstate and our surroundings became nothing but flat, empty farmland that I felt safe enough to stop gripping the edge of my seat and actually say something to the guy who just borderline kidnapped me. "So, I was assuming you would tell me, but you want to give me any info on the thing?" After a moment of silence, I thought perhaps Chris hadn't heard me, or didn't know what I was referring to when I said the word thing. I was about to clarify, but the emergence of a long, harrowed sigh from the man's mouth signaled he knew exactly what I meant, and clearly didn't enjoy talking about it. A small, unknown terrestrial planet orbiting a star around 500 light-years from Earth. That's the point of origin, as you probably figured out. It's been coming after you for the past 6 years, which means at its peak velocity, it somehow was able to greatly exceed light speed. Like any moving object though, it needs to slow down when approaching its destination, which means it reduced its speed exponentially the moment it entered our system. Of course, that buys us a little time to get you somewhere safe, but not much, and it's less and less time for every second I spend explaining this to you. For the sake of my own life, I respected Chris's requests, not asking him anything else throughout the drive and not even attempting to turn on the radio. Instead, I watched the cloudless sky out the window, wondering if the creature was somewhere above Earth's orbit right now. After what seemed like hours of deserted farmland, Chris turned onto a small country road, and then onto an even smaller gravel path, at last approaching what looked more like a prison than something related to NASA, a stark, unmarked concrete building with no windows, surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. I wanted to desperately ask what this place was, but I remained silent up until the point he stopped the car in front of the facility, turning towards me to speak. Eli, I was careless. I will admit that now. I shouldn't have given you something that even I was barely trusted to have. It's my fault you're in this mess to begin with. I'm sorry. I was stunned for a brief moment, both because he was capable of apologizing for being such a weird uncle, and also because he would choose now of all times to do so, before quickly formulating my own reply. It's okay, Uncle Chris. It's partly my fault anyway. I was a stupid kid, and I shouldn't have stolen your key. Either way, I forgive you. Good, now let's get out of this car. We ran across the gravel and into the entrance of the compound, guarded by what appeared to be 2 armed soldiers. Since when does NASA need guards? It's a blur in my memory what happened next, but I know we ran past many armed guards and people in white coats and unfamiliar machinery before entering an elevator and going down for what felt like an eternity. Though we were alone again in said elevator, I still refrained from speaking. What was I supposed to say at that point? Luckily, when the doors finally opened, there was someone waiting there to break the silence. A stout, bespectacled man in one of those white coats stood in a long, dim, concrete tunnel into which we emerged. When he caught the sight of us, his face lit up. Christopher, long time no see. He approached my uncle, giving him an enthusiastic handshake that was only half-heartedly returned, before grabbing my own hand. You must be Elijah. You can call me Dr. Roth. I've heard a lot about you, you know. Oh, that's good, I guess. I forced a smile out of common courtesy, my hand aching from his death grip. We've been tracking your location for the past 6 years, Eli, Chris explained. Not in a creepy way. We still gave you your privacy. We just needed to know where you were so we could get to you safely when this time came. The bunker you're standing in was designed by Dr. Roth himself, and it should be able to resist the presence of any and all extraterrestrial beings. Dr. Roth nodded in admiration of himself. That's right. No way, no how, Benicula's standing up to human ingenuity. Benicula? I saw Chris roll his eyes. It's nickname for the thing. Pay no mind to it. He's always coming up with stuff like that. Well, it is accurate, I pointed out, doing a figurative faceplant of an attempt to interject some humor into the conversation. You're safe now, Dr. Roth said, but we still got a bit of time before Benicula pays us a visit. In the meantime, there's something I'd like to show you. Shall we? He beckoned further into the tunnel. I looked at Chris, who nodded begrudgingly, and we both began to follow the doctor into the bunker. For a bunker, it seemed to go on a lot longer than it needed to, especially if it was only meant to protect one person. It seemed like an entire new floor to the compound, with various doors in the curved metal walls leading off to who knows what. At last, Dr. Roth stopped in front of one particular door at the far end of the tunnel, turning to face us. I should mention, everything you've seen here is highly confidential. Not even high-level personnel at NASA know about it. So I'm gonna need to take your phone and have you promise not to leak any of this to anyone. "Oh, of course," I replied, handing him my phone. It was a small sacrifice in return for being somewhere Benincula couldn't get to me. The doctor gave me a gracious smile as he pocketed my device. "Your parents have been notified of your absence as well, of course. They've been told that you're on a faraway business trip to limit any chances of them attempting to contact. Now, without further ado," Dr. Roth punched a code into the metal door, and it opened with a loud screech resonating through the tunnel. He flourished his arms in a welcoming motion, ushering us in, before following suit and shutting the door behind him. The room behind had a strangely high ceiling and seemed to stretch far beyond the bunker, exceeding the boundaries of what would be able to protect me. But that didn't faze me, because my focus was on what occupied all that space. Stacked high to the ceiling were dozens and dozens of cardboard boxes. What's in them? I wondered out loud, my voice echoing throughout the chamber. Dr. Roth strolled past me until he reached the base of the cardboard mountain, reaching for one of the boxes that stood by itself on the floor. With surprising strength, he tore back the cardboard flaps until the contents of the destroyed box stood fully exposed. "Look familiar?" My eyes widened in recognition. It was disassembled, but I still recognized the parts of the telescope. Well, not the telescope, but the same model. An exact replica of the one Chris had given me all those years ago. Could all of the boxes in this room really contain one? Chris stepped further into the room behind me, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Dr. Roth was a partner of mine for a good number of years. He and I worked together to design a scope that would be able to see closely to observe worlds light years away from our own. I mostly handled manufacturing of components, but Roth's the real mastermind behind the project. In fact, he's the only person that actually knows how it works. Dr. Roth concurred. No other telescopes like these exist outside of this room. I continued to stare up at the dizzy heights of the stacked boxes. But I don't get it. Why did you keep making so many more? Wasn't the first one too dangerous to be kept around? Been asking myself the same question for years, I heard Chris mutter under his breath. Dr. Roth walked back to me until he was standing directly by my side, turning his head toward the ceiling to mirror my own. "Oh, well, the answer is very simple, Elijah. You see, your uncle thought your experience with the telescope was a sign that we should abandon the project completely. I, on the other hand, saw it for what it really was, an incredible opportunity. We've been observing the planet's surface long before your uncle gave you that telescope. But you were the first one to actually catch sight of its native life. How great of a coincidence was that?" "I guess it was pretty lucky," I admitted, withholding the fact that I wish I'd never seen that native life. "No such thing as luck," Dr. Roth chuckled. "This is the future, humanity's future. I'm sure you've heard the saying, offense is the best defense. Well, that applies to both on our world and off it. Now we can finally observe the threats from a distance. Humanity has the upper hand to anticipate attacks before they even happen. We can finally take the universe as our rightful domain and destroy any opposing forces that get in our way." "Attacks?" My brow furrowed, realizing that what Dr. Roth was saying was beginning to not make sense. But the creature I saw is attacking me, not the planet. It's the only reason it's here in the first place, because I looked at it through that telescope. Before Dr. Roth could respond, an echoing boom sounded from above, seeming to shake the entire foundation of the compound. Yellow fluorescent lights flickered, small chunks of plaster and concrete showered down from the ceiling, and I swore I could hear a distant screaming. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Chris fumble to look at his watch, checking something I could see from this angle. When he looked back up, the unfamiliar presence of raw terror was in his eyes. "It's here, Roth. We need to get to the back of the bunker, now." Dr. Roth didn't move. "Roth!" Chris screamed in exasperation before dashing back to the door and attempting to wrench it open. No luck. It was locked, and we were on the wrong side. My heart began to race as I realized we were in an atrium, a perfect environment for something to crash down from several levels above. Had Dr. Roth planned this? Why would he possibly want this thing to find us? To be in the same room as us, as me? I began to hear it, a sound that turns my blood to ice when I think about it. The sound of multiple layers of steel and concrete being crushed to powder as an unimaginable force forged its path directly down to where we were standing. It was headed right for me. "Eli, help me get the door open," I heard Chris cry out in a final act of desperation. I ran to help him, preparing to give it my all, and catching sight of Dr. Roth's face as I did. He was wearing a sickening smile. I never reached the door. The upper layer of the ceiling was penetrated instantly, sending shockwaves through the chamber and knocking me off of my feet. I caught sight of something, a blur that was enormous, and yet fast enough to appear almost graceful, shoot down to the floor. The tower of telescopes collapsed, glass flying everywhere. I raised my arm to protect myself, and when the barrage had stopped, I cautiously lowered it to the sight I hoped I'd never see. It was here. It was about 10 feet tall, and its stone-like skin was heaving, a steam-like substance radiating from its body. It hovered just above the collapsed heap of glass and metal, its bunny ear appendages twitching, observing us just as I had observed it. Then, abruptly, it hurried itself the rest of the way down onto the floor, breaking the already smashed telescopes into smaller pieces. It rose back up again, only to repeat this process, to continue to smash the telescopes, to relentlessly fling its body against the floor over and over again, until it made sure that not a single one was left intact, until each and every shard of glass was pummeled to dust. I have no idea how long we sat there watching it, but I do remember the dread hanging in the air when it finally stopped and continued to just stare at us. "Fascinating," I heard Dr. Roth mutter from behind me. It was targeting the object that had observed it, but all along that object was the telescope itself. No matter, I can always make more. I looked at Chris, the disbelief on his face disheartening. Not even he knew what was going on. What was happening right now hadn't been a part of the plan. We briefly made eye contact, and I think seeing that I was still alive and kicking, was enough to knock him out of his stupor. "Roth, you crazy idiot," my uncle screamed. "What are you trying to do?" Roth turned around, his face and voice disturbingly calm despite the presence of an unworldly being right in front of him. "I'm testing, Christopher. That's what our job has always been here, isn't it? This is simply one more test. If we are to bear witness to the behavior of this creature in an unrestricted environment, we are to better understand it. If we are better to understand it, we are better to destroy it. Destruction is the only path to true progress, and it always requires a bit of sacrifice." Sacrifice? He was talking about me. My uncle still looked furious, but I could tell he was tired. He had been working non-stop to prepare this place for me, and now it had gone to waste. It was as if his purpose had been lost. When he pulled himself back on his feet and spoke again, it was in a low, panting growl, like an exhausted predator. "This plan of yours, Roth, does it include locking yourself in with the sacrifice? Because unless that thing lets you walk out of here, that's exactly what you've done." Dr. Roth laughed a chilling, maniacal sound. "Of course I can just leave. I just have to wait for the right moment. Now that it has to destroy all the things with the power to see, it's going to be super easy to destroy the thing that saw it in the first place. You can leave with me too, Christopher, while it is distracted with what it is truly here for." Dr. Roth turned around to face the creature, and I'm not sure why, but what he did next deeply disturbs me. He began talking to it, his arms spreading outward, flailing like mad. "Well, why don't you give in to your inferior, primal urges? Finish your hunt. Destroy the one you came here for. Destroy him so that we may destroy you." The creature continued to stare, its unblinking, white-hot eyes burning into each of us, passing judgment with wordless fury. It looked at me, at Uncle Chris, and back to the doctor, its body only slightly turning each time, hovering just above the ground with almost imperceptible stillness. Then, in one swift motion, it descended upon the doctor and absorbed him into its being. Both Chris and I cried out in alarm as the doctor's life was ended in a muffled scream that dissolved him into silence. My legs turned to jelly, unable to support my trembling body as I fell to my knees. I felt like cornered prey, petrified, unable to escape as the creature began to slowly approach. I was sure I was next, that me, and maybe Chris too, were about to meet the same fate as the doctor. It stopped just a few feet away from me, and angled its levitating body downward so its white, radiant eyes were level with my own. We stared into each other, and somehow I could tell that it knew that I had never been the true threat, and all it wanted was to exist on its world without interference. And through some unknown clairvoyance, it had realized Dr. Roth challenged that existence. With the Doctor and all of his creations gone, any chance of being observed, of targeted, of needlessly wiped out by an over-aggressive force were gone. The creature felt safe now, and that's all it had ever wanted. It backed away, leaving me breathless on the floor, my skin still pierced with shards of glass it had shattered across the room. It floated back to the center of the chamber, until it was directly below the hole through which it came. And then, with an unimaginable yet silent speed, it rocketed upward into nothingness. It was gone. It has been about 6 hours since all of this happened. Chris and I got our cuts treated, and we drove back to my house. I know I promised that I wouldn't post any information about the compound online, and I know that if it's seen by anyone from Chris's department, whatever it is, it might get taken down. But I know that no harm will come to me. I don't know when I'll see Chris again, but I do know that if he's willing to protect me from aliens and crazy scientists, a few government hitmen should be no problem. The last thing that Chris told me before he left was that besides the gaping hole in the NASA facility, there was no evidence left behind of the creature ever being on Earth. It had been so fast that there wasn't any evidence of it entering the atmosphere in the first place. And if I'm being honest, that's probably for the best, and not just because I don't want to be on the news. If there's one thing I learned, it's that there are some things in this universe that simply want to be left to their own devices, and as long as you let them be, no harm will ever come to you or your world. But if you decide to interfere, you have been warned. This is Elijah, signing off. I've been what some may call a wilderness expert for almost 2 decades now. I plan my trips to various forests very carefully to ensure I make it out alive. I bring all of the supplies necessary to survive for a couple weeks in case I get lost, and I also bring a satellite phone, GPS, and a weapon as a last resort. Sometimes getting lost in the woods is part of the fun, as long as you know what you're doing, that is. The story I'm sharing with you today is of a young man who didn't take all the precautions I would recommend for a journey into an unknown forest. On my most recent expedition to the Superior National Forest in Minnesota, I came upon a journal hanging from a tree. There were only a few pages left in the journal. All the rest were torn out, to be used for kindling as the writer addresses in the journal. The contents of the journal are very strange, and I'll touch on that later. But without further ado, this is what the journal said. My name is Anthony Lawrence. I am a student of Bemidji State University. I don't know what the exact date is, but I first came out here on August 3rd, 2017. I think it's been about 2 weeks now. If you find this journal, you can stop looking for me. I don't have much paper left in this journal, so I'll have to try to keep this short. About 2 weeks before coming out here, I got a message on Facebook from some guy saying he's looking for healthy young adventurers who want to earn some money. He said that he'd give me $1,000 to spend 48 hours in the woods, using whatever resources I came across to stay alive. Apparently, he was writing some kind of book about wilderness survival, and wanted to see what people did in their 48 hours to stay alive. He would provide each individual with a backpack containing limited supplies, and a GoPro camera to record the adventure. I used to be an Eagle Scout, so I figured, sure, 2 days in the woods is nothing, and with that kind of money, I could buy a new gaming chair for my dorm and have enough left over for pizza for the whole next semester. I messaged him back, and we set up a time to meet. I was to bring nothing other than some sturdy clothes. He said he'd provide everything I would need to survive in the woods for the 2 days. When I met with him, he seemed like a nice enough guy. Clearly, he was very wealthy too, as he dropped me off at my spot in the forest with his personal helicopter. On the flight over, he explained that the backpack had a GPS tracking device in it, so that he could find me wherever I was after the 48 hours, and he'd come pick me up. I thought it was safe to assume this guy knew what he was doing, considering all the prep work he'd put into this, so I trusted him. He dropped me off and flew away. I'd spent the first few minutes sorting through what I had in the backpack. There was a simple pocket knife, which I stuffed into my front cargo pocket on my pants for quick access. I was given a small journal, which I also put in my cargo pants. The rest of the contents were a matchbook with 2 matches, a full water bottle, one of those silver thermal blankets, some rope, and various other supplies you'd expect to see in a survival kit that I doubted I'd be using. Oh, and of course the GoPro, which I'd strapped to my chest. There was no map, compass, or any kind of navigation equipment. The idea, I guess, was that I was lost in the woods and had to survive. So I set off. I spent most of the first day hiking in as straight of a path as I could manage. Other than the clearing where we landed, it was nothing but thick wooded areas so far. My first goal was to find a source of water I could come back to when needed, but so far, no luck. I was dropped off in the early afternoon, so at this point it was starting to get dark and the temperature was dropping. I decided I should start setting up camp. I gathered various small branches and brush from around the area, and found a small clearing where I could start a fire without setting the whole forest ablaze. I used the tiny pocket knife to cut off smaller branches from the surrounding trees, and got a decent-sized stockpile of wood for the night. I had to make use of some of the pages from the journal for kindling to get the fire started, and carefully lit one of the 2 matches I had to get it going. So far, so good. I took out the thermal blanket and lay down to sleep next to the fire. I awoke before the rise of the sun. The fire was just ash at this point, and I didn't want to waste my other match so early getting the fire started, so I packed everything up and set off again. After several more hours of hiking, I finally heard something that was music to my ears. Running water. A stream. At this point, my water bottle was nearly empty, so I was ecstatic that I'd be able to finish it off and refill. 2 days out here for $1,000? Easiest money I've ever made. I followed the sound of water to a small stream that seemed to go on for quite a way. After filling my water bottle, I decided to follow the stream in the direction it was flowing from, ideally to find a lake or something. I still had plenty of daylight left, so I kept going. I was getting pretty hungry at this point, so it'd be nice to find a lake with some fish in it, but even in the worst case scenario, I could last 2 days without food, no problem. It was getting dark again, and the stream I was following was getting wider, but still no lake in sight. I should have just set up camp right then when I still had daylight, but I was determined to find this lake, and I kept going. After a couple more hours, it was just too dark to continue. There was some moonlight shining through the leaves above, but not much. Not enough to keep following this stream, so I did the best I could to gather up some more wood for another fire in the dark of the night, and set up a makeshift campground again. I started the fire with pages from the journal for kindling again, and used my last match. I hunkered down and went to sleep, excited to find this lake the following morning and get some food before the sky picked me up to go back home. Loud cracking woke me up in the middle of the night, branches breaking from all around me. I sprang to my feet, startled. I wasn't sure what kind of wildlife was out there, but it could very well be bears or wolves. Adrenaline began pumping through my body, and I tried to listen for where the sounds were coming from, but I could barely hear over my heartbeat. I had to do something, though. I couldn't just stand here like an idiot, waiting to be eaten. Whatever kind of animal this was, I felt like I'd be safe if I could climb one of these trees. As the cracking of the branches grew closer and louder, I began to climb a big pine tree near me, with plenty of branches making it easy enough to climb. The fire was dying down very quickly, but I had enough residual light to start the climb. I got up a few branches, probably about 6 feet off of the ground, when the noises stopped. So I stopped too. I strained my ears to listen, but again, it was difficult to hear over my heartbeat. I sat there for what seemed like an eternity, 2 of my hands gripping adjacent branches above, one of my feet supporting me, and the other foot hanging freely. Nothing but silence around me now. I had thought maybe whatever it was had gone now, and that I was safe. I adjusted my grip on the tree when the branch my foot was on broke off, and I lost my grip on the branches above. I fell backwards and hit my head on the hard ground below, knocking me unconscious. I don't know how long I was out, but when I awoke, it was still dark. Even darker than before, it seemed. I wasn't on the ground where I had landed, though. I was on a flat surface, like a table. I tried to sit up and look around, but I couldn't move. I realized then that my hands and feet were bound to this table. I panicked, flexing every muscle in my body, trying to get free of this trap. I screamed over and over again. As I struggled, I heard what sounded like voices all around me, but could not discern what the voices were saying. I thought I was alone out there. I was literally in the middle of nowhere. Who is out here? Who is trapping people down in the middle of the forest? I continued to convulse my body, feeling the bindings that were holding me down loosen ever so slightly. That's when it got really scary though. I don't know if I was drugged or what, but really crazy stuff started to happen. I heard a loud thumping noise. I heard branches breaking. No. Trees. Entire trees being snapped in half from the sound of it. Something was getting closer to me. The voices around me got louder, sounding like some kind of chanting. I quickly realized that I was some kind of sacrifice. Maybe this was all in my head. I don't really know. The absurdity of it all makes it difficult for me to believe that whatever was happening was real. The thumping and cracking of the woods grew louder and louder, until I could make out some kind of silhouette against the backdrop of the woods in front of me, barely illuminated by the moonlight. Whatever it was impossibly huge. I was freaking out like I never freaked out before. I screamed as I continued to try to get free of the bindings holding me down. As I watched the forest being torn down in front of me, the chanting from the voices grew louder and louder. The beast was probably 100 yards away from me when I got one of my hands loose. My face was a mess of tears and snot from crying, which I hadn't realized I'd been doing until now. I broke my hand free and quickly wiped away at my face before getting to work on the other bindings. Once I had that one hand free, I was able to make quick work of the other bindings. I got my other hand free, and the creature let out a deafening roar. The chanting voices around me stopped. I hastened my pace, and shakingly got to work on the other bindings on my feet. After a mere couple of seconds, I was free from these as well. I sprang up from the table and began to run. I fell over almost immediately. I was incredibly dizzy. They had to have drugged me. I got back up and continued running away from the beast. I could still hear the forest being torn down behind me, but I did not turn around to look. I just kept running, struggling to overcome the dizziness and keep upright. Whatever this thing was, it was either very slow or just didn't care enough to pursue me. After a few minutes of running, I could no longer hear the creature, the breaking of the trees, or the chanting voices. But I did not stop. I could not stop. Even if the creature didn't continue in my pursuit, chances are the source of those voices would not let their sacrifice get away that easily. Eventually, I saw the sun rising on the horizon, and I figured I'd been running for long enough. I stopped, leaning my back against a tree, and slouched to the ground. I was so scared and in so much pain from the fall from the tree, the binding on my hands and feet, the tumble to the ground when I got free, and all those thorns I ran through during my escape. I put my head between my legs and sobbed uncontrollably. Once I was done with my episode, I wiped my face off with my shirt and assessed my situation. I no longer had the backpack or the GoPro. In my cargo pockets, I still had the small pocket knife. I wish I'd realized sooner that I still had this, and the journal, but that was all. I almost had a psychotic break when I realized that without that backpack, the guy who brought me here would have no way of finding me. I had to get myself together and figure out what I was going to do. The stream I was following the previous night was nowhere near. I had no idea where I was in relation to the stream, my starting point, or even the area that I had just run from. I was lost to begin with, but now I was really lost. They say that if you get lost in the woods, you should stay where you're at so that you're not continually running away from whatever search parties they may send to find you. But I couldn't do that, not with whatever creature was out there, and the cultists or whoever they were that were helping it. I had to keep moving, and I had to come up with a plan now on how I was going to get the backpack back. After a few minutes of collecting myself, I stood up and began to walk. I didn't know where I was going, but I figured I had like a 50% chance of finding my starting point, the cultist area, or the stream I was following if I just kept walking. It was a few hours yet to the 48-hour mark, so he'd have to come looking for me soon. Maybe if I heard his helicopter, I could somehow signal him. I walked for hours, and everything was so unfamiliar. The sun was at its highest point, but still no sound of a helicopter. I didn't even know how far those people brought me from where I was at. I could be miles away from where I thought I was. I kept walking all day. Eventually, it was getting dark again, and I was still lost. I had no supplies. All that I had was my pocket knife and my journal. Well, one thing I learned in my time in the Boy Scouts was how to start a fire by rubbing a couple sticks together. So I took out my pocket knife and got to work on gathering wood. I knew that I wouldn't be sleeping tonight. It was too risky, but I at least had to keep warm. After probably an hour of rubbing a couple sticks together, I finally got a fire going. I had to use more pages from the journal to get the fire started, so at this point I needed to conserve the pages. I didn't know how long I was going to be out here. As anticipated, I didn't sleep at all. I just sat by the fire all night, trying to keep the flame small not to draw any unwanted attention. Nothing ever came to bother me though. Morning came, and I'd been out here for almost 3 days now. I was overcome with hunger and thirst. If I was to be out here for a while, I absolutely had to find that stream again. I tried to remember which way I was walking those first 2 days, based on the position of the sun. I think I figured it out, and I started walking in the opposite direction, perpendicular the way I had been walking the day before. I had walked all day in that direction, and still nothing. So I set up camp and actually slept a little bit that night. The next day, I finally found some water. I don't know if it was the same stream I saw before, but it didn't matter. At least I'd be able to survive a little bit longer. I brought my face down to the stream and gulped directly from it like an animal. I was amazed at how much I was able to drink and how satisfying it was. I used some of the water to wash my face and feet and set off to follow the stream to its source. I followed this stream for several days. I didn't want to stray too far from it, as it was the only thing really keeping me alive. Eventually, though, I came across a larger portion of the stream, where I saw several frogs and tadpoles. I was starving at this point. I didn't really care how disgusting it was. I was going to eat these frogs. So, that's what I did. I started a fire using the same technique that I was starting to get pretty good at, and I cooked some frogs and ate them. People say it tastes like chicken, and, well, they're not wrong. I continued this routine of following the stream for the next couple of days, and it was getting wider. I was starting to think that I had found my way again, and the theory was confirmed when I saw ashes from my fire from the second night. Luckily, I had daylight to work with this time. This is where I fell from the tree, and they took me away somewhere. I'm not an expert tracker by any means, but there were definite signs of broken branches that I was able to follow, hopefully to where they brought me to. I followed this trail for a long, long time, and when I was starting to think I wasn't going to find what I was looking for, I saw it. I saw an opening in the forest where the beast had come through, and I saw the table where they strapped me down. I kept my distance, assessing the area. I didn't see any signs of human or animal life, but if they took my backpack, it had to be near here. That brings me to now. I'm writing this all down just in case I fail, and I don't get the backpack. I'm going to hang this journal from a nearby tree. If I don't come back for it, that probably means that whatever is in these woods has got me. And like I said, you can stop looking. Whatever that thing was, if it wasn't in my imagination, I have no doubt that it could kill me without much trouble. If you are reading this, I am definitely gone. And that's all there was. There was no more blank pages to write on if he wanted to. He had used up the rest of these pages for kindling, I guess. I searched around the area. I found the journal to see if I could find any evidence of his encounters. But I don't see any cavities in the forest from a large creature, and I don't see any kind of table that he might have been bound to. There's no sign that any of this actually happened from what I can tell. The date he wrote down was 2 years ago, so I did some research. As I mentioned earlier, there was something really strange about all of this, and I'm not talking about the creature he described. It's likely that the knock on his head had him confused, and his mind was filling in the blanks for something that didn't really happen. I looked him up on Google first, and found a missing persons report from August 2017, so he definitely existed. And this wasn't just some prank journal left in the woods. Then I looked him up on Facebook. His last Facebook post just said, "Going camping for a couple days, won't have phone service, talk to you all soon." So he didn't really tell people what he was doing. I got a hold of the boy's family and gave them this journal and tried to get more information from them. Obviously, this was very hard for them to take in, but curiosity got the better of me, and I had to know more. I convinced them to sign into their son's Facebook account. which they were able to get into as his password was saved on his home computer, and look for the message he talked about in the journal. We found the message he described in his journal from the guy offering $1,000. Only thing is, the guy was a ghost. He never existed. His name doesn't turn up in any results, and if it was truly a wilderness survival guide author, I would for sure have found something. But no, it all seemed to be some kind of scam. Whoever this guy was, he actually convinced this kid to go into the woods by himself, promising to pick him up after 2 days, likely with no intention to actually follow through. How many people did he do this to? Was there actually some kind of cult out there he was working with, bringing them sacrifices? Well, hopefully the police will be able to find something out. I doubt I'll ever hear the results of their findings, but I just really hope they find this guy. I'll leave you with a little piece of advice. Never go out into the woods alone, especially without any kind of communication or navigation equipment. And please, let someone know where you're going. There are secrets buried deep in the heart of the Appalachians, secrets that have never seen the light of day, some that would drive a man insane, some that will and should never be uncovered. I've been hiking through the Appalachians for a long time, born nearby and had a love for nature, so it was a natural fit. I made the hike up and down the whole of the mountains several times and developed a respect for them, rather, a deep reverence. You care for the mountain, and it cares for you. You disrespect the mountain, and it will get its vengeance. I was taught that early. I've seen a lot of things in my years, but this one takes the cake. I'd taken a month off from work and was prepared to hike through the Appalachians from bottom to top. First day started off as normal. Surrounded by the sounds of nature, I was relaxed and taking it slow. There's a calm that comes about when you escape from the city into nature. I think that's why I keep coming back. The second day, that calm was broken. As I woke up, I cooked myself some breakfast and was set to head out soon when I noticed the whole forest was quiet. Normally, this never happens. There's always some birds chirping, insects making noise, and the occasional animal that gets curious. Today, there was none of that. Unsettled, I decided to take off anyway and continue my journey. By noon, the quiet still had been following me. However, I noticed there seemed to be something following me. I had no proof, just a gut feeling. As anyone who's been around will tell you, always trust that feeling. That's how I've made it through many of the journeys I've made. I've come across many animals, but for some reason, it didn't feel like it was a bear or a mountain lion on my tail. Whatever it was, I made sure to stay well out of sight. I continued on until evening time when I started to set up camp. The sounds gradually started coming back, but the feeling was still there. I decided that the best thing I could do was get a fire going and make sure to keep it up all night. It wouldn't be my first sleepless night in the woods, but I was hardly happy about it. I ate my dinner and brewed up some coffee and settled in with a book. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, I woke up. I must have dozed off while reading, I thought. Fire's still going well and good, thankfully. The forest sounds were back and my unease had settled. I took some more of the coffee that I had left on and sat back, trying to think of what could have been following me earlier. It didn't take long before I realized there was a pair of eyes watching me from out in the dark. Nothing is more terrifying than knowing you're being watched by something out in the dark, in the middle of nowhere. The mountains always keep you at their mercy. Sometimes they're kind, sometimes less so. I'd like to think this was one of those times where I was lucky, that some sort of karma came back to me and saved me. I don't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. However, those eyes started to come out of the woods, forming a mountain lion behind them. A gunshot rang through the night and caught it right between the eyes. I turned around and looked behind me. There stood a man, taller than anyone I'd ever seen before, bigger too. He looked rough, beard unkempt and long, hair that hit his shoulders that looked equally as rough, and with a voice that sounded of the deep rumbling of the earth itself. He spoke to me. Lucky you. I'm sorry, I stammered, not quite hearing him at first. Lucky you. The mountain. She saved you, he said, moving toward his kill. What do you mean? You were the one that saved me. Thank you, by the way. Would you care for some coffee? I managed to get out. My feeling of uneasiness came back, my anxiety skyrocketing as everything in me told me to run. He was quiet for a second, looking surprised by the offer. "Sure, it ain't often I see good folk up here, mostly just bad that need punishing," he said with a thick accent. I poured him a cup, trying to make sense of what he was saying. "I'm sorry, I don't have any cream or sugar with me." He chuckled a deep laugh that seemed to come from the very ground beneath us. "Black's fine. That's how I like it anyway." "I see that you know to take care of her," he said, pointing to my bag full of trash. I handed him a mug of coffee and took a deep gulp of my own before replying. "Of course. No sense to soil the beauty of the mountain. It just wouldn't be right to leave all of this laying around for the animals to get into." "I see why she told me to come to you. I was watching you earlier to make sure I didn't need to take care of you." I stopped. "You were following me? When?" I barely got out, all aware of his rifle around his shoulders. "Course, most of the day. Don't get many folk around this part, and I had to make sure. It's my job and my home. I gotta take care of the mountains. She's kind to me when I'm kind to her, just like how she sent me here to save you. She don't like to see the good ones die on her," he said with all seriousness. "What do you mean by she? I don't understand." I trailed off as he stared at me, eyes an unnatural shade of yellow, almost akin to cat eyes, seeming to stare deep into my soul, seeing me for who I was and not who I appeared to be. "The mountain, or the spirit of the mountains. Me and my kin are her protectors. I can see you're not quite following, but that's alright. Just know that you're lucky it's me that found you. Some of my kin don't take kindly to any strangers, much less humans in their neck of the woods. I'm alright with you if you're alright with the mountain." The silence drowned between us as I didn't know what to say, not fully understanding what was going on. "Thanks for the kindness, stranger, but she needs me again. It ain't gonna be pretty." As he got up, he moved on out of the camp, and as he moved beyond the firelight, he seemed to just disappear. I thought I caught a glimpse of a large animal where he had been, but surely I was just tired. After the adrenaline wore off and exhaustion set in, I felt myself drifting off. I woke up in the morning, not quite believing what had happened last night. I wouldn't have believed it to be a dream, but the cup was still there, and so was the mountain lion. I'm not one to back down from the journey. I decided to press onward. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. That is until about lunchtime. I started to smell something wrong. I made my way forward. Recognizing the smell of blood, I made my way into what seemed like a mess of a camp. There were 3 tents, but not a single sign of anyone nearby. Trash was thrown everywhere, and the stench was heavy. I took it upon myself and made my way to the nearest town, about half a day away, to report it. But I knew they were gone, whoever they were. At the moment, it all became so real. The mountain chose to spare me, but she was not kind to those who had disrespected her. I still go back, but with more reverence, and now, fear. This happened to me a few years back when I was in my early 20s. I'm a 4'10", 140-pound female. At the time, I worked in a department store at the makeup counter. This job relies heavily on good customer service and building relationships because you want people to come back and spend money on your products. We are given personalized business cards so that we can build up our own client base. Very important for a commission department. It's not uncommon to be familiar with the people who frequently shop in the store. As workers, our training is focused on being friendly and accommodating. One day while I was working, I had to move to a makeup counter that wasn't my own to cover someone's lunch break. It was a really slow day, so I was just leaning on the counter, people watching. I could tell that most shoppers were just browsing, so I kept to myself. One of the people that I noticed was a very tall, broad man. He walked very slowly, almost hunched over. His face was fixed very aggressively, like he was angry but focused. He circled around the counter a few times, but I could feel his gaze on me instead of the products. After a few rotations around the department, I decided to greet him in case he needed help. It wasn't until he directly came over to me that I realized how big he actually was. Again, I'm a 4'10", 140-pound female, so I feel pretty small regardless. But even with his slouched posture, he was over 6 feet tall and well over twice my weight. I'll never forget his teeth. They were completely black in the front. Your eyes couldn't help but go right to them. Despite his menacing appearance, he was soft-spoken. Truthfully, I could tell he wasn't all there by the way he talked. He told me no when I asked if he needed help, but requested my number. So direct. We had never spoken before. I declined and said I was in a relationship and that it would be inappropriate. He then asked if he could have a business card for the counter in case he wanted to get products. Since I wasn't on my normal counter and I really wanted him to go away, I handed him my coworker's business card and told him to call if he had any questions. It worked, and he walked away after that, filling me with relief. Only a couple minutes later, the phone counter rings. I answer with my peppy customer service voice and say, "Thank you for calling. How can I help you?" And immediately I know it was the same guy when he starts talking. He asks me again for my personal number, and I explain once again I cannot do that, but he just wants to talk, he explains. Since he wasn't getting the hint, I say, "I should have told you that I'm married. You can't have my number." Politely, he apologizes and hangs up. I thought that would be the end of him, but for the next few weeks or so, I spent much of my time at work anxious that he would show up. I would see him every week, and he would lurk around the counter looking for me. Anytime I would see him, I'd immediately drop what I was doing to run and hide, or run to the closest customer and offer any bit of assistance to make it look like I was busy, so he wouldn't talk to me. I successfully dodged him every time, and it came to the point where I stopped seeing him. I was thrilled. I had almost completely forgotten about him, until one day I decided to go to Walmart by myself to pick up a few things on my day off. I generally like to shop alone. I can take all the time I need, and I like to leisurely look around. I grabbed a basket and made my way over to the cosmetic, hair, and wellness section, since that's where most of the things I needed were. I only managed to grab a few things before I locked eyes with him as I walked by the supplement aisle. I recently changed my hair and wasn't wearing my work uniform, so I didn't think he'd recognize who I was. I was ready to just go about my shopping and ignore him, until I noticed that he had dropped all of his items he had in his hand and started heading my way. I panicked and picked up my pace immediately. I thought to myself, he's not going to really follow me through the store, right? But as I turned around to look, I could see his humongous body just plowing through people, with that same terrifying look on his face, only meaner. His black teeth growing closer with a snarl. Since the direction I was walking was opposite of the exit, and there was no way I was going to turn around, I decided that my best course of action would be to follow the perimeter of the store and cut down the center section, which would bring me close up to the registers. I speed walked the entire time in hopes of losing him amongst the people, but never once turning around again. By the time I made it to the register area, I could actually feel him behind me, still not wanting to turn around to look. I glanced in the reflection of the soda machines that are in between the register aisles to see how close he was. To my horror, there was only about 1.5 to 2 feet between us. I was afraid to just drop my stuff and run to the door in case he followed me to my car. I parked in the far back of the parking lot, and I didn't want to risk it. I also didn't want to get in line at the registers, since the lines were long and I would just be standing there out in the open, alone. Instead, I walked into a cluster of people crowded around the self-checkout line. I noticed another large but older gentleman with his cart in the middle and ran straight for him. The people were so closely clustered together that the man following me couldn't make it through. I ran over to the man in line and grabbed on his cart. I said, "I'm so sorry, I'm not cutting you, but there's a man that's been following me through half of the store, and I needed to stand with you." He was so sweet and let me be with him while we waited in line, and even let me go ahead of him so I could leave quicker. As I was cashing out, I could see in my peripheral vision my stalker was staring at me and pacing about, but he couldn't come near me since the self-checkout was somewhat sectioned off. By the time I finished and grabbed my receipt, I couldn't see him. I looked around, but he was nowhere. I thought about asking the older man to walk me to my car, but he wasn't finished at his register, so I decided to call my boyfriend and make a run for it. Staying on the phone, I explained to him what was going on as I sprinted to my car in tears, frantically looking around in case he tried to follow me outside. I made it to my car safely and rushed right home, breaking down to my parents about what just happened. I could feel it in my bones that this man wanted to do something to me, and thankfully I didn't find out what that was. His aggressive aura was palpable. To this day, I can still remember the adrenaline, nervousness, the sheer terror I felt when he followed me. I had never felt so vulnerable and helpless, even with all of those people around. I quit my job roughly 2 years later. I had only seen him one other time there since the incident, but I live in constant fear that we will cross paths again. I'm afraid to shop alone, something that I wouldn't give a second thought to years before. So to my stalker with black teeth, let's not meet again. I used to lead an outdoors club, and one of the trips I would always take people on was the Smoky Mountains in mid-October. The Smokies are beautiful, and we would do a 4-night backpacking loop using the backcountry 3-walled shelters along the Appalachian Trail. The weather was perfect, fall colors, cool nights, and the classic fog that gives the Smokies their name. It was the last night on the trail, and we were staying on top of Mount LeConte, one of the tallest mountains in the Smokies. I had reserved all of the spots in the shelter, about 12, and there were no other campsites on top of the mountain, so I knew we would be alone. Here's some background, bear with me. The top of Mount LeConte has a western lookout point, an eastern lookout point, and a half-mile trail called the Boulevard that connects the overlooks and runs the ridgeline of the mountain. The trail is covered by scraggly evergreens that cling to the top of the mountain, and there were 1,000-foot drops along the trail edge. The shelter is about midpoint on the trail. All of my friends and I decided we would sleep under the stars next to the shelter because the Milky Way was incredible. Then at 5 a.m., we were all going to walk with our sleeping bags to the eastern lookout point to see the sunrise. But we stayed up late, and my friend and I decided that he and I would just go to the eastern lookout point at 3 a.m. and chat until the sun began to rise. It was a chilly night, about 27 degrees Fahrenheit, and the fog had rolled in. It pushed through the dense evergreens and limited our visibility to the bright white cones from our headlamps. My friend and I grabbed our bear spray and sleeping bags and started walking eastward on the boulevard. Once we started moving, I realized how bad the visibility was. The trail sneaked through the foggy trees, and you could never see what was around the next bend. There were reports of bears in the area, so I kept my bear spray out and made as much noise as I could. The fog rolled through the trees like a haunted house. As I turned the bend, I nearly ran into a man. He's standing alone in the middle of the trail, facing me, not moving, no flashlight at 3 a.m. in the wilderness, just standing in the darkness. I also realized that he's wearing a t-shirt and has only a small book bag. Keep in mind, it's about freezing. With my bear spray leveled, I stammer, "Hello?" No response. I ask him where he's coming from and where he's going. I don't know. His facial expression looks lifeless. I asked him where he's planning on sleeping tonight, given that he has no gear. I don't know. With you? Oh no. I could put it together pretty quick. This guy was definitely on a lot of drugs. He eventually admitted that he had walked from a town about 30 miles away, but he kept on saying that he wanted to stay with us at the shelter. Then he would speak some nonsense. Suddenly he said, "I'm being followed by a dog." I figured he's just seeing things and asked what it looked like. It's big and black, and it has an orange collar. I realize that it's probably one of the tagged bears in the park. This sketchy guy is being stalked by a bear and leading it towards my friends who are sleeping in the shelter. I tell him I know of a spot he can stay, a luxurious cabin compound about 15 minutes down the mountain where they can call the NPS. I tell him to walk in front of me, and I start directing him on where to turn. I figured that if he tried something erratic, I could blind him with my light and follow up with bear spray. I eventually get down to this cabin and wake the employees to let them know he needs help. They tell me I can leave, so I head back to my friends and tell them what's going on. Before I go to sleep, I jog back down to the rangers to make sure everything is fine. We don't know where he went. He stepped out the door and now we can't find him. Creepy man in the fog. Let's not meet again. So just over 10 years ago, I was fresh out of college and moved back with my parents' house for free rent and food for 9 months or so before I was leaving out of the state for graduate school. Now my parents are super chill and gave me my own space in the house, but being a 22-year-old single guy living at a house in the sticks is certainly not ideal. But I didn't have any other options, so I started looking for some work, more so to pass the time than to save up money. Anyway, so summer turned into winter, and I still hadn't found anything solid. By then, I desperately needed to spend more time out of my parents' house, so I took a part-time gig doing some light bookkeeping for a small business owner guy that my dad knew. I didn't really want to do it since it didn't pay much, was short-term, and wasn't even a real office setup. But again, since my parents lived in the middle of nowhere Midwest, I knew I had limited local opportunities to make some cash, and this guy was going to pay me under the table as well. About the same time, a friend of mine in the city said that if I just paid him $200 a month and helped clean up, he'd basically let me crash in his living room until I was ready to move out of state. That was all I needed to hear. I took the job. So my dad's friend's family had a construction-type business. They helped out with building stuff a little, but ultimately was more focused on renting out a few bobcats and large augers they owned. Also, other various drills and then odds and ends like generators or other low-level construction or farming equipment that someone in that area couldn't afford to purchase but needed to use from time to time. This was a small mom-and-pop thing, where everyone knows everyone, and the office only opened up on the days that someone was coming by, and was just generally a mutual beneficial situation for the business owners and the locals. Since I had minored in a business-adjacent area, and my dad recommended me, they trusted me to go there for about 15 to 20 hours a week, and check and file the rental forms, make sure nobody missed a payment date. If there was a payment plan in place, answer an email or two discussing prices and availability, etc. Super easy gig. The old building where I worked was about 90 years old and at the top of this little hill, and the downstairs used to be an old country bar until the 1970s, when this family bought it cheap, cleared out the bar and fenced in the property to use its parking lot area to store their rental equipment and gear. I could generally come and go as I pleased, work any hours I wanted as long as the work got done. So if things were slow and there weren't any rentals for a couple days, I'd usually go in after 7 p.m. and stay until around midnight or 1 a.m. since I knew I'd be alone and could listen to loud music and take my time and all that. The office where I worked was on the second floor of a building above the old bar and looked out into a long driveway. From my seat, I could easily see out the window and once or twice saw a family of deer or raccoons scamper by. And I always glanced out the window when I saw movement since it was very noticeable. It was incredibly remote, very still and quiet, so if something unusual occurred or if something felt off, I definitely noticed it. One night during the winter, it had snowed a few inches and my dad told me to stay in just in case the roads were bad. But I had an old SUV, and more than that, just really wanted to get out of the house. So I went to work about 8 p.m. and was going to stay until just after 1 a.m. I always left the gate open at the bottom of the hill, since believe me that when I say nobody ever showed up at night, since we were literally in the middle of nowhere. I think the nearest occupied house was about 2 miles down the road, and to even turn onto our short road, you had to be coming to our specific building, and probably know it was there beforehand. It was a locals only type thing and very small, since the family inherited a lot of money and kind of did a rental thing on the side. Basically, someone would never just get lost and end up at our building. So I'm jamming to some music and having some coffee, and kept glancing at the snow outside here and there, since one of our streetlights reflected onto the ground at the gate and was causing the light to shine off of the snow in a really cool way. At one point around midnight, I went downstairs to the big bathroom to do my bathroom business, and then came back upstairs to get settled back into my work. I probably did about 5 minutes of work when I glanced outside and saw a huge imprint of something fresh in the snow just below the light. It seemed like it must have been a huge dog or substantial animal had just rolled around in the ground on its back or something. Since I didn't notice it just 15 minutes before, it had to have happened while I was in the bathroom, or maybe when I had my back turned, since I would have seen that type of movement for sure. I shook it off and assumed a dog or maybe even a farm animal had gotten loose and maybe was attracted to the light or something. Who knows? Around 2 in the morning I was leaving, and to be honest I had pretty much forgotten all about the imprint in the snow. But when I looked down, I was shocked to see that it wasn't just some disturbed snow. It was undeniably an imprint of a human-made snow angel. If you don't know what a snow angel is, it's when kids lie on their backs in the snow and push their arms and legs back and forth, so when they get up, it looks like an outline of an angel. I used to do this when I was a kid, so I 100% knew for sure that that's what it was, and it was deliberately made underneath the light post. But it wasn't from a kid. It was from a very large person, or at least a normal-sized adult wearing tons of layers of big winter clothing. I looked up and saw what I had already knew, that whoever made this snow angel could easily look up and see me through the window. So they must have waited for me to head downstairs to make this snow angel. Now, I definitely would have seen or heard someone drive up to our building, even if I was in the bathroom. So I knew someone would have had to walk into the deep freezing snow and cold for a few miles, stop in front of our building, and then do the snow angel in the small amount of time I wasn't sitting at the front of my desk window. I glanced around for tracks in the snow and saw that there was one set that led to the nearby woods to the right of the building. So it was clear that the person didn't use the road, but instead came from the opposite side, which made me instantly uneasy. Since that side was just trees and darkness for miles and miles, I was definitely a little freaked out now, once I realized that someone had just been this close to me secretly in the middle of the woods. And I looked around, but I didn't see anything amiss at all, and now just wanted to get out of there. When I got back to my car and drove a few feet, I realized that my boss would be there in like 4 hours, and might see the snow angel and assume that I did it, since he probably assumed that I kept the gate locked when I was there. It wouldn't have been that big of a deal at all, but I was young and felt like I might be made fun of by him, if nothing else. So I opened the gate back up real quick, ran over and kicked the snow around a bit to hide the angel, locked it up again and went back to my car. Also, I should note that this is what really happened at this moment, but I almost lied here and said something else since it seems fake, since I assumed the average person wouldn't get back out of their SUV and not just flee in their car because they'd been embarrassed about the snow angel. But at that time I was insecure and cared a lot about what others thought, so unfortunately this is what I did. Also, I wasn't exactly fully terrified at this point, even though it was certainly unsettling. I just thought it was really weird and could have been an illegal hunter, even though hunting at night in the cold didn't make much sense. Either way, the imprints were made 2 hours earlier and I assumed they were long gone. But that's when I heard it. When I was getting into my SUV, there was the loudest high-pitched laughing coming from the woods. It almost sounded like a fake laugh, like the Witch and Wizard of Oz or something. Like someone was doing it fake on purpose to show they weren't scared of me, or how I'd react at all once I knew they were laughing at me on our property. It was close enough that I knew they probably could see me, but I couldn't see them at all, since other than the streetlight I was under, there was no illumination. After a few seconds of laughing, they stopped, and then it was just silence everywhere, except for my heart beating through my ears. Then the laughing started again, though louder this time. More like screaming and laughing combined. I sort of froze for like 5 seconds, listening in panic. Now, I spent a lot of time in that area, and I know what coyotes and foxes sound like at night with their high-pitched screeches, so I can't completely logistically rule that out. But to me, it honestly felt like an adult man trying to emulate a woman laughing, like someone was deliberately trying to make a fake scary shriek laugh in order to scare someone. Well, it worked. After that 5 seconds, I was immediately filled with adrenaline, got in my car and drove away from there as fast as I could, without sliding off the road. Back home, I was up all night trying to figure it out, and told my parents the story when they woke up. After talking about it, we all decided it was one of two things. It was either my brain somehow convinced itself that the snow formation was angel-shaped, when it was really just caused by some animal, and then the snow tracks and laughing was just a coyote or a red fox, though I don't think that's what it was. What I truly believe, the second thing, which is some local was out walking around for some reason and decided to mess with me. I didn't have any close friends left in that area that would do this. And if they did, they would certainly have brought it up to make fun of me for speeding away in terror. I found out later that the nearest house was a super old couple, so I doubt it was one of them. Which means whoever it was went out into the woods in the night, in the freezing cold, just to mess with a stranger. I don't have any mental issues, or any family history of them. I didn't do drugs. I drank socially at the time, but certainly didn't that night. I also don't believe in the paranormal, so I never once gave that a thought. In my heart, I know someone was out there. I worked there another 6 weeks or so, and never had a single issue, though I knew where my boss kept his gun, and I always made sure it was there when I started my shift, and I certainly always locked the gate from then on. Thinking about this experience that night, the part that freaked me out the most was that he had to have waited around for me to leave for around 2 hours just to do that laugh. He didn't know me. I could have been crazy and the type of person to get mad and try to find and attack him, yet he didn't seem scared or to care while he tried to mess with me. For some random dude, this is probably a story he tells from his point of view to make all of his friends giggle hysterically. But for me, that dude, the one I call Angel in the Snow guy, the one whose laugh I'll never forget, let's not meet. It's been 6 days and my world has changed entirely. I guess anything can be possible now. Like if I saw a unicorn fighting a werewolf tomorrow, I wouldn't be shocked after everything came to head 6 days ago. I'm 17 years old and it's summer vacation. I won't say where I live, but it's in the north of the US. I have a sister who's 15. We're very close. We live a bit off the beaten path. Town and school are a good 20-minute drive from where we live in the woods. We have no neighbors out here. We never thought anything of it until recent years, when we'd want to hang out with our friends. But town is so far off. I guess that's why we're so close. We've always been kind of isolated from other kids, but we grew up in this old house with our mom and dad, so we never knew any other way. Our family was pretty solid and stable. The only thing that ever caused any issue was my mom. My mother had schizophrenia. This usually wasn't an issue because she took her meds, but every few years she'd skip a dose or just stop taking them. She would get weird, mean, paranoid, delusional, and scared, more than anything. Since my dad owned a business, he was at work, as my sister and I were left with an authority figure whose perception was way off. She would just arbitrate rules and punishments for us, based on events that she believed to happen. During one bad event, I feel like I was grounded for a year for doing things I'd never done. It would go on like that until she got bad enough that the police had to be involved. Usually because she'd run away, get lost in the woods, and she'd be involuntarily committed, stabilized, and come back as our kind, wonderful mom again. Anyway, my sister and I were enjoying our summer break, staying up late, goofing off in the woods, and something new. I could drive now. And I'd saved up money, and my dad helped me buy a cheap used car. It was 13 years old, but it was in good shape. It had been owned by an elderly couple who didn't use it much. So, my sister and I had the freedom to independently drive into town, go to the mall, meet up with friends. I'm sad to say, what started as the best summer ever looks like it stopped abruptly as it started, and there's no going back. My sister and I decided one afternoon to meet some of our friends from school in town for lunch, and spent the rest of the afternoon at the lake. Mom had been acting a little strange, and we'd wondered if she stopped taking her meds. She just seemed a little bit more scared than usual, which is generally the start. But none of us wanted to hurt her feelings by asking just yet. She told us to be home by dark, and we were. I guess Dad was working late, because he wasn't home. Mom's SUV was in the driveway, but all the lights were off in the house. When we went inside, my sister announced, "Hey Mom, we're home." But Mom wasn't there. We looked in our parents' room, our rooms, then the rest of the house. We started to look in the yard, and we heard her voice further out in the woods, but we couldn't make out what she was saying. We didn't stop to think. My sister turned the flashlight on her phone on, and we started out into the woods. This was our mother. If she was lost out there, she could get hurt. And there was the concern because of her frightened behavior and her mental health history. We walked quickly for about 15 minutes into the woods, and we realized we were going further in a direction we'd never been. All of it was unfamiliar. Outside of the little trails and familiarity of what was nearby, our home was nestled between a human street and wilderness, what my dad called the deep woods. While he was leery of us getting too far into the deep woods in general, he specifically forbade us to never be caught out there after the sun was down. We were both realizing this when we heard what sounded like our mother's scream and animal growls. We didn't say a word, but blindly rushed through the trees, dodging twisted roots and thorny vines in the direction of the noises. We came to a stop in a little clearing. The trees were thick on all sides. The sky was visible, but dark. No bright moon out to illuminate. We heard rustling in the nearby brush, and my sister wheeled around with her flashlight, looking for the source. We saw branches of trees and bushes quivering, as if we were surrounded, but we saw nothing. We heard our mom's voice again, which was disturbing. Her tone was conversational, and we could hear it well enough, but the words or sounds didn't make much sense. Then it stopped. Everything went silent. Everything stopped moving. That's when the smell hit us, the scent of decay. Something had crawled somewhere to die and be discovered days later by the scent. "What is that smell?" I asked my sister in a whisper. She was about to respond, but my scream cut her off. While she was looking at me, something stumbled into the beam of her light. Something with red, reflective eyes, and she totally went still and silent. I did too, as we tried to make out what this thing was in front of us. It looked like a buck, standing on its hind legs, but it was all wrong. It stood about 8 feet tall, and the more we looked at it, the more wrong it was. Its head was in profile now. The red eyes had been replaced by black, empty sockets, and I realized its head was a skull with bits of flesh and fur barely hanging on. It looked more like a canine skull. Its jaws seemed to turn up in a sinister grin. From its torso, it had 2 arms, ending in almost human hands, but with deadly claws. Instead of hooves of a deer, its legs looked more like those of a bear. It was covered in blood, and here and there the flesh was gone, and the skeleton was visible beneath. It turned back to face us, defying everything natural. As its head turned, the face and the rest of the creature went black, like a shadow. In spite of the light shining on it, it looked like a silhouette, and then some red eyes opened, and we could see the yellow fangs grinning, like a man's face. It looked like it was laughing, but then it began screaming. It was somewhere between a human and an animal's cry. The antlers had begun to change, wriggling like snakes. Then the thing took a jerky step toward us, then another, then another. As this thing started running on its hind legs, our fear paralysis broke, and my sister and I both broke into a run. She was ahead of me with a flashlight. I was behind her, and I'll admit, I had tears streaming down my face in pure terror. Even though we have never been that far out, we seemed to be heading in the right direction. We could see the lights from the house. Had we left that many lights on, Dad must be home. I didn't look back, for fear that thing would be there, and pounce, or whatever it would do. Then I heard my mom's voice. Psst. That made me stop. I turned to look. My sister ran a bit more, then realized I'd stopped. "Come on! Are you crazy? Let's go!" But I had heard my mom. I swore I could see her, through the darkness, peeking out from behind a tree, beckoning me to come back, and I almost did. My sister grabbed my arm and pulled me back onto the trail, and we didn't stop running until we were at the front door, which was open. We hadn't left the front door open, so this was strange. We took a minute to investigate. My dad's truck was in the driveway, but not parked like he normally does. The doors of the truck were open. As we walked into the house, we saw dark tracks leading in on the hardwood, like those of a dog, or in some places, a bear. These tracks looked like mud, but became bloody. We followed them through the living room to the kitchen. We swung open the door to find our mom, pushing a mop, decidedly cleaning up the mess. We were so relieved. I think I approached her to give her a hug, but my sister grabbed my hand and stopped me. She wasn't mopping right away. I don't know how to describe it. She was just kind of raking the mop back and forth in a jerky motion, and the mop bucket wasn't out. So she was just using a wet mop to move dirty water back and forth across the floor. She actually wasn't standing the right way either. Her head was facing down, but rolled off awkwardly to one side, her legs positioned in odd angles where she stood. She stood up at us for a minute. I almost screamed again. Her eyes were hollow, and her mouth was full of crooked fangs that didn't fit in her mouth. But I blinked, and she looked normal, except the face. I don't know how to describe it. Her eyes didn't shine like they normally did, and in spite of a definite grin, her face seemed flat. "Hi guys, how was your day?" she asked, pronouncing some words strangely, in a bit of a staccato. "Good, where's Dad?" my sister asked. "Dad is gone," she said, cryptically, although a bit more natural. "He's been having an affair. He decided to leave us," with no emotion in her voice. Normally, this would be a huge shock, but I think we were both so overwhelmed with fright. As it was, we just left the kitchen, without a word, walked straight upstairs to my room, and locked the door. We just sat in silence for a while. Then my sister asked, "What do we do?" "I don't know." That isn't Mom. That's the thing from the woods. The walking deer thing. What are you talking about? Apparently, my sister had seen a wolf the size of a horse, but where the tail end should be was another wolf. She said she saw it go all shadowy and transform into a giant figure with human-like features and the writhing antlers too, before it began to chase us. Skinwalker, my sister said. I felt like this quickened some memories in me. We had always been fond of spooky stories and supernatural sort of things. From what I remembered, a skinwalker was a southwestern story, a Navajo witch who can change shape to do wicked things, like the Navajo version of a werewolf. I mean, after what I've seen now, I certainly don't doubt this. We were in the north, though. The native legends and lore surrounding us spoke about a creature or god called the Wendigo. I couldn't remember the term at the time, so I think I called it the dead god. I was trying to remember. There was different tales about the Wendigo, most often a giant emaciated corpse with antlers and fangs, like a Frankenstein monster made of animals. Some stories say the Wendigo was cursed for committing cannibalism and transformed into a flesh-eating monster, while another story, a friend of mine, whose culture takes these things seriously, told me in a hushed tone that the Wendigo was the god of the deep woods and the god of death. Its spiritual touch could turn men into cannibals and would raise the dead, making host bodies of animal carcasses, but possessed human bodies when it could, to spread its influence. After I explained this, I think we both silently accepted this as a possibility. What if Mom wasn't sick all these years? What if it was the Wendigo's influence over her, trying to get to the only human family in the area? We didn't have a lot of time with our thoughts, because there were crashing sounds from the kitchen, pots and pans, dishes breaking, and an instant later, a pounding at the door. It's like this thing knew our thoughts, and it knew we weren't fooled that it was in Mom's body. Our little Mom, who was about 5 feet tall and 115 pounds with blonde-like hair and big blue eyes. She always looked so sweet, like a doll. It was unsettling to think that something so sinister might have gotten to her, and maybe Dad too. Where was he? The pounding on the door stopped. The imitation of our mother's voice was more convincing now, as if by me thinking of her gave the thing more knowledge. Hey guys, open up. I want to talk. About Dad. Clearly, this is traumatic. She sounded so kind and so sympathetic. My sister is a tough girl, though. She screamed, "Stay away from us." Silence. Then a growl. Then the pounding on the door resumed. It was so forceful, though, the door was going to break for sure. Before we knew what to do, a bone-white antler stabbed right through the door, showering splinters and creating several large holes. Through the cracks, I saw a brief, broken vision of a buck's head and a wolf's jaws, covered in rotten flesh, but through another, it appeared to be totally skeletal. It laughed, or made a noise, like a deep, creepy laughter. That's when we jumped off my bed. It started ramming its antlers into the door, breaking in, but we were already out the window, climbing down the lattice that my mom grew jasmine on. We heard the thing break through the door. Looking up, I saw its enormous, terrifying silhouette with huge antlers, the whole totally obscured in black, except its glowing red eyes. I had my car key still in my pocket. We jumped in my car, and I started her up, and began speeding out in such a hurry, my sister had to cry out, "Turn the lights on." I did, but wish I hadn't. This was taking place over seconds. We had just seen the thing upstairs, and I had to slam on my brakes as my mom, or whatever was in my mother, came limping out in front of the car. It was literally dragging its feet behind it. It didn't know how to use the body properly. Then it stopped. Blank face. Empty holes for eyes. It raised my mother's hands, trying to signal us to stop. My sister urged me on. "What are you waiting for? That's still Mom." "No, it isn't. Either get around it or run it down." I wasn't sure how I felt about any of that, until what I saw. In the headlights now, I could better see Dad's truck. Hanging out of the open front door was what was left of my father, covered in blood in his tattered work clothes. His forearms and hands were intact, but that's all I could see. I was filled with immediate sorrow and fear. Then, a blind rage took over, and I screamed. I slammed my foot against the gas and plowed into the shape of my mother. It flopped like a rag doll over the hood, then clung to the windshield. It looked at us with red, glowing eyes for a moment, Then the eyes went dark. As her back split open, a dark shadowy figure jumped out, vanishing into the woods in a single leap. Then the body went flat, like a popped balloon or an empty snakeskin. It seemed to just blow away too. We drove to the police station in town. Neither of us spoke the way there. My sister hasn't spoken since, or so I'm told. She's in the mental health ward of the hospital. They've asked me vague questions and treated me physically. I'm fine. But from what I understand, there's a lengthy investigation going on. I guess the house and some of the woods caught fire from a flash lightning storm sometime after we left. I'm just now able to access a computer, so I thought I'd write this all down and try to get it out there before the doctors and the police start making me answer questions and try to lock me up too. My whole life that I've known is gone. Nothing will ever be the same. I just want people to know what really happened before they say I've lost my mind. If anyone can offer help or advice, I don't know if I'll get it in time, but please, help me. I live in a partially suburban area in Ohio. There is a small wooded area with a creek next to my family's property. I'm 16 years old, and sometimes I like to go down there and catch things like crayfish and minnows. I have a room in the upstairs of my house, but it gets really hot in the summer, and I do not have air conditioning, so I instead sleep in the basement, which is a lot cooler. There is also a PS4 down there, so I can stay up late watching movies and playing games. In the basement, there was a very large window, and it is right next to the couch where I sleep. It all started one night, when I heard strange howls that sounded a lot closer to my house than usual. At first, it didn't scare me, because I often hear coyotes howling at night, and I just figured that there was one a little closer to my house than usual. Big deal. However, there was something off-putting about each howl. First of all, it didn't sound like a coyote, which have very high-pitched howls, and usually there are multiple coyotes howling at the same time. The howl that I was hearing was very low-pitched and went on for probably about 15 seconds at a time. I still brushed it off, and I figured it was a large coyote that was maybe lonely. These howls went on for a few more nights, and one thing that confused me is that I stopped hearing the occasional regular coyote howl. Instead, every night, there was just this howl. Remember, I had mentioned that this howl sounded closer to my house than normal, but that wasn't always the case. In fact, the howl seemed to change in volume every few minutes, like the coyote was moving while it howled. I did not see how it was possible, but the coyote was either moving at an impossible speed, howling at different points in the forest, or maybe there were multiple, but the howl didn't even sound like a coyote to begin with. So I just assumed that maybe an odd family of coyotes moved into the forest and scared all of the regular ones away. Some nights, the howl sounded close to my house, and then in the next minute, it sounded far away. This made me feel a little bit uneasy, but I just ignored it. So, I woke up in the morning and did my usual routine of feeding my chickens, practicing driving, and going for a swim in my pond. Then, once night came, I went down into the basement to watch Thor Ragnarok. Then, right about the time when Thor was fighting the Hulk in the arena, I heard one light tap on my window. This instantly broke me out of my investment into the movie and made my heart jump into my throat. I have always been a paranoid person. At first, I just laid there, not able to move, and then once it had been a while, I relaxed and decided it was probably just a bird or something. But then, abruptly, I heard another tap at the window, and at this point, I had reasoned that it was a bird, so I didn't feel scared of moving the curtains to see if there was a bird sitting there, stunned. When I opened the curtains, I immediately wished I had been more paranoid. What I saw was not a bird. It was a face. A terrifying, disfigured human face. I only looked at it for about 2 seconds before I ran upstairs to wake my parents, but I will try to describe it the best I can. Its face was longer than any person's face I had ever seen. It had no lips, and its teeth were yellow and so pointy. It looked like someone took sandpaper and did their best to carve spear points for their teeth. Its nose was gone and had no eyes, only sockets filled with blackness. And the most disturbing part was that the whole face looked like it was decaying. When I woke my parents, my dad agreed to come with me down to the basement to see what was there. But when he went down there, the creature was gone. Needless to say, my dad didn't believe me and just said that if I was scared, I could just go upstairs to my room to sleep. That is exactly what I did. I didn't care if my room was hot. I just wanted to feel safe. So I went into my room. I locked all my windows and locked the door. Then I went onto the internet to see if anyone else had any encounters like this. It turns out that what I think I saw was something called a skinwalker. And it started to make sense, since skinwalkers can shapeshift and turn into animals they kill. That would explain why the face looked like it was decaying. But then it hit me. This skinwalker had the decaying face of a human on it. I have never seen the creature again, and I hope I never do, but it still terrifies me to this day. Why was this skinwalker at my window? And who did it kill to get that face? Today is the anniversary of me destroying my lower back. I am not paralyzed or anything, but I've got 2 herniated lumbar discs and a compressed sciatic nerve. I know that today it's not a big deal to have surgery and fix the bulging discs, but due to an unfortunate family history with the medical practice, I'm not entirely trusting of doctors. Usually, one wouldn't bother remembering the exact date of an accident that didn't cripple them after a few months, but I remember. I feel like I have to remember that day. I injured myself taking a nasty fall traveling in the Judean mountains, close to Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. One moment I was standing on a hilltop, and the next I found myself tumbling down into a cavern. The fall didn't feel serious. I say that it hadn't felt serious because I landed on my backpack, and the impact mostly sent waves of adrenaline through my body. Now, I obviously know better. I fell about 10 feet down. The surrounding space was spinning for a few moments, and could hear my pounding heart in my ears. I looked around frantically. I didn't feel any pain at that moment, so my biggest concern was being trapped in some cavern with no way out. Just as I was beginning to panic, I noticed a stream of light coming into the subterranean cavity I landed into. I collected myself and got back up on my feet. Walking around the cavern for a bit, I made sure that the source of light was indeed an exit, which it was. Feeling adventurous for a lone traveler who could have died mere minutes ago, I opted to go look around the cave for a bit. I guess the adrenaline rush hadn't worn off by that point yet. Anyway, I pulled my flashlight and started walking into the depths of the cave. For about a half an hour, I couldn't find anything other than an endless maze of cave formations, sprawling seemingly into infinity. The various spiky mineral deposits forming the floor and the roof of the cave gave an appearance of some ominous colossal alien's maw. It was almost mesmerizing to look at. Endless stony tendrils sticking out in all directions for what seemed like miles upon miles. I heard someone call out from the depth of the cave just as I was about to make my way out. A man's voice boomed from the deeper parts of the cave. It sounded almost worried. "Who's there?" The sudden vocalization made me shudder in surprise, and I turned around calling back. "Hey, is anyone there?" "Hey." The voice trailed off. I thought someone was deeper in the cave. In my mind, it could have been someone who got lost or a patrolling ranger. "Help me!" The voice called out again, seemingly closer to me. My heart raced, and I was sure it was someone who needed help. I took a deep breath and started pacing hastily towards the source of the sound. As I walked out, I called out, "Hey, are you alright? Do you need help? Who are you?" The voice called out again, seemingly closer to me. I was cut off. "Stop right there. Who is that?" The voice called out. Something about it sounded odd. My instincts were practically screaming at me to take my feet and turn around and run for it as fast as I could. Instead of listening to my gut, I just stood still and started explaining who I was and what I was doing in this cavity. No response came. Thinking whoever it was might be too hurt to keep on responding, I decided to run towards the location from which I heard the sound. "What are you?" That question was screeched at me from a close distance. My heart sunk as I was beginning to realize that I was in a bad situation. I sheepishly called out, "Hello?" as I carefully shined around my flashlight. "I just want to help you." I had called out again before I heard the sound of an animal claw scraping against the rocks. It came from above. I didn't want to look up. I knew I should have just blasted my way out of there and never looked back, but I didn't. I didn't do that because I felt something dripping on my head. "Help me," something said close to my ears. That's when I looked up. As the light hit the cave ceiling, I nearly had a heart attack, not to mention that I cursed under my breath. Above me, clinging to the ceiling like a lizard, was some sort of emaciated, sickly yellow thing. It looked human-like, but it was so skinny and freakishly long. As I stood there frozen with fear, slowly building up in every fiber of my being, that thing, it screamed at me, revealing its rancid, serrated, yellow rows of teeth. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. The same moment I had noticed that this thing had no eyes at all. There was just terribly stretched, sickly skin over most of its head. Without even consciously deciding to run, I felt my legs move on their own. I managed to move a few meters away from that thing before it jumped into the air, disgustingly twisting its body in the air, landing on its all four limbs. It charged straight at me, managing to grab a hold of my backpack. This thing tore it straight from my shoulders. I felt a tug and a lot of weight taken off my back. I just ran as fast as I could, assuming this thing was occupied with my backpack. Moments later, I heard the noise of scraping claws on the rocky surface again, followed by more calls for help. They were getting louder and louder with each passing moment. I ran and ran without looking back. The cave seemed to go on forever. Eventually, I could see the penetrating light of the sun. The exit was in sight. As I was about to escape from the cave, I heard the creature call out to me. My heart sank. It uttered the opening words of a prayer. I was inches away from the exit of the cave, and a surge of a sharp pain shot through my spine, starting at the center of my lower back and traveling all the way along my right leg. It was so bad, I just froze, and that monster slammed me to the ground. It growled at me, scraping its bony forelimbs at my body. The weight of this thing sent further waves of agony along my lower back and leg. The pain was unbearable, but I knew I had to keep trying to escape from this thing. I twisted and turned my body underneath that thing and it bit my shoulder. I felt liquid running down along my arm. My heart was racing at this point, and something snapped in me. I started banging my fists on this thing. I don't know what I hit. I couldn't tell. All I could feel was its leathery skin. It let go of me for a moment, and I turned my back, forcing myself to kick the thing that was now looming over me. It barely budged backwards. It just screeched while displaying itself like some sort of bird, as if to tell me I have no way to survive this encounter. Whatever this thing was, its neck was completely twisted on itself. It looked like it had been snapped backwards. I kept on kicking at the abomination, while slowly crawling towards the exit. I have no idea why I did that. I just wanted to create some space between it and me. I felt something stab me in the hip, sending another gut-wrenching wave of needles down my leg. I turned to my side, and as I did, I felt my hand land on a rock. Instinctively, I tossed it at the monster, and it retorted by pouncing at me, but I managed to roll out of its way and it landed in the light. It screeched and howled before bouncing on one of the cave walls again and scurried away into the darkness. While it let out some curse words I uttered when I first saw it, a mixture of fear and confusion took over my senses as chills ran down my whole body at once. I heard the thing mimic my speech, almost even mimicking my voice. My heart was about to burst out at that moment, and I forced myself to limp out of the cavern. I was lucky enough to encounter a couple of patrolling rangers. I told them I had fallen and gotten hurt as a result. At the moment, I didn't think telling anyone about the creature was a good idea. Legend states that King Solomon banished all of the demons and evil spirits from the land of Israel. Knowing what I know now, I can wholeheartedly say Solomon was certainly not very good at banishing demons. I must tell this story before they find me. I'm writing this on a library computer on an account I made to tell the story. For this story to make sense, there are 3 things about me to keep in mind. I'm a female. I've lived in Tucson, Arizona my entire life, and I speak fluent Spanish. Back in 2016, I lived in a small apartment near 12th and Valencia, the same main street as the airport. If you go several miles down Valencia, you can visit the Saguaro National Park, though the street more or less becomes off-road past Wilmont. It's basically a straight line. My boyfriend I lived with in the apartment knew this, and thought we should spend a day out there. We took his old truck out there. I'm not experienced on automobiles in any form. All I know is that it was a Chevy, and my boyfriend, we'll call Adrian, would often talk about the lift kit he put on it, so that it was raised even higher off the ground. If I asked him, he could probably give a lot more details on that truck, but that's not important to the story. All that really needs to be known is that it's great for off-roading, and we often went up on the mountains together in it. It was a cloudy day in November. I'd say it was probably 80 or so degrees out. When we went to spend the day at the national park, we'd been planning it for ages, and I was really excited for this, but that was all going to change. I remember this, since it's been haunting me for nearly 3 years. We had spent the majority of the day hiking and smoking weed in an assortment of different locations, just enjoying the cacti and the snacks we brought along. It was starting to get late. It was getting on to be winter, so it was dark around 5 p.m. And yet we weren't back in the truck until about 8 p.m. The truck was off with the windows open. Before I could speak, he put his hand over my mouth and held up a single finger. Having been sitting in the dark for hours, my eyes were well adjusted, and the glow he pointed out to me in the distance took all of my attention. What appeared to be some sort of firelight was about 100 or so meters in front of us, but behind us was the sound of movement. It was like a group of animals thrashing about. Adrian turned on the truck, keeping the headlights off to roll up the windows, before promptly turning it back off. I was so out of it at the time I wasn't sure what was really happening. All I was sure of was that he needed me to keep quiet and remain alert. When the thrashing sound came closer, it was apparent that it was stomping and chanting. They were clapping and chanting about Santa Muerte. Now Adrian doesn't speak Spanish, though he's full Mexican. He just never learned, so I ended up whispering the translation to him. It was like one of those prayers on the candles you can buy. It spoke about asking the Holy Death for a blessing, but I don't remember what they wanted very clearly. What I do remember was the slam of a hand on the hood of the truck and the wild eyes of a boy. He looked to be somewhere between the ages of 18 and 20. Not very old, but not a young teen. He had paint around his dark eyes, and it haunts me in my dreams. To the best of my knowledge, this boy was all who knew of us at the moment. Adrian swore, but he didn't move. Instead, he just watched the boy, and I watched him. Adrian has always been the type of guy who's confrontational, and he's always been insistent on solving any issues we face. And being someone who hates confrontation, I was rather reliant on him to face the issues for me. The boy yelled for others to surround the truck in Spanish. In the moment, something in me snapped, and keeping my eyes trained on the mirror on the passenger side, I told him to reverse, darting my eyes back and forth between the boy and the figures coming out from the cacti as Adrian reversed and turned in a huge jerky motion before hitting uneven road. We were originally just parked at the side of the road. The feeling of being watched, hunted even, compelled me to tell him to head downtown, where we ended up spending a few hours at the Shot in the Dark, a cafe that's long since closed. For 2 months following that night, I had gradually got more and more paranoid about it. And although Adrian tried to convince me that I was overreacting, and there were no chance that we'd ever encounter them again, I just couldn't believe him, despite how desperately I wanted to. It was when we were nearing 3 months since that night, when the previously fixed hand dent was back, and heavily multiplied. It was like dozens of hands tried to peel the metal back to get in. I haven't had any other events since Adrian had his truck fixed and sold, but recently he bought a similar one, and the paranoia has been seeping back into my bones. When I'm not at work, I don't leave my house unless I'm going to be indoors, because I can't risk the thought of them finding me again. The thought of them finding me vulnerable, alone or not, it leaves me shaken. I can't remember what they wanted, but I remember the way he smiled when he mentioned wanting to get into the truck and to have us surrounded, and I would rather I never found out what he planned that night. In July of 2016, I went with 3 of my roommates on a camping trip in New Mexico. We decided to hike into the Pecos Wilderness because of the beautiful pictures of the lakes and trails on the preserve. I don't know if camping on the preserve is actually allowed, but we were carefree and didn't check to see if we could. We hiked until we reached one of the lakes. By that time it was dusk, and we were starving and tired. We decided to set up our tents about half a mile from the lake. We brought hot dogs and beans to cook on the fire, classic camping cuisine. We split up to get stuff for the fire, dead branches, twigs, and stones. While getting firewood, I noticed a lot of coyote scat in the area. I made a mental note to keep my pocket knife close, even though coyotes aren't a huge threat. When I came back, I told my friends, but like me, they didn't think much of it. After dinner, we sat talking about things that went on that year. It soon became pitch black, and the only light came from the fire and a couple of electronic lanterns we brought. My roommates went to bed one by one, until, like in normal horror story fashion, I was alone. I sat stoking the fire, making sure it was a controlled burn, before I could brush my teeth and change into sleeping clothes. I walked a half a mile back to the lake with one of the lanterns, and used the lake water to brush my teeth and wash my face. While washing my face, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I got the feeling of being watched. I'm crouched at the edge of the lake, realizing how vulnerable I am. Only a pocket knife to defend myself. There could be a deranged camper out there. I stand up, hand in my pocket, on my knife, when I hear coyotes howling. I relax, thinking that it may have just been coyotes watching me, so I walk back to the campsite. I make it back and go into my tent to get sleeping clothes out of my backpack. I'm about to start changing when I hear twigs break. I just thought one of my roommates came back out of their tent to go take a leak. I stuck my head out of the tent when I saw a coyote near the campfire. I froze, trying to take in what's happening. It looked like a coyote, except for a few characteristics. Its eyes were really bright yellow. It looked taller than a normal coyote would be, and it was crouching near the fire, crouching on its hind legs. I'm frozen, being stared down by the coyote when one of the roommates tries to get out of the tent. He sticks a foot and head out before he sees it. He stares and yells, "What is that?" The coyote runs at a breakneck speed into the darkness, but not normally, on its hind legs. My roommate continues to yell and wakes up the others. They ask what happened and we explain to them what we saw. They thought we were trying to fool them and didn't believe a word we said. The roommate and I decided to sleep in the same tent since I was the only one who brought a knife along. We laid there, cramped in the tent, too terrified to sleep when we heard noises. Twigs were snapping around our campsite, as if it was circling around us. We stayed motionless in the tent, not daring to see the time go by on our phones. Eventually, daylight came, and the noises grew further away. Our two roommates didn't hear the noises, and had to force us out of the tent in order to leave. We walked miles back to where we parked our car and decided that we should get a motel and spend the night in Santa Fe. When we get to our room, I immediately Google the events of what happened the previous night, and learned of the Navajo legend. When you go camping, make sure you have something to protect yourself, and a way to get out of there at an instant. Nothing about my life is exactly what you would call extraordinary. I'm a 25-year-old male who's been cut out of work for about a month now, and single for longer than I can share. Seeing how I live alone in an almost empty apartment complex in the middle of West Virginia, there wasn't much entertainment to be found. I picked up my smoking habit out of boredom more than anything. This means I had to make routine trips outside, a new activity for me. Sadly, my overpriced apartment lacks a back porch or patio to go out and smoke on. However, there is a rarely used park between both apartment buildings, with a few wooden benches amongst weathered swings and playsets. The whole apartment complex is surrounded by practically nothing, other than miles of dense forest and a highway that's a bit off the beaten path, so it's quite a secluded spot. At first, it was pretty relaxing just to sit outside unoccupied, allowing my worries to wander with each drag off my cigarette. However, it only took a few nights before I started to feel uneasy whenever I went outside. Almost as soon as I would step out of my apartment, I would get an overwhelming feeling of being watched, as if a pair of eyes were constantly following me. Although, as soon as I looked towards the thicket of the woods behind me, the feeling would instantly disappear. At first, I shook it off as either being too paranoid, or that perhaps a noisy neighbor was simply spying on me. However, I would soon come to learn that neither of those guesses were correct. I quickly decided that the uncomfortable feeling of being watched wasn't worth the trip outside, so I began to drive around and smoke whenever I got a craving for a cigarette. I smoked nearly half a pack before realizing how long I had been gone just driving around, so I began to make my way back to my apartment. I wondered if perhaps my suspicions was also afraid of whatever was lurking in the woods behind my apartment. I arrived back to my place around sunset. The moon and the sun both hung ominously overhead, cradled by swirling amber skies. As I pulled into the parking lot, I noticed that the door on the second floor of my building had been left open. This seemed odd to me, as I hardly ever see signs of life aside from the empty pizza boxes left outside of the other apartments, and the occasional muffled yet still loud arguing of the couple that lived below me. It wasn't until I got closer that I realized it was actually the front door of my apartment, wide open. Not wanting to investigate in the dark that the encroaching nighttime would bring with it, I crept up my apartment, afraid of what I might find inside. Even though I tried to walk as quietly and carefully as possible, each step boomed and reverberated through the concrete structure. I stopped in my tracks once I reached the top of the stairs. There were large, muddy hoofprints leading into my apartment, but none leading out. Whoever, or whatever had broken in, was still there. Feeling a newfound sense of bravery, I began to creep closer in my apartment, when I suddenly heard a floorboard right next to my door creak. I immediately turned around and booked it down the stairs and back into my car without looking back. Once I got in my car, I locked all the doors before throwing a glance back at my apartment. The first thing my eyes landed on was a leathery, black-clawed hand wrapped around the doorframe. Right above it was a single piercing yellow eye, glaring right at me before quickly retracting itself back into my apartment, slamming the door shut. Regardless of how terrified I was, I couldn't look away from the spot where that person or thing was just seconds before. I was paralyzed in fear for a few moments before eventually snapped myself out of it and searched for my cell phone. I hastily began to dial 911 when I realized how ridiculous it was going to sound when I told them that a black, clawed creature of some sort had broken into my apartment. Regardless, there was absolutely no way that I was going to step foot back into the apartment alone and unarmed. I decided that I would tell the police that someone had broken into my apartment, and I believed that they were still there. It took about 45 minutes before I saw the signature flashing blue and red lights pull into my apartment complex. I promptly met the cop in the cruiser and briefly explained the situation to him, leaving out the part about where the intruder, possibly being inhuman. We walked up the stairs together, with him leading the way and me following behind. He stopped abruptly as soon as we reached the top of the stairs. Even though I was still behind the officer, I could tell his eyeline was still fixed on the hoofprints leading to my apartment. Without hesitation, he slowly but confidently unholstered his handgun and gripped it with both hands, ready to shoot. He told me to stay at the top of the staircase. As he went to investigate further, I watched as he pulled the apartment door open, announcing his presence, and for the intruder to come out with his hands up. There was no response. The following silence hung thick in the air. He began to take a step forward into the apartment when I heard the same floorboard creak again. A quick flash of black jutted out from inside the apartment and slashed the cop across the face before pulling the door shut once again, leaving 4 distinct claw marks engraved in his skin. The cop fell back, stunned, before quickly gaining his composure. He jumped up, pushed past me, nearly tripping over his own 2 feet as he sped down the staircase and back into his cruiser. I yelled out to him, but he didn't even bother to look back. I ran down to try to stop him from leaving, but he had already put the car in reverse. His tires spun furiously in the gravel, throwing a cloud of dust and rocks at me as he sped off. I couldn't believe my own eyes. I shakily dialed 911 once again and explained the situation to the operator, but there was a strange tone in her voice. It was as if she knew something more about all of this than I did. They simply told me that there was nothing else that they could do, and to call again should any other problems arise. If the people who were put in charge to protect couldn't even help me, then what else was I to do? I fell down on my knees, feeling defeated, as tears began to pool in my eyes. Suddenly, I heard the apartment door creak open slowly, followed by 2 thunderous stomps. I felt the creature's eyes staring at the back of my head. I was frozen in terror, afraid to even take a breath or look back. The steps began to get closer, with each one being louder and more doom-laden than the one before. I started to accept my untimely demise when I heard a vehicle squeal into the parking lot. A young girl with rowdy brunette hair swung open a passenger door. Her mahogany eyes burned with a rugged ferocity. We didn't even have to exchange words. Her curt demeanor said it all, and I made my way to her car as fast as my feet could carry me. I heard the pace of the footsteps behind me quicken, along with a demonic yet primal growl. I barely had both feet inside the car before it sped off towards the exit. The creature swiped at us one last time, its claws scraping the passenger side of the vehicle. I turned around, locking eyes with the creature once again. Its glowing yellow eyes and a wide, fanged smile faded away, swallowed by the blackness surrounding the edge of the woods. Despite the pure, unbridled terror and confusion I felt at that moment, I somehow knew I would be back. I live in a big house by a country road in Pennsylvania. I love the outdoors. Often I go hiking, hunting, fishing, or ride my ATV whenever I have a day off from work. There's a massive forest behind my house, and I have had countless adventures in those woods. Sometimes during the night, animals visit my backyard. I don't mind. They never cause me any trouble, but I have a security camera that monitors the backyard, just in case. Most of the time it's just deer, foxes, and one time a black bear. There are not a lot of houses in my area, so the animals are essentially my neighbors. Last year, I invited my friends and family to my place for a barbecue cookout during the 4th of July. The adults and I were on the deck telling silly stories of things that happened at work. Their children were either playing in the backyard shooting Nerf guns at each other, or inside playing games. After the party ended, I cleaned up around the house. Around 10 p.m., I was in the living room watching the news, and started to hear loud shrieks coming from the woods. I turned on the lights in the backyard and looked through the kitchen window, but saw nothing. I didn't think much of it, and just assumed it was a cougar. I have seen them a few times throughout the summer while hiking in the forest late at night. I turned the lights off, and I went to bed. The next morning, I decided to check the security camera to see if any animals came into my backyard, but nothing happened that night. I was off from work that day, so I took my ATV and ventured into the woods. About 10 minutes of driving through the forest, I came across the remains of a deer covered in claw marks lying in the dirt. His eyes and tongue were ripped out. Upon further investigation, there was a massive slit under the belly, and all of its organs were removed. This was rather unusual, and I assumed that the deer was attacked by a bear, but I brushed it off and continued to ride my ATV through the forest. After 20 minutes go by, I got thirsty and stopped by a small rocky cliff near a creek. I drank my water while sitting on the cliff. It was very relaxing hearing the calm stream of water and the birds chirping in the trees. I saw a red-tailed hawk swoop down into the water and grab a large fish. This was an incredible sight, and things like that is why I love going into the woods. Just when I was about to go back to the ATV and drive home, I noticed that a corpse of a young man was lying at the bottom of the cliff, and red was smeared all over the rocks around the body. I walked to a nearby hill and got a closer look, and much like the buck I saw earlier, the corpse was covered in claw marks, and its tongue and eyes and organs were gone. This unsettled me, so I took pictures and showed them to the police when I got home. The police recovered the body for further investigation and told me to contact them if I find anything else suspicious in the forest. After they left, I went to the diner for lunch with my best friend George. "Something strange has been going on in the woods," I said. "I came across the husk of a deer, and later a young man. Both of them had their organs, eyes, and tongue extracted by something." George had a curious look on his face. "I recently got a job with the local police, and there have been numerous reports of cattle, even human corpses with the same conditions for the past week," he said. What he told me gave me an uneasy feeling. Some farmers think this might be aliens abducting people and animals, but that's just ridiculous, George said. He drank his coffee and asked a waitress for a refill. He noticed a nervous look on my face. "What's wrong? You think aliens are doing this?" George laughed. "No, not at all. I'm probably still in shock from what I saw in the woods earlier," I said. George nodded his head. "I would be spooked too if I was in your shoes." "Well, at least you didn't go Logan Paul recording the body and making a joke out of it," George said. I chuckled from this comment, and after lunch, I headed home. As much as I loved the outdoors, I didn't feel safe going into the woods anymore. So I locked all my doors and windows and played my PS4 for the rest of the afternoon. When it got dark outside, I started hearing the same screaming that I had heard last night. I turned the lights on in the backyard, and for a split second saw a pair of big eyes in the woods reflecting the lights before rushing deep into the woods. I kept hearing screaming throughout the night, so I went to bed with headphones on, listening to relaxing music, and I had a pocket pistol under the pillow, just in case something enters my room. Luckily, I was able to sleep well for the night. When I had breakfast the next morning, I checked the security camera. Nothing came into my backyard until 3:17 a.m. I was shocked at what I saw. A hairy humanoid with 6 long limbs crawled into my backyard. It had dark, shaggy hair hanging from them like an orangutan. There was an arm directly on top of each shoulder. It had big glowing eyes with no pupil, massive claws on each hand, and its mouth gaped open with long, sharp teeth. It was dragging a massive bear covered in claw marks. The creature then began to eat the bear. When the creature finished eating, it came to the backyard and scratched on it like it was a dog trying to get inside. It snarled and slowly crawled its way back into the woods, leaving behind the bear's skin and bones. Of all those years I spent in the woods, I have never seen anything like this. I went to my backyard, and sure enough, the empty husk of the bear was lying in the grass. I checked my door, and there was no damage. I called the police immediately, and George came with them. I showed them the bear husk and the security footage. "This is horrifying," cried George. "Whatever that thing is, it's probably the one that got all of those animals and people." George and the other officer decided to contact the state police. Shortly after, a squadron came and searched the forest. After several hours, they didn't find anything, so they left the area. When I came home from work that night, I began to hear the same screaming sounds coming from the woods. I was outside and I heard the sound much clearer. It sounded like a dog or a hyena, but much deeper. I could not let this creature harm people and their livestock. I wanted to end this once and for all. I grabbed my hunting shotgun, pocket pistol, cell phone, and flashlight. I then started to walk into the woods. As I journeyed into the woods, the screams echoed all over the place. The creature could be anywhere. Suddenly, I saw it several yards away from me, eating an elk. I carefully aimed my gun at the monster, and then it noticed me. I pulled the trigger and shot it. The beast fell over, but quickly got up, brushing it off. The ape creature gave out an enraged roar, and charged me on all 6 limbs. I shot at it 4 more times, but they only slightly knocked the creature back. My gun suddenly jammed, and the creature jumped towards me. I swung my shotgun at its head like a baseball bat. I heard a snap and the creature cried. It fell to the ground, and its top pair of arms snapped its head back in place. The creature snarled at me, and I ran deeper into the woods. I tried shooting at it with my pocket pistol, but the creature got away. Exhausted, I walked back to my house. I checked my phone, and it was 11 p.m. I locked everything and went to bed. I woke up at 4 in the morning and started hearing loud banging coming from my back door. I put on my pair of night vision goggles and looked through my window. I was startled when I saw not 1, but 3 ape creatures standing on my deck. One of them was able to smash the door open, and they crawled into my house one by one. Terrified, I tried calling 911, but my phone died. I could hear the beasts walking through the house. They curiously looked around the house, interacting with objects around them. I then noticed that one of them was right underneath my chandelier by the front door. I shot the chain holding the chandelier, and it fell on top of the beast. I then ran downstairs to the front door. The other 2 creatures began to chase me. One of them walked on the broken glass and cried in pain. The other one observed the 2 injured creatures, and then climbed on the wall, avoiding the glass as if it were an insect. I put my shoes on and ran for the car. Just when I was about to start the engine, the ape creature slammed into my car, nearly pushing it over. I started the engine and drove away from the house. I headed to a hotel near the highway and asked for a room on the top floor. I spent the rest of the night there, sleeping. I called off work the next morning, telling them I was sick. I was able to charge up my phone in the hotel room and call the police. Besides the chandelier and back door, not much was damaged in my house. When the police investigated my house, all the creatures were gone. However, the police were able to find clumps of black hair around the house, as well as some blood around the broken glass. The samples of hair and blood they collected has only added more mystery to what happened. At first, it didn't seem like anything unusual, but one of the scientists in the crime lab discovered that their chemical makeup wasn't only organic, it seemed to be unexpectedly mechanical, an organic machine. The samples were then sent to a hospital lab for further research. After I got the damage in my house repaired, I adopted a young German Shepherd from the animal shelter. I take her with me whenever I go into the woods, and stayed out of there whenever it was dark outside. I haven't seen the creatures since then, but every once in a while, I hear them screaming in the woods. Occasionally, there are still reports on the local newspaper of animal and human husks being found in the area. Every time I am reminded of those things, I keep asking myself, what are they? But more importantly, how many more are out there? I've been working second shift for a couple of years now, and I have to say, it's come with some distinct advantages. The biggest one that I can tell you is that by the time I get off work, most people are home and either asleep or ready to go to sleep. This means my drive home is peaceful. with few drivers to look out for and almost no one to slow me down. But last night, my drive home ended with something I cannot fully explain. I need to give you all a bit of information about my drive home. I live on the outskirts of a mid-sized city. The drive itself is only about 25 minutes. I cut that down to 20 at night when I get to speed home. The most important thing to know is there's lots of fields on both sides of the road for most of my drive. Roadkill is a common sight. Deer were unfortunately the most common. They'd sneak out of the fields trying to cross to the other side, only to be met with a car going a little too fast to stop in time. It's unfortunate, but they would be left on the side of the road with contorted limbs, a bent neck, or gore spilling from their body, sometimes all of the above. A pretty gruesome and violent way to go, but something most people are desensitized to with how common it is. Day by day, the corpse would slowly rot. Each day I would see the decay as I drove by, until that day where it was just gone. I still have no idea where those dead deer go. I just know they sit there for days rotting, and then suddenly they're gone, and the side of the road waits for its next piece of roadkill. Nearly every night as I drove home from work, I would see a doe that would linger on the edge of the field, like she was waiting for her chance to cross. I would also slow down to make sure she didn't do anything stupid. There were a few times she stood in the center of the road and I would just have to lay on my horn to get her to move. I'd figured that I'd see her on the side of the road after a while, hit by some speeding driver. Well, last night, I was in a bit of a rush to get home. There was no particular reason for it. Maybe I was just hungry and wanted to get some food in my belly. Or maybe I just wanted to get home and relax. I'm not entirely sure myself, but I found my foot pushing a little too hard on the gas as I sped down the field-lined road, watching as my speedometer crept ever higher. I think by now you have a clear idea of what happened. I slammed into the deer at maximum speed. There was a loud thud and the car shook from the impact. She flipped clear over my car and landed behind me as I pushed my foot down on the brake pedal. I barely kept control of the car until it finally skidded to a stop. My immediate thought was to check and make sure I wasn't injured. I felt fine, other than the jerk forward from braking so hard. There was no reason to be injured. I looked myself over and everything was fine. I shamefully must admit that the next thought was not the deer who lay on the road behind me, but instead it was my car. I took a deep breath and opened my door, stepping out into the dark of night. I moved to the front of the car to inspect the damage. In the dark, it was too difficult to see, but the front bumper and the hood had received damage, though it was nothing catastrophic. I hoped my insurance would cover it as I cursed aloud at the situation. Lastly, I decided to check on the deer. It was immediately clear that she was gone. Her head was bent so far back that it nearly touched her back, and I silently cursed myself for not slowing down and paying more attention. This could have all been avoided. I returned to my car to fetch a pair of gloves from the glove compartment. I wasn't going to touch that thing without some gloves on, but I had to get that deer out of the road so other drivers don't continue to run her over. It was the least I could do, so I grabbed the legs and began to pull the deer off the side of the road. She was heavier than I imagined, but it wasn't far. As I got her to the side of the road, I let go of her legs and noticed something odd. On her side, I could see a pulsating pattern, like the muscle underneath was moving. A death spasm perhaps, or maybe some sort of twitch. It was a violent way to go, so it didn't seem out of the realm of possibility. I watched as it continued, curiously placing my hand on the area and feeling the rumble underneath. But then something happened, and the pulsating grew more rapid, more violent. I removed my hand out of fear as the area began to bulge like something underneath the skin was pressing to get out. I watched the skin bulge, then relax, each time getting bigger, stretching the limits of the deer's skin. My heart rate was skyrocketing, but things were only getting worse. I was backing up now, but I could still see clearly when the skin ripped and out came a red hand, a human hand. I had seen enough. I ran to my car and tried to start it, but I was fumbling with my keys out of nervousness. I started to panic as I got the keys in place and started the car. Looking in the rearview mirror, I could see an entire body emerging from the deer. It had the head of a buck, complete with a set of gigantic antlers, but its body was human, covered in what was left of the deer. It stood on two legs, being nearly 8 feet tall by my quick estimation. It wasn't even possible for something like that to fit inside of a deer. I didn't have time to speculate on what it was or how it came to be. I put my car into drive and sped off as it turned around. I kept watch on it through the rearview mirror and saw it get down onto all fours, and to my horror, it started to run after me. The way it ran on all fours with a human body was startling. The unnatural creature somehow landed itself to a furious speed. Its eyes were filled with malice and copious amounts of drool dripping from its mouth. I floored it as it gained on me. There was no way it could outrun a car, but my car struggled to accelerate, and I could hear a low, grunting noise coming from the deer creature. He was so close now. My nerves were shattering. I had a crazy grip on my steering wheel as I prayed for my car to move faster. Its antlers scratched the back of my car as it disappeared from my rearview mirror and came back into my side view mirror as it made its way alongside my car. With quick thinking, I turned my wheel ever so slightly to the left in an effort to push him away. To my fortune, he stumbled and fell, losing all momentum. My car, having finally gained enough speed, roared down the road without an issue. I made a few last checks in my rearview mirror, but the deer creature was gone from sight. I got home safely, but there was no way I could sleep after an event like that. I altered between anxious pacing and sitting at my computer to search the internet. I searched everywhere for some sort of explanation. I read about skinwalkers, Wendigo, ghosts, demons, but none of it really matched or explained what this thing was. Half of it was fictional stories that people cooked up, and the other half were likely just fake too. As I paced past my window for probably the 100th time that night, my motion-sensing light in my front yard lit up. To my horror, it stood there on two legs in my front yard. The deer creature arched its head back and forth, almost like it was sniffing the air. I crouched down below the window, and before I knew it, I had found myself lying down on the floor in a fetal position, trying my best not to make any noise. Terrifying thoughts of him catching me and goring me with his antlers ran through my head. I don't know how long I laid there, but I only moved once the sun started to come up. I cautiously checked the front yard, and it was clear. I looked out every window in my house to make sure it wasn't just waiting outside, but I didn't see any sign of it. I tried to convince myself I was delusional. It was all just my imagination, or I was sick, but my car still has the damage from hitting the deer, and scratches all over the back from the thing's antlers. There was no denying that. A quick shower and a change of clothes had me feeling a little more at ease, but my lack of sleep was starting to catch up with me. I had to go to work though, and that meant going back down that road. I could detour around it, but I wanted to see if that deer was still laying on the side of the road. The car started as usual, and I found myself driving to work on autopilot. My thoughts went back to last night's events, and I nearly lost my nerve to keep going, but I reasoned that in the day it would be safe for me to go down that road. Traffic was heavier during the day, and for once I was thankful there would be more people than just me on that road. But when I was approaching the road, I saw multiple police cars with their sirens on. They were blocking off the road. Testing my luck, I rolled down my window as I approached the turn and decided to ask the officer what was going on. "This road closed? Something happened down there?" I asked the officer. "Yeah, the road's closed for now. You can go up the next road and cut through there if you need a detour." He was not forthcoming on the reason, so I tried a second time. "Can I ask why you're closing it? Was there an accident?" "Right now, I can't say anything for certain." The policeman looked around before leaning in and speaking softly. "This was no car accident. All I can say." I gave him a quick thanks and began to slowly drive off. Peering down the road as best as I could, I noticed an ambulance there. An ominous feeling came over me and I started to think about the deer creature. I saw a group of men who appeared to be field workers, judging by their slightly dirty clothes and gloves. They all frowned as they silently sat outside the barricade of the police cars, and one of them appeared to be crying. I pulled my car over and decided to ask if they knew anything. "You guys know anything about why the road is closed?" I asked. The group of guys just looked at me and then at each other, but one of them stepped forward and spoke to me reluctantly. "Ain't no easy way to say it, but there's been a murder down on that road. One of my workers." There was a long pause and I thought he might stop there, but he offered more details. "Well, he usually is the first one here every morning, but this morning we came and found him on the side of the road, gone. Looked like an animal got him. He had holes in him and looked like he had been charged several times, but I ain't ever heard of a buck getting someone." My blood ran cold as he told me this. I shuddered out something about being sorry for their loss and turned around to head home. Whatever that thing is, I can only hope it never finds me again. This is one of the most recent encounters I've had. Last night was a cold one, even for South Carolina, and my friend and I had just come from downtown Charleston. Oddly enough, we were on the hunt for any unnatural things, hoping that we'd attract yet another set of terrifying or suspenseful circumstances. Suffice it to say, our wish had been granted. So, without further ado, let's begin. My friend and I had a long day, filled to the brim with fun and adventure, investigations, and whimsical things. After we had spent most of the day in the downtown portion of Charleston, enjoying the frigid breeze and watching the rough waters roll against the docks, we decided it was best to head back before nightfall. Some time had passed, and we eventually arrived back in our city of Somerville, but our appetite for the supernatural and otherworldly hadn't been sated just yet, so we decided to drive around and look at a newer town that had just been added close to us, the town of Summers Corner. It was a nice town, sure enough, but the energy there had just felt weird. Atmospherically speaking, it was heavy and almost suffocating. That wouldn't deter us, as we're quite a resilient bunch, always moving forward, keeping a smile on our face, even if the circumstances are pure unadulterated agony. About half an hour into the drive, we discovered a street called Navajo Boulevard, which had immediately piqued our interests, as the name itself is similar to the Native American tribes of the Navajo people, the exact people who hold within their traditions one of the most scariest entities to haunt our world, the Skinwalker. So, we start to drive down the road. It's dark, and the energy there is thicker than the rest of the road. We had our windows down, so we could truly feel the atmosphere and its energy, its vibrancy, and we were not disappointed. Immediately, we felt watched, not by multiple things, but one entity. This thing did not want us there, at all, and we felt it come closer to us. Its presence was intimidating, quite malicious as well, and it put us on edge, our eyes peeled and ourselves readied for whatever might happen next. The night grew quiet, all the noise ceased, and the silence fell around the surrounding area. Where there had been no prior wind before, a heavy gust slammed itself into the side of my car and nearly shoved it off its left side. That's when we knew this was no mere entity. Just then, we saw a face in the front of our flickering headlights, grotesque, reddened with malice and spiteful things. Its eyes, as pale and silver as the moon, gazed into our souls, sending nothing but fear throughout our entire bodies. We were motionless now, ourselves shrinking into our seats as this abomination grew closer and manifested more into view. It unhinged its jaw and let out a horrific scream, much like from the first one I heard, of a dog's bark, a goat's bleat, and additionally, a fox's scream and an eagle's soaring screech. Enough was enough. I put the car into reverse and we drove the hell out of there. Unfortunately, the feeling was only intensified as we got back onto the road and sped away. The intensity and dread grew ever more as it gained speed. Another gust of wind slammed into the car. Suddenly, my friend yelled for me to look out the window, right behind my seatbelt on the outside of the car. That's when I saw this awful thing in its entirety. Reddish, pale skin, eyes that seemed to have no end, with goat and reptilian-like slits in the pupils. Two stubby little horns adorned its head, sprouting out from atop the brow ridge and rising just above its forehead. It opened its mouth and revealed rows of sharp, gnarled teeth. A hand with long, stained claws scratched at the glass, making us scream to high heaven. My foot pressed the gas pedal as hard as it could. As we were about to drive out of the neighborhood, the thing smiled at us and faded away, the breeze scattering the leaves on the road against where it had been perched on my car's side. It was gone, but we heard a very audible whisper tell us that it'd be back real soon. Then it was quiet again, the heavy energy subsiding and gaining some neutrality as the night dragged on. All of this goes to show us, my friend and I, that just because we've experienced our fair share of unnatural things, and even more together, that there's always something out there waiting to show us more of the true world we live in, the world that we share with these entities, beings that cross from their veil into ours. So I used to live in northern Arizona, in a town called Page. The town is on Lake Powell and nearby Horseshoe Bend, which are both massive tourist attractions recently. It also happens to border the Navajo Reservation, and has a population that is majority native. I'm currently 18. I moved away less than a month ago, so I lived my whole life in the town, essentially. I have heard stories, many stories from my friends, their parents as well, but these two stories are my actual experiences. The first story happened a year and a half ago. Since Page is a 60-mile drive from the next closest town, the nearby area is very popular among locals for jackrabbit, coyote, and bobcat hunting. This particular day, I was out on my own, pretty far back on some local dirt trails. Pretty recently after, I started hunting myself. My target was coyotes. This was before I had a call, so I had to look for them or bait them. And my firearm was a Springfield Saint AR-15, loaded with American Eagle 55-grain AP shells. Which, yes, is an important detail. It was probably around noon, and I had wandered down into the wash that ran up into and across the bottom of one of the sandstone cliff sides of the area. While walking through the wash, I scared probably the biggest coyote I had ever seen up the side of the cliff face. As it was scaling, I took 3 shots at it, and I was able to hit at least one because it started bleeding as it made its way up and over the top of the hill cliff. I gave pursuit and probably scaled the face in 3 to 4 minutes of winded climbing. At the top, the cliff turned into a flat mesa, covered by shrubs and dried up bushes, probably about knee-high at most, with no coyote in sight. I started to follow the blood trail. After about 20 minutes of following, I was confused and somewhat concerned. The trail was still thick. Too much was being spilt to allow the coyote to continue in a straight sprint for that long, and I was hunting with a round that would drop a mountain lion in its tracks. After about 10 more minutes, the tracks from the coyote met up with the tracks from what I'm assuming were goat tracks. This is where I turned and got the hell out of there. Both of the tracks were recent, deep, and the sand was still loose enough to fall when I kneeled down to take a look at them. The tracks split from each other, the coyotes going far off to the left, and the goats going to the right. The blood trail, though, no longer followed the tracks of the coyote, but instead indicated that the goat had been shot. The tracks led down into another wash, known in the area for being bad news, so I got back to my truck fast after that. The second story took place near the outskirts of town, and has a video that comes with it. My friends and I were out around 10 at night, near one of the local jogging trails. At the edge of one of these trails, a storm drain tunnel sticks out. We used to joke about skinwalkers using it to hide from joggers or bikers, but had never paid it much attention. This night, though, we decided to go into the storm drain to see for ourselves. I, of course, was the first one in, and had 5 people behind me. We were probably 300 feet in when I heard what sounded like claws scraping against the concrete ahead of me. I could only see about 50 feet in front of me with my light, so I shushed everyone behind me. As soon as we got quiet, a moan resonates through the tunnel. I had never backtracked on all 4s so fast in my life. The storm drain leads to a nearby road, which the people who were too scared to go into the tunnel were looking at, but they were not on the road or anywhere near the opening of the road, and were taking Snapchats at the time of the noise, showing us that 1, it wasn't them, and 2, there were no cars on the road at the time. I can't prove these were skinwalkers, but they definitely weren't any person or animal I've ever encountered in my lifetime. Here's the video.
I'm out. Go, 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 go. Go.
To start this off, I wanted to give some background information. I'm 14, female, and half Navajo. I've never been on the res, and my mom and grandma never told me about these things. I'm pretty small and rabbit-like with how I act. Pretty much everything scares me, but given the chance, I won't hesitate to break someone's jaw. My girlfriend is 16 and mostly Russian. She usually puts herself in front of me to try to protect me if need be. These are important later on in the story. In my town, there's a plot of land that I believe that may have once been a golf course. I go to this plot of land with my girlfriend, we'll call her Casey, and my friends. This piece of land has become overgrown after no attention for a few decades, and is almost a plot of woods. It has long grass, vines, bushes, and trees. It's always full of life too. Rabbits and squirrels in the spring and summer, deer, foxes, and raccoons in the fall and winter, and it always has blue jays everywhere. It was a really beautiful sight all year long. We call this plot of land Wonderland. Flanking Wonderland is a set of abandoned train tracks that goes all the way through the town. We call this the deer trail because we see loads of deer all along it every fall. In Wonderland, there's a small shed alongside one of the deer trails that we call the Devil's Toy Box, which overlooks the majority of Wonderland because of where it sits. Up on the hill is a circle of trees that we call the Ark, because we're big fans of marble hornets and needed a name for it. So hopefully this sets the scene for you. Again, all important later on. This happened sometime 2 years ago. It was about a week before Halloween and I was walking home from school. Casey didn't join me like she usually did because she was sick that day, so it was just me. The way I walk home usually takes me down an alleyway near Wonderland, so I figured I'd stop in Devil's Toy Box to rest. I popped down inside and sat my stuff down as well. I took a moment to look around Wonderland to enjoy the beautiful fall colors being lit up by the sun. Up on the hill, emerging from the Ark, was a massive buck with these huge antlers. I just started to awe at the size of it. All at once, all of the blue jays stopped chirping, and the sun disappeared behind the clouds. There was a distinguishing stench in the air that I can only describe as burnt hair mixed with old dog crap. It was completely awful. I gagged and struggled not to throw up while the deer snapped its head and looked at me. The movement was all wrong. Its head and neck moved, but the rest of it stayed completely still and rigid, kind of like a statue. I studied the buck further and saw its skin was loose and seemed to be just draped over its body. I also started to realize that it was bone thin, and I could see its ribs. Its eyes weren't the dark eyes of a deer. They were strangely human and bright yellow. As I grabbed my book bag and prepared to book it out of there, the thing stood up on its hind legs. I know that deer can stand on their back legs to get a better look around, but I do know they can't walk for very long and sure as hell know they can't run like that. It started running at me. I heard an ear-piercing shriek that gives me chills to this day. It sounded like an infant's crying with a grown man's baritone screaming underneath, and it was all distorted. I threw my book bag over my shoulder and started running as fast as I could down the deer trail. I could hear its hoof steps behind me. When I got about halfway down, I turned around to see if it was still following me. It was standing at the edge of the deer trail and just staring at me with those evil, evil eyes. I burned sage and smudged myself in my room as soon as I got home. My room smelled for a week. The next day, Casey was back at school. As we were walking home, she noticed a set of deep deer hoof prints in the dirt next to the deer trail. "Kate," she said as she looked from me to the hoof prints and back. "What are these?" I explained what happened the day before. As I talked, I could see her eyes growing wide. "Let's go." She grabbed my hand and pulled me along the tracks. The next time we went there, we brought sage bundles and other cleansing stuff. We haven't seen anything like that again after that. But the fact that something as evil as that thing was in a place of such serenity gives me chills. This has left me feeling extremely shook, and I'd love some opinions, especially from someone with experience. Last year, I had a very strange experience in the National Forest out in California. I was by myself on a road trip with my dog, and I was driving pretty far into the Mendocino National Forest. I like to camp in national parks and forests because it's isolated, so my dog can roam, and they're free of charge. A trade-off for the sketchy rough drives into the parks sometimes, and a lack of service assistance. Anyway, I was driving up this dirt road, kind of curling up the mountain, maybe around 5 p.m. It was very nice out, sunny and warm with a light breeze. Nothing serious happened, but I felt extremely uncomfortable driving into the area, and that feeling didn't let up. Driving up the mountain, I felt like I shouldn't stay there, and I even texted my boyfriend about it for as long as I could before my phone completely lost service. I was looking around for a sign of another person having been around the area lately, but didn't see anything. I pulled over and got out of my car with my dog and looked over the edge, and noticed a dead squirrel and some broken glass, mixed in with the dirt and gravel road. Yuka, my dog, starts growling slightly. She's vocal, but I've almost only ever seen her growl at other dogs. I did see her growl at a possum once, so it could be something she smelt, maybe. This place continued to make me feel quite on edge, but I pride myself on being an independent traveler and backpacker, so I decided to continue at least a bit further with my grumbling pup to see if I could find a good place to camp. I continued to notice more dead animals. Keep in mind, no one is going more than 5 or 10 miles an hour up this thing, and that's if there's anyone up there. I hear men's voices. They sound close, and I think I should call out to them. So I stop my car, but then I kind of freeze up and feel like I shouldn't. I can't really make out what they're asking. I don't see any sign of people anywhere, and I get back into my car and continue to slowly drive forward and cautiously look for where the voices could be heard from. I've never ran into other people in the national park or forest when I've gone this deep in. The unsettling feeling grows about the voices, which have sort of come and gone a few times, and I give up and begin to turn my car around. I honestly don't remember how Yuka was acting on the way down. I was scared and focused on getting out of there. I just distinctly remember being surprised at her grumbling when we were standing outside of my car. Kind of dangerously, I quickly went down the mountain and not seeing any sign of anyone. I decided to spring for luxury and get a hotel for the night. I figured I was just fine. Huge and open spaces can be intimidating, I told myself, and the voices could have been echoing from somewhere off in the distance, and they just sounded close. Animals die, glass gets broken, nothing happened. Cool. But I remember this place. It sticks with me. Whenever I'm watching scary movies, if I'm walking my dog in the woods at night, nothing compares to that feeling I had driving up in the mountain, and it's honestly kind of interesting to me, as well as frightening. I recently happened across some information as well as some Native American lore that made me extremely uneasy. Fast forward a year, I mentioned this place to a few people, and the haunting vibes it gave me, but nothing much more. I googled the national park once and didn't see anything, but didn't look much either. I like scary movies and things of that nature, hence my fascination in this little event. So my boyfriend and I were coming up on finishing our road trip just yesterday. We were in Wyoming for a wedding. There were only 2 to 3 hours left, and the sun had to set, so we decided to listen to some scary podcasts and YouTube videos. We went from No Sleep podcast to X-Files and ended up on True Stories video, dealing with the Native American lore. I'm half paying attention, petting my dog, playing Pokemon on an emulator, and I hear the narrator mention skinwalkers and wendigos. Very briefly says what they are, and casually mentions they can mimic voices. I mean it when I had the most horrible chills I'd ever had in my life crawl down my spine, and I stare at my boyfriend and ask him if he remembers the national forest. He says he does and reminds me that he texted me. I was probably close to a skinwalker. He did. I remember him saying that, but I didn't know much about their lore and thought he was just being funny, like, yeah, Bigfoot is probably stalking you, or some other dad joke. And he was like, no. I mean, I was mostly joking, but I said it specifically because you said you were hearing voices that you couldn't find a trace of. I feel strange and I start Googling skinwalkers, etc. They are allegedly able to mimic human voices, and they would live in that sort of area. It all matched up. Obviously, there's a ton of questionable information out there, but I tried to find more reputable websites and authentic experiences. I then specifically looked up missing persons in the area, and the first headline that catches my eye is, "Another family goes missing in Mendocino." And I went through different websites and news articles of people going missing, but they are all a little hidden underneath the national park websites and pictures of trees. I remember looking up the forest about a year ago and didn't see anything and realized these stories didn't seem to be talked about much, which also piqued my intuition. It is also stated that well over 100 people in the past 8 years have gone missing and have not been found, on top of many which are found dead. It just has my intuition super spiked. Remembering how unsafe I felt and how much I wanted to get out of there terrifies me, and I felt so uneasy about what I was hearing, and do to this day. My dog and I are very close. She was a stray that started following me one day, and I ended up bringing her home from Costa Rica. So her little growls along the way makes me feel like there was something wrong. Even though it was just a storytelling video, those stories originate from somewhere. I have done a lot of solo traveling both in and out of the country, and I have never had such a bad feeling, on top of seeing an unnecessary amount of dead animals in national forests, which just seems strange. I don't think I'll be doing more solo traveling, unless it's around civilization. For as long as I can remember, my family has owned this little cabin in northern Michigan. Originally, it served as a hunting lodge for my grandfather and his friends, but when he passed away, My father inherited it. We spent many weekends there over the years, but once my brother and I left home, the place was used less and less. Eventually, my parents began renting it out to people looking for a quiet place to stay in the woods, an Airbnb type of deal. The cabin sits on 20 acres of land, deep in the woods. The closest neighbors are a half a mile away, and the nearest town is 20 miles away. Perfect for those looking to get away from it all. They've been renting this place out for years with no problems at all, until last winter, that is. Last December, a couple requested to book the cabin for a week. My dad doesn't like to rent the place out in the winter, mostly because it's heated by a wood-burning stove that requires a ton of wood to be chopped in preparation. And also, he has to pay someone to come and plow all of the snow, so it can be pricey. The couple, a wealthy doctor and his wife, said that they'd pay triple if they had to. All of the other places they had tried were booked through the holidays, and it was the week of their anniversary. My dad reluctantly agreed and made the necessary calls to get the place opened up. He called me on December 20th and asked if I could drive up to the cabin. It was only about 45 minutes from where I was staying at the time, and meet with the couple, let them in, show them around, etc. He had come down with the flu and couldn't make it, so I said I would. As I drove down to the cabin's long drive the next afternoon, a winter storm advisory was going on the radio. Roads were clear for now, but there would be 24 to 30 inches of snow by the next afternoon. A record-breaking snowstorm for the area, according to a meteorologist. I felt a little uneasy, and I decided to give the couple the opportunity to back out with a full refund if they wanted. With the storm coming, I didn't think it would be wise for them to stay stranded up there alone, especially since cell phone signal in those parts is for the most part non-existent, and plows can take a few days to get the roads back. When I reached the cabin, I saw a shiny black Mustang parked out front, and felt a sense of dread that I could hardly describe or make sense of. I had the sudden urge to tell these people that the deal was off, and that they needed to go somewhere, anywhere else. Instead, I parked my car, got out, and walked over to greet them. I could tell that they weren't from this area as soon as I saw them. The man was wearing an expensive-looking suit, and the woman had on a fur coat and designer heels. Not exactly proper winter gear for the climate. "Hi, Claire Lane? My dad is the one who owns this place. I believe you spoke to him?" I said as I stuck my hand out to shake the man's and then the woman's. "Yes," the man said, looking over me. "We really appreciate him agreeing to let us stay in such short notice." He paused. "Of course, I'll make it worth his while." As the man whom I came to know as Dr. Grant Oswald and I went over the details of their stay, Mrs. Oswald came up the porch steps and walked over to the window, peering inside. "This place is perfect, Grant," she called over happily. "It's even better than the pictures." Grant looked at me and smiled. I took them inside and we walked through the front door. I breathed a small sigh of relief. The wood burner was going in the far corner of the living room, and the place was nice and warm. My dad's friend Jimmy from down the road had already been by and gotten the wood chopped and the fire started. That was one less thing for me to worry about. I showed them around, gave them a little history on the place. They seemed like nice enough people, but I still had that nagging feeling telling me that they shouldn't be there. Before I left, I gave them their out. "Look, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but there's a storm coming. It's expected to drop a couple feet of snow, and you're a long way from any kind of help if something were to happen. If the weather is bad enough, it might be a while for anyone to come and plow you out. I'm not sure if it's a good idea for you to stay here given the circumstances." I stared at them carefully as I said this, and saw what looked like an expression of fear or concern flash across Mrs. Oswald's face. "We'll be fine," Grant assured me with a good-natured grin. "We've brought enough food and supplies to last a week, and it looks like there's enough wood out there to heat this place for a whole month, if need be." "Okay, but if you find yourselves needing anything, there's an old CB radio in the back bedroom upstairs. Most of the old-timers around here have them. You might be able to reach somebody that way." "We do have our cell phones," Miss Oswald laughed. "They won't do you much good up here," I told her. At this, they both pulled out their phones and looked at them. No bars. As I left there that day, that gut feeling refused to subside, but I convinced myself that I was just being paranoid, and I continued on home. Part 2. It had been 5 days since the Oswalds had checked into their cabin, and every night since, I had been plagued with strange nightmares. It was the same one every time. It started with me driving down the long driveway to the cabin. I'd get out of my truck, and that's when I'd see paw prints. Thousands of huge, nasty paw prints all around the property, leading up to the porch steps to the cabin's wide open door. The door would then slam shut, and I would wake up drenched in a cold sweat, unable to shake that dreadful feeling. I decided that enough was enough. I would drive to the cabin that day and check on the Oswalds. Prove to myself that this whole thing was just some weird reaction to the stress I had been under lately, with school and my new job. The ride up wasn't bad. The storm had dropped a solid 22 inches, but the plows had been out full force for the last 2 days, so the main roads were mostly clear. I called Jimmy and asked if the back roads had been cleared. He said they had. So far, so good. I told him about the plans of me going to check on the Oswalds, but left out the parts about the nightmares and the strange intuitions. I didn't want to make myself look crazy if this turned out to be nothing. He said that I was more than welcome to stop by and have dinner with him and his wife, Maureen, when I was finished, and I said that I would. It was nearly 5 p.m. when I arrived at the cabin. The first thing that I noticed was that, despite the fact that the sun had nearly set, all of the lights were off inside. I put my truck in 4-wheel drive and pulled up next to the black Mustang, which was now partially buried in the snowdrift. As I approached it, I noticed a second odd thing. The driver's side door was wide open, but when I looked inside, I saw the keys were dangling from the ignition. There was snow inside, piled on the seat and the floor, so I knew it had been there like that for a while. As I walked around toward the porch, I saw the paw prints. My body ran cold. I stood there for a minute, just listening, but there was only silence. I walked up the porch steps. The snow was knee-deep, and I could feel it soaking through my jeans. I could see the door was slightly ajar, so I quickly shoved it open with my foot and went inside. The house was ice cold. The wood burner held nothing but old ashes, and I knew that the fire had been out for at least a day or two. "Dr. Oswald?" I called out. "Mrs. Oswald? Is anyone here?" Silence. I went to the hall closet, where my parents kept all of our old yard games and sports equipment, and grabbed the baseball bat that had once belonged to my brother. I didn't know what, if anything, I might encounter, but there was a huge part of me that had to get to the bottom of it. I turned on the living room light and looked around. The first thing that I saw was a large, overstuffed sofa where my brother and I had spent our rainy days watching movies, had been completely torn to shreds. Stuffing, bits of fabric and splinters from its wooden frame were scattered around the room. I treaded quietly into the kitchen and noticed it had been trashed too. The dining table was on its side, and there was what looked like teeth marks on the legs. The chairs had been torn to pieces and the refrigerator was wide open. Half-eaten food and empty wrappers surrounding it. This was really, really bad. I knew at this point that I had 2 choices. I could go upstairs and check the bedrooms, or I could run outside, jump in my truck, and get the hell out of there and let the police handle the rest. For whatever reason, I felt this overwhelming urge to go upstairs, so that's what I did. When I got on top of the stairs, I caught a whiff of something rancid and instantly recognized it as the unforgettable smell of decay. I peered into the first bedroom and saw nothing out of the ordinary. When I looked into the second bedroom was when I saw it. A leg. It was on the floor beside the bed. It was completely stripped of muscle except the foot, which was somehow intact. I figured it belongs to Mrs. Oswald because the toenails were painted bright red. I stifled a scream and ran for the stairs. My curiosity had officially ran out, and all I wanted was to get out of there. As I rounded the corner and put my foot on the first step, I heard a loud crash that came from downstairs. I stood at the top of the stairs and stared down. I saw a large shadow past the light that was coming from the kitchen. I then heard a growl. It didn't sound like any animal I had ever heard, and it filled me with the kind of terror I haven't felt before or since. I ran down the hall into the third bedroom. That room belonged to my parents. I shut the door as quietly as I could and locked it. When I turned around, I saw Dr. Oswald, or what was left of him anyway. There was a rib cage laying on the bed that had been picked clean, and the rest of him was on the floor about 2 feet from where I was standing. His eyes were wide open and his mouth seemed to be frozen into a permanent scream. The walls and the carpet were covered in a dried red substance. I held my hands over my mouth to keep myself from screaming, but tears began to run down my face. I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Slow, heavy footsteps. My heart felt like it was going to explode. I could hear the thing rummaging around the other rooms, and I knew it wouldn't be long before it made its way to the one that I was in. I laid on the floor and looked under the door. I saw a shadow of 2 feet walk by, and then come back and stop in front of the door. God help me. Whatever was on the other side of the door started sniffling, like a dog does when it's caught an interesting scent. I gripped the baseball bat in both hands, but now doubted it would do me any good. I had a moment of clarity and remembered the CB radio. It was on the floor behind me. It looked as if Dr. Oswald had tried to use it. I clicked on it and grabbed the microphone. "Hello? I don't know if anyone is listening right now, but I need help," I pleaded, just above a whisper. There was no response. "Please, if anyone can hear me, I'm at the Lane cabin on mile 7. Something terrible has happened. I need help sent right away." I shrieked into the mic desperately. There was no doubt that the thing outside had heard me. It began clawing at the door frantically, and I could hear splinters of wood hitting the floor outside. I knew it wouldn't be long before that thing broke through. I finally heard a voice come through on the CB, but there was too much static for me to understand what they were saying. I wasn't sure if they had even heard my message, and I was running out of time. The door was only seconds away from losing its battle, so I ran over to the window, opened it quietly. I climbed out onto the roof and looked over the edge. It was maybe a 15-foot drop, but I thought I might be okay if I managed to land in one of the snowdrifts. Just then, I heard the bedroom door inside break open. I looked back and saw the creature was standing in the window looking at me. I instantly knew what it was now. There was no confusion. It stood there for a moment, regarding me. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, and the moon was illuminating the creature like a spotlight. I could see that its thick, black fur was matted. Its eyes were reflecting the light in such a way that they looked like 2 glowing orbs. It bared its teeth and growled, saliva dripping from its treacherous jaws. I hesitated for a second and then jumped as the creature broke through the window and climbed onto the roof after me. I hit the ground hard and struggled to my feet. I heard the creature jump down after me a moment later. I was feeling its hot breath on the back of my neck. It grabbed the back of my coat and yanked me towards it. My feet left the ground and I knew it was all over for me. Then I heard a shot. The creature let out a yelp and fell to the ground, bringing me down with it. It clumsily raced to its feet and ran into the woods. The person who had fired the first shot fired 2 more after it, but they both missed. The creature disappeared into the darkness, leaving a trail of a thick black substance in its wake. A second later, there was a long, ear-splitting howl that echoed through the forest, and then silence. "Claire," a voice said. "Are you alright?" It was Jimmy. "It's real," I said quietly, feeling almost a state of shock. "It's really real." "Sure it is," he said. "Now let's get the hell out of here before it decides to come back. I wounded it, but they heal fast. This is the last night of the full moon. Once morning hits, it will return to whatever the hell it came from, at least for a while." I thought it was a dumb campfire story that old-timers told us to scare the kids. "All stories start from a bit of truth," he said gently. He offered me his hand and helped me up off the ground. "Come on, you can ride with me back to my place and stay with Maureen and I for the night. We'll be safe there." "But the people who were staying there, I began to sob. "I'll call it down to the station in the morning. I don't want anyone else coming here right now, not until morning." I stared out the window as we drove. Neither of us said a word. The nursery rhyme from my childhood played in my head again and again, threatening to drive me mad. "Every 7 years in the full moon's light, there comes a dog who walks upright. Unlucky souls who cross its trail never live to tell the tale." Part 3. The police listed the cause of death for the Oswalds as an animal attack, and I guess they weren't entirely wrong. Jimmy and I didn't bother correcting them. Sheriff McCoy knew the truth as well as we did. The deep woods hold secrets only the locals understand. When all the stars align. A saying that typically implies that something impossibly good has transpired. That all the twists and turns to present day-to-day life just happen to lead you down all the right paths. That's kind of what happened here, just the opposite. Now everybody loves going to house parties, but hosting them is another story. When the uninvited idiots begin showing up and wreaking havoc on your mom's antique vase collection, that's when you typically begin realizing your mistake. We all wanted to party, but nobody wanted to host. We didn't feel like going to some rando's party either. It's just not the same that way. So when Jason started talking about a decent-sized cabin in the woods that seemed to be abandoned, we were intrigued. Of course, we were all skeptical despite the fact, What if somebody actually owned it? If it really wasn't abandoned, then that means it's gonna be pretty crappy, right? How deep in the woods was it? We weren't trying to get lost either. But when we took a trip out there ourselves, the place couldn't have been more perfect. It was only an 8-minute walk into a nearby wooded park area. The only thing that worried us here was the fact that there wasn't an actual explicit trail leading to it. But we dealt with it by making our own artificial trail by cutting through the brush. The place was also nice, a little dusty inside, but nothing unbearable. There was even electricity, but that was the concerning part. I mean, somebody had to own it, right? Even so, Jason claimed that he hadn't seen anybody enter or leave during the times he'd come across it. In fact, the door was always unlocked. It was still hard to take his word for it, obviously. The whole situation seemed a bit strange, but since we were idiotic teenagers, we underestimated just how strange things could really get. We didn't simply leave it at that. We decided to scout the place over the course of the week, in an attempt to determine whether or not it was truly abandoned. Sure enough, a week passed and nothing interesting happened. Nobody even approached the place. However, this brought up a frightening possibility that somebody was already living in there. This idea was somehow combated by the fact that we've already entered this place a few times and caused a reasonable ruckus, so it would have made sense that the owner, if they were there, would have confronted us already. In any case, it was still cause for concern. We argued about how to deal with this, eventually deciding that somebody simply had to go in and do a sweep of all the rooms. The conventional response was something along the lines of, "Screw that, I don't want to run into some weird guy in there." But we eventually managed to convince each other to go. During the middle of the day, 5 of us went in together, and it turns out every room was empty. Well, except for one. The door to what had to a closet of some sort was locked, so we ignored it. Rookie mistake, I know. There were a few particular things about the house itself, though. 1. There was only one painting framed up, which looked to be some kind of shadowy figure standing outside a window. 2. There was a straight-up hole that was about 2 inches in diameter in the basement. We tried looking down into it, but it was just darkness. 3. There was a heavy locked box in one of the rooms upstairs. Contents obviously unknown. In the same room, there was also an older, banged-up Android phone, which was out of battery. 4. The TV worked, but there was only one obscure channel, which was just constant footage of a faint light illuminating what appeared to be a wall and a bedpost. 5. And finally, there was a rocking chair in the living room that was stuck tight to the ground. Reasonable people would have considered these circumstances and noped out of there on the spot, but as I've already established, we were dumb kids trying to get our party on. Nothing was stopping us. We scouted the house for a few more days before finally making our move. We each called up numerous mutual friends, informing them about the plan. They were excited, of course. We were all excited. We planned on having about 20 people in total. If we had slivers of common sense, after all. We didn't want to invite hundreds and risk causing a forest fire or something. The day that the party was supposed to take place, we got there early and began setting everything up, which was basically just music, chips, and beer. A good party is bare bones, after all. No need for a disco ball and a buffet, just alcohol and good company. We also tried hooking up an Xbox to the TV, but we couldn't get it to work. The channel stayed the same, no matter what we did, although in retrospect, I did notice that the lights seemed to be getting brighter. We told everyone to come around 8 p.m., and we finished setting everything up around 7. Since we had an hour to waste with just the 5 of us, we cracked open some beers and got the night started. At some point, our buddy Boris brought out something that looked like a Ouija board. "Come on, man, we gotta try it," he said, sounding excited. The only other person on board with the idea was Max, so we let them go at it while the rest of us continued getting intoxicated. About 10 minutes later, Jason went to the washroom, leaving Chris and I alone. We looked over at the particular rocking chair. "What's the point of this sticking to the ground?" Chris said. He walked over and peered down. "Is it glue or something? Can't tell." He inspected it for a few more minutes before getting into the chair himself and rocking back and forth. "Man, I haven't been in one of these things in a while." And then his face dropped. We both came to the same realization simultaneously. He got off the chair, and it immediately stopped moving. He tried moving it again while standing. It wouldn't budge. His face contorted in confusion. "What?" "Oh, come on. Max's outburst interrupted our thoughts. We looked over watching as he held the Ouija board. "What kind of board is this?" he said. "It's not even in English." I took a look at it myself, and he was right. On first glance, the characters appeared to be letters of the alphabet, but all of them were slightly off. For example, the A had 2 lines through it. I swear, it was fine when I brought it. Boris looked at the board, his face also supporting confusion. "Well, where'd you buy it?" Max asked. "At some moving away sale, $3. "Guys," I said as I checked the time on my phone, "it's 8:40. Where the hell is everybody?" They all looked up, checking their phones as well. "All right," Max said. "I'm gonna call Erin to see where she's at." He dialed the number and walked into the kitchen while the 3 of us stood still, a vague dread looming over us. I looked at the stationary chair and shivered. As far as I was concerned, alcohol didn't cause hallucinations. Jason came back into the room, now holding up a book. "Check this out," he said, opening it up. It looked comparable to a children's pop-up book, with crudely drawn animals and trees materializing themselves on top of the pages. "What about it?" Chris asked. "Look," Jason said, pointing at the space between 2 trees. I squinted to make out what appeared to be a large, gray hand coming out of the dark woods, grabbing onto the branch. "Dude, what the hell?" Chris said, staring at the bizarre detail. "Alright, this doesn't make any sense." Max stormed back into the room. Erin said that she arrived 20 minutes ago, and then she let out a weird laugh and hung up. Before we could even react to that, Boris spoke up. Guys," he said in a shaky voice. "I can't move my hand." His hand was firmly planted on the board. "Quit messing around," Max said, somewhat angrily. "I'm serious, man," Boris responded, his voice increasingly frantic. "I can't deal with this right now," Chris said, pacing back in the room. I was feeling something similar. There were too many things happening simultaneously, too many storylines to follow. It was frustrating, and as if things couldn't get any worse, I glanced over at the television, which had been on the entire time. The light had illuminated further, revealing the source of it to be a candle, but it revealed something else as well. A hand dangling over a bed, but it was interrupted again by Boris. He was still screaming about the board. We looked over, watching as his finger moved over across the letters. "What?" Max shouted, slapping the board out of his hands, or at least that's what he tried to do. Just like the chair on the floor, Boris's hand was actually stuck. Max staggered back, shocked at the sight. "This can't be happening," he muttered. His phone suddenly rang, and he quickly answered it. "Hello?" A faint shattering could be heard on the other line. As he listened, his face grew paler and paler. He put the phone down, and a few seconds later, it was Erin. She said that everyone's in the attic, that we should join them up there. "Does this place even have an attic?" Chris shouted. Boris breathed a sigh of relief as he finally managed to unstick his hand from the board. That was weird. It spelt out a message, right? "What was it?" I asked him. "Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Too busy freaking out," he responded. "This is pretty weird," Jason muttered, his eyes still glued on the pop-up book. Maybe these were just side effects of some bad alcohol, I thought to myself, despite the fact that I felt effectively sober. In hindsight, that was simply a delusion spurred on by the chain of unexplainable events. "Where did Max go?" Boris spoke up. We looked around and sure enough, he was absent. For a while, nobody spoke. We were nearing our tipping point with all the madness going on, after all. "All right," Chris said. "You've heard the stories, right? Carbon monoxide makes you loopy. You see things that aren't really happening. If that's the case, then we need to get out of here." "What?" I responded. "How does that explain?" But before I finished my sentence, he hightailed it past me, right into the front door. I went after, screaming at him to get back. He ran all the way to the edge of the trees before stopping. "Look, man, if it was gas, I think we would be gone by now." I called after him, but then something caught my eye. Something between the trees. A large gray hand coming out from the dark woods. I raised my voice, ready to yell at him to get back, but he was snatched away before I could even mutter a word. "Oh crap," I yelled out, before bolting back inside, locking the door behind me. But truth be told, I wasn't so confident about our safety inside the house either. "What the hell's he doing?" Boris asked. I didn't bother responding. Instead, I sat down, attempting to make sense of any of this, but I couldn't. Everything was messed up. "Wait," Jason said. "You hear that?" Everybody went quiet, trying to discern what he was referring to. Eventually, it became obvious. There was some kind of mumbling coming from down in the basement. That must be Max, Jason said. That seemed like an obvious explanation, but with everything that was going on, I had to be skeptical. Eventually, 3 of us decided to head down, just to confirm. Sure enough, Max was there, mumbling while kneeling down. He was also transfixed, staring into the hole in the floor. I approached him and strained my ears, trying to figure out what he was saying. Yeah, okay, I'll get him. I will. They're right behind me. I'll do it now. Oh crap, I thought to myself. Out of all of us that could have gotten possessed, it had to be the guy who practiced kickboxing. Max turned around and I winced upon seeing his eyes rolled all the way back, now displaying nothing but white. I tried running back upstairs, but he charged me, sweeping my legs. What the hell are you doing? Boris yelled at him, but his words didn't register. Max rushed at him as well, before delivering a devastating kick to the ribs. Oh crap, Jason stammered out as he squared himself up. That turned out to be a bad move, as he was dropped in a single punch. I look over at the hole, which now had an eyeball stalk coming out of it. The sight of that put my fight-or-flight response into overdrive. While he was distracted, I kicked Max's legs, causing him to stumble. I lifted myself up before beelining up the stairs. I could hear Jason and Boris following close behind. Once the 3 of us got up, we blocked the door with a couch. As Max began trying to tear it down moments later, we decided that enough was enough. Let's get out of this place, I said. Nobody argued with the proposition, so we packed up what we could and ran for the door. But things wouldn't be that simple. As I was about to begin sprinting, I noticed the painting from earlier, the one with the shadowy figure stalking a window. Oh, please don't, I thought. My eyes began moving towards the only window in the living room. Sure enough, the shadow man was right there, staring at me. A dark body with 2 bright white eyes. What are you doing, man? Let's go, Jason said, holding his nose, which was gushing. I gestured toward the window in response. Moments later, Max's arm burst through the door. Well, I'll take my chances anyway, Boris said, pushing past me, heading right out the door. About a second and a half later, he let out a curdling scream that abruptly cut short. A deep chuckling followed. I bounded over to the door and locked it again, only to turn back to see Max's head bursting through the door, like Jack Torrance from The Shining. He said something along the lines of, "There will be nothing when the old ones descend upon this cursed earth." However, since it was Max, I found it hard to take seriously. In any case, Jason and I realized that we were pretty much screwed if we didn't act fast. We both tried weighing our options. While Max was slowly breaking through, it still looked like he had a while to go before he was out completely. Max had left his phone, and it was being bombarded from texts from Aaron, most of them saying something along the lines of, "If you don't come to us, then we'll come to you." For that reason, we were hesitant about escaping upstairs, but that hesitation changed once Jason pointed out something horrifying. "Dude, the door's open." The door that he was referring to was the one that had been locked the first few times we tried opening it. I also noticed what was now the TV. It was us, Jason and I, both looking scared, seemingly being filmed behind a door that had been cracked open just slightly. We looked back towards the door in question, seeing a hand wrapped in barbed wire now, slithering its way out. In the meantime, Max's full upper body was through. We didn't want to go upstairs, but that choice evidently wasn't up to us. We sprinted towards and up the stairs, locking and pushing a bed up against the door. Our logic operated off of the idea that if the couch couldn't hold Max back, then a bed would, right? Luckily for us, there wasn't some additional demon waiting for us. However, we did happen to be in the room that contained the phone and the locked box. And that's where we've been ever since. I think we got a bit lucky though. It sounded like Max and whatever had been hiding in the locked room came out at the same time and became preoccupied with each other. I called the cops just before getting out my phone and typing this out. It's been quiet for a while now, but there's no way in hell that I'm going downstairs. Doesn't look like Jason wants to either. Looks like we'll just stay here, for now. Update. The shadow figure is now outside our window, and we could hear stomping and laughing coming from the floor above us, even though I'm pretty sure that there is no floor above us. This is going to be a long night. I used to love going for night drives, but I never want to do it again. My friend and I would go for night drives all of the time. Sometimes Jamie and I would find a spot where we could see the stars really well. and just lie back on the hood of his car. Driving around at night, we've had some incredible conversations, and occasionally, we see some really cool things. Driving is Jamie's thing. He loves it. Last night, Jamie was in an awful mood. He called me saying he needed to go for a ride and didn't want to be alone. But when he picked me up, he could barely talk to me. He was speeding, but he's a good driver, so I wasn't concerned. We got pretty deep into the countryside, and I didn't recognize the area at all. We've been driving for a long time, though. At this point, it was just dirt roads and no streetlights. I suggested we go back, but Jamie says he couldn't go home right now, so we kept going. A while later, we were driving through the wooded area, and Jamie pulled over to announce he had to go to the bathroom. "Don't go too far," I told him. Jamie and I had explored enough forests at night, and I wasn't even slightly worried, and I thought he'd be back right away. I was looking down at my phone, scrolling through Reddit for what felt like a really long time. I looked up to see if I could see Jamie heading back, and I thought I saw a person standing straight ahead, about 20 feet in front of me. I flashed the car lights just to make sure, and sure enough, a man was standing there staring at me. Once I flashed the lights, he started groaning very loudly and just kept staring. I immediately locked the car doors. We were in the middle of nowhere, and I hadn't seen another person or passing cars in ages. I called Jamie, but I could hear his phone ringing. He had left it in the car. My stomach dropped. There was no way it could take this long for him to go to the bathroom. He should have been back by now. I started looking out the passenger window, looking for him. Making a silent deal with myself, if he wasn't back in 3 minutes, I was going to call the police and drive away to somewhere safe. When I looked back, straight ahead, I saw the man was only 10 feet away now, and instead of groaning, he was weeping, still staring very intensely at me. I decided to screw waiting 3 minutes and just take off, when Jamie reappeared. The man stopped weeping. I unlocked the door for Jamie and let him into the car. Jamie looked super pale and very stone-faced. I started freaking out and screaming at him that we had to go, but he just sat there. Suddenly, a bunch of people, covered in body paint, emerged from the trees. I started crying and pleading with Jamie to start driving, but it was as if he couldn't hear me. The people set the man on fire. The man didn't make a noise, and the people started chanting. Jamie started howling with laughter. He then proceeded to turn the car around, and we drove away. He was speeding faster than he had ever done before. I started to dial the police, but Jamie grabbed my phone. "Don't call the police, or you'll be next." He then gave the phone back to me. After that, Jamie returned to being emotionless and refused to talk to me, but he was muttering a ton under his breath. I couldn't understand any of it though. It didn't even sound English. I was too petrified to say or do anything, and Jamie dropped me off. Since then, Jamie texted me every hour on the hour saying, "Do you want the fire to spread?" I haven't responded to any of his texts yet. Something happened to Jamie in the woods, I'm sure of it. He sent me a new text a few minutes ago saying, "Let's go for a drive. I want to show you something." I don't know what to do. To start off, I'm not a believer in anything paranormal, magical, or voodoo, none of that. The extent of my creepy ghost-like or urban legend experiences, until now, had been through my friends, and most of them chalked it up to the usual. It was a cougar fox scream, not a woman's. The wind did that. It was just a messed up homeless guy stalking me, and then left it at that. But I cannot logically explain to myself what I just witnessed in any terms other than saying it was unnatural at best, or terrifyingly unworldly at worst. So this all happened just a few hours ago, when I decided to do something different after work, and take a hike by this little park my shop is by. I'm a mechanic. It's something my wife loves to do, and I decided to take some trails she likes to go on. Now, the thing about this park is it's basically just an oval, some roads to look at the scenery, and a place to fish and dock boats in the lake nearby. But after that, it's mostly trails. The trails go out into the woods about 10 miles, and after that, it's about 1,000 acres of no man's land woods, and blind cliffs owned by the state. People get lost, go missing all of the time because idiots think they can rough it. And my wife had her own stories of going off the trail for a second and getting instantly turned around. In my college days, I used to do the same thing, but not anymore since I've had my fair share of getting scared after getting lost in places like that. It's by the grace of God I could always find my way back, but it's never a wise thing to do, even if you are confident in your navigation skills. I think you're getting the picture of the place that I was in. When I get there, I'm parked and I decided to take one of the relatively shorter routes, a 2-mile trail. Since it had been a while since I hiked the trails and I didn't have any gear on me, plus it would be dark soon, I grabbed a map from my office right by the start of all the trails, on the off chance I got lost or something, and thank God I did. I was pretty confident that getting lost wouldn't be that big of a deal, since one of the longer trails, also a round trail, about 10 miles made for camping on, went all the way around the parking lot, and my trail and my car being in the center of the whole thing. When in doubt, I could walk in any one direction and find it and get back home. So, starting off the hike, I wasn't worried, just ready to get some walking in, and then brag to my wife how I finally went out to see her favorite place. I'd say I was even excited. The weather was amazing, the wind was just the right speed, and I would have something to talk about. I'd say I got about a quarter mile in before things got a little weird. It wasn't that there was anything visibly off or anything, just that I started to feel uncomfortable, kind of like a nagging feeling in the back of my mind saying, you should probably leave. I had already started and didn't really feel like turning around, so I kept going, looking at wildlife, enjoying the view when I could, and generally taking it slow. But that feeling never did go away. It was at the halfway point, at what my map said was the crest of the trail. That feeling got overwhelming. It was suffocating. Like my whole body wanted to just up and run out of that perfectly fine looking trail. But I had already come so far, and there was no use in turning around since I was at the halfway point. I thought maybe I was just getting freaked out since I hadn't done it in a while. Or maybe I was just having a panic attack from all the stress I'd been under for the last few days. So, I decided to sit down and take a breather to calm myself down. It didn't. Around 5 minutes into me flipping through my phone and reading some random Reddit stories, I noticed how quiet the woods had gotten. The air was completely silent. There was literally nothing. You ever hear the phrase, silence can be deafening? Well, in that moment, it was so quiet I could hear my ears ring. It hurt it was so silent, and it unnerved me to no end. So I did what any husband does. I called my wife for guidance. The conversation went something like this, at full speaker volume since I was so desperate to clear the air. David, what's going on? She knew something was up because I rarely ever called, even for emergencies. Hey, don't worry, I'm gonna be a bit late since I decided I was gonna hike that 2-mile loop today. But I had a question for you. What does it mean when the woods get, suddenly quiet? She went silent for a bit, freaking me out more. Where are you on the trail? How far in? About a mile. Why? I want you to get up and grab a big rock or a sharp, long stick or something, and finish the trail as quickly as possible, but don't run. It's quiet because there's a predator around, maybe a bear or a cougar, something big at least. I don't want to freak you out, but I want you to know that it probably already knows you're there. And if it's a cougar, it's probably been following you. Make it know you're there, and don't run. I'll drive up to the trail and meet you when you get out. She hung up before I could properly freak out. Rather than puking up my anxiety or running as fast as I could, I got a stick, broke some of it off so it'd be sharp, and sent a quick I love you, thanks text to my wife. Our house is close, so I knew she'd be there in about 15 minutes or so. But it didn't calm me down. Not at all. For the next half hour, I'd slowed down to about a crawl as I looked around for whatever could be near me. All the while, the woods were still quiet. At this point, I was so anxious, I wanted to barf. And I might have, if I wasn't so paranoid that closing my eyes just for a second would alert whatever was making the woods so quiet attack. So I just went on, looking over my shoulder every few seconds and stopping to strain my ears to hear if there was anything walking around me. For a long stretch of time, there wasn't. Still no sound. Still no wildlife. Still nothing. Just my heart racing. But as I went onto the trail into some thicker parts of the woods, I began to notice how my footsteps seemed to echo, ever so slightly. It was hardly noticeable, and had I not been so on alert, I wouldn't have even registered it. But once I heard it, it was deafening. When I stopped to check behind me though, there was nothing. At first, I thought I had just gotten so worked up that I was hearing things, that the quiet was messing with my head and my brain got bored. So I tried to ignore it, but after a while, I just couldn't. It was so unnerving that I started to play with it. I'd quicken my pace ever so slightly, stop, go nearly into a full sprint, and every time, an almost perfectly in-time replica would follow. I hated every second of it. It felt so unreal that I could feel my body begging me to just book it, but I couldn't. If it really was a cougar, it'd get me. So I tried one last effort to see if it was really in my head or not. I took a few normal steps and then acted like I was about to put my foot down before I stopped, just above the leaves. Crunch. I had never gone so still in my life. I couldn't breathe as the sound of an extra footsteps echoed in my brain, and somehow I knew, just knew deep down despite never being involved in this type of stuff, that whatever was behind me was unnatural. For the longest time I couldn't move, and sure as hell didn't want to look behind me. I'm 5'3" and wouldn't last a second. After what must have only been a few seconds, now that I think about it, I started walking again, faster this time. The echo admittedly didn't return, but I still had a suffocating sense of dread and terror pumping through my veins. I only had a quarter-mile left to go, and I was sure ready to get out of that place. I wasn't any less scared than I was, but at least I had the solace of still being in one piece and getting one step closer to my wife. I thought it was all over at this point, and that it was just going to be a moment of me having a freak-out moment and laugh about it tomorrow. And, after being a few minutes of footstep free, and hearing my wife call my name a little ways up the trail, the relief washed over me had me thinking just that. I had been walking slow, slower than usual, so I wasn't even shocked that she had to come meet me on the trail. From the exit, it would only be about a 15-minute walk from her quick pace. She was the type of person to meet you if you were freaked out, even in the middle of nowhere. What else was I supposed to suspect? So, I keep walking and hear her call me again. I reply with some, "I'm coming, I'm here, I'm safe." Keep on following the trail. There was nothing that threw me off, not a single thing, so I just kept going. The only thing that I had even detected was off was that no matter how much further I got, her voice didn't get any louder. It was odd, but I thought maybe she was trying to lead me to the exit, or thought I went off the trail or something. And when I heard her voice subtly switch from in front of me to my left, those suspicions were answered. At least they were for a split second. I was bleary from all that fear. I knew that. And when I remembered who was calling for me, I knew for a fact that that woman had learned her lesson on getting lost in the woods. The last time had nearly been over a year ago, and she was lost for a whole night. She didn't go hiking for a few months after that and was so shaken up, and had to go to therapy for weeks because of it. She loved me, but she wouldn't go into the woods for me. Not again. But what else could it be? So, for a second, I just listened, as her voice subtly got closer, still calling my name. The more I listened, the odder I noticed it was. It was the same. Every single time she said it, it sounded exactly the same. Same intonation, same speed, everything. No other words but my name. None. And it kept getting closer. "Hun, is that you? Answer me, yes or no." I don't know why I asked that. I honestly don't, but I'm sure as hell glad I did. For about a second, it had stopped. Back to the silence, and I thought my heart was going to implode from the anticipation. It nearly did when I heard the most curdling scream I had ever heard from a woman. It just kept going and going. There was only a stop, like for a gasp of air, but the sound never weakened or broke like anyone in pain would. It was just an ongoing sound that would pause for a second and then just keep going. And in my panic, I booked it as fast as I possibly could, because all of the things I knew, and I didn't, that thing wasn't my wife. Running at the speed, I was in a hurry. I didn't even notice I went off the trail, since they weren't well cleared this time of year, and I didn't know I was lost until I knew I shouldn't have been out in the woods. But I couldn't stop. I didn't want to turn around and run back because that thing was still screeching, and it still wasn't getting any closer to me. I could hardly see from the tears in my eyes as I just kept running, bolting until my legs were nearly about to collapse and until my lungs felt like they were being pierced. I hadn't even gone a full 5 minutes before I had to stop. with that screeching still behind me. There was nothing I could do. I was in the middle of a gigantic forest. I had dropped my stick, and something that wasn't a cougar, a bear, or a fox was following me. That 10-mile loop was at least a mile or two away from where I ran, and if that was my only bet, it would be dark by the time I found it. It didn't even matter since I was so out of breath. All I could do was hide. Since the trails themselves were getting pretty messy when they weren't all forest, I raced to find myself some rocks and ended up squeezing myself between them. Thinking back now, this was the stupidest thing I could have chosen to do, but in that moment, it was the best I had. I sat between those rocks, holding my breath, sweating up an anxious, smelly storm, as my bug eyes looked around to see what I could see from my hiding spot. The screaming never did stop, but the footsteps returned. It was a very quiet, very subtle crunch, so predatory in nature. But I think the worst part of it all, the part that may never leave my mind, is that this thing's footsteps moved right behind me to the back end of the rock and totally covered me. That screaming never got any louder, even when it was right behind me. The scream stayed the exact same volume, until, out of nowhere, it just stopped on a dime. I heard the footsteps explore around for a long, long time, but eventually they too went far away and I couldn't hear them. I didn't dare leave my hiding spot for what I determined was about an hour, trembling and the light-headed as it got darker. When I finally pried myself out of the rock cheeks that saved me, for that moment, I walked as quickly as I could towards the 10-mile loop, hoping to find it and some campers before dark. I made it to the trail just after dark, exploring for 2 hours, and found a ranger cabin just a little ways from where I started on. She had just been getting the missing persons call from my wife when I knocked on her door, pale as a ghost, scared. Before she took me back, which was thankfully a short drive on her four-wheeler, I asked if I could use her toilet and threw up more violently than I had ever have in my whole life. She didn't ask me what happened, just took me back, and on the whole way from the cabin to the parking lot, holding on to her a lot more tightly than someone with dignity should. I had a distinct feeling of being watched. My wife nearly sobbed when she saw me. 5 hours later to the parking lot that I was meant to be. The cops and the ranger checked over me and determined that though shaken up, I was fine. My wife and I left and she pulled over into a nearby gas station to calm herself down. As she looked me over, utterly silent, I thought you had gotten attacked by a cougar or something, David. All I could say was, it wasn't a cougar. The silence that she gave me then, the look on her face as she just stared at me, will never leave my mind. Before she said freakier stuff that I could manage to describe what I had just been through. I know. I just got home about an hour ago, and I haven't spoken to my wife about it any further. We've just been quiet. I still have sticks in my hair, but I'm terrified to be alone. What did I just witness? This story takes place around a few years ago, when my dad left town for a business trip. I've never told anyone this story, but I guess I now have. I used to live in a fairly wooded area, with about a 2-story house in a small town in the United States. This house was kind of creepy though. I don't know how to exactly describe it, but it's always just settling, after being there for maybe decades. If you really shut up and have no source of sound, you can hear a noise, like a muffled crack, with a drag that lingers a small amount too long for comfort. But the story's not about that house. It's about something even scarier. About 5 meters behind the house, it's nothing but forest for approximately 3 miles. I'm one of those people who is just absolutely fascinated by the wilderness, but never likes going out. Knowing that my dad was out for a business trip, and he thought I was adult enough to stay out of trouble whilst he was gone, I tried changing my ways and decided to go into those woods. Little did I know, that would be the biggest mistake of my life. It was approaching the late evening when I embarked on my journey. I had a little caution in my step since I was deathly scared of mountain lions, snakes, coyotes, and the like. But as I went along some trails, I felt better and got more of a pep in my step. I even got confident enough to hike a bit away from the trail. Thing is, I kind of ended up getting lost. I started to panic, and I tried to find my way back to the trails. Being a coward and the sensitive teen child I was, shaking in my sneakers was my first instinct. Mind you, I was only 15 at the time. I started to walk around, growing increasingly anxious. The walking turned to running, the running turned to sprinting, and eventually the sprinting turned to sitting and crying. I was huddled up against a rock, knees to my chest, sobbing silently. This was it. These are going to be my last moments out here. I don't have the guts to get an animal, and I wouldn't know how to light a fire. If it wasn't starvation, I'd definitely be taken by a vicious predator with malicious intent. It wouldn't be by natural causes, or in the military, or saving someone. No, I'd be gone because of my stupid decision to go off of the path. I started to think about what it would be like. Would I be reincarnated? Would I be in an empty void for nothing for all eternity? Would I be with God in heaven until the end of time? And even if I went to heaven, would it be for the better? I was raised in a Christian household, and raised to know heaven as a paradise. But there was something scratching at the back of my head. Maybe heaven wasn't a great place as it was chalked up to be. Stuck in my own thoughts, I slowly slipped into a deep sleep, scared and waiting for the inevitable. Maybe I would go in my sleep. Hopefully it would be painless, except I woke up. It was late at night, but the worst part was the ear-splitting screech that seemed to be a few feet away from me. The screech was just something incomparably terrifying. It sounded like a shriek, one you would hear from a woman that saw something scary in a horror movie. But something was off. It sounded like a wounded animal at the exact same time. I don't know if whatever it was got the animal, or if that was the noise it just made. I didn't want to stick around to find out. Fight or flight was activated. I jolted up and ran as fast as I could in whichever direction was opposite of the noise. Due to my panic state, I ended up running so fast I didn't look where I was going and tripped over a log. I face planted into the dirt. I didn't know what happened other than I could taste the dirt and leaves in my mouth. I spat out what I could, and when I looked up, I was in shock. I was always a skeptic, but I always loved hearing about folklore and mythical beasts. I looked at the creature. Its eyes were sunken into its head, its body withered to the point of emaciation, to where you could see the bones under its skin. Its body color was ash gray, lips tattered, its body emitting the scent that which I could only describe as the fresh scent of decay. I just stared, and based on this thing's appearance, it was the face of a Wendigo. My body froze as I looked into its eyes. It had no eyes. That's what made me panic, staring into a horrifying creature that was just itching to tear me to shreds. I thought of my family. I never really liked them, but I wanted to see them. As I was thinking, I noticed that the Wendigo was already leaping towards me, and that's when I saw my short life flash before my eyes. My elementary years, my family, middle school years. My family was still all I could think of. I wasn't even supposed to be out there, and by some miracle, I was able to move. I scrambled onto my feet, but I felt a sharp sting on my back. I didn't care. Adrenaline pumped through me. I ran faster than I thought humanly possible, and by some miracle, I guess it lost interest or something. Because after a while of running, I came across a trail with a few people trying to investigate the screech I heard a while back. Before I started running, they saw me, and they watched as I collapsed. A wound in my shoulder and my shirt ripped. They asked if I was okay, as one of them patched my shoulder up with the bandages in their first aid kit. I explained what happened. Their original plan was to call an ambulance, but I told them not to. It would be stupid. My family would scold me. No one would believe me, and I had a phobia of hospitals. And thinking about the creature, the Wendigo, made me think about death, and knowing that there would be a lot of that in a hospital, I wouldn't be able to bear going. I'm not sure if they believed me, but they helped me to my house. I didn't feel safe there, though. I asked if they could escort me to my neighbor's, which was maybe a few 100 meters away. It took me a bit to realize that the sting I felt, it may have been a claw from a Wendigo. I didn't care. I made it out alive. I made it to my neighbor's safe, and I haven't had an incident yet. I'm still waiting. I feel like it will come back. It felt weird how it just left me alone. Knowing that, I didn't get too much sleep that night. It scares me to even think about the incident. And even now and then, I can hear the same screech, yet it's usually so quiet to the point I can barely hear it. And it almost sounds like the cracks in my old house. At the end of the street stands a house that is older than most of the houses in our town. It's worn down and weathered, and no one has resided there in over a decade. To the locals, it's known as the widow's house, because the old lady that lived there years ago lived there alone. Her husband died at a young age. He was a fisherman, lost at sea. Growing up, we were told to stay away from that house because it was a death trap. Inside, the walls were falling down due to rot, and the ceiling was water-stained and full of mold. So, it was understandable why our parents didn't want their children playing around inside. If you ask some of the elders in the town, you would get a different story. You would be told the story about the missing children and how their disappearance was somehow linked to that house. The elders would say that the widow lured the children into her home because she was lonely and wanted company, and when the children would try to leave, she would kill them. I asked my parents about this story, and they assured me that the wise tales that the elders made up were to scare the children to stay away from that house. Even if the stories about the missing children aren't true, I still get chills whenever I walk by that house. There's something unnatural about that house, something dark, and I think if the walls of that house could talk, they'd have some real nightmares to tell. When I was 12, my friends and I were up late playing Spotlight on a Saturday night. We were playing in the backyard, and it was just about midnight, and we were starting to get bored. Just as we were about to call it a night and go home, one of my friends came up with a brilliant idea that we break into the widow's house and explore inside. One of the guys in the group tried to convince us that this was a bad idea and our parents would find out and get mad if they caught us being there. Being young and stupid though, we chose to go against our better judgment. We walked up the street, and as we got closer, the moon was illuminating down perfectly on the house. From a distance, you could easily distinguish the worn-down place, and there was no denying that it was abandoned. As we got closer, I started to feel this uneasy feeling go down my spine. I was convinced that the rest of the group did too, but we were all too afraid to admit it because we didn't want to risk being made fun of. We were now standing in front of the house, waiting for one of us to work up enough courage to open the garden gate. The gate was once iron, but you wouldn't be able to tell now with all of the rust and corrosion. I put one hand forward to try to seem brave enough to impress my friends. I slowly pushed the gate open with my left hand, and as I did, the gate let out a creaking noise that made us all jump. We all looked at each other and burst out into laughter. I have to admit, that very moment I was petrified with fear, but I couldn't let it show. Maybe it was because it was the dead of night, but then again, the place scared the crap out of me in broad daylight too. We started to walk into the front garden, huddled close to one another. We were now at the front door, and all I could think about was the stories that the elders used to tell us. The door was stiff and hard to open. The hinges were old and needed to be oiled, but we managed to push it open far enough for all of us to squeeze in through and into the entrance. We were standing now inside the house foyer for the first time. Once inside, I thought to myself it wasn't as bad as I imagined, and that it was like any other house, minus the rotten walls and damp smell. One of my friends turned on the flashlight that we had been previously using for our game of Spotlight. With the push of a button, the room was now full of light. We started to explore the house, and we noticed everything was left in place. When the widow died, no one packed up her belongings because she didn't have any living relatives to do so. Thinking of this made me sad for the widow, because one thing the elders got right was that she must have been lonely. Even at 12 years old, the thought of living alone for years on end made me depressed. Deep in my stomach, I felt sympathy for the widow. She lived inside these walls and would never go outside, mostly because our town and their rumors forced her into a life of isolation. When we reached the upstairs, my friends made their way into one of the many bedrooms, and at this point, I was feeling more comfortable being in the house and got bold and headed into one of the other rooms. When I walked into the room, I knew instantly it must have been the master bedroom, her bedroom. It was big for an older home. The moonlight shined through the window, giving me enough light to see around the room. Near the entry of the room, there was a large walk-in closet, and there, still hanging on the racks, was some of the widow's clothes. Most of her items were still on hangers, while the rest now were on the floor, covered in dust, forgotten in time. I continued poking around the room, trying to find something that would give me a better indication about her life. I wanted to find something that gave me a better understanding of the life she lived, alone. Then I saw it, there on the edge of the window ledge, a candle, or what was left of it. The elders used to say that the widow would light up a candle in her upstairs bedroom window every night in hopes that it would guide her husband, who was lost at sea, home. My own grandmother told me that there wasn't a night that went by that there wasn't a candle burning in the window. This was a tradition that most fishermen wives would do when their husbands were out at sea fishing. As I stood there taking in this scene, I felt a cold shiver go down my spine, and for a moment I felt like all the air in the room was sucked away. I gasped for breath and found myself unable to catch it. Then the cold dissipated and I was able to breathe again. I convinced myself that anxiety and panic got the best of me, and it wasn't until I was older that I realized what it could have actually been. The sound of a squeaky floorboard in the stairs pierced through the silence of the house. It was one of the sounds you would hear when someone was walking up or down the stairs. Panic started to set in again, because I thought that my friends were sneaking off without me as part of some stupid prank. I rushed out of the bedroom and made my way to the stairs landing, only there wasn't anyone there. I listened for a moment, and everything was deafening silent again. I yelled out, "Real funny, guys," in which one of my friends replied, "What's funny?" from the bedroom at the end of the hall. The hairs on the back of my neck started to stand. I realized that none of my friends had gone downstairs, but then reassured myself that the house is old and probably just did that. I made my way down to the bedroom that they were all hanging out in. I could hear them laughing. When I got to the room, I asked them what's so funny, but before anyone could answer, I saw one of my friends was wearing an old-fashioned bonnet. I told them to knock it off and put the bonnet back where they found it. I then told them that it wasn't funny, rather disrespectful to touch stuff that isn't theirs, especially when the person is gone. As my friend was putting the bonnet back, I heard it again, the sound of someone on the stairs, only this time we all heard it. A lump started to form in my mouth and I tried to speak up, but my voice cracked. Then one of my friends bawled out, "Who's there?" All of us waited for someone to reply. I think we were all hoping it was one of our parents coming to scold us for staying out too late, and for coming to the house when they all told us not to. We waited for what seemed like hours for a reply that never came. One of my friends said that it was getting late and that they should go home before the sun came up. We all nodded in agreement and started to walk towards the stairs, although it was a little faster than a walk. As we got to the stairs, we all froze in place. The door at the opposite end of the hallway started to slowly creak open. None of us wanted to hang around to see who or what opened the door, so we started to rush down over the stairs. We were all almost at the bottom when there was a crashing noise behind us. When I turned around, one of my friends had fallen through the rotten stairs, half his body still above, the other half in the hole. The group of us rushed to his aid and quickly hauled him out of the hole he had fallen through. We then quickly started running towards the front door. Before we left the house, I took one last look behind me, and I swear I saw her there, standing at the top of the stairs, looking at us. I didn't stop to take a second look. I just squeezed my way through the door and back to the front yard, pushing the door closed as I got out. We started to run away from the house as quickly as possible, but my friend that had fallen through the stairs was limping. Myself and one of my other friends ran back, and between the both of us, we managed to help him move quickly. We ran through the gate that was once iron and started to head down the street to the safety of my house. One of my friends stopped and turned around to face the house, and slowly lifted his left hand and extended his index finger to point back toward the widow's house. As he did this, we all saw why, rather what, he was pointing at. There, in the upstairs window, in the room that I was standing in 10 minutes prior to this, the candle's flame was flickering in the window. The next day was the first day in my life that I was grounded. My parents had found out that my friends and I had gone to the house that they told us to stay away from. They wouldn't have found out, only my friend who went through the stairs had to explain to his mother how he broke his ankle. Thinking back on that night, however, we were thankful that was the worst thing to happen in that house, when it could have gone entirely different. Flash forward 15 years later, that house still stands at the end of my street. Despite multiple storms and weathering, the house refuses to fall. I personally believe that evil keeps it together. The elders who once told us stories about the widow have all passed, leaving behind another generation to tell the stories in their place. I felt like my parents every time I tell my own kids to stay away from the house, only I don't tell them about the mold and the falling down walls. I'm honest with them, and I tell them about the night I saw the widow. I guess I should start somewhere at the beginning. You see, this house is also the house my father grew up in with his parents, and my grandfather grew up in with his parents. I'm not sure how many generations this house has belonged to my paternal family, but this house is old. It's a 3-story house, stood alone, and across the road from an even older church in a small village about 3 or 4 miles from the nearest big town. I did not grow up in this house. My father despised this place. Out of the very long list of things he detested, this house was up there in the top 5. That's why I'm so surprised he moved into it after he and my mom divorced. He always said that he would rather live on the streets than return there. When both his mother and father died, the house was naturally left to him. The only child of an only child. My dad wasn't just an only child, but a very lonely one. His father was, quite frankly, disinterested in him, and his mother was nothing short of vile to him. So, when they died, and all that was left was the house, I expected my dad to either demolish it or sell it. He said that it would cost too much to renovate the place to make it suitable to live in, and too much to turn into rubble. Now, my dad had a lot of demons trapped in his head. He would drink himself into oblivion, in a vain hope to forget his childhood, to no avail. He was really very sad to witness. He had a good, well-paying job at a manufacturing company as head of the engineering department, and my mom worked out of a doctor's practice, often working nights. They were 2 passing ships in the night, and unfortunately, it was me that had to take care of Dad when he was too drunk to take care of himself. My mom knew nothing of his drinking problem, and to this day, she still doesn't know the full extent of it all. They divorced when I was 13. I never stayed overnight with my dad. He wouldn't allow it. He would always tell my mom that he would take me out for the day, but he couldn't let me into the house. So naturally, our relationship thinned. By the time I was 23, our relationship consisted of drunken phone calls at ridiculous hours, and me talking him off the edge of whatever rim he was close to throwing himself off of. I'd had enough. I was pregnant with my oldest child, single, in a 2-bedroom house. The last thing I needed was to be a parent to my parent, on top of the tiny human totally dependent on me. So, I told him, everything he put me through, I didn't deserve it. I hated him for it. Hated him more than he hated that house, and to not contact me again unless he got sober. He had progressively gotten worse over the years, you see. He went from a binge drinker to a high-functioning alcoholic, to a regular alcoholic, and drinking away his redundancy and life savings. That was the last time I spoke to him. He died a little over 6 months ago by his own hands. I cannot express how awful I feel now. I wish I had reached out to him when my son was born, and again when my daughter was born 3 years later, and the last year when I got married to the love of my life. I wish he could have shared in my happiness and been a grandfather. He was found after one of his many girlfriends couldn't get a response from him. He had only been dead 3 days, and was found, empty whiskey bottles strewn all over the house, stained with vomit, and God knows what else. He had a small funeral with only 3 guests, including the priest. He had his grave next to his parents in the graveyard at the church at the end of the street. The first I knew about it was when I got a phone call from a solicitor. I was the only beneficiary in his will, and I got the house. He had nothing else to leave me. What money he had left paid off his debts and funeral. I really didn't want to move here. It was my husband who convinced me. We were living in my small, 2-bedroom house that I had been living in since I fell pregnant the first time around. We had been saving as hard as possible to buy a house instead of renting, but it was proving to be difficult. We have 2 kids together who share a room and had no backyard at all. The house would be perfect for us. It took a while, but eventually I had to agree. The village wasn't too far from the town for school for the kids. We both drove, no mortgage or rent. It wasn't too far out for us to still get to work with minimal hassle. And I thought, maybe a way of making some kind of peace with my dad. We first came there to see the house. It was bare. Everything had been removed. By who, I couldn't tell you. A raging alcoholic he may have been, but the old man was still an engineer at heart. Maybe he hadn't drank all of his savings. It looked like a show home when we first stepped foot inside. Although cold and dusty, and in need of a good cleanup, the floor was hardwood throughout the downstairs, with a large, open-plan living room, with beautiful patio doors that opened up onto a large, though unkept, garden, with high walls for privacy. The second floor has 3 ample-sized bedrooms and a modern bathroom. And on the third floor, there was a master bedroom and an en-suite bathroom. It truly does look beautiful and the perfect family home, even before we cleaned it up. We've been here officially 2 weeks. We spent a month cleaning and moving things in. The money we had saved ourselves we used to decorate and lay carpets. The carpets I insisted for the living room. Thankfully, the kids didn't notice in their excitement. But there, in the middle of the living space, was a strikingly big, brownish-red stain set against the dark wooden floor. You'd be forgiven for thinking that it was just a watermark on the wood, but I knew immediately what it was. That is where my dad was found, where he spent his final moments. I didn't want a constant reminder of that staring me in the face. Even placing a decent-sized rug wouldn't cover it. You think that it would be enough for me to hightail it straight out of there, but by this point, we had nowhere left to go. My mom couldn't take us all in. She simply just didn't have the space. We had already signed off on the house that we had been living in, waiting to move in at the end of the month. I can't believe I've been this stupid. Everything has told me not to come here. Every instinct, every sign. And yet, here I sit, on my patio, phone in one hand and gin in the other, letting it all out onto the ether of the internet. To make matters worse, my husband had offered a new job, one that requires him to be away for up to 6 weeks at a time. The money is too good to pass up, but I don't want to be here alone. He's packing his bags to fly out tomorrow afternoon. In the 2 weeks since I've been in this house, so much yet so little has happened. The first day we arrived, ready to get comfortable and spend our first night, no less than 6 birds flew straight into our patio doors and broke their necks. We put it down as us not having anything up in the doors to inform the birds that there was an invisible barrier there. Now I'm taking this as warning sign number 1. The same night, I woke up because a faceless someone was screaming in my ear. I put it down as a nightmare at the time. Now I'm thinking it as warning sign number 2. 3 days passed without much incident. Maybe the odd bump in the night, or the sound of a door creaking shut upstairs, but nothing that couldn't be explained anyway. On day 4, I had a long soak in the bath. I went to put my wedding ring back on afterwards, to find that they weren't where I had left them at the sink. I found them on day 6, under my dresser. Every day something happens. My wedding photo has gone missing. My favorite perfume has vanished too. I constantly feel like I'm being watched. All the time the hairs on the back of my neck tingle and radiate down my back. I keep seeing black shadows in the dark corners of the house. I blink and they're gone. Doors are left open when I know I shut them, and vice versa. Specifically, the built-in wardrobe in our bedroom is always ajar. Even when I know, as a fact, I close it until it clicks, several times, every day. Today has been the worst. I'm not sleeping well at all. I always feel on edge and uneasy. I'm snapping at the kids and my husband. The final straw came after putting the 2 little ones to bed. I came out of my daughter's bedroom when something caught my eye. I don't know what it was. I can't explain it. It looked like a person, but not. All I remember is 2 electric blue eyes, and then falling. It almost felt like I was floating on top of invisible water. If it wasn't for the tightening in my stomach, it would have been a pleasant feeling. There was a white flash in my eyes, and a searing pain shot through my entire head. I felt the blood rush into my face and heard a ringing in my ears, just before the very breath was forced from my lungs as the back of my ribcage landed with force against the cast iron banister at the bottom of the staircase, with a nice goose egg forming at the back of my skull and bruised back. I rubbed the bright spots from my eyes and looked back up to the top of the staircase, and there was nothing there. Nothing at all. And I still had the sense that I was being stared at. Apparently I screamed, and my husband came running to find me in a heap, clutching the back of my head. The kids started crying because they heard their mom screaming so loud. They're asleep now after my reassurance that I'm fine. I haven't told my husband about the eyes. He found a bright red, very unmissable toy car at the bottom of the stairs, and told me to be more careful after handing me a water and some ibuprofen. The toy car was not there. I know it wasn't. But I can't disprove it, can I? And how would I sound to him if I told him everything I've felt and seen? Most, if not all, can be explained by using logic and science. I misplaced my rings. I may not have unpacked the wedding photo. My perfume is probably just hidden amongst our daughter's little treasures. And I tripped over the toy car, obviously. But those eyes that I feel are the eyes that are always watching. I can't get them out of my head. My mom is visiting tomorrow and taking both the children away for holiday, As the school is broken up for Easter break, then I will be alone. As of 4 p.m. tomorrow, I will be truly alone in this heap of wood and stone and glass. At least I think I'll be alone. No, I will be. I will be. I just need to document everything, so I know I can read it back to make sense of it all. What am I gonna do? This story recollects what happened during the Navajo Nation Fair season of 2015. My roommate and her boyfriend decided to head back to the reservation to take part in the festivities, rodeo, parade, and carnival. My roommate was the offspring of divorced parents and spent her teenage years half on the reservation in Window Rock, Arizona with her mother and half with her father in Phoenix. She was raised as a devout Catholic, even attending Catholic school. Nothing paranormal had ever occurred in her life up until this point. Her boyfriend was an urban Navajo who was a Christian, having been born and raised off the reservation in Phoenix, Arizona. I am declarifying their religious ideologies and affiliations because neither of them believed in Navajo traditionalism or ghost stories. Late one evening, after both of them got off work, they decided to head out to make the most of their 3-day weekend. My roommate made prior accommodations with a good friend from high school. When my roommate was a young adult, her mother decided to move away from the res. If her mother still lived in Window Rock, she would have simply stayed there. The accommodations were as follows. Her good friend opted to stay close to relatives and offered her a 2-bedroom, 2-bath manufactured home at her disposal. The trailer was located off the road between St. Michael's and the first 4-way intersection when you are heading towards Window Rock from Summit. Many have called it the back road to St. Michael's. The old, original township of St. Michael's, that is. As you can imagine, they arrived to their Navajo Fair B&B pretty late. The trailer was off to the right of the main highway and was situated at the foot of a large rolling hill. There was no streetlights. First order of business, my roommate calls her friend to let her know they arrived safely. They walk up to the trailer and unlock the door and give themselves a tour of their accommodations. They turned on all the lights in every room they toured. My roommate had driven the entirety of the journey home, so she was a bit more fatigued than her partner. She asked him to get the luggage from the car. It was a hatchback. The car was parked about 40 feet away. She explained to me that it had rained some weeks before, and the dirt road leading up to the house was wrecked. To avoid bottoming out, she parked on level ground. She walks into the guest room and her boyfriend is already laid out on the bed. She pleads with him to go get the luggage and, most importantly, her makeup bag, so she can remove her makeup before bed. She compromises with him that she'll go out with him if he does the heavy lifting. She doesn't want to put her heels back on, so she decides to watch him from the porch. Yes, heels. She worked at a bank and always had to dress professionally, in a pantsuit and heels. So she is standing on the top stair of the small 3-stair porch, with the front door slightly ajar, her hand on the doorknob. Her boyfriend walks off into the pitch black. The light from his phone serves as the only beacon of light, signaling his location. As she watches his light grow dimmer and smaller in the distance, she hears what seems to be a pack of dogs howling and barking. She said it sounded like a rumble, a pack of feral dogs or coyotes fighting. The pack of dogs come barreling down the large hill behind the trailer. She hears a loud thud against the back wall of the trailer. The thud was so loud that she heard the rattling of picture frames that were hanging. At this point, fear begins to creep in her mind. She calls out to her boyfriend and hears no response. She shouts for him once again. That's when she realizes the dogs have all gone silent, all at once in a fluid succession of motions. She said that something from inside her trailer slams the front door, so fast that it creates a gust of wind. She said that if she had been holding onto the doorknob, it would have knocked her off the landing off the front steps. The porch light flickers and then goes dead. She is standing there, barefoot, in the darkness. She tries to open the door and retreat back into the trailer. She was able to turn the doorknob until it clicked. The door wasn't locked. Something heavy was pressed up against the flimsy, manufactured hollow core door from inside. At this point, she said she didn't realize she was crying, at the brink of an anxiety attack. Adrenaline took over her and she began throwing herself and all of her weight against the door. She saw it inch open, and the light from inside flooded the doorway for a split second before it slammed shut in retaliation. Fight or flight. She decides to run barefoot into the darkness to find her boyfriend. His account. He leaves his girlfriend at the top of the front door steps as he walks off into the dark, with only his phone serving as a flashlight. He's being very careful where he steps because the earth is turned up and twisted and gnarled. Deep ruts and grooves from a vehicle driving in the mud before it hardens into crust. He is afraid he might twist his ankle. He too hears the frenzied howls and barks of the dogs. He turns around to look at where the sounds are coming from. In the distance, he sees the faint light of the porch go off. He rationalizes to himself that the barking dogs frightened his girlfriend, and in fear, she ran inside and unintentionally turned off the porch light. He continues walking in the direction of the car. He hears the thud of a heavy footsteps behind him, mimicking his own stride, not exactly in tune with his, following a split second after his own thud, almost echoing intentionally. Figuring it might be his frightened girlfriend running out to him, he calls out to her, to no avail. He sees a dim flicker in the distance, the light from his phone bouncing off the reflectors of the taillights of the car. His body floods with relief. The relief quickly drains to despair. His phone erratically stops working and won't turn on. His heartbeat almost beats out of his chest. How could this be? He wasn't on his phone the entire drive back. It was fully charged. He takes a few urgent paces towards where the car was before the lights turned off. His palms are sweaty, and he swears he could feel his heart pounding through his hands. He desperately reaches into his pockets for his car keys. He begins frantically pressing all of the buttons, the lock, unlock, panic, and open hatchback buttons. Nothing. He even stretches out his hands in the dark as pressing the buttons, thinking that he is on the cusp of the electronic radius of the vehicle to respond. Still nothing. The footsteps behind him hastened, and almost sounded like he was going to be charged from the back. He is too terrified to look back. At this point, he realizes the dread that he feels in the pit of his stomach means it's something unnatural. His shoulders drop as he instinctively braces for some sort of impact. The sound of heavy footsteps would indicate that he would have been hit by now. Nothing. The footsteps loudly led directly up to him, to his heels, and nothing. He opens his eyes and hears something like a coin drop and hit the top of his car. He turns around to the patter of bare feet on the dirt road. His girlfriend charges into him, full embrace, hugging him. Mind you, his feet stayed planted. He doesn't take one step forward or back. The car keys are still in his hands. His thumb presses down. A loud click, the familiar sound of the hatchback opening, and the lights from inside the car quickly floods their immediate surroundings. They grab their luggage and a pair of flip-flops from the car and slowly make their way back to the trailer. Oddly, the front porch light was on now. My roommate makes her boyfriend go inside and check all of the rooms before she goes back in. He opens the door with ease. He checks each room meticulously. There is no one inside. All of the windows still locked from the inside. I have never retold this account to anyone, but thought I would finally share it before time and life erases the details from my memory. Once in the safety of their trailer, her boyfriend pulled out his cell phone and turned it on to the exact same battery percentage. They corroborate their experiences to recount what happened to each other. Both of them are dumbfounded at the fact that they were shouting at the top of their lungs for each other at one time or another, but neither of them said they heard the others yelling. Growing up on the res, you hear your fair share of skinwalker and ghost stories, but this was the first time I heard one where the perpetrator manipulated electronics, to a great extent or even at all. It was also the first case where the perpetrator manipulated sound waves. Both of them swore that they were easily in earshot of each other, but weren't allowed to hear each other's cries. There were no structures or trees between them, obstructing the sound waves. He had heard the pack of dogs, but wasn't allowed to hear her screaming out for him. What also spurred me is that this massive amount of questioning from some Reddit users. If they exist, why haven't they been filmed or caught on camera? Skinwalkers are just as modern as you and me. Wicked as much as they may be, they are not stupid to deal with smartphones and technological advances as much as anyone. They walk the world as normal people during the day. This is an experience my mom and dad had that happened in December of 2018. They were coming back from dining out and pulled over in the driveway and parked. The area where they live is moderately wooded in a large plot of land, about 20 acres. They got out of their car and started walking up to the door when they heard a blood-curdling scream coming from only 10 feet away from them. Not only was the scream terrifying, but it was extremely loud. My dad is a state trooper and served in the US Marine Corps, so not much actually scares him. He's the guy to watch a horror movie at 3 a.m. with all the lights off and the curtains open. However, that night, he said he was genuinely terrified. They snapped out of their trance and ran inside. He came back out with his gun and his patrol car and started checking around the area. He shined his spotlight down into the pasture and around the property, but couldn't find anything. The fact that he did this was alarming because he would never pull out a gun if he was joking. I've only ever actually seen him pull out a gun 2 other times in my life. Only about a week after I came home from college for winter break, I sat on the porch late one evening drinking coffee. It was pretty cold and I was reading a book when I heard something eerie coming from the pasture to the east of my house. It sounded like creaking, but there was no wind blowing, and I know the area clearly, and there wasn't a hanging branch or anything for that matter that would justify the sound. Even though it creeped me out, I refused to think anything of it and brushed it off as strange, but explainable. Thoroughly chilled, I stopped reading my book because of bad lighting and went inside. After a while, I found I forgot my book outside and went out to grab it. This time, I heard a low, poor howl. The only canine creatures that live in this place are coyotes, and when you hear them, it's a mixture of yips and short, pitchy howls. Hearing it and having my fears proved that it was some other worldly being, I grabbed my book and ran inside. About 20 minutes later, my brother comes home from a friend's house. He walks in and doesn't say anything other than hey. I tell him about what I experienced. To my surprise, he said he heard the exact same thing just a couple minutes earlier when he was walking inside. The sound had moved from its previous location southwest of my position and was now to the northwest corner of the property. He said the sound was long, deep, but poor or weak, kind of like the one I heard. My brother seemed more spooked with his encounter than I did with mine. He said that the duration was so long and then just sounded very fake, like a poor imitation. After that, there wasn't any more sightings the entire time I was home. It's since been ruled out as a deer, since we have a lot of them and they don't make strange noises like that. But after reading through Reddit, I feel like this may be a skinwalker issue or something of the sort. We do live near a spot where Native Americans hold their rituals, and there is a house in our neighborhood that was built on a Native American burial ground, so it wouldn't be a surprise to me that this may be the case. I have experienced other strange sounds and being whistled at in the dark, but no sightings so far. Back when I was 15, I picked my younger brother up from elementary school every day, and we would bus home together. We had to transfer 2 times, and this happened at the second transfer. One day, I saw an old Caucasian man get onto the bus after us. He looked around 60 years old with white hair, and he was really big. Since there was no seats available, I stood up to offer my seat for him, and he gave me a smile and thanked me, and I thought nothing of it. After a few minutes, I noticed he was still staring at me with a smile, and at the time, I thought he just appreciated the fact that I gave up the seat for him. After another while, I started to get uncomfortable because I was noticing how intently he was looking at me. Once again, I tried to reason that maybe he had a mental illness, or was just slow because of his age. I took my brother by the hand, and we moved toward the back of the bus. By the time our stop arrived, the bus was pretty empty. My brother and I exited, and we started to walk in the direction of our apartment. It was only a few feet away from the bus stop. I was pretty paranoid from earlier, so I turned around to check if anyone had followed us off the bus. I saw the old man walking in our direction, and I internally panicked. I reasoned with myself that maybe he lived in that area too, and it was just a coincidence that he was walking in this direction. So I kept walking towards the gate of our apartment. My brother and I got to the gate, and I was digging in my backpack for my keys. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder, and looked up to see the old man smiling at me. I didn't know how to react, so I just said hi, and kept looking for my keys while I had my eyes on him. By that time, I was really creeped out because his stare was really intense. He said thanks for giving your seat to me, and he asked me if I wanted to go for lunch, so he could thank me. In my head, all I could think was that it was around 4 p.m., so why would he want to go to lunch? I quickly declined, shoved my brother past the gate and slammed it behind me. The old man just kept smiling and staring as I looked back, and I was glad that I was able to escape from him. A few days passed, and I thought nothing more of the incident. Then one day, I saw him again at the bus stop. I tried to stand as far away as possible and tried not to look in that direction. The bus stop was a busy one, so there was always a line of people. I could feel him staring at me, and I remember just wishing that the bus would come faster so I could get away. We got onto the bus and I could still see him smiling as he stared at me out of the corner of my eye. I tried to keep my attention on the book I was reading and not let it bother me. When our stop came, my brother and I quickly got off the bus and sped walk to the gate. I turned around to check if the old man had followed us off the bus and was immensely relieved that he didn't. I looked at the bus as it drove past and I remember seeing him by the window seat, just staring at me. Then, for the next few weeks, he just kept showing up at the same bus stop. Sometimes, I see him sitting by the ledge when he sees us. He gets in line for the bus. Sometimes he tries to go up to me and initiate conversation. I always ignore him the best I could and kept my brother on the opposite side of him, with me in between. I was also immensely glad that I lived in an apartment, so he didn't know exactly where we lived. I never told my parents about it, and although I contemplated telling someone that was in line, or me calling the police, I never did. I thought that staring wasn't really a crime, and he didn't really do anything besides try to initiate conversations. Plus, there wouldn't be any evidence. I also thought that because he was an old man, he couldn't do much to harm me, and maybe he was just lonely. I tried to put up with it the best I could and stayed as far away from him as possible. I also couldn't take another bus because the bus didn't come often, and we had to go to extracurricular activities afterward. One day, he initiated conversation again and started telling me that he was a rich man. He showed me the gold chains around his neck and the gold rings around his finger. I was mildly offended that he thought that this would make me want to talk to him. So my brother and I went to a nearby supermarket to try to avoid him and take the next bus. I thought that he would just give up and take the bus so I didn't see him when I got back. Except he followed us into the supermarket. I walked through a few aisles and tried to lose him. After I couldn't see him anymore, I decided to buy my brother a treat to calm him down. We headed up to the cashier's area and lined up. Then I felt a tap on my shoulder and saw the old man with a $20 bill in his hand. He offered to pay, and I said no thank you. I think he just said okay and just walked out. I didn't see him afterwards at the bus stop, and thought maybe he took the hint that I wasn't interested in doing anything with him. Luckily, this happened a month or two before summer break, so I didn't have to take the bus route anymore. I also didn't have to go to extracurricular activities, so my brother and I took a different bus this time. Fast forward a year, I was walking my brother to summer school every day during the summer. On that route, we walked past a subway stop. One day, we saw the old man at the subway. We quickly walked away, hoping he didn't see us, but he must have saw us, because every day after that, he was sitting outside that subway stop. He didn't try to initiate conversation, but he was always staring intensely at me from afar. I started getting nightmares of him kidnapping me or taking a knife to me and threatening me. After a week or so, my brother and I took a different route to school. I didn't see him again until last year, so around 6 years from the initial time I met him. I saw him at the bus stop on my way to university, and my heart automatically started beating faster, and my hands became clammy. He must have saw me because he smiled and stared at me without blinking again. Luckily, since my classes aren't a set schedule, he wasn't able to lurk at the bus stop again waiting for me. I still see him on rare occasion at the bus stops around where I live, but for the sake of my sanity, old man, let's not meet again. This happened a year ago. My husband and I were newly married, moving into our first place together. We knew a family who owned various properties around our state and had a condo unit available in one of the more sketchy towns, but he was going to let us rent in it very cheaply. We moved in during September, and then the strange events happened in March and later on. I'll try my best to explain the layout of this. We lived in the same building as my stalker, although we don't use the same stairwell, as each building is separated into 2 sets of 6 apartments, 2 apartments on each level. We lived at the top, 3rd floor. He lived at the bottom of his cluster. He had the handicap accessible apartment that was closest to the parking lot. One evening, my husband and I went to the grocery store and got into a bit of a fight on the drive home. So he dropped me off with the groceries and drove off to spend some time alone. He dropped me off at our usual parking spot, and I walked up the sidewalk with our groceries. He had already drove off, so he wasn't around for what happened next. While I was walking down the sidewalk from our parking lot into my stairwell, I passed the stalker's unit. Once I was directly parallel to his front door, this man yanks open the door and runs out, so he's standing about 15 feet away from me. He was in his mid-20s, early 30s. Guy was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and the creepiest thing about him was that he had this giant grin plastered on his face. I gave him a disgusting look and kept walking, but he started following behind me, 10 feet back. I looked over my shoulder at him, and he's still grinning with his creepy grin, and I run up the stairs with my groceries. I was afraid that he was going to follow me up the stairs, and that I wouldn't be able to get inside my house fast enough, because I had to get my keys from our lockbox. But he stayed at the bottom of the stairwell, just grinning up at me from below, and watched me race inside. I locked the door and tried to look out the closest window, but couldn't get a great look at him. But I saw him walking calmly back to his own apartment. I was seriously freaked out. What just happened? Is he crazy? Is he just a gross, scary stalker? I didn't know who or what to tell about this because I wasn't sure if it was worth telling, or if someone would just tell me, it's fine. It's just a weird thing that happens sometimes. But I decided to call my brother and told him about it. Once my husband got back, I told him, and he said, that's really strange. It's probably okay though. Just take note if anything strange like that happens again. So I brushed it off, kinda chalked it up to the guy being mentally challenged or something, and forgot about it after a week. But 2 months later, it happened again. It was May now, and I hadn't seen the creepy guy since. I never saw him outside walking around, or just walking to a car. It seemed like he never left his apartment. I had already written off what had happened, so I wasn't even concerned about him anymore. And then, of course, he struck again. The events were almost identical to the first time. I came home in the evening. I had dropped my husband off back at work to work late, so he didn't have a car, and I parked in our usual spot in the lot and walked up the sidewalk. As I passed his door, he runs out again, creepy grin plastered on his face. But this time, he's only wearing a towel that's wrapped around his waist. I run up to my apartment, and he follows me on the sidewalk for a bit. But this time, he doesn't stand at the bottom staring up at me. He just walks back home calmly. I run inside and start crying and frantically call my husband. I can hardly get out what happened, but when I finally do, he tells me that he's going to call our friends who live across the street and have them walk over and take me to their place. They come and pick me up, and we call the police when we get there. The police come, I tell my story, and they tell me that they can't charge him because he didn't do anything illegal, but they'll make a report of it. We call the HOA president and report this to him and see if there's anything he can do about it. And the president immediately asks, "Was it such and such apartment?" Yes, it was. How did he know? Apparently, there have been many incidents of him. He has followed other women, watched girls swim for hours at the pool, and even delivered a pair of his underwear to a woman. So we asked the HOA president if there's anything the HOA can do. He says he'll have to talk to the owner of the unit and see what they can do about him. But it turns out that it's his mom who owns it, and he's just living there by himself, creeping on as many people as he likes. On the phone, she seemed very cooperative and said, "Oh yes, I'll evict him then." Nothing ever happened. She never spoke to the HOA again, dodged their calls, etc. So it looked like we were stuck with this creeper, and of course, that couldn't have been the last encounter we had with this guy. It was mostly small things, like he would stare out his window at me sometimes as I was going out to my car, or other times I was driving through the lot, and there was another time he was out on the lawn, actually in front of his unit, watching girls swim in the pool. It was a Sunday, so my husband and I were going to church, and we passed by him sitting on the lawn, and I didn't realize it was him. I couldn't remember what his face looked like, because he had looked so generic. I'm pretty sure he had changed his hair color, and I didn't know if he was from that unit, or the one above him. A lot of things went through my head that caused me to doubt who this guy really was, so I simply passed him and smiled. Later on, I realized that it was him, and I was so mad that my husband didn't get to punch his lights out. And although all these small things were happening, it wasn't enough to motivate us to move yet, until July. My husband and I had gone camping with our church for a week, and when we got back, we just hang out with some friends and didn't get home until late. We pulled in around 1:30 a.m. My husband and I had to go close our pools. We worked for a pool company and opened and closed pools daily. Just lock the doors and turn off the lights and such. He dropped me off home early to get ready for bed. He watched me go inside to make sure I was okay and then left. He came home an hour later, about 2:30 a.m., and the creepy guy was standing on the sidewalk in front of his usual spot, shirtless. We assumed the stalker was expecting me to be the one driving alone, but upon seeing it was my husband, he booked it back into his apartment. My husband parked as fast as he could and ran after him, but he was already inside. He pounded on the door, yelling at him to come outside, but he wouldn't. My husband came up to our apartment and told me what happened. He grabbed my pepper spray and a heavy object and went back outside to patrol the area because he was so riled up and angry. We ended up moving 2 weeks later, no longer wanting to endure the harassment. Best decision we ever made. So to the creepy guy who stalked me for months, let's not meet again. This happened to me about 2 years ago when I was 17. My family went out for the day to go shopping for food and I stayed home alone. I was in my room playing video games on my computer with my headphones on, and I always kept the door closed. After about an hour, I had to get up to go to the bathroom. Both the bathroom and my room are on the second floor, and our house at the time was a 2-story detached house in Northern Ireland. So when I get back to my room, I remember closing the door and continued to play games. About 30 minutes later, I go to check on my phone, but realize I left it in the bathroom. I get up to go get it, and notice my door is open, slightly ajar. Now my house isn't drafty, and I know the door is good and doesn't just open due to wind or whatever, so it catches me off guard. But I reason I probably just didn't close it all the way heading out to get my phone. I came back and continued to play, making sure I closed the door on my way back in. Some time after, I hear my family come back home. I hear them bringing in the first load of shopping into the kitchen and go out to their car to get more. When they come back in, they call my name and I head downstairs. When I came down, I saw the back patio door was lying wide open. They asked me if I was out back at any point while they were away, and I told them I hadn't. We looked outside and saw one of the deck chairs was pulled over the lower part of the fence, facing a small wooded area leading over to another street. Obviously not where it should be. This shocked me. My mind raced with the idea of what was going on. This is my own personal theory. Somebody had managed to get in, most likely through the back door. They had went to see if the house was clear, went upstairs, opened my door and then saw me. Then they must have decided to wait downstairs for some reason. Maybe thinking I would leave, or they could ambush me, but had gotten scared and hid when my family returned, using the fact that they had left the kitchen to go bring in more shopping to slip out as fast as they could and use the chair to get over the fence. Even with this idea, I don't understand why they would risk coming in, given that it was in the middle of the day. Plus, if they seen that I had headphones on, why not just come up behind me and deal with me then? The worst thing about it is, I have no concrete proof of what happened that day. I have no idea why someone came in, how they got in, who they were. But one thing I feel certain is that somebody did come into my house that day. There's more to this story though. A week or so later, it's late at night, around 2 a.m., and I'm in my room playing games. While playing, I end up drifting off to sleep. I am woken by my mom coming in shaking me, asking me if I was outside. I told her no, I've been here all night, I was asleep. She explains to me that while she was laying in bed, she heard the back door slap, and as her room was just above the kitchen and the back door, she felt the shake of the slam. My stepdad was working night shift at the time, so it was only me, my mom, and sister in the house. I go downstairs to check to see if everything's okay. The door's wide open, our back garden is pitch black, so not knowing if anyone was out there, I closed and locked the door, and looked around the garden from the outside with a flashlight. I didn't see anyone outside and decided to stay downstairs for a few hours, keeping a lookout. The next day, we changed the locks. The strange thing about these instances is that nothing was stolen, none of our things were missing, and it seemed that nothing had been really moved or any drawers looked through. I have absolutely no explanation for this to this day. It baffles me. We had discussed getting the police involved, but we felt that because there was no serious evidence of a crime taking place, and that we would be moving out of that house in a matter of weeks, unrelated to this, we decided there wouldn't really be anything they could do to help, so we just had the locks changed and made absolutely sure to keep things locked down and watched until we moved out. A few years ago, my husband and I were remodeling our house. I had purchased my grandparents' old home after they both passed away, so we wanted to update it. We had gutted the living room and replaced the wall. I had been sanding drywall mud off all evening, so after my husband left work, I called it a day. I had all the doors and windows open, letting fresh air in, and drywall mud dust out. It was just me and my son home. I had just gotten out of the shower and heard a knock at the screen door. It scared me. It was 11 at night, and our home was in the country. Our neighbors weren't screaming distance. There was a mobile home park about 1.5 miles down the road, and we never had anyone show up that late. There was a younger girl at the door. She couldn't have been more than 20. She was wearing shorts and a tank top. She asked to use our phone. She said something was trying to kill her. I wouldn't let her in. I asked if she wanted me to call the sheriff. She quickly said no. She just wanted to call someone to get her. I noticed she was holding a cell phone. She told me the battery was dead. I had my 2 German shepherds standing on both sides of me. I told her she could use my phone, but couldn't come in because my dogs were trained attack dogs. We can't let anyone in that doesn't know us or them. She looked freaked out. When I handed her our landline phone, she extended her arm out. That's when I saw it. She had track marks all up and down her arm. I think she was shooting up meth or something. She called her ride, and not 2 minutes later, I see a car come down the road. He was on a dead-end street. As soon as they left, I closed and locked down everything. I called my husband and the sheriff. I have never had anything like that happen before or since. I think they saw the house. It was isolated and had the exterior decor of what an older person's home would have, and thought it would be an easy target to rob. Thank God I had my dogs, and I'm glad we didn't get to meet what was in the car picking her up. So first of all, let me tell you this story began in March of 2017. I'm a 19-year-old male. My family and I moved into this new house that same month. I was really excited because this house was huge and got a beautiful garden with a pool and a hot tub. I'm not bragging, but this is information that will be important later on. When we moved in, the real estate agent told my parents and me that there was a series of home invasions in our street, and that our house and our neighbor's house were the only ones which they hadn't broke in yet. The first weird thing started to happen in May of 2017. My room is at the patio, so when I look out the window I can see the patio and the hot tub. At first I could hear the gate of our garden being swung open at night. That continued for the next 10 weeks. Sometimes we would go outside in the morning and all of the lamps would be bashed in. At first, we thought some burglars are opening up our garden gate at night, because every morning my parents open the patio door so our dog can go outside to pee, while one of my parents would get dressed and go off for a morning walk. So I guess the burglars were hoping for the dog to run off, so they would have it easy to enter our home. All of these incidents made my mom feel really unsafe in our own house. All of a sudden it stopped, so we thought the person, or people, whoever did this, moved on or got bored. But after 5 months, everything started all over again, but worse. In November, I woke up with footsteps outside my window, so I opened my eyes and wished I wouldn't have done that. What I saw was a 6'3" man standing outside my window watching me while I slept. He looked so old, yet so young. He had a young face, but his haircut made him look 25 years older. At least that's what I could see in the dark. I was frozen. I couldn't move, so we just looked at each other in the eyes for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, he ran off, so I took my chances and ran into my parents' room and told them everything. My dad grabbed his gun, which he is keeping at home now because he got worried over the past months. He's a police officer. He ran outside but couldn't find the man, but only a broken gate, so he called the police. The police, actually 2 colleagues of his, came, but they couldn't do too much, so they left rather quickly. 2 months later, I woke up to splashing sounds. I got up, looked outside my window. I noticed that the sound was coming from the pool, but I couldn't see due to the trees blocking my view, so I shrugged it off because I thought there's just something wrong with the pump, which wasn't a rare thing. So I went back to bed, but I had a hard time falling asleep since the sound grew louder and more intense. So I got up and went into the living room, which allows me to see the entire garden. When I looked outside, I got the same feeling which I had 2 months ago, when I spotted the guy outside my window. Anyway, so I looked outside and saw the same man standing in our pool, draining our pool with a small cup, and I mean it how I said it. He was standing in our pool with a cup throwing water on the grass. He had this dead stare in his eyes, like he didn't even know what he was doing. He noticed me watching him and just smiled at me while diving down like that's the way to escape. I woke up my dad, who immediately called the police. They left as fast as they came, since they didn't find anything but an empty pool. They said he was probably homeless and just washing himself off, but I'm certain that's not what he was doing. It is now the end of August 2018. I noticed some weird cars parked in front of our house lately, and if someone would spot them, they would drive off. My parents left me alone this weekend. Since it's my uncle's birthday, I didn't want to come along, so I decided to stay home. I got bored all alone at this big house, so I called a couple friends of mine to come over and hang out at my place. They came at around 7, and we started drinking some wine and listened to some music. Time passed, and it was 11 when we heard something knocking on the window of our living room. I thought I was imagining the knocks, but my friends looked at me like they were about to ask me if I was expecting someone else. I turned off the music to listen, but all we heard was silence. I turned on the patio lights when a girlfriend of mine yelled, "Hey, there's someone running." I didn't see anyone, but I heard the gate slam shut. I was worried, but decided not to call the police since they couldn't do anything anyway. I was really glad that my friends drank something and had to crash at my place, so I wouldn't be alone that night. Today is Saturday and my friends left around 5 p.m. I was in my room when I heard something fall behind me, so I got up to see what it was. When I walked towards the bathroom, and I was freaking out when I could see a person right behind the door. The person didn't notice that I spotted him, so I walked back into the room to get my phone and call the police and my parents. I wanted to go down to the den because the lock on my door was broken. When I passed the bathroom, I saw the person was standing there, so I opened my camera and took a picture as proof for my family and friends. Here's that picture. When I took the photo, I didn't think about the flash, and my phone illuminated the entire bathroom, and the door slammed shut. I thought that was my chance to abandon the house completely, so I ran right out of my house and called the police. They arrived within 10 minutes. They went inside and came out with the same man who was terrorizing me and my family for over a year and a half now. The police say he was sitting in our bathtub, staring at the drain. He was constantly saying, "The cult elderly will eliminate you." Right now, I am sitting in my room, writing this story, and worrying about the cult he was talking about. Are the suspicious cars in front of my house a part of the cult, or is he just an insane man? The entire event doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know what is yet to come, but my family and I will move again in December. This happened a couple years ago. I don't like to talk about it that much. It just never seemed like a big deal to me as a kid, but the older I get, the more I think about it, and the more it haunts me. It was New Year's Eve, 2011, and me and a couple friends were having a sleepover. My friend's neighborhood was relatively new, so there was still houses being built around him. We had all stayed up until midnight, but were still hyper on sugar and had no intention of sleep. One of my friends had the idea of going to play hide and seek in one of the houses being built. We asked his mom, and she was okay with it, but she gave us her phone to hold on to and told us to text my friend's dad in case anything happened. We took the phone, got our coats, and headed outside. The house was only about 100 yards away from the porch, so it wasn't that far of a walk. We jogged across the street since it was relatively windy and we didn't want to stay in the cold air. We decided to play in pairs, but if you were hiding, you had to stay with your teammate. I volunteered to be the seeker, so the two hiders headed into the house while me and the other seeker began to count. Once I hit 60, the game began. The house was dark and cold, and the only source of light was a bright moon shining through every window and door. We were standing in an empty shell of someone's home. No inner walls had been put up yet, and there was no carpeting on the floors. The only thing inside was dozens of thick wooden beams. I told my friend I'd take the first floor if he wanted the second, and he agreed. He walked past me up the steps. I was now alone. Something about being there boosted my confidence, like I was an adventurer or something like that. I walked around the first floor with a smile on my face, braver than ever. I called out the names of my friends, trying to hold in my laughter. Since the house was so dark, you could only see about 5 feet in front of you, so I made sure to check every nook and cranny. That's when I found the basement. It was a dark and eerie hole in the floor that looked like it would swallow anything that walked into it. They couldn't have gone down there, I thought to myself. There's no way. But I had checked the entire first floor and heard nothing from my friend upstairs, so I sucked it up and began to go down the steps. I walked down slowly, taking careful steps because it was nearly impossible to see anything. My footsteps echoed through the dark room. I walked slowly, listening for any type of noise in the darkness. Then I heard something. The slow-moving feet. "Hello?" I said, following with my friends' names. No response. For a quick second, I contemplated turning back around, but I knew if this was them, they wouldn't say anything back. I called their names again. No response. A smile came across my face. I had found them. "Come on out," I said as I walked toward the source of the noise. "I heard you guys move." I began to see a silhouette of something in the corner of the basement. It was a person, but only one. "Didn't we say the hiders had to stay together?" I said to the person. They didn't move, just stayed crouched down in the corner, facing the wall. I began to walk closer, fully convinced it was one of my friends. "Hey, I found you. You're out," I said. At that moment, I just wanted to get out of the basement. I continued to walk closer. I still wasn't close enough to make out any body features. Whatever it was breathing rather loudly, loud enough for me to hear it from a couple feet away. Being the naive kid I was, still thinking it was one of my friends trying to scare me, smiled. I didn't know what else to do, but I wouldn't take a step closer. That's when the breathing was overpowered by laughter and a loud footsteps from upstairs. "I found you," I heard through the ceiling. I quickly turned around and ran upstairs to see who was found, hoping whoever was in the basement would follow. I waited on the first floor as I heard them coming down the steps. "Got 'em both," my friend said as he came into my view. I stood there with a confused look on my face. How did he find both of them? I thought to myself. But to my surprise, here came both of the hiders, walking from upstairs. My heart dropped. I felt the blood rush out of my face and my legs go weak. I slowly turned around and stumbled towards the front door, without saying a word. "Where are you going?" they asked. I couldn't open my mouth to speak. There was only one thought in my head at this time. Who was in the basement with me? I made it to the front door, slowly turned the knob, slipped outside, and began running up the stairs to my friend's house. I wanted to get as far away from that place as possible. I began to feel tears welling up in my eyes. I made it to the front porch and collapsed, barely able to catch my breath because I was so hysterical. I lay there for what felt like ages when I heard my friends coming up behind me. I don't remember what they were saying. All I could think about was the person in the basement. After I calmed down, I told them what happened, and they all seemed as freaked out as I was. The fact that I had talked directly to the person for so long is what scared me so much. We decided not to tell his parents because we figured they wouldn't believe us. I didn't sleep for about a week after that, and I still have nightmares about it sometimes. A few months after that night, the house was finished and the family moved in, and I never heard any complaints about a squatter or anything. The older I get, the more I come to realize it was probably a crackhead or something like that. And sometimes I feel guilty because I know we probably could have helped him, but it is still terrifying to me. I wanted to share this pretty frightening story that happened to me back when I was 12 years old. I was recently going through some old cringy notebooks and journals with my girlfriend, and found a journal entry where I wrote about this day, and all the memories came flooding back to me. I used to live in what I thought was a really safe and secure private community. I wasn't allowed to just wander around too far from home without supervision. But because our neighborhood was a gated community, my parents let me walk around within the gates anytime I wanted, even if they weren't home. One day I was riding around the neighborhood after school when I saw a middle-aged woman crying on the floor of her porch, with the porch door wide open. I was pretty concerned and got off my bike to go see what was wrong. She said she was having problems with her husband and immediately asked me to come in to help her. My stranger danger sirens were going off, so I declined. She kept pushing me. Please, just for a moment. I just need someone to talk to." Now, I was raised with respect to elders and to be a good person, but also raised with aforementioned stranger danger. So, being a young naive kid, I actually felt conflicted about whether I should go in or not. Ultimately, I declined repeatedly enough that she instead asked me to wait outside with her and sit with her until she felt better. I agreed to this since I felt safe in my own neighborhood. She asked me to wait on the porch for her while she walked into her house and visibly grabbed some framed pictures from the wall. She then sat down next to me inside the house while I was sitting on the porch, just outside her front door. She started showing me the pictures. One was of a kid, older than me, in a local high school football uniform, and another of a man and the same kid. She starts telling me about how this is her kid and her husband. She went on to tell me stories of how she met him, and how they spent their honeymoon in Hawaii, and how her kid was doing so good at football, one of the best on his team. She was worried that if her husband got a divorce, she wouldn't be able to see her kid anymore, and she started bawling again, this time onto my shoulder. This actually caused me to let down my guard quite a bit. Once I knew she had a kid, I felt more comfortable around her for some reason. She was talking for a while though, and I was beginning to start to feel a little awkward, as she was on and off crying on my shoulder and I didn't know how to react to the situation. What the hell did I get myself into? I kept thinking to myself as I nodded my head and pretended to listen. I was more concerned about finding a good excuse to tell her I had to go home. She kept calling me such a nice young boy, and telling me, "You have no idea how important it is for you to spend your time here with me," which made me feel a little bad about just leaving her. She kept telling me she wanted to reward me and make me some dinner if I just came in, which I continued to decline. At this point, mostly because I wanted to leave more than actually being afraid. Finally, I told her I had to go, and she asked if I knew anything about how to turn her cell phone on, as she got her first one recently. I told her I did and could help her out before I left. She told me to wait again, and this time she left for quite a while. I kept thinking I should just walk away, but a part of me didn't want to be rude, especially since she lived around the corner from my house and possibly knew my parents. My anxiety levels would spike as I got closer and closer in my head to convincing myself to just stand up and walk away. Then it would dissipate and I'd tell myself no, I can't just leave. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she brought me her Android phone. I had only had an iPhone 3G at the time, and that was my first smartphone, so I was a little worried I didn't know how it worked. I just held the power button for a second and lo and behold, it booted right up. She asked me then if I knew how to check text messages. I found and opened up the Messages app, and there was only one number, not saved as a contact in the app. She'd pointed to it and said, "That's the idiot. That's my husband's number. Read me his texts." I opened it up. She had received basically the same text over and over again, just variations of hello, and please respond. She angrily said, "Read it to me now. I want to know what he said to me." I tell her, they basically all say hello with a question mark. She just reaffirmed in a stern voice, "Read them to me." I start reading them. Hello. Hello. Please respond. She just has her eyes closed and she's nodding sometimes, commenting along the lines of, "That idiot. He does miss me. Well, screw him. He had his chance." She turned quickly from this crying, distraught woman who was worried about her husband would leave her, into an angry, spiteful person who felt like she was in the right. When I stopped reading a couple times and asked if she wanted me to stop, she would snap at me, "Keep reading." Then I would continue. I started to feel like her husband was the crazy person with this many messages. I must have scrolled through dozens of messages, almost identical, spanning back days. My heart was racing. I felt like I was involved in something I shouldn't be involved in. I really wanted to go home, but every time I stopped, she would angrily tell me to keep going. That's when I came across the first message that wasn't hello. "Stop messaging me and leave me alone. I've reported you to the police and got a restraining order. If you come anywhere near my family, you will be arrested." My heart sank. That's when I realized all the messages I had been reading so far were being sent from her phone. I paused in shock and she again snapped at me, "Keep reading." I told her I couldn't because it was getting late and my parents had dinner for me. She again said, "Why don't you just come in for dinner? I'll make you something. You can let them know later you are helping your neighbor. They won't be mad, I promise." Only this time it was a mixture of angry and desperate. I told her they would be worried and wonder why I was gone for so long. She pleaded a couple more times for me not to leave her and started to cry as I stood up. I honestly felt really bad about it at the time. I rode my bike home as quickly as I could. My parents had just gotten home from work a little while ago and asked me where I was. I didn't tell them the truth because honestly, I was worried that they wouldn't let me hang around the neighborhood when they weren't home anymore. A few days later, I came home and there was 3 police cars in front of the house. My heart sank. I asked my parents later that night if they knew what happened. My dad said, "Oh, there was just a break-in or something." I later asked one of my neighbors to see if I could get more information. Apparently, one of the neighbors fell in love with a homeless woman after inviting her in for a shower and a place to stay. He got her new clothes and a phone and was trying to help her get a job. Turns out the reason she was homeless was because she suffered from mental illness. And he kicked her out when she was starting to have delusions of his kid from a previous marriage being her kid as well. She began harassing him after this, so he left the house to his parents' house and sent the kid to his ex-wife's house because he was worried for his kid's safety. He had every right to be, because shortly after he left, she broke a back window of his house and came in. She had been living there for nearly a week before a neighbor noticed the window was broken and called the police. She apparently trashed the whole house by that point and was arrested. I almost didn't believe it, but I actually went back to look behind the house and saw the broken window. I guess the guy broke his lease and moved out immediately because he was worried that she would come back after getting out of jail. I don't know if she ever tried to come back, but I hope they disclose this to the new tenants. Honestly, I still get pretty freaked out to this day about what could have happened if I went into that house. This happened about 2 years ago. For context, I was living in college apartments for students, but unofficially, and my unit was on the first floor. It was a 3-bed, but I only had one roommate at the time who was away for the weekend, leaving me home alone. I am a small person, 5'3" and 120 pounds, and my dog is about 25 pounds and not fully equipped for self-defense. It was around 10 p.m. on a Saturday night, and I was taking a bath. I heard my dog growl as her hunches went up, and thought it was weird because she hardly does that. I thought, whatever, it's an apartment. Somebody's probably partying. So I got out, got dressed, and laid in bed with my book. I heard a knock at my door. "Hello? I saw your light on. I was just wondering if I could use your phone. I was working on the lines around here and my truck battery died. I need to call into work and my phone died." So I ignore it, because I'm fully aware it could be dangerous. I don't respond, but looking through the peephole I see an older man, about mid-50s, wearing a blue jumpsuit with a white toolbox. He has gray hair and a gray mustache, and I'm wondering why he's working on the lines. 1, on a Saturday, and 2, around 10 p.m. It struck me as odd, so I didn't respond. About 3 minutes later, he knocks again, saying something like, "If I could just use your phone, I could get out of your hair. I just need to call my boss and tell him." So I check the peephole again, and I noticed there was no name tag or company on his jumper. I'm silent. My dog growls again, this time more angrily around the front door. She starts pacing and getting frustrated. I texted a friend or two this was happening. Again, this time after about 7 minutes, he knocks, more abruptly. "If you don't want me to keep knocking, let me use your phone so I can get a ride. I know you're home. I can see your light." He was beginning to sound frustrated and angry at being ignored. I ignored and my dog began to show her teeth. She directly faced the door, teeth baring, and began barking viciously. I have never seen her do that before, or since. He pounded on the door again and didn't say anything this time. I looked back at the peephole, becoming scared for my safety, and my mind thought, why does he have his toolbox if he could have just left it in his car? And why does his company uniform not say the company's name? Why hasn't he moved to another unit? I continued to ignore him, but at this point, more out of shock, he pounded on the door once more, and my dog barked louder and more aggressively. He said, "Fine, I'll have to walk down the street and ask for a phone there. Thanks for nothing." She barked for another minute or so, and eventually he left. I was concerned about him entering my side doors, so I locked them, and just hope he didn't, as I called some friends. Maybe this man genuinely needed help. Maybe he was working overtime, but it still bothers me today. 1. Why did he focus on my unit for so long? He spent maybe 15-20 minutes trying to use my phone. 2. It's possible his work uniform wasn't labeled, but why bring a toolbox with you and ask for help? I didn't see what he had in the toolbox, but I think it would be heavy and he'd leave it in his truck. 3. He said, "I know you're home." Maybe this one is small, but in a 3-bedroom unit, why would you specifically address a you? Why not say somebody? The most terrifying thing is later in that week, I told my facilities manager there was a man on Saturday from their electrical company trying to get help for his truck battery. She said, our maintenance men do any of the work on the electrical lines. We don't hire contractors. They finished their electrical work near your unit last month, so there would be no reason for them to be working there. I don't know why he lingered on my unit so long. I felt like prey, likely because I was. I had seen a white truck a lot outside my building for a couple days before, and just assumed it was somebody's friend or something. Lots of people go in and out, but I really think this guy was there watching and waiting for a good moment. Okay, so this happened when I was around 9 years old. I'm 25 now, and it's something I will never forget. It gives me goosebumps to this day. I have a terraced house, 4 houses combined, and my neighbors and I each have our own little patio. There's a small road 10 meters from my yard where people do their Sunday walks and so on. Only a small fence separates my small yard and patio from the road. I live in a pretty crowded area, with several of these terraced houses spreading around my neighborhood, so seeing people walk on the road is pretty normal for me. Seeing random people standing on my patio is not. When I was 9, I usually got home from school about an hour before my mom got home from work. I live maybe 50 meters away from school, so my mom figured I was mature enough to be home alone for around an hour before she got home. This one day I got home from school. I did the usual thing, which was make sure I locked the door and double-checked the back door leading into the patio. I was 9. Being alone was a little scary, even though it was in the middle of the day and only for 1 hour. I then rushed to my room upstairs to play as much PlayStation as possible before my mom came home and made me do my homework. While playing, I heard this voice coming from outside my window. My room was located 1 floor over the patio, with a view to the road that I told you about before. It was kind of like the sound of a cat, but my cat had been missing for over 3 months. Hope sparked as I thought, he finally did come back. I ran downstairs to check if it was my cat, but the sight that met me gives me goosebumps writing this. There was a guy standing on my patio, a guy with black hair covering half of his eyes, making him look like the male version of the Ring Woman or something. I could hear him making high-pitched sounds, almost like a cat meowing. A brown liquid was running down from his mouth, and I could see him spitting out my dad's stomped cigarettes. He was actually eating from the ashtray. I was frozen observing this, eventually snapped out of it and screamed so loud that the man must have heard it. He didn't react. He kept on eating from the ashtray. I ran upstairs to my room, locked the door and called my mom, who then called the cops. I have never been more terrified in my life. Laying in my bed under my sheets, shivering with fear, as I hear this creepy high-pitched noise from the guy eating cigarettes from the ashtray on my patio. I kind of blacked out for a moment, because the next thing I remember is the police arriving on the road by my yard. I hear them talking to the guy, saying stuff like, "What are you doing? Get over here, or we'll have to come down and arrest you," and so on. He didn't respond, but the high-pitched sounds was more frequent and louder. I decided to look through the window, feeling safe now that the cops were there. I could see 2 police officers standing by my fence, 1 man and a woman. I did not see the creepy man, however, because he was standing directly 1 story under me, out of my field of view. The police jumped the fence, and I remember hearing the creepy guy scream louder than anything I've ever heard before. He charged the female officer with full force and knocked her out cold. The male officer immediately tased the guy, leaving him shaking on the ground, screaming still. The policeman struggled, keeping him on the ground while putting handcuffs on him, but he eventually made it. After a while, he managed to wake up the female police officer, who seemed badly hurt. He called for backup and an ambulance, and then he sees me staring in the window above him. The expression on my face must have been something else, because he just looked at me and said, "I sure hope you didn't see all of that." I started to cry. By this time, my neighbors started to arrive, wondering what was going on. One of my neighbors, an elderly woman, made me come down, and she took care of me until my mom came back home. The police took the creepy guy with them in the car and left. Before they left, they promised to come back and talk to us about what had happened. This is where the story takes an unexpected turn. The male police officer came back later that night and sat down with me and my mom to talk. He explained that the guy on my patio was actually diagnosed with severe autism. He had escaped a facility where mentally challenged people live, located around 5 kilometers from where I live. He explained that the guy had actually lived in my house about 5 years ago, but he had been forced to move when his mom, his only caretaker, died. The poor guy probably thought he would find his mom in my house. He missed the routines, he missed living there with his mom. The police had to move him from that house that time 5 years ago because he was extremely strong. This was the reason he reacted the way he did when the policeman came that day. Still frightened, I told the police officer that he needed to make sure this would never happen again. He promised it wouldn't. After a few sleepless nights, my life got back to normal. The years went by and the guy didn't come back, until 1 year ago. At this time, my mom and dad had moved out. I had bought the house from them, and I'm still living there today. I was enjoying my morning coffee on the patio when I see this random guy stop on the road by my fence. He just stands there, looking at me. I looked at him and gave him a nod, and then I hear the high-pitched noises. It's him. His hair had turned gray, but the high-pitched sounds made me realize. My heart started racing as I instantly remembered the reason why he was back. I realized he must have managed to escape again. Because I kept my cool a little bit longer than when I was 9, I started to realize how sorry I felt for the guy. 16 years later, he was back to look for his mom. I decided to carefully ask him if he wanted to come down to the patio. He instantly started to jump the fence. I started to think that he would knock me out like he did that police officer. He didn't. He looked at me and smiled. I'd offered him to sit down. He didn't respond. I offered him to come inside and he started laughing. And we went inside. His face lit up, pure joy. He was home. It reminded him of the life he had with his mom. It almost made me tear up. All of a sudden, he sat down on my couch, turned on the TV, and switched directly to the cartoons. I observed him for a while. He was just completely focused on the cartoons. I just wanted him to enjoy the moment, so I didn't say anything to him. I realized that I had to call the facility and let them know. The caretakers arrived 10 minutes later. After a lot of convincing, he got back up, crying, and went back to the facility. I called the facility 2 days later. We made a deal. His name is Tom, and I now consider Tom my friend. Every Sunday from the day he returned, Tom and his caretakers visit me to watch cartoons. They say it's the highlight of his week. It makes my heart warm. My wife and I just moved into a modern home on a quiet cul-de-sac in the suburbs, a few months after she broke the wonderful news she was pregnant. We'd done extensive research to find this house. It's only a quarter mile from the school and off the highway, a safe little haven from busy roads, and it's not too far from my job. After the movers left and a few hours spent unpacking and relaxing, Sharon and I finally slept in our new home 2 nights ago. I'm a bit of an insomniac already, and in the new place, I found myself tossing and turning. I eventually read the 2:30 a.m. on my bright phone screen and sighed. I finally got up and wandered downstairs and poured a glass of water. Then I walked into the living room and opened the window for some fresh air, a habit I found myself engaging in since quitting smoking. Through the open window, I heard a muffled woman's voice speaking, and realized it was coming from the next-door neighbor's house. I looked over to the neighboring house's side window, and through it saw a woman in her 50s standing profile in her living room, barely visible due to the glow of the moon's light. She stood there, extending a hand forward and raising it up and down, as if practicing the action of shaking a hand in a greeting. I had to strain my ears to focus, but I was able to hear what she was saying as she repeated this action. "Ah, you're the new residents. I'm Mrs. Ainsworth," the woman spoke before tilting her head back to look at the ceiling. "What a nice day. Funny to think it's nearly Octoshish. Nearly Octoshish." She twitched into an odd shiver, clearly having trouble at the end before trying again. "What a nice day. Funny to think Halloween is nearly here," she repeated before restarting the sequence with the handshake gesture, over and over. I felt guilty spying, and I didn't want to speculate about what speech impediment or possible neurosis my neighbor might have. Though, creeped out a bit, I headed back to bed to eventually fall asleep. I woke up yesterday morning to the smell of sizzling bacon and the nostalgic sounds of the Pet Shop Boys from downstairs. I coasted through my morning routine with time to spare. This house felt like a home, and when I descended the stairs to see Sharon wiggling her butt to the 80s track West End Girls in her plaid pajamas, it was. I couldn't help but smile as I wiped the sleep from my eyes, while Sharon sung into the spatula and performed an impromptu dance routine before wrapping her arms around me. "Babe, I swear, it's perfect. Do you hear that?" she asked, moving her head towards the Bluetooth speaker. I nodded with a smile. We can play music without the neighbors banging on our wall. There are no drunk people messing outside our window. And look at this, Sharon said. I have room to cook. I smiled. Her comment about the window reminded me of the night, and I almost said something about the neighbor, but Sharon was in such a good mood, so I let it go. Well, we need to make sure to unpack all the CDs, not just the 80s jams you stole from your parents, I joked, and she rolled her eyes. I soon kissed my wife and headed out the front door into the garden sun, in our picturesque American suburb. I unlocked my car. When I felt staring eyes, I turned my head to see a woman, that neighbor from the night before, watching me for a second before walking over. She was wearing the same outfit, and she extended a thin hand, which I shook, feeling her cold skin as she said those words. "Ah, you're the new residents. I'm Mrs. Ainsworth," she said before looking up at the sky. "What a nice day. Funny to think Halloween is nearly here," she said, flashing a large, strange smile. Yes, it's a nice day." I tried not to trip over my words. I introduced myself and motioned to my wife in the doorway, who waved and smiled. Mrs. Ainsworth kept a broad grin on her face as she walked backwards a few steps before turning briskly, walking to her house, ducking under her garage door and then shutting it abruptly. My gaze drifted back to Sharon, who gave me the "what is that" look. I shrugged and shook my head before getting into the car, trying to focus on the day ahead. Yesterday evening, when I arrived after a tiring day of work, Sharon and I discussed the eccentric neighbor, and I explained what I had seen in the middle of the night, that Mrs. Ainsworth had been practicing all night to introduce herself. She clearly wanted to make a good impression, Sharon said, with a wink and a smile. "Wait, should I be jealous, babe?" she added jokingly. "Oh yes you should," I purred, and she smacked my shoulder before I continued normally. "I'm being serious. It was creepy." Sharon didn't seem bothered by it, suggesting maybe the neighbor had suffered from TBI, traumatic brain injury. She explained she'd seen a few in her years as a therapist. I shrugged and thought it was possible, but I wasn't content with the answer. As the evening carried on, however, I eventually found myself feeling less on edge, and we enjoyed a romantic evening. We fell asleep, and I almost slept through the night. I tossed and turned again, and woke up around 2 a.m., needing to use the bathroom. As I was about to switch off the light and leave, I looked out the upstairs window, and my hair stood on end. From that angle, I could see into multiple rooms of the neighbors' houses in the cul-de-sac. In every home, I could see at least one of the neighbors, fully dressed and standing in the dark. It was impossible to make out what they were saying, but they were all just practicing everyday tasks, things that were normal during daylight, but unsettling in those dark rooms in the middle of the night, alone. A chubby man in a sweatsuit and headband jogged in place in his living room, with the lights out before turning his head into a double take as if waving to spot someone. In another home's upstairs window, a little girl with blonde hair skipped with a jump rope in her dark bedroom. I then looked 2 houses over to a dressed man in oil-stained overalls, leaning on his kitchen table, using a wrench as if he were fixing something invisible. He paused every so often to wipe his forehead with his wrist. After watching him for a few minutes, his head turned to me, and his eyes locked onto mine, causing me to stumble back and duck out of view with a racing heart. When I finally peeked again, he was gone. I was barely able to sleep after an hour of trying to make sense of it in my mind. This morning, I got dressed and shuffled downstairs to meet Sharon as she poured me a glass of orange juice and scrambled some eggs. I explained that something wasn't right with the neighbors, that they were practicing acting normal in their dark homes at night. She said I needed sleep and was overthinking things rather coldly. After nearly getting into a fight, she told me she'd look out for anything particular as I chugged some coffee before heading out into the crisp air, underslept and on edge. When I stepped into the sunlight, I heard a rhythmic tapping, and I turned. There, I saw a fair-haired blonde child skipping rope in a driveway across the street. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I turned my head more to see the white truck in the driveway of that other neighbor in overalls. As he leaned under the hood with his wrench to fix his engine, I watched the practice routine continue as he wiped his brow with his wrist. My eyes darted over to the chubby man in a sweatsuit and headband, jogging down the sidewalk in my direction. He soon turned his head, pretending to be surprised by seeing me, then gave me that friendly wave I'd seen him practice over and over that last night. As he jogged past, I watched his face drop slack as he rotated his head out of view, continuing on. I drove out of our cul-de-sac, but soon pulled onto the shoulder of the main road and watched. I called Sharon, unable to drive to work as I sat in my car, parked on the shoulder until she finally answered. She kept throwing around terms like adjustment disorder and delusional, but she didn't see them all practicing last night like I did. She didn't pull onto the shoulder of the highway to watch the jogging man continue around his house and stop at the back door, dead in his tracks. She didn't see those thin, spidery legs slowly reached from his parted lips before entering his home. I pray it's nothing, but she also didn't call me babe this morning, as she usually does. She called me hun.